Chapter 61. Unable to comprehend human speech, Ji Lin Xiao chose to disregard them and resumed his meal. Upon his return, Chun Man Yin reproached him. Old Ji, that was a whole dollar. While it may be exhilarating to do so, wealth should not be squandered frivolously. No worries, as long as I'm happy. I won't go bankrupt over a mere dollar. Chun Man Yin refrained from further comment. He understood Ji Lin Xiao's temperament, knowing that if he did not vent this frustration, it would linger in his heart. For some inexplicable reason, as soon as Ji Lin Xiao sat down, he felt an intense gaze burning into him from the side. A quick glance confirmed that Jiang Lanlan was staring at him with wide, sparkling eyes. What's the matter? And nothing. Upon noticing Ji Lin Xiao's inquiry, Jiang Lanlan hurriedly turned her head away, flicking her hair to mask her embarrassment. Jiang Lanlan's heart raced uncontrollably, filled with unspoken excitement. Heavens! I was previously worried that if Ji Lin Xiao struggled financially, my family would never accept him. But now it appears he has prospered with such wealth. My parents will undoubtedly approve of our relationship. Jiang Lanlan, you must be more proactive. Lost in her thoughts, Jiang Lanlan raised her glass and gazed at Ji Lin Xiao. Well, it has been quite some time since we last met, and I must express my gratitude for saving me last time. So I toast to you. Ji Lin Xiao glanced at her raised glass and subtly nudged Chun Man Yin under the table. I won't be drinking. I still need to drive. Besides, it was Chun Man Yin who wanted to save you, so you should drink with him. To alleviate Jiang Lanlan's awkwardness, Chun Man Yin quickly lifted his glass to clink with hers, downing it in one go. Jiang Lanlan offered a shy smile before taking a sip from her drink. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. However, the outcome was not entirely satisfactory, hence triggering an additional task. Task details: punish Go Tafeng, ensuring he receives the deserved consequences. Task duration: 1 month. Failure results in the cancellation of rewards, while success doubles the rewards. Completion time may further increase the multiplier. Such a task exists? Indeed, host, as your previous task did indeed strike back at those who looked down upon you. Yet the impact was insufficient. Thus, the additional task was initiated to rectify the oversight. This task was a timely boon. Could the system's creator possibly be surnamed Song? Ji Lin Xiao had initially intended to expose Go Tafeng's misdeeds, ensuring he suffered before being incarcerated. Now, he could accomplish his intentions while reaping rewards. What he lacked most at present was points. Was this not a timely downpour? Ji Lin Xiao's heart swelled with silent laughter as he reveled in his own world. In contrast, Jiang Lanlan was lost to her thoughts, crafting numerous scenarios in her mind. Why was he treating her this way? Was he shy? Was she not proactive enough? Surely, it could not be left to her to confess first as a girl. The abundance of inner dialogue from Jiang Lanlan had its roots in the day Ji Lin Xiao had saved her. After returning home in a state of shock, she confided in her close friend about the incident. Although her friend did not attend the same high school as Jiang Lanlan, she had often heard her mention Ji Lin Xiao's name. Later, she summoned a few trusted friends to recount the events of that day in detail. Perhaps, through Jiang Lanlan's romantic lens, she painted Ji Lin Xiao as a more heroic figure. Those friends eagerly speculated that Ji Lin Xiao must have feelings for Jiang Lanlan, urging her to pursue love boldly and not to let a cooked duck escape. Amidst their fervent words, Jiang Lanlan gradually lost her sense of self, convinced that Ji Lin Xiao indeed harbored genuine interest in her. After several rounds of drinks, everyone had indulged to their heart's content, and the dishes were nearly devoured. Naturally, they opted for splitting the bill. Although Ji Lin Xiao was affluent, he had no desire to be a fool, especially since the system had already deemed that task complete. Had it not been resolved, he might have contemplated covering the expenses. The man who previously received silver coins from Ji Lin Xiao willingly settled Ji Lin Xiao's share, then approached him with a demeanor that sought praise, attempting to curry favor. Ji Lin Xiao merely smiled and thanked him, choosing not to engage further. Upon exiting the restaurant, a group clamored to head to the second venue. Gu Siyuan expressed that it was too late for him, citing his age as a reason to return home, requesting a girl to accompany him. Who could tell if it was due to aging or simply a desire to return home and continue enjoying himself? Old G, are you going to the second venue? Do you wish to go? Never mind. It seems everyone has changed quite a bit over the years. The topics of conversation have shifted, and I find it difficult to engage. Besides, I've had a bit too much to drink and feel slightly dizzy. Then let us return. Lin Xiao and Chun Mianian bid farewell to the others and prepare to leave, but a few girls hurriedly approached. Lin Xiao, it's been so long since we last met. Why not stay and have some fun? Indeed, stay a little longer. Lin Xiao frowned, politely declining. I apologize, everyone, but we have matters to attend to tomorrow. I assure you, I will join you for a more enjoyable time next time. Even after Lin Xiao's refusal, several girls continued to cling to him. Jiang Lanlan, observing from a distance, felt as though her cherished toy was being snatched away and rushed over to push aside the hands of those girls. I'm sorry, but Lin Xiao needs to take me home, so I can't play with you. The girls exchanged glances, questioning whether Jiang Lanlan was truly involved with Lin Xiao. I'm sorry, but there isn't enough room in the car. The girls erupted in laughter, while Jiang Lanlan stood blushing, feeling that Lin Xiao had left her utterly without dignity. She cast a resentful glance at him. Lin Xiao, it's just a short distance. You could drop me off, right? It won't take too long. Lin Xiao took a step back, creating distance between them. First, I've said there's no room, and second, why should I take you? Lastly, I've previously mentioned that we are not that familiar. Please address me by my full name. The girls behind them laughed even more raucously. In truth, Lin Xiao could have shown Jiang Lanlan a modicum of consideration, yet he felt irked by her inability to comprehend straightforwardness. He had clearly stated he disliked being called in such a manner, and he believed this was the most effective way to make Jiang Lanlan cease her infatuation with him. Host, you're truly heartless. I am not heartless. I simply prefer to avoid unnecessary complications. Rather than concern myself with others' embarrassment, I would rather ensure my own comfort. No one enjoys inviting displeasure upon themselves. I still do not comprehend. Let's set that aside. Is this what you refer to as talent? Lacking any emotional intelligence and unable to grasp simple communication. Well, perhaps every talent has its peculiarities. Ha ha ha, Lin Xiao, you truly leave no face for the beautiful Jiang Lanlan. If you won't take her, then how about taking us instead? Several girls laughed as they addressed Lin Xiao, convinced that his claim of no space was merely an excuse. Lin Xiao, growing impatient, disregarded them. After bidding farewell, he and Qin Mianian set off to find their vehicle. A few girls stubbornly trailed behind, hoping to hitch a ride in the hopes of fostering some romantic connection. When they arrived at Lin Xiao's car, they were taken aback to find it was a two-seater, rendering their attempts to awkwardly squeeze in impossible. They certainly could not sit atop the car or in the trunk. The girls could only watch helplessly as Lin Xiao drove away. Chapter 62. The Gentle Second Brother. Jiang Lanlan felt a bit embarrassed and consoled herself inwardly, thinking that it was no big deal. He simply couldn't fit in the car. It was not intended as a slight against her. Although this self-reassurance eased her discomfort somewhat, she couldn't shake the feeling that Lin Xiao appeared to harbor no interest in her. Had she misjudged the situation? Shaking her head, she disregarded the mocking gazes and remarks from the girls behind her and took a taxi back to the hotel. As for whether she would continue to entertain feelings for Lin Xiao, that was no longer his concern. Upon returning, Lin Xiao sent a message to Li Luoyang, third brother. Do you have any leads on the underground drug traffickers in City? After a lengthy wait with no response, he surmised that Li Luoyang might be preoccupied or perhaps already asleep, considering the late hour. He dismissed the thought and proceeded to wash up and retire for the night. The next morning, as Lin Xiao awoke, he found Li Luoyang lying beside him. After a moment of silence, he swiftly jumped up, which startled Li Luoyang awake. Oh, good morning, he mumbled before rolling over to continue sleeping. Lin Xiao stared in bewilderment at Li Luoyang, puzzled by the situation. After freshening up and getting dressed, he prepared to head downstairs to inquire about it. Upon descending, he spotted Du Xiuqi elegantly seated on the sofa, sipping tea and perusing the newspaper. Lin Xiao was taken aback. What is going on? Not only is third brother in my bed, but second brother is also in my house. Hearing the commotion, Du Xiuqi glanced up and greeted him. Morning. Good morning, second brother, Lin Xiao replied. Surveying the area, he noticed Butler Yin in the kitchen and hurried over, grabbing him and looking at him with an urgent thirst for knowledge. Once Butler Yin realized the situation, he cleared his throat and explained, young master. It's like this. A few hours after you fell asleep last night, Mr. Li rushed over with Mr. Du, the servant on night watch let them in since Mr. Li had visited before and everyone recognized him as your third brother. They inquired about your whereabouts, and upon being informed that you were already asleep, they decided to leave you be. I was also awakened and, Thinking it was too late, I took the liberty of letting them rest here. Please forgive me, young master. What are you saying, Uncle Yin? They are my brothers. I haven't even had the chance to thank you for hosting them, Ji Linxiao replied. But by the way, what brought second and third brothers to my home? Well, they didn't specify, but they came over in quite the hurry. After seeing you, they seemed less anxious. Ji Linxiao pondered, unable to fathom the reason, and decided it was best to ask them directly. He walked into the living room and took a seat on the other half of the sofa. Second brother, did you come to see me for any particular reason yesterday? Du Xiuqi set down the newspaper and turned toward him. Last night, third brother called me in a panic, saying you had been captured by drug traffickers. And he rushed over to bring me along to find you. I was captured, Ji Linxiao thought to himself, puzzled. How could he have been captured and not known it? Suddenly, he realized. He hastily ascended the stairs to retrieve his phone, only to find it dead. He had brought it to the bathroom to play music while he showered and forgotten to return it to his room afterward. He quickly found a charger and plugged it in. After a while, the phone powered on, revealing a barrage of messages and missed calls. Typically, Ji Linxiao kept his phone on silent, so he hadn't heard any notifications, especially since it had been left in the bathroom. Opening WeChat, he discovered messages from Li Luoyang. Captured by drug traffickers? There are very few left in N City. We have been cooperating with your second brother to clean them up. You didn't confront them, did you? Half an hour passed. Why aren't you responding? Are you okay? Why aren't you answering the phone? Where are you? Please get back to me. Ji Linxiao deduced that Li Luoyang had misunderstood the situation, thinking he had encountered the drug traffickers and was in danger. Hence the concern to check if he was safe at home. Overcome with emotion, Ji Linxiao glanced at the still sleeping Li Luoyang and silently expressed his gratitude. Afterward, he greeted Du Xiuqi, stating he was going for a morning run. Du Xiuqi offered to join him, and together they stepped out onto the track of Central Island to begin jogging. Ji Linxiao felt somewhat awkward. It was his first time alone with his second brother, and he sensed that this person might be difficult to deal with. They jogged in silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. After covering a good distance, Ji Linxiao was astonished to discover that this seemingly gentle second brother possessed remarkable stamina, running without even breaking a sweat. Of course, he may appear soft-spoken, but in reality, he is quite formidable. Just as Ji Linxiao was still marveling at Du Xiuqi's endurance, the latter spoke up. Linxiao? Yesterday, third brother mentioned you were inquiring about the underground drug trade. Did something occur? Ji Linxiao was taken aback at Du Xiuqi's unexpected concern. Feeling somewhat at a loss, despite his gentle demeanor, Du Xiuqi exuded an air of distance that made him seem unapproachable. Yes. Ji Linxiao explained the events of the previous day, mentioning that he had discovered Go Tofeng was involved in drug trafficking and was seeking details on the specific locations of their transactions, as they had meticulously covered their tracks, making it difficult to uncover. Du Xiuqi fell silent for a few seconds. Third brother and I have managed to imprison many individuals over the years, gradually. N-City has nearly eradicated the drug trade. However, some are deeply hidden and hard to detect. Your findings provide us with a valuable breakthrough. I can help too. I have contacts, Ji Linxiao began, but was interrupted by Du Xiuqi. You need not involve yourself in this matter. They are reckless individuals, and conflicts are inevitable. There could be retaliation afterward. Ji Linxiao halted, gazing seriously at Du Xiuqi. Second brother, I am not afraid of danger. Initially, I merely wanted to teach that person a lesson, but my intentions have evolved. I now desire to assist you. Du Xiuqi also stopped, observing Ji Linxiao, whose determination reminded him of the three of them in their youth. We would worry if you were hurt. Ji Linxiao's heart raced, a rush of unnameable emotions flooding over him. Second brother, I understand. Do your best, but do not let yourself get hurt. If you find any leads, inform me directly. Feel free to ask me anything. With that, Du Xiuqi ruffled Ji Linxiao's hair before continuing his run, leaving Ji Linxiao momentarily stunned, realizing that perhaps his second brother was not so hard to approach after all. Chapter 63, The Hacker Skills Are Revealed. Host, have you just been subjected to a head-pat attack? Be quiet. Ji Linxiao's face flushed as he shook his head and hurried to catch up with Du Xiuqi's pace. It felt quite warm, being patted on the head by someone other than family for the first time. After completing a lap, the two returned to the villa, panting. After washing up, they sat at the dining table, awaiting Aunt Mao's breakfast. At that moment, Li Luoyang finally awoke, rubbing his eyes as he rushed down from upstairs. Second brother, have you seen Linxiao? I remember he was just in bed. Du Xiuqi looked at the disheveled Li Luoyang with disdain, noting the puffiness in his face, clearly indicating he had yet to freshen up. You look terrible. With that, he headed to the kitchen to check if breakfast was ready. Ji Linxiao stifled a laugh as he greeted Li Luoyang. Third brother, I've been awake for a while. As long as you are fine. What did you have for breakfast? I feel like I might starve to death. Li Luoyang, sporting a disheveled hairstyle, ambled over to the dining table, his nose twitching. How delightful. It seems to be the aroma of century egg and lean pork congee. Third brother, hurry up and freshen up. Breakfast is about to be served. Li Luoyang, with a look of sudden realization, dashed upstairs to wash up. As for the toiletries, they had been thoughtfully prepared for them the day before. Last night, after toiling endlessly with his younger brothers, he returned from a place where there was little to no signal. Upon emerging, he saw a message from Ji Linxiao and, disregarding his fatigue, urged Du Xiuqi to accompany him to find Ji Linxiao. The moment he confirmed Ji Linxiao was unharmed, his exhaustion overwhelmed him. He declined Butler Yan's kind offer of a room to rest, and merely splashed some water on his face before collapsing onto Ji Linxiao's bed. Upon awakening, he noticed the absence of the sizable figure beside him, startling him awake. He hurried down to search for him, forgetting to wash up in the process. As soon as Li Luoyang left, Du Xiuqi approached with freshly squeezed orange juice in hand. Ji Linxiao smirked slightly, pondering how much disdain second brother must have for third brother. At that moment, Aunt Mao wheeled in a cart laden with a steaming bowl of freshly prepared century egg and lean pork congee. It must be said that Li Luoyang had quite the keen nose. Despite just awakening and not fully opening his eyes, his sense of smell was impeccable. During breakfast, Ji Linxiao took the opportunity to explain to Li Luoyang the reasons behind his lack of response to messages and calls the previous day, along with details regarding the underground dealings with the white products. Li Luoyang initially intended to promise to take Ji Linxiao to apprehend the culprits, but suddenly remembered Du Xiuqi was present, and he swallowed his words. After finishing his meal, Du Xiuqi wiped his mouth and said, "I have already agreed. But you cannot take Linxiao directly to catch them. We need to find leads and evidence first. This is not the same as it used to be." Li Luoyang nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. After their meal, he took some snacks Aunt Mao had given him and returned with Du Xiuqi. Despite it being Sunday, when Ji Linxiao's company employees were typically off, the situation required special personnel. After lunch, Ji Linxiao contacted the Yi brothers, Yi Qinghu and Yi Chenglong, to meet at the base and prepare to commence work. At the base, the boss inquired if there was a new task at hand. It wouldn't involve tracking some young lady again, would it? Go on, what are you thinking? Even if I asked you to track someone, you wouldn't be capable of it. Ji Linxiao said, no longer indulging in jest. For the next few days, you need not concern yourselves with that female secretary. Wang Fujing has been tailing me daily, so there shouldn't be any major issues. Right now, I need you to track someone. Ji Linxiao retrieved his phone and showed a photo of Go Tofeng to Yi Qinghu, who examined it for a moment before returning the phone. Have you seen enough? Do you need me to send it to you? No need. I have already memorized his appearance. Ji Linxiao raised an eyebrow and reclaimed his phone, turning to Yi Chenglong. I need you to plant a tracker on your brother that is difficult to detect. A phone will suffice. I'll install my proprietary software that can shield against most devices' detection. And it can also provide real-time, signal-free location tracking. I have been wanting to create something like this. After taking that potion you provided last time, inspiration struck, and I pulled an all-nighter to develop it. What do you think? My potion is impressive, isn't it? Indeed, quite remarkable, Yi Chenglong replied. Ji Linxiao nodded at him. All right. We'll commence tonight. You'll have a busy few days ahead. No problem. I've been idle for too long and could use some activity. Yi Chenglong took charge of installing the software on Yi Qinghu's phone, while Ji Linxiao reached out to Du Xiuqi. Mere manpower was insufficient. They still needed to ascertain his residence. A straightforward method would involve asking Du Xiuqi, who worked in the government, to retrieve Go Tofeng's family information and check his real estate holdings as well as those of his family members. The Go couple and their family collectively owned 5 properties, including those belonging to himself, his parents, his wife's family, and his uncle and elder uncle's homes. Du Xiuqi sent Ji Linxiao the addresses and the phone number Go Tofeng was currently using. Remember to prioritize safety. If you encounter danger, retreat promptly. We are here, so you need not delve too deeply. Du Xiuqi was acutely aware of that group's temperament. White products were akin to their lifeblood. If Ji Linxiao sought to take their lives, they would surely not relent. If they became desperate, especially under the influence of their cravings, Ji Linxiao might find himself in peril, and even if he managed to escape, they would likely harbor resentment towards him. All right, I understand. I'll inform second brother as soon as I receive any news. Ji Linxiao handed his phone to Yi Chenglong, showing him the phone number that had been sent. Can we ascertain who he has been in contact with recently through this number? Yi Chenglong glanced at him, but did not accept the phone, instead turning back to type on his computer. The number is of no use. Such individuals are typically very cautious and would not use a registered number. Please send me the address you just obtained. I will check them one by one to see if I can spot him on nearby surveillance. Yi Chenglong's current skill level was already quite advanced, ranking among the best in the Dragon Kingdom, or so the system claimed, which Ji Linxiao unconditionally trusted. Utilizing street surveillance to review recent footage was a mere trifle for Yi Chenglong now. In the past, He might have had to engage in a battle of wits with security systems, but now, with a wealth of knowledge at his disposal and having nearly mastered the rules of such systems, he could easily navigate around potential pitfalls. Now, they only needed to wait for Yi Qinglong to identify Go Tafeng's whereabouts, after which Yi Qinghu could scout the location. As long as he could get within a 5-meter radius of Go Tafeng, his phone would automatically scan for the target's network usage, allowing them to trace and discover the phone number being used by the target. Zhi Linxiao was somewhat bewildered. He had purchased 2 hacking potions, and he had yet to use one. He had previously been contemplating whether to use it himself or give it to Qin Mianian. Just as he was about to make a decision, he was interrupted and had since forgotten about it. Chapter 64, The Cloak of Night. How long will it take? I am currently scanning. I am identifying individuals passing by based on the face in the photo. Zhi Linxiao understood that being anxious at this moment was futile, so he quietly sat to await the results. Dear, special offer on the task item, The Cloak of Night, which allows the wearer to become invisible for 4 hours as long as they remain unharmed, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. If the duration is less than 4 hours, it will still be counted as 4 hours. If harmed and interrupted, the cooldown will extend by 10 minutes. Usage count, unlimited. Drawback, can only be used after dark. Limited time price, 500,000 points. Zhi Linxiao felt an overwhelming urge to slap the system. How could it take advantage of a desperate situation like this? 500,000 points? Was it asking for his life? It seemed he only had about 5,000 points in total. No points available, and his life was at stake. A loan is available. Loan 1,000,000 points with an interest of 200,000. Repayment over 1 year at 100,000 per month. Limited time discount from the system. Only repay 90,000 each month. Don't miss this opportunity. Can't I just borrow 500,000? Dear, that is not permissible. This is a limited time loan package offer. Zhi Linxiao felt as though 1,000 head of grass mud horses were galloping through his mind, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. Fine, if you're presenting this tempting loan package. It seems you're encouraging me to take the plunge. The application for the favorable loan package has been successfully completed. Currently, the host's point balance will not be deducted, and deductions will automatically commence at the end of each month, using the host's points. In the event of a failed deduction, the host's body will serve as collateral. Deductions will begin next month. Please keep an eye on your point balance. Current points, 1,005,020. Body collateral? What does that entail? Insufficient permissions to disclose. But it is believed that the host would prefer not to know. Please do your best to repay. Given the system's assertion, it is likely something rather peculiar. Although Zhi Linxiao is curious, he would not risk his body. Boss, I've found him. Take a look and confirm if it's this person. Zhi Linxiao approached the computer, scrutinizing the man in the surveillance footage. His face was all too familiar. It was indeed him. I can confirm this address. Building 3, apartment 303, Blue Shield Community. I've already sent the location to my brother's phone. All right, I'm heading out immediately. Wait. Zhi Linxiao halted the eager Yi Qinghu. Knowing that conjuring a cloak out of thin air would likely attract unwanted attention, leading to capture for mysterious scientific experiments. Fortunately, during renovations, he had created a secret office accessible only to him. Let me fetch a prop for you. Standing at the office door, Zhi Linxiao activated the security mechanisms, facial recognition, iris scanning, fingerprint verification, and a full body scan before entering the office. This was a gift from the system when his secret base was newly established. The system had asked Zhi Linxiao, "Congratulations, host, on establishing your secret base. Every boss requires a personal space. Would you like to select a room for a complimentary security installation?" Who is this system? Such a miser. Opportunities to exploit the system are rare. And Zhi Linxiao did not hesitate to proceed with the installation. Xiaoming, you didn't mention how complicated this security system would be. You didn't ask, isn't this multi-layered protection? Can anyone else bypass this security system? Zhi Linxiao ceased his banter with the system and closed the door, ensuring the outside world remained oblivious. Xiaoming, I wish to purchase a cloak. Understood, host. The cloak has been issued from the space, deducting 500,000 points. Zhi Linxiao retrieved the cloak from the space. True to its name, it was black and seemed indistinguishable from ordinary cloaks sold outside. To avoid raising suspicion, he pretended to rummage through the room. Host, there is no need for theatrics. The cloak is inherently extraordinary. Is there a legitimate reason to produce this item? Host, believe in your persuasive abilities. Zhi Linxiao sighed, realizing he had no choice but to resort to some clever deception. Hoping the two brothers wouldn't mistake him for an extraterrestrial and report him to the authorities for bizarre biological experiments. After a while, Zhi Linxiao emerged from the room, clearing his throat to address the brothers. This cloak, akin to a potion, was developed by my associates. I call it the night cloak. It can conceal one's body during the night, functioning effectively for 4 hours. After 4 hours, a 30-minute cooldown is required before it can be reused. If revealed midway, another 30-minute wait is necessary, and if attacked, it will forcibly reveal the wearer, requiring a 40-minute cooldown before it can be utilized again. Do you understand? Yi Qinghu accepted the seemingly ordinary black cloak, which resembled a standard 500 mil cloak. Did it truly possess such miraculous properties? It sounds akin to game equipment. Ahem, well, it was inspired by gaming. Qi Linxiao chuckled. Try it on. Yi Qinghu reluctantly donned the cloak and, with a puzzled expression, asked Qi Linxiao, what do I do now? Qi Linxiao, equally perplexed, turned to the system for guidance. You are not observant. Did you not see the large black gemstone button on the cloak? The cloak was so dark that Qi Linxiao had overlooked the button at the neck. Press that button. Yi Qinghu, noticing the button thanks to Qi Linxiao's indication, pressed it gently, and in an instant, he faded from view like a phantom. Yi Qinglong leaped up in excitement. Bro, you've truly vanished. Yi Qinghu, feeling frustrated, removed the cloak's hood, reappearing before the two. You haven't disappeared at all. Apologies, I was just overly excited, heh. Although Yi Qinghu could not see himself, his brother's reaction confirmed that he had indeed become invisible. He donned the hood once more and pressed the gemstone button again. Don't press it. It's still cooling down. I just wanted to test it. Yi Qinghu chuckled, pulling down the hood, noticing the countdown on the gemstone showing 29 minutes. Specifically, only the wearer of the cloak could see this countdown. This cloak will serve you well for tracking purposes, but it can only be used after dark. Your successful use indicates that it is now considered night. Qi Linxiao, observing the darkening sky, informed Yi Qinghu that they had been occupied for an entire afternoon, and it was now 6:58 p.m. Congratulations, host, for uncovering a blind spot. Reward points, 500. Unlocking the night cloak usage guide, 1. The gemstone button has a brightness indicator. When brightness falls below 60, it can be used. Above 60, the wearer will be revealed. Is this cloak really so inadequate? Can it even be called a night cloak? Well, why not? Qi Linxiao felt exasperated, yet the usage method was at least a sliver of good news. They would likely avoid making trades in overly illuminated environments. Chapter 65, Departure. Yi Qinghu, do you see anything on the gemstone? Let me check. There's a countdown, likely indicating cooldown time, next to a small moon showing 54. As the sky continued to darken, the group remained engrossed in studying the cloak, neglecting to turn on the lights, resulting in dim lighting. Qi Linxiao approached the wall and switched on the lights. What about now? It's a small sun, showing 87. This cloak operates based on light sensitivity. When the number is below 60, it can be used. Above 60, it will reveal the wearer or be unusable. What happens if a dim environment suddenly becomes bright? How much time remains on your countdown? A few minutes. Then let us wait for the countdown to finish and experience it for ourselves. Moments later, as the countdown ended, Qi Linxiao extinguished all the lights in the room again. Yi Qinghu pressed the gemstone button, disappearing once more. After a few seconds, Qi Linxiao illuminated the room, revealing it to be bright, yet Yi Qinghu was still absent. What is happening? Yi Qinghu, still donning the cloak, continued conversing with Qi Linxiao while remaining in his invisible state. There's a countdown. I plan to act once it ends. After a while, Yi Qinghu reappeared in the room. I think I understand. When the light exceeds 60, there is a 2-minute grace period before revealing the wearer, and the cooldown period increases to 40 minutes. Congratulations, host, on discovering a blind spot unlocking the guide for the night cloak. 2. When brightness exceeds 60, forced visibility will occur, with a grace period of 2 minutes. However, if a location with brightness below 60 is found during this time, forced visibility will not occur. After the limit is reached, interruptions will be handled as if under attack, with a cooldown duration of 40 minutes. Alright. Remember to keep an eye on the information displayed on the gem while tracking. If the brightness exceeds 60, seek immediate refuge, preferably in a dimmer location to halt the countdown. Yi Qinghu nodded, removing the cloak and storing it in his magical carrying pouch, which was quite extraordinary. Despite its capacity to hold numerous items, it appeared deceptively empty due to Yi Qinghu's meticulous organization. You all endure a bit these next few days. Once this matter concludes, I shall treat you to a sumptuous meal. No worries, boss. Even without a feast, we shall work diligently. Qi Linxiao reassuringly patted Yi Qinghu on the shoulder, offering further reminders. If something arises, do not rush in recklessly. Contact me at once. Qi Linxiao felt confident in trusting the mission to them, especially after the system had just informed him that the loyalty of the three brothers had risen. Congratulations, host, on completing the talent acquisition task for 10. Current loyalty levels: Yi Qinghu, 81, Yi Qinglong, 80, Yi Chengxi, 82. Please continue your efforts to unearth and harness talent for your own use. 80. Finally reaching 80. The efforts of these past days bore fruit. Although Ji Linxiao had not done much, aside from risking his life to save his brother and enduring their mother's incessant nagging, he had successfully elevated their loyalty to 80. This meant he could largely trust them with his back. Yi Qinghu was now heading to the Blue Shield home, planning to stake out a nearby hotel that allowed for direct observation of the Guodafeng residence. Yi Qinglong had already arranged the optimal observation point, where a telescope could easily survey the Guodafeng balcony. I'm off. Once Yi Qinghu departed, only Ji Linxiao and Yi Qinglong remained at the base. To better monitor progress, he decided to stay with Yi Qinglong that night for shift observations, conducting dual surveillance through direct monitoring. Ultimately, Ji Linxiao resolved to visit the office and request the system grant him advanced hacking skills. Without these, it was highly likely he would struggle to comprehend the data system Yi Qinglong was manipulating. With a more comprehensive understanding, he hoped to assist after hearing Yi Qinglong's explanations. Tell me how this works. You've been glued to the computer for so long, it's bad for your health. We should take turns, and once we have more assistance, this won't be so arduous. Yi Qinglong glanced at him, uncertain if Ji Linxiao could grasp his programming, yet feeling an inexplicable trust in his boss. He proceeded to demonstrate the operations of his program step by step. During their exchange, they received a message from Yi Qinghu. What is going on? Is there a situation? You startled me. Nothing, just testing. Continue on your way. The call was terminated, and Yi Qinghu felt as if he were being treated like a test subject. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Did you understand? I think I got the gist. Ji Linxiao attempted a trial run, and Yi Qinglong looked on in astonishment. The speed at which Ji Linxiao grasped the concepts was surprising yet somewhat expected, given his remarkable abilities. Thus, they proceeded to collaborate. Yi Qinghu exclaimed, I am not a test subject. Upon arriving at the location, Yi Qinghu entered the room and turned off all the lights. Utilizing the detection device Yi Qinglong had provided, he scanned the room for hidden cameras, as many small hotels often resort to such sneaky tactics. Indeed, as Yi Qinghu anticipated, he discovered 2 cameras. Activating the signal jammer he had used during his military service, he scanned once more, and the signals vanished. Can you hear me? Yes, what's up? I just tested for hidden cameras and found 2. I've just installed the jammer to see if your program will also be affected. Bro, do you really not trust my skills? I do. Chill. I'm about to start working. Yi Qinghu hastily cut off the call, eager to avoid his brother's nagging. At the base, Yi Qinglong grumbled angrily about Yi Qinghu. That old brother of mine. He never believes in my skills. Ji Linxiao, however, found the signal jammer quite intriguing. If such a device existed, perhaps the system would be unnecessary, considering every point earned was hard-won. How does that jammer work? It was issued to our team by the Special Forces and kept as a memento after retirement. It requires a power source to operate. Are there any that don't need to be plugged in? Ones that can be controlled by a phone? I can see if I can develop such a program. Suddenly, Ji Linxiao had an epiphany. After all, he had utilized talent potions himself, so why couldn't he create one? You keep an eye on the monitors. I'll try it myself. With that, he settled down and opened his computer, embarking on his grand creation. The system internally lamented, "Cursed be this. I've lost another opportunity to earn points." Chapter 66. Unexpected Developments. The night had deepened, reaching 11 o'clock. He shouldn't be coming out tonight, right? Not necessarily. Let us wait and see. Sure enough, as Ji Linxiao had predicted, there was no movement until 3 in the morning the following day. Everyone had rested. Yi Qinghu sent word from the front lines that the lights in the Guodafeng residence had gone out at midnight and remained quiet since. Most likely, they were truly asleep tonight. As for who was monitoring Guodafeng while the others rested, that would, of course, be the sophisticated machinery. Yi Qinglong had set a command such that if Guodafeng appeared on camera, the program would trigger an alarm and simultaneously vibrate Yi Qinghu's phone. While Yi Qinghu rested, his phone was kept close, ensuring he would awaken at the slightest disturbance. At 7 in the morning, Ji Linxiao, sporting dark circles under his eyes, ventured downstairs to fetch breakfast. Yi Qinghu and Yi Qinglong were already awake, continuing their surveillance. Ji Linxiao had not forgotten about Yi Qinghu, ordering takeout to deliver to his hotel room so he could eat while watching. By the time Ji Linxiao returned to the base, Yi Qinglong was already at the computer, engaged in operation. What is the situation? The target has left the house. I'm locating him via the surveillance cameras and making preliminary assessments on his likely destination. Our older brother has already set out in pursuit. Previously, Ji Linxiao had provided the brothers with funds to purchase vehicles for mobility in executing their tasks. Yi Qinghu, wishing to remain inconspicuous, had chosen a common vehicle, and at that moment, he was skillfully utilizing the knowledge from the potions Ji Linxiao provided, calmly trailing Guodafeng while maintaining a safe distance, ensuring he blended in with the many similar cars on the road. thus avoiding raising any suspicions. From afar, the license plates were obscured, but with Yi Qinglong monitoring via the cameras, he had no fear of losing track. The vehicle entered an estate, and realizing he could not follow any further, Yi Qinghu parked at a nearby location, waiting for Yi Qinglong to find a breach to penetrate the premises. Yi Qinglong was diligently working to bypass the estate's surveillance to observe the grounds, and while he was striving to break through, Ji Linxiao noted the location displayed, Gray Rainland Manor. He dialed Du Xiuqi. Linxiao? Early in the morning, was there an issue that prompted your call to me? Who resides within the Gray Rain Manor? After a few moments of silence on the other end, the voice finally spoke again. Linxiao, it would be prudent for you to refrain from further involvement in this matter. Second brother, my people are already on their way. There was another pause before a sigh escaped from the other line. Sigh, you shouldn't be so reckless. This situation is entangled with too many complexities. Du Xiuqi found himself in a quandary, but ultimately decided to inform Ji Linxiao, as Ji Linxiao's associates were already entrenched in the situation. If anything were to go awry, would Ji Linxiao be exposed? This matter required an expedient resolution. The Gray Rain Manor belonged to the Tang family in Peace City, serving as their winery in N City, where many esteemed wines were sourced, not just for N City, but also for various manufacturers. To disrupt this would affect numerous influential figures, especially considering that a week prior, a group of foreigners from America had arrived at the winery, making any rash actions inadvisable. Ji Linxiao fell silent, unprepared for the multitude of complications that had arisen. If he acted impulsively, could it compromise his second brother or the N City government? A flicker of regret washed over Ji Linxiao, not hearing a response from him. Du Xiuqi continued, since you have already taken action, I understand your motivations are not solely self-serving, but also stem from good intentions. Eliminating the white goods is commendable. Proceed with confidence, and I will ensure immediate support. Ji Linxiao felt a surge of gratitude, though he recognized that Du Xiuqi was merely offering him reassurance. If trouble ensued, it would likely be Du Xiuqi who bore the brunt of the consequences. Thank you, second brother, Ji Linxiao replied before hanging up. He needed to re-evaluate his strategy. A forceful approach was certainly unwise. Should any misfortune arise, upsetting powerful figures or facing retaliatory actions from the Americans would be dire. At Yi Qinglong's location, all surveillance feeds had been activated, 6 monitors aglow with dozens of camera feeds. Boss, what's troubling you? Have some good news. The surveillance is all set up. Ji Linxiao relayed the recent developments to Yi Qinglong, who frowned deeply upon hearing them. This is troublesome, overly complicated. I had assumed it was merely a minor operation against white goods, but it involves so much more. Should we still proceed? Ji Linxiao hesitated slightly. Boss, I have an idea. Ji Linxiao looked at him quizzically. Do share. Weren't we 3 brothers once in the special forces? Among my comrades, there's one from the Yin family in the capital. None of us knew his true identity until he drunkenly revealed it during a night out with my brother. He has since asked us to keep it under wraps, not wishing to be treated differently. The Yin family in the capital? That name sounds familiar. Wait, is it the Yin family I'm thinking of? Yi Qinglong nodded. Is there a chance we could enlist their assistance? I can certainly try. He is a patriotic and passionate young man, who harbors a strong disdain for white goods. I suspect these white goods may very well be linked to the Americans. Ji Linxiao nodded. If they could secure the Yin family's aid, it would be immensely beneficial. He was unsure which powerful figures were currently conducting business with the Tang family. And not merely in terms of liquor, lacking a formidable backing would be detrimental. Relying solely on Zheng Yongyan and his associates would not suffice. Then please reach out and see what you can find. Yi Qinglong nodded and moved aside to make a call. Detected host's thoughts. Congratulations on activating the mission. Dismantle the white goods distribution point in N City. Mission details. Infiltrate and apprehend Tang Yueding, 01. Expel the Americans, 01. Mission deadline, 1 month. Mission reward, a mysterious high-level treasure chest. A mysterious high-level treasure chest? What distinguishes it from other treasure chests? Treasure chests are categorized into 6 levels: bronze, silver, gold, diamond, emerald, and star soul. High-level chests guarantee an outcome of diamond level or above, while ordinary chests start at bronze, with a maximum of diamond. Intermediate chests commence at silver, with a peak of emerald. Ji Linxiao understood. Only high-level chests could yield star soul level items. Since the system had already issued a mission, even if the Yin family did not assist, he must find a way to fulfill this task, not only for revenge or treasure, but also for his brothers. This mission must succeed. It must. Chapter 67. Yin Jingyao. Boss, the other party has agreed to help and will arrive by plane in the next few days. We need to maintain the situation and gather as much evidence as possible. Excellent. The Yin family holds significant status, being a military family in the capital, known for producing great generals, all of whom are patriotic warriors. The daughters of the Yin family are equally formidable. Their influence extends throughout the capital and even the entire Dragon Nation. It is said that among 5 generals capable of commanding armies, one may very well bear the surname Yin. The state has authorized the Yin family to maintain private troops who can assist in quelling domestic unrest when necessary. The illicit sale of white goods is already a crime, and if this involves Americans, one could even classify the Tang family as spies. The patriotic Yin family is unlikely to stand idly by. Very well, then quickly investigate any potential points of entry. We need to find a way for Yi Qinghu to gather evidence. Remind him to keep his phone's flash off. Yi Qinglong rolled his eyes at Ji Linshao. Come on. My brother has been a scout for so many years. He wouldn't forget that. Both Ji Linshao and Yi Qinglong began searching for a breakthrough into the manor, seeking areas that would allow them to enter undetected, preferably in dimly lit environments. Suddenly, Yi Qinglong recalled something. Boss, does this cloak conceal body heat? Ji Linshao was momentarily taken aback and quickly called upon the system. Xiaoming, I'm asking you. Indeed, the system's products are of the highest quality. Wearing the cloak will prevent detection by cameras. However, it is not waterproof. Any colored substances spilled on it will leave a residue. Ji Linshao relayed this information to Yi Qinghu, cautioning him to avoid paint or any colored liquids, lest a colorful object floating in the air attract unwanted attention. By the way, Xiaoming, can one remain concealed while submerged in water? Not for now, dear. Ji Linshao noted the word temporarily. Did that imply future capabilities? Just 1 million points will upgrade the cloak to become waterproof and fireproof, though it won't protect against paint. While it cannot be ignited, it can withstand fire as long as it is wrapped securely. It can also maintain invisibility in water. Currently, it's on sale for just 990,000 points. Ji Linshao felt a pang of embarrassment. Perhaps it was best to forego that option. The points he owed were already daunting enough, let alone an additional 990,000. He suddenly wondered if he had inadvertently severed a source of income for the system, prompting this retaliation. Surely, a mere system wouldn't harbor such cunning motives, would it? The Yin family in the capital. After hanging up, Yin Jinyao's brow remained furrowed for an extended period. In light of the nation's rigorous crackdown on the sale of white goods, how could there still be any remaining? As the country's leading supportive family, it was troubling to remain uninformed, especially when a former comrade was the first to uncover it. He approached his father's study and knocked on the door. Come in. Upon entering the study, Yin Jinyao suddenly felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him as he found himself the focal point of attention from his father, his uncles, and his younger uncle. After exchanging greetings with each of them, his father initiated the conversation. Jinyao, is there something on your mind? Well, actually, Yin Jinyao began, recounting the recent phone call that had stirred concern among the elders. As they listened, their brows furrowed in contemplation. Had they truly grown old? Had their sources of information grown stale? It was disconcerting that matters of such significance had to be relayed by a younger generation. The younger members of the family were unaware of the government's decisions. Only their uncles possessed that knowledge. The Dragon Kingdom's government had entrusted the Yin family with tackling the domestic drug trade several years prior, and his uncles had been diligently working to eradicate the illicit trade. The phenomenon of drug trafficking had nearly been extinguished, though they were still on the lookout for any remaining discrepancies. How clever it is to use a winery as a cover, one uncle remarked. It truly caught me off guard. The Tang family's winemaking has been established for many years, and I never anticipated they would falter at this juncture. After some deliberation, the uncles reached a consensus. Jinyao, since this matter has come to your attention, you shall take responsibility for it. Me? He exclaimed, taken aback. Indeed, are you not a member of the Yin family? It is high time for the younger generation to take charge of the family legacy. I have faith in you, his father asserted. Yin Jinyao felt a sense of disorientation. He had only recently returned from his service in the military and was still unfamiliar with the family's affairs. Surely, his siblings would excel far beyond him in this regard. The Yin family was a remarkable lineage, having been loyal to the Dragon Kingdom for generations. Regardless of the current leadership, their unwavering commitment was to protect the nation. Consequently, the bonds among siblings were strong, and only the most capable individuals were chosen to lead, devoid of personal ambitions. This principle had been upheld by their ancestors, and it was imperative for future generations as well. Even their spouses were expected to exhibit understanding and generosity. From a young age, they were instilled with the belief that meritocracy prevailed, fostering humility without complacency, which contributed to their harmonious relationships. They believed each child should have the opportunity to showcase their abilities before selecting a family leader. Yin Jinyao, having recently returned, had not yet had the chance to demonstrate his potential, and this situation presented a significant opportunity for him to prove his mettle. Father, I have just returned and know very little. I, his elder uncle, feigned anger, interjecting, Jinyao, You must always remember you are a member of the Yin family. Since you discovered this matter, it is your duty to resolve it. Will you rely on others when the nation is in peril? Embarrassed, Yin Jingyao promised to excel and swiftly exited. After his departure, the uncles resumed their discussion in the study. Jingyao is always like this. He may struggle to achieve greatness. Moon is certainly the most accomplished among the children. Indeed, if Jingyao falters in this endeavor, we may need to enlist Moon's assistance. They contemplated. Unbeknownst to Yin Jingyao, his uncles were deliberating his capabilities while he focused intently on packing his belongings to hasten his journey to City Yin. The sooner he could eradicate this malignant issue, the sooner he could reunite with his close friends, all while escaping his father's incessant lectures. It was a trifecta of benefits. Why not seize the opportunity? As he pondered this, a grin crept across Yin Jinyao's face. City Yin, here I come. Chapter 68. Infiltrating the manor. Yi Chenglong, utilizing the surveillance data, sketched a rough outline of the manor's layout, marking the areas covered by the cameras and identifying a potential point of entry. Brother, there's a convenient entry point, he announced. Spit it out. No time for dilly-dallying. Yi Chenglong studied the diagram, swallowing hard. About 30 meters from the rear of your vehicle, there's a small river. From the drainage outlet by the riverbank, well, that's the sewer. It leads to the underground parking garage of the manor. The sewer? Yi Chenghu frowned, but kept his thoughts to himself. He had braved worse during missions in the past. All right, I'll check it out. Just remember to keep your phone in a waterproof pouch in case it falls in. Yi Chenglong advised. I know. Following the instructions, Yi Chenghu located the drainage outlet, securing his phone in a waterproof pouch. He had already donned waterproof shoes to minimize noise. And equipped with a black mask and communication headset, he slipped on a pair of latex gloves, fully prepared for the descent. The sewer was dank, an unpleasant odor assaulting his senses. Thankfully, the mask offered some respite from the stench, as well as protection from airborne bacteria. The darkness enveloped him. And after confirming the signal with Yi Chenglong, he donned the thermal night vision goggles he had salvaged from his military days and cautiously advanced. Due to the near-complete absence of light, the occasional dim bulb seemed like a beacon in the gloom, disorienting him as he lost track of time, counting his steps instead. Stop. Brother, you need to halt here. This opening is the closest to the underground garage door. Once you ascend from here, stay hidden among the flora and enter the garage. As long as the lighting is suitable, you can blend in. There's only one camera that captures the garage entrance, and I cannot guarantee whether anyone is monitoring it closely, so you must proceed with utmost speed. Is anyone nearby? Not at the moment. All right, I'm on my way. Yi Chenghu had intended to activate his cloaking mode before emerging from the sewer, but given the limited buffer time of 2 minutes, he had to prioritize his ascent and replace the manhole cover. He knew that the cooling period for his cloak would take half an hour. Therefore, he would have to activate it once he was within the garage, draped in his cloak and poised to press the gem button to activate invisibility. He climbed the iron ladder and slowly moved the heavy manhole cover aside, just as he was about to survey the surroundings for any signs of life. Yi Chenglong's voice crackled through his earpiece. Hurry, hurry. There's no one around, and the surveillance can't see your position. Be swift. Yi Chenghu scrambled up, gently replacing the manhole cover and assessing the distance to the underground garage. Taking a deep breath, he burst forth. At that moment, Yi Chenglong began his own operations, locating the cameras that could capture Yi Chenghu's movements and erasing the footage. Yi Chenghu dashed into the underground garage, keeping a vigilant eye on the gem's display. If it dropped below 60, he would activate his cloaking mode. The dim lighting within the garage meant that even near the lights, the reading barely reached 70, allowing him to maintain a safe margin as he navigated through the shadows. Following Yi Chenglong's guidance, he discovered a ventilation duct that appeared just large enough for him to crawl through, hoping it wouldn't damage his cloak. Ji Linxiao observed the surveillance footage with a puzzled expression. If you can become invisible, why crawl through the duct? Just in case, Yi Chenghu replied. There are many places in this manor with fingerprint recognition systems, making entry difficult. The duct is the best option, plus I can take photos and install recording devices. Ji Linxiao opted to withhold further comments, acknowledging that Yi Chenghu was the expert. Yi Chenghu began to crawl through the duct, but soon encountered a dilemma. He couldn't turn around to close the lid. Keep moving. We're monitoring the surveillance. If anyone approaches, be prepared to change your route. Yi Chenghu understood, quickening his pace. The best case scenario was to retrace his steps, but if detected, the enemy would surely become alert, necessitating their preparedness. Thus, even if the Yin family arrived, they might not catch him off guard. Yi Chenghu, after a winding journey, finally ascended to a room inhabited by people. Peering through the cracks, he observed several individuals reveling within, their expressions tinged with a hint of madness. He swiftly extracted his mobile phone to capture a few photographs and simultaneously affixed a recording surveillance device within the ventilation shaft. This surveillance directly linked to the base's computer, allowing for real-time video and audio transmission, the latter of which induced a modicum of embarrassment, prompting Ji Linxiao to hastily mute the sound. After climbing for over an hour, Yi Qinghu successfully installed 5 surveillance devices and witnessed Gao Dafeng retrieving goods. Having documented the event and set up additional monitoring, he retraced his steps. Fortunately, there were no patrols in the underground garage. Otherwise, his location would surely have been compromised. Yi Qinghu emerged from the duct, secured the cover, and stealthily approached the entrance. Suddenly, he spotted Gao Dafeng exiting with a package in his arms, compelling him to instinctively conceal himself behind a pillar for a better view. Wait, I'm invisible now. Yi Qinghu quickly followed, maintaining a cautious distance to avoid alerting Gao Dafeng to his presence. Although his soft-soled shoes were designed to minimize noise, the acoustics of the underground garage made it challenging to remain silent. Thus, keeping some distance was prudent. Stealthily trailing behind, he gingerly retrieved a tracker from his bag. Upon reaching Gao Dafeng's vehicle, he adeptly adhered the tracker to a less conspicuous spot on the car, oblivious to the pursuit. Gao Dafeng affectionately kissed the package he had brought out before humming a tune as he drove away. Yi Qinghu deemed his task halfway complete and hurried back to the location he had previously exited, retracing his steps to his vehicle. Phew, I'm exhausted. Xiaolong, can you see where the other car is heading? Still checking. It's still moving. I'll let you know when it stops. Yi Qinghu felt no urgency. With the tracker, he could pinpoint Gao Dafeng's location regardless of where he ventured, barring any keen observation on Gao Dafeng's part, which was unlikely. The tracker had been placed in a relatively concealed position, and for added security, he had affixed 2. One was positioned at the bottom of the car, nearly invisible from the front, while the other was attached to the inner edge of the rear door handle, making it improbable for an average person to encounter it unless they were particularly astute. Seated in the car, Yi Qinghu began to remove his gear, preparing to find a place to dine, as tracking was indeed a labor-intensive endeavor. Chapter 69, Close Surveillance. Yi Qinglong continuously monitored the small red dot on the tracker, scrutinizing the corresponding location while simultaneously retrieving nearby surveillance footage. The moment Gao Dafeng parked, it would be documented. This guy has returned home. He probably hasn't arrived at the time of the transaction yet. Ji Linxiao leaned in to observe the surveillance, noting Gao Dafeng exiting his vehicle and carrying items back into his residence. Keep watching. A transaction must occur eventually. At that moment, Yi Qingxi arrived. Initially, he had no plans for the day, but Ji Linxiao urged him to rest at home. However, he was restless, wishing to see if he could be of assistance. Finding none, he decided to engage in some training. Ji Linxiao welcomed his presence, as they could accompany each other and take turns monitoring the footage. Over time, Ji Linxiao's program had taken shape, and he intended to head downstairs to test it. Upon entering the office, he found Wang Fujing seated on the right sofa, while Wei Shuaman occupied the left chair. They appeared to be engaged in a silent dialogue. As Ji Linxiao entered, Wei Shuaman promptly approached him, exclaiming, "Mr. Ji, Manager Qian asked me to deliver these documents to you." Ji Linxiao, puzzled, accepted the file, inquiring, "Where's Nanguo?" Wei Shuaman hesitated for a moment before recollecting. "Oh, Manager Qian had an errand to run, so he entrusted me with this." Ji Linxiao nodded, refraining from further questions as he focused on the document. Wei Shuaman subtly tilted her head to adjust her hair, exposing her neck and collarbone, hoping to catch Ji Linxiao's inadvertent gaze. Wang Fujing found the scene amusing, but then reflected that many young women had similarly sought to allure Ji Linxiao in the past. With such graceful curves and captivating collarbones, who wouldn't he be enchanted? From Wang Fujing's observations over the past few days, it was evident that Ji Linxiao was a pure-hearted young man. Despite Ji Linxiao's cold demeanor towards Wei Shuaman, careful observation revealed a hint of tension in his expression whenever she displayed her feminine charms, and after her departure, a faint blush lingered on his cheeks. As a champion of justice and a savior for Ji Linxiao's company, Wang Fujing resolutely positioned himself between Wei Shuaman and Ji Linxiao. While not as tall as Ji Linxiao, he effectively shielded the latter from view. When Ji Linxiao noticed Wang Fujing encroaching upon him, he frowned. "What are you doing? Getting so close?" "Oh, the sun is particularly harsh today. I feared it might dazzle your eyes and wanted to block some sunlight for you." Ji Linxiao, perplexed, glanced outside at the overcast sky before looking back at Wang Fujing, instinctively shifting a few steps aside. Wang Fujing, witnessing this motion, felt a surge of irritation but quickly reminded himself that he was protecting his future salary, thus refraining from confronting Ji Linxiao. Perhaps, when he recognized his own actions, it might even lead to a pay raise. Poor Wang Fujing was consumed with thoughts of his salary. His father had frozen all his accounts, purchasing him a modest apartment of just over 100 square meters not far from the company. While this may seem reasonable to an average person, for someone like Wang Fujing, who had grown up in a lavish villa, it felt like a nightmare. Moreover, His stern father had warned his friends not to lend him money, as anyone who did would be at odds with the Wang family. Initially, Wang Fujing had harbored hope for his circle of friends, but after spending most of his money on the first day, he soon discovered their true colors. No money? What fun can we have? Everyone only befriended you because you were the easy mark. Without money, who would pay you any attention? Wang Fujing, accustomed to the indulgence of his family, had developed a rather arrogant disposition and truly possessed no genuine friends, only acquaintances who sought to benefit from him. Consequently, Wang Fujing was particularly anxious about any potential troubles at Ji Linxiao's company, fearing he would lose his salary. He even pondered whether it might be possible for Ji Linxiao to reconsider and ensure his salary was disbursed this month. Wang's father had his own reasons for this tough love. Wang Fujing had been spoiled since childhood, lacking any commendable traits beyond indulgence. His father insisted that he needed to experience hardship to foster change, lest he fall victim to the age-old adage that wealth does not last beyond the second generation. After their passing, would Wang Fujing, incapable of managing the company or securing a job, continue to rely on his two elder sisters for survival? After reviewing the report and signing it, Ji Linxiao handed it to Wei Shuaman, instructing her to deliver it to Qiancanan. Upon her exit, he declared that no one should enter without his express permission. Once Wei Shuaman departed, he intended to commence testing his program. Wang Fujing, do you have any hidden cameras? What do you need those for? Are you thinking of? Ji Linxiao stared at Wang Fujing, bewildered, realizing he had misunderstood. He quickly cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Ahem, I can help you find someone to purchase them, but you'll need to pay me. I'll reimburse you once you bring them back. Securing Ji Linxiao's promise, Wang Fujing hastily made a call outside, shortly returning with the items in hand. Here, take this. What do you need it for? After receiving the items, Ji Linxiao began the installation process in accordance with the instruction manual. He intended to conduct an experiment and, simultaneously, set up a safeguard against potential theft. Once both cameras were successfully installed and connected to the computer, he initiated the program he had developed on his phone, detected the signal source, and began the process of shielding it. At that moment, Ji Linxiao glanced back at the computer screen, which was filled with static. Indeed, the shielding mechanism proved effective, preventing the system from deceiving him into losing points. Congratulations, host, for developing a new program. You have been awarded 1,000 points, which have been automatically deducted and linked to the system. Ji Linxiao exclaimed. You greedy system, give me back my points. I do not require this connection. Oh, but dear host, do you truly believe you would have had time to launch the program on your phone in such a scenario? Certainly not. By linking the program with me, you need only a single thought to initiate the shielding. Ji Linxiao pondered this logic. Yet he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Regardless, he considered the matter resolved. If a recording incident were to occur, he would have no fear. As for the trap, Wang Fujing, from this moment forth, you are to remain by my side 24/7. What? You expect me to accompany you even to the restroom? What I mean is, you are to stay close to me at all times, and you will spend the night at my residence. Consider it an additional salary. Will you accept? Absolutely. I will do it. It would be foolish not to seize the opportunity for money. He could rent out his own house for extra income, allowing him to continue his extravagant lifestyle. Very well, then let it commence from this moment. Thus, the trap should pose no problem, as Wang Fujing had seen much of the world and should be able to preemptively thwart any threats. Chapter 70. Do you wish to remain a parasite forever? At the Ji household, Ji Linxiao and Wang Fujing sat at the dining table, enjoying their meal. The chef is quite good. The culinary skills are commendable, Ji Linxiao remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him. If you don't want to eat, you may leave. I will be traveling out of town in a few days. Would you like to accompany me? What? Is there a salary for this? Ji Linxiao observed him as he eagerly shoveled food into his mouth, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yes, then I will go. In that case, please inform your father beforehand. The destination remains undecided, so let us treat it as a leisurely trip. You truly enjoy being a boss, don't you? You delegate all the work to Qiancanan while you gallivant around. After all, that is his forte. By the way, you won't be bringing along that female secretary, will you? What do you think? Would I invite her just to vex you? Wang Fujing resumed his meal, ignoring him. Suddenly, halfway through, he realized, you asking me to stay close to you wouldn't be to guard against that female secretary, would it? Ah, you finally caught on. Heh, I am quite clever. What do you mean by catching on? Ji Linxiao smiled silently, continuing to eat, disregarding Wang Fujing's boasting. His thoughts were consumed with how to swiftly uncover the intentions of this female secretary, seize her weaknesses, and dismiss her. At the base, second brother. Wake up quickly, the target has emerged. Yi Qinglong had barely rested when he was roused by Yi Changxi. He glanced at the monitor and saw the target had appeared, hastily signaling his elder brother. Stop shaking, I am awake and can see. Be cautious and follow closely. I will guide you just as I did this morning. Understood. It was now 8 in the evening, and, as Ji Linxiao had surmised, the trade would not occur in well-lit areas. They aimed to avoid being seen. As it was not a matter meant for the light of day, after winding their way to a nightclub and city inn, they observed Go Tafu presenting what appeared to be an identification document before entering. Brother, don't rush in just yet. Let me see if I can manipulate the internal surveillance. Yi Qinghu also exited the vehicle, purchasing items from a 24-hour convenience store adjacent to the nightclub. He had previously noted that, despite the illuminated signage outside, the brightness level remained below 60, allowing for the use of a cloak. Brother, there's an issue. The target has descended. But I discovered that the entire nightclub only has surveillance above, none below. No worries, just tell me the quickest way down. I will handle the rest. All right. After leaving the convenience store, Yi Qinghu turned into a nearby alley, where anyone present would surely notice the recent arrival vanish into thin air. Cloaked. Yi Qinghu entered the nightclub. Compared to the dimness outside, the interior was quite bright, and as he stepped in, the brightness level surged above 60. Reluctantly, Yi Qinghu had to time his movements. With only 30 seconds remaining, he sought out a shadowy corner or an unoccupied room to conceal himself. The 1.5-minute window for movement, combined with the need to avoid passers-by, greatly impeded Yi Qinghu's progress. Following Yi Qinglong's directives, he arrived before an elevator, a crucial juncture. Yi Qinglong could hack the program to open the elevator doors and erase the surveillance, but if someone were stationed at the elevator exit below, it would certainly raise suspicion. Brother, what should I do? Don't rush, just wait a moment. Fortunately, luck was on their side. A server soon entered the elevator with a tray of drinks, and Yi Qinghu seized the opportunity to slip inside. The current brightness level was 67. Yi Qinghu frowned, but the elevator doors soon opened, revealing a relatively dim environment outside. He dashed out, seeking the darkest spot available. The brightness level now stood at 34. Glancing back, he saw 2 burly men stationed at the elevator entrance, verifying the server's identity. Yi Qinghu followed closely behind the server to a room's entrance. As the door swung open, he spotted several men seated inside, including Go Tafu. A few bunny girls danced nearby, and before them lay a vast floor-to-ceiling window. Yi Qinghu strained to glimpse outside, but the brightness within was overwhelming, forcing him to retreat quickly. He hastily attached the surveillance device to the wall by a mural, ensuring it would not be easily detected, and then swiftly exited. Just as the server set down the drinks and stepped outside, Yi Qinghu quietly inquired, "Can the surveillance connect?" "Yes." Once he confirmed the connection, he followed closely behind the server. Though he was intensely curious about the view outside, he prudently chose to exit quickly, fearing that if no one returned shortly, it would spell disaster. With the surveillance linked, the 2 brothers stared intently at the screen, prepared to document the moment they procured the white goods. Suddenly, Yi Qinglong noticed something outside. Upon magnifying the view, both brothers furrowed their brows in unison, for the sight beyond the window was unsettling. He immediately contacted Ji Linxiao to relay this information. "Wang Fujing, have you heard of underground boxing?" "I have. My father mentioned that many years ago. It was rampant throughout Long Country, but it was later reformed significantly. Does your family have any ties to the Tang family?" "Tang family? I am unsure. Let me make a call to inquire." Ji Linxiao hesitated, uncertain whether to involve Wang Fujing's family, but if he intended for Wang Fujing to remain by his side indefinitely, certain matters would inevitably come to light. "I asked. My father said that a distiller from the Tang family has no connections to ours. They previously attempted to bribe my father with wine, but were scolded for their efforts." Ji Linxiao nodded, having at least confirmed that the Wang family was not among them. "Isn't the Tang family rather well off? Why does your family look down on them?" Wang Fujing, intrigued by Ji Linxiao's inquiry, draped his arm over Ji Linxiao's shoulder and began to expound at length, summarizing his points into 3 key aspects. 1. The Wang family has a rich ancestral heritage. 2. The Wang family relocated from the capital to retire here. 3. The Wang family possesses extensive connections, reaching from the capital to rural towns. Ji Linxiao began to understand why. Despite being young masters in N City, everyone indulged Wang Fujing as their leader. Unfortunately, now that his group of friends noticed Wang Fujing's family had ceased to provide him with funds, they assumed he had been abandoned. "All right, Wang Fujing. I must speak to you with utmost seriousness," Ji Linxiao stated. "Do you wish for your father to regard you with newfound respect, rather than as the Wang family's prodigal son in the eyes of others?" Wang Fujing paused, seemingly never having considered such a notion. Having been spoiled by his parents, he had always believed that his father's refusal to give him money this time was merely a consequence of offending what he perceived to be a future elite, and that a little flattery would suffice to regain his financial support. Observing Wang Fujing's silence, Ji Linxiao felt a surge of exasperation. Do you truly wish to remain a parasite for the rest of your life? Even into your 30s, 40s, or 50s? Wang Fujing shuddered at the thought. Chapter 71. The scene outside the window. All right, I understand. Please, no need to make me feel like a useless person. If you persist in being a parasite, you will ultimately be indistinguishable from one. Wang Fujing, feeling frustrated, scratched his head. He didn't wish to remain a parasite. His two older sisters were exceptionally accomplished, leaving him with nothing to do. Thus, he spent his days indulging in wine and revelry. Who wouldn't desire a word of praise from their parents? There is a significant difference between being excessively pampered and receiving genuine compliments. Speak, what is it you need me to do? I must first ask you, can I trust you? Wang Fujing fell into silence. Trust? How could he trust? He had initially been compelled by his father to come here. If Ji Linxiao could indeed assist him in earning his parents' approval, perhaps he could be trusted. That should be possible. Xiaoming. Received. Current loyalty of Wang Fujing stands at 49, significantly higher than when he first arrived. Is this what you humans refer to as the development of affection over time? Ji Linxiao was disinclined to explain to the system. The matter at hand was of greater importance. Should I discover any act of disloyalty on your part, I will expel you from the company immediately, without hesitation, and will oppose your Wang family at all costs. Of course, this was merely a threat. He still had family and friends, and numerous concerns. Even with the system, he might not be able to confront the deeply rooted Wang family. All right, I understand. Just ensure my salary remains the same, and if you could increase it a bit, I assure you I will not betray you. Ji Linxiao was at a loss for words. The young master of the Wang family, whose every utterance revolved around money, seemed rather vulgar. Yet, he conceded that he was no different. I will now take you to my base. Base? You mean that rooftop we were never allowed to access? I must inform you in advance. Once we arrive, you may speak of what is appropriate, but for matters that are not, you must keep your lips sealed. Upon entering, you will represent Wang Fujing, not a member of the Wang family. I don't understand. What do you mean? Ji Linxiao turned to look at him seriously. The endeavors we are about to undertake carry a degree of danger. We wish to avoid involving your family. You need only to remain quiet and accompany me. Upon reaching the base, Yi Qinghu and his three brothers huddled together, their expressions grave as they gazed at the screen. What is it? Why the somber faces? Boss, you should take a look at this. The three made way for Ji Linxiao, who approached the screen with curiosity. What's this? Previously, Yi Qinghu had been intrigued by the view outside, now captured clearly by the monitor, just as Yi Qinglong had described the underground boxing arena over the phone. However, this underground boxing arena was somewhat unique. It featured not men battling, but rather young, beautiful women, each fiercely engaged in combat on the ring. How unconventional, Ji Linxiao remarked. Wang Fujing shook his head at the screen's display, the spectacle failing to pique his interest. As Ji Linxiao observed, one match was nearing its conclusion. The victor would receive a reward of white powder, and a masked referee scattered it on the ground, compelling the winner to kneel and consume it. The loser, a woman who had been defeated, cowered in a corner, her arms wrapped around herself in terror as a burly man approached. She struggled desperately, but to no avail. As two large men seized her, a figure emerged from the side, carrying a wooden horse, advancing step by step toward the ring. Upon seeing the wooden horse, the woman's expression shifted to one of sheer horror, her body radiating resistance. No matter how she struggled, it was futile. That wooden horse. Yi Qinglong stepped forward to take a look. Boss, you haven't seen it before? It looks familiar, but I don't know its name. This is one of the 10 most brutal tortures from ancient times, specifically designed for women. A rod would pierce directly through a woman's womb, causing unbearable agony. On the screen, the woman was placed on the apparatus, and with a sudden press, the mechanism activated. Initially, the sounds outside had been faint, from the monitor's distance. They were inaudible. Yet now, all present could hear the woman's heart-wrenching cries. How painful could this be? Voices of several men echoed from the screen. Damn. This woman is loud enough to deafen me. You, go and sew her mouth shut. The woman had succumbed to unconsciousness. Moments later, a masked woman appeared on the screen. After exchanging a few words with the burly men beside her, they positioned the woman's head to control her. The masked woman, holding needle and thread, began to sew according to their instructions, one stitch at a time. The woman, feeling the pain, awakened from her stupor and, upon seeing the masked figure, began to struggle anew. But with the needle still in her mouth, her movements caused the burly men to momentarily lose their grip, allowing her to break free and accidentally stab the masked woman. In a flash, the masked woman delivered a kick to one burly man's groin and signaled another to assist in restraining the woman's head. The woman attempted to escape, but the excruciating pain rendered her immobile. Just as she attempted to rise, her hair was seized, and she was controlled once more. Shut it off. Just keep the evidence. Ji Linxiao could no longer bear to watch. He had not anticipated such atrocities still occurring in the present day. Wang Fujing stared at the screen in shock. I admit I was previously playing around, but this is indeed a bit excessive. Fortunately, Wang Fujing had only been overly pampered and had not yet descended into moral depravity. We're the Yin family. They informed me 2 hours ago that they were preparing to board a flight. Then they should still have some time before they arrive. Though Ji Linxiao was seething with anger, watching the scenes unfold on the monitor made him wish he could leap into the screen and rescue those unfortunate young women, bringing those behind this vile operation to justice. However, he could not act recklessly. Such impulsiveness would only alert the perpetrators, making it even more impossible to save those girls. Once the Yin family arrives, we shall devise a strategy. Suppressing the fury boiling within, Ji Linxiao stepped aside and dialed Du Xiuqi's number. Second brother. This issue involves not just the trade of white powder. It may also encompass illegal boxing rings and human trafficking. What is happening? How did so many matters suddenly intertwine? Brother, please come to my office tomorrow. I have something to show you. I fear that relying solely on you and the government might not suffice for this matter. I have connections with the Yin family. The Yin family? The one from the capital? Yes, they are expected to arrive tomorrow. All right. I will come over in the morning to discuss our strategies. I will report this matter first. Be cautious of traitors. Rest assured, I am aware of my limits. After hanging up, Ji Linxiao returned to the screen, coldly staring at the now blank monitor. Tonight, we shall all rest here. We must ensure that the position of Gu Taofeng remains under our control at all times. Do you understand? Understood. Chapter 72. Visitors from the Yin family. The group took turns monitoring the surveillance footage, but Wang Fujing found it difficult to sleep. After finishing his shift, Ji Linxiao noticed him sitting on the sofa, gazing out the window, and approached him. Why are you still awake? Have you something on your mind? Wang Fujing looked up at Ji Linxiao, opened his mouth, but said nothing. Ji Linxiao sat beside him. Speak up, what troubles you? Ji Linxiao offered him a cigarette, but Wang Fujing hesitated and did not take it. What's the matter? Are you refusing a smoke? Ji Linxiao said nothing further and reclaimed the cigarette, silently keeping him company on the sofa, both lost in thought. After an indeterminate time, Wang Fujing finally spoke. I know that in your eyes, I am but a worthless individual. That is the truth. You brought me here hoping I could learn something, didn't you? Isn't that the case? Your father sent you here after all. He is a man of influence. It is only fitting to give some face, and besides, having you by my side will allow you to glean some knowledge from what transpires. What do you think? I initially thought living a life of indulgence would suffice, but who doesn't enjoy a compliment or praise? Ji Linxiao chuckled softly and patted his shoulder. As long as you have determination, you will succeed. A dreamless night passed. The following morning, Ji Linxiao received a call from Du Xiuqi. When Ji Linxiao descended to meet him, Du Xiuqi introduced the two individuals accompanying him. Brother, who are these two? They are my trusted aides, currently working with me in the government. Behind Du Xiuqi stood a man and a woman, both nodding in greeting upon seeing Ji Linxiao, who reciprocated politely. Indeed, whether it was Zheng Yongyan or Du Xiuqi, one must always have a few trusted confidants by their side, for traitors often emerge from the most unexpected quarters. The fact that these two had managed to bring their trusted aides into government work indicated their competence. Brother, follow me. The Yin family has yet to arrive, but I estimate they will be here soon. Upon arriving at the base, Ji Linxiao called for Yi Qinglong to play back the footage from yesterday. When they reached the segment showing the punishment, the woman accompanying Du Xiuqi instantly paled, her anger palpable even from the sidelines. Xiao Lu, remain calm. Anger will only cloud your judgment. I apologize. The girl suppressed her rage, watching the entire video, her fists clenched throughout. She aimed to memorize the face of the girl in the footage, determined to take her to the hospital for treatment once she was rescued. Boss, the Yin family has arrived. I will go pick them up. All right, take my car. Ji Linxiao had chosen to drive a G-Class this time, offering more space and a slightly higher status than the vehicles of Yi Qinglong and the others. Thank you, boss. Now everything was in place. Awaiting the arrival of the Yin family, Yin Jinniao brought only 3 aides, not out of reluctance, but due to family rules limiting juniors to a maximum of 3 companions for training. Despite Yi Qinglong's warnings about the complexity of this operation, the Yin family adhered to their regulations, assigning him 3 highly capable subordinates, leaving the rest to Yin Jinniao's own capabilities. Old Yin, over here. The 3 aides furrowed their brows, questioning the identity of the person addressing their young master so informally. However, his attire did not suggest he hailed from a prominent family. Yin Jinniao, oblivious to his aide's expressions, rushed over to greet Yi Qinglong enthusiastically. Since leaving the military, they had not seen one another, and he had been confined at home studying, making it difficult to venture outside. If not for Yi Qinglong's call, he would have remained in that stifling environment indefinitely. Brother, you've lost weight recently. Yi Qinglong chuckled, scratching his head, refraining from mentioning the assassination attempt he had endured. By the way, are these the aids you brought? 2 men and 1 woman stood before him, prompting Yi Chenglong to frown slightly. Not that he looked down upon women, but the girl seemed quite young and fragile, likely unable to withstand a single punch from his brother. Brother, don't underestimate them. They were meticulously chosen by my father. You know our family rules. But this time it's a bit troublesome, so I selected the 3 most capable individuals from home to assist me. Those endorsed by the Yin family cannot be weak. Yi Chenglong dispelled his initial skepticism, extending a friendly hand to the group. I apologize for my earlier short-sightedness. I hope you can forgive me. After all, having previously regarded them with disdain, it was wise to offer an apology to ease the tension. The trio remained silent, shaking hands with Yi Chenglong one by one. Given that he had already apologized, it would be unbecoming to hold a grudge and tarnish the Yin family's reputation. Now, please follow me to the car. I will take you to the base. As they approached the vehicle, Yin Jinyao's eyes lit up. Wow, brother, you've done well for yourself, driving a G-Class. No, this is my boss's car. Your boss? Why do you get to work for someone else and not me? Yi Chenglong smiled but remained silent, knowing Yin Jinyao was jesting. He would never employ his brothers as subordinates, but he would also not allow them to align with a heartless employer. All right, enough joking. This matter was discovered by my boss. Yin Jinyao incessantly questioned Yi Chenglong during the ride, eager to catch up after being cooped up at home for so long. Yi Chenglong did not mind, replying to his inquiries. After all, they had not seen each other in ages, and he wanted to foster camaraderie. Moreover, maintaining a good attitude would encourage the others to assist him. Sometimes, the identities between people felt like an insurmountable chasm. In the military, they were comrades, sharing everything. But outside, he was the lofty scion of the Yin family, while Yi Chenglong was merely an ordinary worker striving to make a living. Yet, in that moment, they still conversed like brothers. The unspoken struggles of Yi Chenglong were likely not to be revealed, lest they worry the others. Upon reaching the base, Yi Chenglong introduced the group to Ji Linxiao. After mutual introductions, Yi Chenglong played the footage for them to watch. Once the video concluded, a heavy silence engulfed the base. Regardless of how many times one viewed it, the footage remained unsettling. The woman who accompanied Yin Jinyao trembled with rage after watching. She was only 21, yet her remarkable talent and exceptional skills had secured her a place among the Yin family's ranks. Had it not been for her impoverished background and abandonment, she might not have had the opportunity to learn or support herself through her abilities. Chapter 73, The Underground Mechanism. The footage proved somewhat cruel for the blossoming young woman at just 21, as the girl depicted in the video appeared only slightly older than her. The reasons that have led them to this place, to become mere playthings for others, remain shrouded in mystery. Only by bringing the evildoers to justice might we hope to liberate those blossoming young women from their metaphorical cages. Yet, can the shackles of the soul truly be undone? The young doe approached the girl, gently resting a hand upon her shoulder, gazing at her with tenderness. In that moment, a resonance seemed to arise between them, and they drifted aside to share whispered confidences. Sometimes, friendships among girls blossom due to a myriad of factors, such as a shared perspective on a particular matter. The cruelty of humanity is staggering. This issue transcends the mere illicit sale of substances. Yin Jinyao's complexion darkened as he fixed his gaze upon the screen, his heart devoted to serving the nation, aspiring to one day find a place where he could be of use. The soldiers, toiling day and night in arduous training, occasionally deployed on perilous missions, strive to ensure that every citizen of Longhua enjoys a realm of peace. Yet now what does he witness? The prohibited substances, which the nation condemns, still clandestinely circulate, harming the people of Longhua. Moreover, unscrupulous affluent individuals treat others as mere playthings, indulging in wanton cruelty. Speak up. What are your plans? Yin Jinyao uttered wearily, a flicker of doubt creeping into his mind regarding the validity of his long-held beliefs. Is it truly these scoundrels whom he is protecting through his perilous endeavors in the military? Ji Linxiao shared his thoughts succinctly, suggesting a bifurcation of their approach. The Yin family would proceed to the winery, while he and Du Xiuqi would head to the nightclub. The multitude of power players at the winery would render government intervention destabilizing for Du Xiuqi, making it most prudent for the Yin family to visit under the guise of purchasing wine. The internal routes of the winery had been etched into the minds of a few, allowing them to seek evidence under the pretense of needing to find a reason to be there. At the nightclub, Du Xiuqi organized a crackdown on illicit activities. Though it was unclear how previous raids had been evaded, possibly due to an insider, this time he personally led the team, determined that they would not escape again. Given Ji Linxiao's current capabilities, dismantling the winery would be exceedingly challenging. Reliance on the Yin family seemed the most advantageous path to reaping rewards without exerting undue effort. Let's move. Du Xiuqi led Ji Linxiao to the nightclub, while Yin Jingyao took his team and Yi Chengxi to storm the winery, leaving the Longhu brothers to secure the base, ensuring they could be updated on internal developments at any moment. Du Xiuqi contacted the local police, each officer carrying a recording device, and they set off. Routine inspection. Here are our credentials. Please allow us passage after review. The individuals at the entrance hastily contacted the manager upon seeing the identification, and soon a portly man stumbled out from within. Gentlemen, what brings you to our humble establishment today? Following reports from the public regarding illegal substance sales, we are here to conduct an inspection. If nothing is found, we will leave immediately. Here are our credentials. We hope for your cooperation. After presenting their identification and search warrant before the portly man, the team surged inside, commencing their searches room by room, leaving no time for reaction. Come, let's take a look inside. Du Xiuqi feigned casualness, fortuitously approaching the staff elevator. This elevator? Please open it. Oh dear, esteemed officers, this leads to our staff lounge, and it may be rather quiet now. Perhaps some employees are resting inside. Would you like to reconsider? Open it. Do you intend to obstruct the law? The portly man, wiping the grease from his forehead, reluctantly pressed the button to the elevator. Du Xiuqi signaled for a few to descend with him. As the elevator doors opened, they were met with a dimly lit room, reminiscent of the footage they had seen. The only difference being the absence of guards. Let's investigate. The group searched the area, finding nothing but a few stools. Ji Linshao and Du Xiuqi exchanged puzzled glances, both sensing something was amiss. What is happening? This space feels oddly confined. Ji Linshao furrowed his brow, silently consulting the system. Is something obstructing our path? Xiaoming, do you know where the mechanism is? 500 points, no negotiation. Keep deducting, you heartless creature. All right, current points balance, 504520. Assisting host in locating mechanism. Gentlemen, this area is reserved for employees to rest, hence the absence of lights. The darkness may not be ideal for your eyes. Allow me to rectify this. Wait. Ji Linshao confidently interjected. You wouldn't mind if I had a look around, would you? Not at all. Please feel free. The portly man wiped his brow while concealing a smirk of amusement. The mechanism was well hidden, and every activation was laborious. They would surely be unable to uncover it. Following the system's guidance, Ji Linshao began to move. Take a step to the left, one step at a time. Why are you moving so quickly? Stop. Now take 3 steps to the right, and move forward a bit. Here, jump. Jump. Ji Linshao hesitated but complied with the system's instructions. As he landed, a mural on the left wall slowly opened. Mr. Du, over here. Earlier, they had groped around the mural in the dark without success, but this newcomer, following Du Xiuqi, had stumbled upon the mechanism effortlessly. The group illuminated the mural with their flashlights, revealing a rotating disc within. They worked together to turn it, and with each rotation, the black obstruction before them gradually parted. Du Xiuqi raised an eyebrow and approached the portly man. Oh, how do you explain this? Are you mocking law enforcement? The portly man's heart raced as he realized what was happening. What was going on? Why? How did this young man know? Were the individuals descending all vetted insiders? Gentlemen, I assure you, I have no knowledge of this. I am merely a hired help. Beads of sweat glistened on his forehead, soaking through his back. Yet he dared not wipe them away, fearing it would betray his anxiety. Humph, send someone to call down everyone above. The rest of you, search. Hey. The portly man could not intervene as Du Xiuqi snatched the identification card from him, tossing it to his subordinates to bring people down. He realized escape was no longer an option, with both Du Xiuqi and Ji Linshao glaring at him as if ready to pounce. Brother, you go check things out. I'll keep an eye on this portly man. Once the others arrive, I will join you. All right, keep a close watch and ensure this fellow doesn't slip away. He will need to be taken back for questioning regarding false information. With that, Du Xiuqi turned and walked away without a backward glance. The portly man felt a wave of panic wash over him, shivering involuntarily. He now dared not move, allowing sweat to mingle with the grease from his forehead, trickling down his face. Chapter 74, Little Spicy Pepper. Despite the underground chamber being well concealed, the occupants had been cleared out as a precaution. Mr. Du. No one else was found underground. Du Xiuqi's expression darkened. He had anticipated the cunning nature of these individuals, but their speed of action was unexpected. Search thoroughly, inch by inch. Look for remnants of the illicit powder and blood, as well as any instruments of torture. Focus particularly on that arena. Returning to the entrance, Du Xiuqi, with a grim countenance, stepped closer to the portly man. The rotund man gazed apprehensively at the menacing Du Xiuqi, swallowing hard as he felt as though a venomous serpent had him in its sights, the sound of his heartbeat echoing in his ears like a deafening drum. Du Xiuqi approached him, seizing his throat and pinning him against the wall. Such loyalty, yet tragically misplaced. One must pay the price for choosing the wrong master. With a forceful motion, Du Xiuqi hurled the man to the ground, then stepped back to wipe his hands on the man's clothing. Mr. Du, over here. There is something here too. Du Xiuqi stood before the rotund man, looking down at him with a slight smirk before turning his attention to the clues. After a thorough search by the task force, they uncovered 2 wooden horse torture devices and an electric chair. The base of the wooden horse bore remnants of dried blood that had not been completely cleaned, which was seized as evidence. Not a trace of illicit substances was found in the entire underground area, likely having been meticulously licked clean and subsequently washed, leaving no evidence behind. Cuff them. Close down this establishment. Everyone must be interrogated. Not a single clue should be overlooked. Yes, Mr. Du. Thus, the affairs of the nightclub came to a temporary halt. Though it was unfortunate that Go Tafu was not among those apprehended, otherwise, they could have cuffed him too. Where's Go Tafu now? Report to the boss. The target appears to have received a tip-off and left half an hour ago. We are monitoring him in real time. My brother has followed him. Good. Tell Yi Qinghu to proceed with caution. Send us the address. We shall join you shortly. On Ji Linxiao's phone, a moving red marker appeared on the map, accompanied by a blue marker closely trailing behind. Second brother, shall we take some men with us? You few come with me. The rest stay here to continue the investigation. At the Tang family winery, Tang Sheng wore a forced smile beside Yan Jingyao, internally cursing the gathering of individuals. Why must they arrive just as the transaction is taking place? How troublesome. As anticipated, the group of foreigners was indeed there to conduct business, brazenly seated on the sofa, chattering in a foreign tongue. Their words implied, government? Are you still afraid of the government? Such a large estate, a couple of loud bangs. And who would be the wiser? Isn't there an old saying in China? Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, I know. Several individuals involved in the transaction listened to the translation, their expressions revealing a mix of helplessness and sorrow. This is Long Country, not the United States. Possessing firearms here is illegal. Not to mention assault. Uncle Tang, my grandfather's birthday is approaching, and I thought to select some fine wine to present to him as a gesture of respect from his junior. I've long heard that young Master Yan is devoted to family, country, and honoring elders. Today's encounter confirms this. However, my winery is currently hosting some outsiders, and I fear they may inadvertently offend you. Before he could finish, Yan Jingyao interrupted. What are you saying, Uncle Tang? Yan Jingyao. Have spent many years in the military. I have encountered all sorts of people. Offend? How could that be? Are you implying that Uncle Tang wishes to categorize people into hierarchies? Not at all, not at all. Tang Sheng chuckled, regarding Yan Jingyao with amusement. This newly discharged soldier was attempting to set a trap for him. In today's Long Country, who would dare uphold such feudal notions of hierarchy openly? A report could lead to a profound ideological education, along with some painful penalties. Uncle Tang, please show me the wine selection. I've sneaked out without my father's knowledge. Once he finds out, he will come looking for me. As Yan Jingyao ushered his party inside, he urged Tang Sheng onward, disregarding any objections. What good would objections do? Today, he was determined to enter. Upon entering the hall, he spotted a group of Americans on the sofa, grinning at him while speaking in their foreign tongue. By a stroke of fortune, Yan Jingyao had studied American language during his time in special forces and was required to master it. Thus, he comprehended every word spoken by the Americans. With a smile, he approached the two from behind, speaking to them in their own language. It seems you two harbor some dissatisfaction towards me, yet this is Long Country. If you are displeased with the Yan family, you are welcome to return to America at any time. Yan Jinyao's previously cheerful demeanor shifted as he coldly addressed them in Long Country's language. This is Long Country. I kindly request that you converse in our language. Your incomprehensible babble sounds like barking dogs to us. The two Americans, seemingly understanding Long Country's language, immediately fell silent, their expressions souring. A keen-eyed woman trailing behind, Yan Jingyao noticed white powder lingering near the nostrils of one American. In a swift motion, she approached, brushed the powder onto her finger, and brought it to her nose for a sniff. Sir, it's cocaine. A wave of admiration surged among the group. This was well done. Yan Jingyao had been struggling to find an opportunity to strike, and this provided the perfect pretext. He frowned, feigning difficulty as he looked at Tang Sheng. Uncle Tang. This Tang Sheng was momentarily flustered but quickly regained his composure upon seeing the Americans still relaxed on the sofa. He mentally urged himself to remain calm. Jingyao, how could this possibly be cocaine? It is merely glutinous rice flour. Our winery just prepared some snow skin cakes to serve these foreign guests. Tang Sheng paused, casting a dismissive glance at the woman. Jingyao, why would you so easily trust the words of a young girl? She hasn't even matured yet and is already attempting to deceive. Such a person cannot be retained by the Yan family. Allow me to assist you in properly educating her. He reached toward her with a sly grin. Tang Sheng had a peculiar penchant for youthful and beautiful women. but his definition of youth seemed excessively juvenile. The woman accompanying Yin Jinliao happened to possess a youthful appearance, with a graceful figure and exquisite features that set Tang Sheng's heart aflame. It was apparent that she was no ordinary girl, and Tang Sheng found himself even more captivated. Uncle, I particularly enjoy spirited young ladies. Chapter 75, Do Not Blame Me. The girl discerned Tang Sheng's intentions, her expression darkening as she strode directly toward him. Tang Sheng, surprised that she would approach him, could hardly contain his delight as he opened his arms, as if she were already his prize. As she stepped forward, seizing his arm, pivoting, and using his own strength against him, she executed a swift throw. In that fleeting second while Tang Sheng was airborne, his thoughts raced. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I flying? Mother, I've made it. I can fly. Then, with a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground. Qing Tian, you cannot treat Uncle Tang this way. Quickly help him up. Yin Jinliao made the suggestion merely for appearances, secretly applauding the girl's actions. This was the individual his father had personally chosen. Was Tang Sheng questioning his father's judgment? Qing Tian, the girl, shot a glare at the fallen Tang Sheng, who hurriedly scrambled to his feet, waving his hands. No, how could I argue with a child? Feeling guilty, Tang Sheng dared not say much more, resigning himself to misfortune. He hadn't anticipated that this fiery girl would be so fierce. Uncle Tang, you are aware that Long Country has long prohibited illicit substances, correct? Given the current situation, Tang Sheng hadn't expected such an incident to unfold today. These individuals had caused a ruckus and failed to clean up properly. There were even remnants left behind for others to use against them. Jinliao, how can you not trust your uncle? Then, Uncle Tang, I trust you. Mind if we search the winery? Without waiting for Tang Sheng to react, the few individuals behind him rushed towards the rooms equipped with cameras. Stop them. Even Tang Sheng, despite his lack of intellect, quickly discerned that Yin Jinliao was not merely there to purchase wine today. He had come prepared to disrupt the proceedings. In an instant, Tang Sheng found himself pinned to the ground by Yin Jinliao. Uncle Tang, are you really going to persist in this folly? With a scoff, Yin Jinliao retorted, I respect you as a member of the Yin family, but that does not mean I am easy to intimidate. Call for help. Although Tang Sheng was immobilized on the ground, he was still able to shout, especially with two Americans nearby. They were already irked by Yin Jinliao's earlier disdainful remarks and were eager to land a few punches to vent their frustration. One American lunged forward, attempting to grapple Yin Jinliao and pull him back, while the other threw a punch aimed at his temple. Yin Jinliao, a veteran of special forces, reacted swiftly, breaking free from his captor's grip and executing a roll to evade the blow. The ensuing melee saw the two Americans, already drained by their earlier encounter with Bai Pin, unable to contend with Yin Jinliao's prowess. Before long, they were left battered and bruised, cursing him vehemently. Yet, within the confines of the Tang family's vineyard, Tang Sheng, though not knocked out, seized the moment of liberation to call for reinforcements. Most of the vineyard's bodyguards soon flooded into the hall, joining the fray. Outnumbered, Yin Jinliao struggled against the onslaught, just as he defended against an assault from his left. He was struck hard from behind and quickly fell to the ground. With a bruised face, Tang Sheng approached Yin Jinliao and kicked him lightly. Noticing no response, he summoned someone to check for signs of life. It was not unusual for a vineyard of this size to have no one around, but it was critical that no members of the Yin family were absent. Boss, he is still breathing. Bind him and throw him in the warehouse. You all go gather the remaining individuals. We cannot let them escape and alert others. Activate the signal jammers in the vineyard now. Understood. At the command, dozens of bodyguards surged out, commencing a search for Yin Jinliao's companions. Young Master Yin, you cannot hold this against me. Blame yourself for ruining my plans. Tang Sheng pacified the two Americans, as he would need to procure supplies from them in the future. He then sought counsel on a strategy. Refusing to believe that the Yin family was unaware of Yin Jinliao's presence, he needed to fabricate an illusion of Yin Jinliao's departure. Du Xiuqi and Ji Linxiao had already returned to the base. Second brother, you really didn't have to escort me back. You have your own matters to attend to. It's no trouble. I wanted to see how the Yin family was faring. Upon entering the base, they found Yi Qinglong furrowing his brow, fixated on the screen, his fingers dancing furiously across the keyboard, while Yi Qinghu stood beside him, looking equally troubled. Boss, you're back. What is going on? Why the long faces? Yi Qinglong, too engrossed in his work to respond, continued deciphering the opposing program. Yi Qinghu sighed, we still have no idea what's happening at the vineyard. 10 minutes ago, the surveillance feed was normal, showing them searching the premises. So what is the situation now? Ji Linxiao glanced at the screen, which was now a void, displaying a long string of garbled characters. Just 10 minutes ago, the surveillance suddenly glitched, and my previously installed cameras also went offline. They must have activated a signal jammer. A signal jammer? Isn't that's something you should be able to handle with ease? Ji Linxiao looked at him quizzically, thinking that after investing so many points, Yi Qinglong should have mastered such knowledge. Congratulations, host, for uncovering a blind spot. Divine tip: the talent potion merely aids in the development of innate abilities. One must still rely on their own efforts to further enhance their skills. Current ranking of Yi Qinglong's hacking skills: National rank, 21. Global rank, 52. Host rank, 37. Global rank, 81. Ji Linxiao's frustration surged. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Host, you are essentially benefiting without effort, of course. If you prefer to reap rewards without working for them, that's an option too. Ji Linxiao seized his argument with the system. Recognizing that he could not outwit a high-intelligence entity, he had sensed that even after taking the potion, his skills were not on par with Yi Qinglong's. His techniques lacked the same finesse. Overwhelmed by the overly powerful talent potion, he had naively believed that consuming it would make him the strongest. But such fortune was not so easily bestowed. Even when opportunities arise, one must seize them to reap the benefits. It seemed he would need to continually hone his skills, lest he regress from neglecting them, as the system had implied that prolonged inactivity could lead to decline. Yi Qinglong, can you do this? Boss, don't rush me. Give me some time. I've encountered this program before and failed miserably. This time, I must decipher it. Just a bit more time. Make it quick. They activated the signal jammer, and it's likely there's trouble with the Yin family. Boss, Little Snake is also there. Yes, I know. Ji Linxiao felt a swell of anxiety rising within him. He yearned to vent, but lacked a suitable outlet. Second brother, You can. Du Xiuqi gently ruffled his hair, agreeing with a smile before Ji Linxiao could finish his request. Regardless of what it is, as the youngest brother, we will support you. Moreover, should anything happen to the Yin family here, it could spell upheaval for N City, so even without your prompting, I will go. Second brother. Ji Linxiao's inner turmoil suddenly calmed. He had always disliked others touching his head, save for family. Yet, Du Xiuqi's hand was gentle, reminiscent of a long-ago touch, invoking a sense of comfort. Chapter 76, The Divine Cloak. Du Xiuqi promptly contacted individuals to discreetly encircle the vineyard and rush to the scene. Yi Qinglong, I'm here. Should we contact the Yin family to inform them of the situation? Perhaps it's best not to. I suspect his visit is part of a trial from his family. If we reach out, it could count as a failure for Yin Jinyao's trial. Can we handle this with just us? They may not have as many personnel as you, but they have Americans and others with connections. The base fell into silence, leaving only Yi Qinglong and Ji Linxiao behind, as the others hastened to the vineyard. So what is the plan, boss? Let me think. Ji Linxiao sat on the sofa, deep in thought. His brow furrowed since the moment he learned of the surveillance failure. He absent-mindedly toyed with a lighter, gazing out the window, lost in contemplation. Boss, the program has been cracked. Wonderful. Can we see where they are now? Yi Qinglong sifted through the surveillance feeds, but found no trace of their whereabouts. Likely having been confined to an area without cameras. Is it possible to retrieve the previous footage? There's no way. That footage is essentially as if the camera was never on, nothing exists. Ji Linxiao scrutinized the monitor, seeking any shred of evidence. Here. He pointed to a surveillance feed showing the warehouse entrance, where a massive lock hung on the door, with 2 guards idly playing games nearby. Can we be certain? Not absolutely, but this room appears most suspicious. Yet there were guards stationed at the entrance before. We'll have to take a gamble. I'm going. Inform me immediately of any developments. Ji Linxiao donned his Bluetooth headset, picked up the dark night cloak that had been set aside, and drove towards the winery. What brings you here? I discovered a location that is highly likely to conceal someone. I intend to investigate. All right, just be cautious and ensure their safety. Avoid any conflict. Understood. Du Xiuqi observed Ji Linxiao, clad in a black cloak, and recognized his resolute determination and preparedness, having previously expressed curiosity regarding the origins of such information. Ji Linxiao did not shy away from discussing the Dark Knight cloak. At first, Du Xiuqi was skeptical of such a remarkable item, but then realized that without it, how could Ji Linxiao have obtained such concealed intelligence? After all, everyone harbors secrets. Ji Linxiao claimed it was developed by his team, prompting a smile from Du Xiuqi, who refrained from further inquiries, merely curious if it could be mass-produced. Previously available at a promotional price for mission activities, it will later require a hefty 1,000,000 points per item. It appeared that the current situation was not favorable, and Du Xiuqi felt a tinge of regret. After all, if such a wondrous item could be mass-produced, it would be a tremendous asset. Yet, rarity commands value. Had it been effectively developed, it would likely have already incited a frenzy in the market. Nevertheless, Ji Linxiao assured him that should the need arise, he could lend it, provided it remained undamaged. Ji Linxiao followed the path previously traversed by Yi Qinghu to the underground parking garage, but upon reaching the ventilation duct, an alarm sounded. Warning. Host, there are individuals nearby. Ji Linxiao hastily withdrew his hand from the duct and scanned his surroundings, finding no one. He searched the vicinity, noting a presence in a vehicle across from the duct, as well as one beneath the car to his left and right. Remarkably, due to proximity, they had chosen to hide beneath the vehicles rather than inside. Host, the adversaries are armed. Ji Linxiao was taken aback. When did firearms become so easily accessible? He quickly distanced himself and quietly observed the group nearby. Truly, seasoned players like Tang Sheng could discern that internal information leakage could only result from two possibilities. Either there was a mole within, or someone had infiltrated unnoticed. The likelihood of a mole was minimal, as the majority were individuals brainwashed by the Tang family, with only a few being relatives. Having ruled out the possibility of a mole, the latter scenario remained. Tang Sheng initiated a thorough search of the winery, and one servant reported the discovery of a hidden camera in a specific room. The camera, concealed within the ventilation duct on the ceiling, was ingeniously hidden. Had it not been for the servant's intent to clean the area that day, it might have gone unnoticed. Tang Sheng recognized that the room was typically used for guests to indulge, and promptly ordered a focused investigation of the ventilation duct. Indeed, several concealed cameras were discovered. To avoid alarming the enemy, he instructed his subordinates not to tamper with the hidden cameras, planning to ambush the intruders when they attempted to access the ventilation duct again. However, Tang Sheng had not anticipated that an extraordinary individual would arrive, one who could not only turn invisible, but also foresee ambushes. What to do now? Ji Linxiao felt a sudden surge of uncertainty. The main entrance was barred, and the ventilation duct was guarded. Kiss kiss. A chill ran down Ji Linxiao's spine. The system was rarely so frivolous. When it did, it usually demanded points. Speak. How many points will it cost this time? Host, what are you saying? Xiao Meng is merely assisting you. I trust you as far as I can throw you, you cunning old system. Currently, there is a special discount. Unlocking the new skill for the Dark Knight Cloak will upgrade it to the Divine Cloak. Is there any difference? Kiss kiss, there is indeed. The Divine Cloak allows for invisibility during the day. Invisibility during the day? That meant he could boldly enter through the front door. Originally priced at 990,000 points. It is now available for just 500,000 points. Seize the opportunity, for time waits for no one, dear. Goodness, 500,000 points. This system's debt must be repaid in full. Deduct it, deduct it. Upgrade me now. Understood. Host, please find a concealed location to hide. With no other options, Ji Linxiao reluctantly sought a discreet corner to conceal himself, ensuring he remained out of the trio's sight. Kiss kiss, I am about to begin. Deducting 500,000 points. Current balance, 520 points. Ji Linxiao's invisibility was instantly lifted, and the Dark Knight Cloak, once merely black, now shimmered with a faint golden glow. Moments later, the golden hue vanished, and the cloak transformed into a half-black, half-white design, with the gemstone buttons reflecting the same duality. Congratulations, host, on your successful upgrade. Could it be anything but a success? Ji Linxiao silently rejoiced, though he couldn't help but worry that this unscrupulous system might one day malfunction and result in a failed upgrade. To prevent such a scenario, he resolved to confirm with the system multiple times before any future upgrades, demanding assurances of success. Unbeknownst to the system, Ji Linxiao's scheming thoughts were brewing. If it were aware, it would surely berate him for his cunning. Chapter 77. Agree or disagree? So, how does this cloak function? Ji Linxiao sighed in exasperation. His points were dwindling. Press the white half, and it will transform into a cloak usable during the day. It will become ineffective in brightness below 55. Fail upon being attacked. Has a maximum duration of 30 minutes when used alone, and a cooldown of 15 minutes. Future upgrades will extend usage time, but cooldown will remain unchanged. What? There's a usage duration? Why didn't you mention that sooner? Kiss kiss, you never asked. Ji Linxiao smiled at the emoticon on the blue screen. Had the system been a person, he might have stabbed it 1,000 times by now. What about the Dark Knight Cloak? Surely there will be changes after the upgrade. Yes, indeed. The cooldown for failure has been reduced to 15 minutes. And both types of cloaks will have a cooldown of 25 minutes after being attacked, while the buffer duration has increased to 3 minutes. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Ji Linxiao felt somewhat relieved. The extended buffer time allowed for more possibilities. If I switch to the black cloak before the white one fails, will it be permissible? As long as the brightness level remains within the cloak's range, switching is allowed. Both cloaks share the buffer time. Do not attempt to exploit loopholes to create a perpetual motion machine. Ji Linxiao chuckled awkwardly, scratching his face, feeling a bit embarrassed at having his little scheme exposed. With the new cloak in hand, he decided to adopt a different approach to enter. He exited the underground garage and sprinted towards the vicinity of the winery house with utmost speed. Just as the dark night cloak was about to expire, he switched to the daylight cloak. Nice, it seems my timing is impeccable. He noticed the front door ajar, yet guards were stationed at the entrance. What did it matter? He could boldly stride right in. The hall was now deserted, and Ji Linxiao spoke quietly with Yi Qinglong. Can we see where they are on the surveillance? No. They likely noticed the cameras and are now avoiding them. They've been alerted. I discovered guards near the underground garage. Had I not acted swiftly, we would have been compromised. How did you manage to get in? Let's discuss that later. Time is of the essence, and we have only 26 minutes left. Quickly, guide me to the warehouse entrance. All right. Following Yi Qinglong's instructions, Ji Linxiao found himself at the warehouse door, where two bodyguards were engrossed in their phones. Seemingly unconcerned about any intrusions, Ji Linxiao glanced around and nimbly climbed out through the nearest window. 15 minutes remaining. He stealthily made his way along the wall until he reached the warehouse window. Check if there are any surveillance cameras near the window outside. Yes, there are. And they can capture the window. Do you intend to enter from there? I can attempt to erase the traces. Fine, give it a try. I'm about to open the window. Yi Qinglong, seated at the computer, swiftly typed in a command. Open it. The surveillance footage displayed a window slowly rising. Yi Qinglong, quick-witted, activated the command, and the screen returned to its original state. The window firmly shut once more. 500 points, please. All right, I understand. How could the warehouse window possibly be unlocked? Ji Linxiao made an initial attempt to move the window, only to discover it was indeed locked. The system chimed in. Dear user, professional locksmith services available for just 500 points. Greedy system, everything costs 500. I recall it was not so exorbitant initially. Ji Linxiao squeezed through, switching to the night cloak as he began his search for the target. The day cloak's duration was nearly at an end, and the dimly lit warehouse provided the perfect opportunity for the day cloak to cool down thoroughly. Outside the manor, Tang Sheng swaggered over to Du Xiuqi, cigarette in hand, while his subordinates hurried to shield him, only to receive a pat on the shoulder from him. It's fine, he is not that foolish. Du Xiuqi sidestepped his protective underlings and approached Tang Sheng as well. Mr. Du President Tang, it's rare to have someone of your stature grace us with your presence. But alas, it seems you're not here for a drink. President Tang, you jest. How could one indulge in alcohol during work hours? There's nothing more to discuss. Is there? We're all aware of the situation. Let us put an end to it, and we can release the individuals. What do you say? Du Xiuqi's expression darkened instantly. Is Tang Sheng truly devoid of sense, or simply audacious? To bring this up in front of so many people. Agreeing would mean his dereliction of duty, and to disagree? How could he refuse, with the young master of the Yin family still in their grasp? If anything were to happen to him, the Yin family would undoubtedly come seeking retribution. Very well, you possess courage. Tang Sheng leaned closer to Du Xiuqi, expressing gratitude for his assistance. Just as Du Xiuqi prepared to turn away, he shot an angry glare at the grinning man before him. Was this a warning? In their heyday, the three brothers navigated the underworld with a reputation that resonated like thunder, yet they always operated with masks, symbols of their identity. No one dared impersonate them. To do so would be courting death. While many followed, the number of enemies was equally vast. Who would dare impersonate him? They'd be unaware of their own demise. Only some children, in playful jest, would don real masks for role-playing games. Only the carefree Li Luoyang had inadvertently revealed himself. The others, it was said, were known only to their most trusted confidants, with even their families unaware of their alternate identities. This was also why, when the three planned to expand, they left Li Luoyang behind to manage the gang. His thoughts were less convoluted, making him less suited for bureaucratic or commercial realms. And he was the only one who had exposed himself, rendering him unsuitable for other territories, who would willingly engage in business with criminals, or ascend to the upper echelons. Du Xiuqi ceased to pay him any mind, turning to confer with his subordinates about the outcome. What shall we do? If we agree, the Yin family will be in grave danger. They might devise a plan to feign the young master's departure from the winery and subsequently dispose of him, leaving the blame squarely on us. If we refuse, the white goods trade will falter, and his implication is that money should not be a concern. His identity is inconsequential, always masked. As long as he never admits it, after so many years, he doubts any fatal evidence remains. Mr. Du, what should we do? We ought to refuse. Indeed, Mr. Du, the Yin family cannot come to harm. Mr. Du Xiuqi felt a throbbing headache from their cowardice. Were they truly so timid? Fearing the Yin family's wrath? What would become of the white goods? He could not fathom how this group had survived for so long without grasping the implications of Tang Sheng's not caring. Just as Du Xiuqi was on the verge of expressing his frustration, his phone rang. Chapter 78. Escape from the warehouse. Second brother, we've located the individuals. They're unharmed, just unconscious, and they've now awakened. Is it feasible to bring them out? I'm exploring options. Tang Sheng is currently bargaining with us. Du Xiuqi relayed Tang Sheng's words to Ji Linxiao, suggesting they refuse outright and confront them. I've already pinpointed the location of the white goods. It's in the warehouse. You can come in for a search, and amidst the chaos, we can make our escape. Sounds good. How long until we can get out? I'll message you once we're outside. All right, stay safe. Du Xiuqi ended the call, casting a cold glance at the several leaders from N City who had followed him. Be prepared. We will forcibly enter, and anyone resisting arrest will be detained. Du Xiuqi. What are you saying? Du Xiuqi. You can't abandon this position. We still need it. No agreement. How absurd. It is truly tragic that N City has such cowardly leaders. It seems several of you have forgotten that I am the one responsible for this matter. You are merely here to watch the show. Their faces stiffened. They had indeed heard Du Xiuqi request reinforcements due to the Yin family's kidnapping, thinking they could observe how he handled the situation. But is there really no alternative? Humph. This young man has held them under his thumb for too long. If they seize this opportunity, they will eliminate a formidable competitor. Now, it seems the situation has escalated, with the adversary intent on executing the plan. And this reckless youth shows no concern for the Yin family's safety. Should anything happen to them, they would also bear responsibility. Du Xiuqi, you are endangering N City. What benefit do you gain from this? Let us do it this way. I will take full responsibility for all matters this time. I will bear all consequences, whether success or failure, with no relation to you. You said it. You better not regret it. Du Xiuqi smirked internally. I only fear your regret. How could the accomplishments of my brother go unacknowledged? They penned agreements and recorded videos before departing, not neglecting to mock Du Xiuqi with their parting words. Little Du, should things go awry, if you kneel and beg, perhaps I might show some mercy. No need. Ungrateful. Hey, have you reached an agreement? I've been waiting so long the flowers have wilted. Du Xiuqi approached him, looking down from his elevated position. Mr. Tang, I am formally notifying you that we need to conduct a search of your winery, as there are suspicions of white goods smuggling and human trafficking. This is the search warrant. It appears you intend to persist in your errors? Mr. Tang, what are you saying? I seem to not quite understand. Du Xiuqi smiled benignly at him, his gaze seemingly conveying, Tang Sheng, you cannot win. Very well. At that moment, Du Xiuqi's phone buzzed with a message. There was no need to check, for the distinctive notification tone was unmistakably set by Ji Linxiao. The two individuals exchanged a glance, and Tang Sheng picked up the walkie-talkie, while Du Xiuqi spoke to those behind him simultaneously. Move. Du Xiuqi's men surged forward, storming into the estate to conduct a room-by-room search. Yet Tang Sheng's walkie-talkie remained ominously silent. What was happening? A sense of foreboding washed over Tang Sheng. It was your doing. I don't understand, Du Xiuqi said, patting his shoulder as he ventured deeper into the winery. He wondered if Ji Linxiao and the others had managed to escape. Upon entering the warehouse, Ji Linxiao found himself enveloped in darkness, too apprehensive to turn on the lights. What if someone were inside? Or worse, what if a flicker of illumination attracted unwanted attention? Kiss. Kiss. No kissing. If you have something to say, just say it. I have no points to squander on you. How could the host say such a thing? It makes me, little dream, sound like a heartless system, aren't you? Oh dear, host, your words sadden me greatly. It seems you don't need my complimentary night vision goggles. Complimentary? Who said I didn't want them if they were truly free? Is there really a fake version? Oh, my immensely useful universal system. Could you kindly provide me with those night vision goggles? The system, flattered, replied, very well, consider it done. Ji Linxiao received the night vision goggles. What a stubbornly proud system, he sighed in resignation. Once he donned the goggles, the entirety of the warehouse came into view, barrels of wine, and more barrels of wine. Had he miscalculated? Were there no people inside? Congratulations, host. You have triggered the mission to rescue your trapped teammates. Mission details, please rescue your teammates incapacitated by the enemy within 1 hour. Mission reward, system upgrade. Each time the system upgraded, it bestowed valuable rewards. It seemed that upon completing this task, he would meet the upgrade criteria. Little dream, for a mission. There should be hints, right? Help me locate the person I need to save. Host, how naive you are. You must provide me with some guidance, or I'll be like a headless chicken. The current target location is 9 meters from the host. 9 meters? It appeared he was indeed searching in the right vicinity. The person was surely nearby. That distance suggested they were either upstairs or downstairs. Ji Linxiao meticulously explored the room, discovering a locked entrance that led underground. 500 points have been deducted. Hey, I didn't even ask for your assistance. Did the host really need to say that? Little Dream is quite self-aware. Despite being underground, the space was remarkably dry, indicating an excellent waterproofing job. Why would a basement require such thorough waterproofing? Several individuals lay unconscious below, Ji Linxiao hurriedly approached, shaking them awake one by one. Where am I? Yan Jingyao rubbed his head, bruised and battered, gazing blearily at Ji Linxiao. Get up quickly. We need to find a way out. A man next to him disregarded Yan Jingyao's protests and hoisted him onto his back. As they surveyed their surroundings, Ji Linxiao opened a nearby cabinet, revealing it to be crammed with illicit substances. As anticipated, this dry cellar was indeed a storage space for contraband. He snapped a picture to send to Du Xiuqi and made a phone call. Are you all able to escape? I can. So can I. I can carry him without issue. With everyone confirming their ability to flee, the situation became manageable. They retraced their steps, instructing Yi Qinglong to erase the surveillance footage. Yi Qinglong, can you hear me? I can hear you. Lock down all the cameras. We're preparing to exit. Okay, you guys can leave with peace of mind. I'll handle the rest. Outside, Du Xiuqi had yet to commence his operation. Ji Linxiao and his group could not afford to raise alarms. If discovered, Tang Sheng would act prematurely. Observing the injuries among the group, it was evident that aside from Yan Jingyao, the others had likely been drugged upon entry. If the bodyguards descended upon them, escape would be quite difficult. Are we ready? We're about to head out. Ready. Chapter 79 comes to a close. The surveillance had been entirely compromised. Ji Linxiao and his companions swiftly leapt from the window, evading patrolling guards while cautiously making their way toward the drainage exit. They had successfully emerged. After sending the news to Du Xiuqi, Ji Linxiao quickly led the group through the sewer, especially since Yan Jingyao was still groggy and bruised. Their immediate priority was to find a hospital to tend to Yan Jingyao's wounds. With Ji Linxiao's update, Du Xiuqi and his men quickly located the warehouse containing the contraband, justifiably apprehending Tang Sheng and inviting 2 American guests for tea. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission to dismantle the source of contraband. Reward: an advanced mystery treasure chest has been placed in your space. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission to rescue your teammates. Reward: system upgrade. Would you like to upgrade now? With matters settled for the time being, Ji Linxiao was no longer required to intervene. The task of capturing the remaining accomplices could be left to the authorities. He could relax at the base and await his rewards. Upgrade. Upgrading now. Expected completion in 3 hours. Yan Jingyao and the others were at the hospital, awaiting his awakening. With nothing more for Yi Qinglong to do, he returned early to the base to reunite with his brothers. 2 days later, Yan Jingyao and his companions appeared at the base. Thank you. If it weren't for your help this time, we might have remained trapped in that little black room. It was but a small effort, and even without me, my second brother would have managed to rescue you. Yan Jingyao shook his head. No, it would have been a dead end. Tang Sheng is ruthless. He might have chosen to take us all down with him. Ji Linxiao was puzzled. The bodyguards closest to them were merely the 2 playing games at the entrance. Did they truly dare to descend and attack them? Standing behind, Qing Tian spoke up. His trusted underlings are armed. I detected a strange odor while in one room and hurriedly held my breath, but after a while, I could no longer contain it. And I ultimately saw 2 armed individuals enter. The other 2 men sheepishly scratched their heads. They too had been drugged and instinctively held their breath upon noticing the odor. Yet the adversaries were too cunning. How could any normal person hold their breath for 3 to 4 minutes, especially in a panic with little air in their lungs? Once again, I must thank you. We will soon return to the capital. I wonder if you would like to be my friend? It would be my honor. The 2 shook hands, exchanged contact information, and then Yan Jingyao and his group departed for the capital. In truth, he could have lingered in City Inn for a few more days, but the situation was too grave. He needed to report back home immediately. Moreover, dealing with foreigners was beyond his current capabilities as a junior member, especially since he had recently returned and lacked connections, which equated to a lack of influence. This trip back to the capital was not only to report the incident, but also to acquire knowledge and seek guidance from seniors, ensuring he would not be so passive in future endeavors. Little dream, has Go Toffing not been apprehended yet? Currently collected data indicates that Go Toffing is still on the run. Little dream, can you? No. Well, how about that? He was rejected before he could even finish speaking. It seemed the system had begun to learn to anticipate. Ji Linxiao, wishing to refrain from further idle chatter, instructed his 3 brothers to exert their utmost efforts in locating the whereabouts of Gao Dafeng, so they could expedite his confinement. After all, he too was a principal culprit. Upon returning to the office, Wang Fujing cast a resentful glance at him, exclaiming, "Why didn't you let me accompany you? With your notoriety, anyone would instantly recognize you as a member of the Wang family. Aren't you concerned about potential retribution against the Wang clan?" Wang Fujing pouted, feigning anger as he sank into the sofa, engrossed in his phone. "Tell me, should I carve out a space on this commercial street to establish a bar? A bar?" Wang Fujing abruptly sat up, but recalling his silent protest against Ji Linxiao, he slumped back onto the sofa. "I originally intended for my loyal little assistant. a certain young master of the Wang family, to partake in this endeavor. Ji Linxiao smirked at Wang Fujing, who was pretending to be absorbed in his phone, and sighed. What a pity. Perhaps I shall seek someone else, like Wei Shuaman. Boss, did you call for me? The office door swung open suddenly, and Wei Shuaman entered, instantly darkening Wang Fujing's expression. Why is this woman everywhere? He thought. Who said I wouldn't participate? Wang Fujing hastily rose and approached Wei Shuaman. What are you doing here? Who permitted you to enter? Wei Shuaman tossed her hair and crossed her arms, smirking at him. I am the boss's secretary. Why shouldn't I come to the office? Are you perhaps jealous? You don't have a crush on the boss, do you? Wang Fujing, infuriated, took a deep breath, retorting. You are the one infatuated with Ji Linxiao. Your whole family adores him. I am straight, a pure heterosexual. You should leave immediately. This is a man's time. Get lost, you useless female secretary. He then forcibly expelled Wei Shuaman from the office, slamming the door shut behind her. After a moment, his brow furrowed. Realizing Wei Shuaman had seemingly taken something with her, he reopened the door to find her still standing there, and abruptly snatched the item from her grasp, declaring, Wherever it's cooler, you should go there. Don't loiter at the door. Away with you. He then slammed the door once more, only to turn and find Ji Linxiao eyeing him with suspicion. Without letting his irritation fester, he approached Ji Linxiao to hand over the item, asserting, I have stated. I am straight. I prefer women. Women. Very well, Ji Linxiao replied. Regarding what you just mentioned, after signing a document and placing it aside, he retrieved a map of the commercial street from his drawer, pointing to a specific area. This section is designated for the commercial street, with a fountain in the middle, and the shops are already available for rent. The adjacent area remains unleased for now. It is unnecessary to fill it entirely with shops. The original layout for this land was designed in a mountain shape, with Ji Linxiao's company, the Lintian building, at the apex. Below it lay 3 shops, 2 with double doors and 1 with a single entrance. This configuration meant that whatever was established on this half would have minimal impact on the 2 double-door shops, leading Ji Linxiao to consider developing an entertainment facility. Let us open a large bar. I will design it. No need, Ji Linxiao replied. I have already drafted the design. You can take a look, and if you have any suggestions, let me know for revisions. Ji Linxiao handed Wang Fujing another blueprint. Here, take this. Wang Fujing accepted the blueprint, his eyes widening in surprise at Ji Linxiao's creative design. All right, I will take it and ponder over it, comparing it to other bars, to see if we can stand out among the numerous establishments. Wang Fujing was now exceedingly excited, pondering the potential rewards Ji Linxiao might bestow upon him for this task. Chapter 80, The Lottery Function. With Ji Linxiao having sent Wang Fujing off to work, he found himself alone in the office, sitting on the upper floor. Gazing down at the ongoing construction of the commercial street, Ji Linxiao experienced a surreal sensation. It felt as though just days ago he was a mere pawn in the workforce, and now he found himself in this position. How dreamlike. Ji Linxiao opened his space to inspect its contents. The jade treasure chest. Oh, he had forgotten to open it. Previously, he had opened a high-level mysterious treasure chest that yielded a jade tier item, and then he had been distracted and forgotten. Xiaoming, please assist me in opening it. Congratulations, host. You have received 1,200,000 points, 8 lottery tickets, a free upgrade voucher for the mall, and an intermediate medical talent capsule. Splendid. 1,200,000 points. I can settle all my debts. Ji Linxiao had always despised being in debt and endeavored to return borrowed sums as swiftly as possible. Xiaoming. Deducting points now. Beep. Deducting 1,080,000 points. Current points balance. 124,920. Did you just make a sound? You must have misheard, host. Having a reserve of 100,000 points for emergencies was certainly sufficient. He then utilized the mall upgrade voucher. Mall upgrade successful. Divine Dream Mall. Level 7. Upgrade required. 100,000 points. Available for purchase. Mental Power Potion. Beginner 500 points. Physical Strength Potion. Beginner 500 points. Luck Potion. Beginner 800 points. Wing Chun Manual. Beginner 600 points. Wing Chun Manual. Intermediate 1,000 points. Potential Potion. 5,000 points. Swimming Talent Potion. 3,000 points. Hacker Talent Potion. Beginner 2,000 points. Management Talent Potion. Beginner 600 points. Culinary Talent Potion. 600 points. Driving Skill Talent Potion. 200 points. Design, General, Talent Potion. 500 points. Leg Technique Manual. Beginner 600 points. Fist Technique Manual. Intermediate 1,000 points. Investigation Talent Potion. 10,000 points. Shadow Talent Potion. 12,000 points. Hacker Talent Potion. Advanced 8,000 points. Perception Potion. 8,000 500 points. Advanced medical talent potion, 200,000 points. Gun proficiency, sniper rifle 10,000 points. Transformable gun, 10,000 points. Current points, 124,920. Ji Linxiao scrolled down to view the newly added potions, exclaiming, 200,000. So expensive. That intermediate potion must be quite a windfall. Xiaoming, were the contents of the treasure chest arranged by you or randomly generated? Jade tier chests typically yield between 1,000, 000 to 1,500,000 points. 13 talent potions, both beginner and advanced, 12 special free upgrade vouchers, and 810 lottery tickets. It largely depends on luck. Ji Linxiao calculated his gains and thought, goodness, this can only be considered a baseline. Perhaps my luck is lacking? Surely it cannot be that the system has shortchanged me on points. 10,000,000. What kind of gun is that, robbing points? Host, do not underestimate this weapon. It is a special armament developed by the Divine Energy System, capable of transforming into various types of firearms at your will, and it does not require ammunition. A splendid item. Ji Linxiao's immediate reaction was one of affection after hearing the description. In Dragon Country, where private firearm ownership is prohibited, even bullets are a rare commodity. A weapon that can change form without the need for ammunition is invaluable. Saving funds. Oh no, saving points. After purchasing a sniper rifle proficiency potion, Ji Linxiao refrained from further purchases, recognizing that holding on to his points was more advantageous at this juncture. After all, he was about to embark on a journey across the vast expanse of the country in search of talent. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, he would inevitably rely on the system for assistance. What was that lottery feature? It had appeared following the last system upgrade, adding a new function to the interface. It's simply a lottery. Ji Linxiao was at a loss for words. He certainly understood that it was a lottery. What I mean is, what do the words on the wheel signify? Upon activating the lottery function, a colossal wheel materialized before Ji Linxiao, divided into 5 segments, 1 minuscule and 4 of comparable size. The 4 larger segments were labeled Points Category, Potion Category, Secret Manual Category, and Treasure Chest Category. The smallest segment bore the Inscription Weapon Category. Points Category, draw 500 points 60 times. Draw 5,000 points 20 times. Draw 50,000 points 15 times. Draw 500,000 points 5 times. Potion Category, draw Basic Potion 60 times. Draw Intermediate Potion 30 times. Draw Advanced Potion 10 times. Secret Manual Category, same as above. Treasure Chest Category, Bronze 35, Silver 25, Gold 20, Diamond 15, Emerald 4, Star Essence 1. Weapon Category, obtain a random weapon, for instance, a retractable transformation gun. The probabilities for the 4 major categories are 24, while the weapon category stands at a mere 8. The odds are rather dismal. Acquiring a weapon seems less feasible than simply earning points to purchase one. Perhaps one could only draw a weapon by sacrificing a portion of their lifespan. Xiaoming, quickly let me have a draw. Host, Xiaoming suggests saving up to 10 tickets for a combined draw. A 10-fold draw allows for 10 chances. However, lottery tickets are exceedingly rare to obtain. Post-upgrade, the host can earn 1 lottery ticket for each completed task. Marvelous. That means if he completes 2 more tasks, he can indulge in a 10-fold draw. Very well, I shall begrudgingly save up for now. In the afternoon at the office, Ji Linxiao found himself with little to do, contentedly lounging on the sofa, reveling in his amassed points as sleep overtook him. As he slumbered, finally making progress. My increased rewards are not in vain. I hope this host can accomplish more tasks and gain additional skills. Halfway through his slumber, Ji Linxiao suddenly felt an uncomfortable sensation, an inexplicable urge compelling him to awaken. Host, wake up quickly. Ji Linxiao abruptly opened his eyes to see a face slowly leaning towards him, pouting as it approached. What the heck? Where did that donkey come from? Startled, Ji Linxiao instinctively pushed the owner of the mouth away. Inadvertently applying too much force, he sent the person flying. The owner of the mouth rolled several times on the ground before falling silent. Ji Linxiao rushed over to check. Not a donkey, but Wei Shuomon. Fearing she might have perished, Ji Linxiao quickly felt for her breath beneath her nose. Phew, she was still alive, albeit unconscious. He wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. He couldn't afford to cause a fatality at this early stage. Ji Linxiao dragged Wei Shuomon's feet and pulled her onto the sofa. Xiaoming, please examine her for any injuries. Scanning. Host, you used quite a bit of strength. This girl has a moderate concussion and 1 fractured rib. Ji Linxiao scratched his head upon hearing this. He had always been seated at his computer desk and had little strength. Even moving a heavy object upstairs would leave him breathless. Now, With his physical capabilities significantly enhanced by potions, he had acted without thinking in his startled state, using all his strength to push her away. But why did she feel so soft when he pushed? Chapter 81, perhaps a siscon. Never mind, saving her is paramount. He couldn't afford to make headlines tomorrow reading, CEO of a new company assaults secretary, resulting in fractured bones. Xiaoming, quickly use points to heal her. I recall you mentioned you could use points to recover injuries. Indeed, but the hostess functionality has not yet been activated. It requires double points. Fine. Please expedite the process. Wei Shuaman was enveloped in a soft, green light, which dissipated moments later. Host, her injuries have been fully healed. 5,000 points have been used. Deducting 10,000 points after the doubling. Ji Linxiao felt a pang of regret upon hearing this. However, he couldn't simply neglect her since it was his inadvertent action that caused her harm, regardless of any animosity he might feel towards her. Host, why did you choose to save her? She seemed intent on assaulting you moments ago. In a society governed by law, one must act with reason. If I injure someone and am caught, I would be at fault. How troublesome. The system, though perplexed, chose not to delve further. As it was not human and could not comprehend human order and emotions. A scan revealed no surveillance had been brought in. There is, but I have directly blocked it. The other party recorded nothing. Ji Linxiao felt a surge of delight. The system had finally acted with some humanity to prevent Wei Shuaman from waking and becoming a nuisance. He swiftly slipped out of the office, feigning that he had been gone for a considerable time. Ding ding ding. The phone rang. Ji Linxiao picked it up to find a call from Du Xiuqi. Hello, second brother, what's the matter? I have good news for you. Go Toffing has been apprehended. So soon? Do you want me to bring him out separately for you to vent your anger? Du Xiuqi had also heard of the animosity between Ji Linxiao and Go Toffing. No need, second brother, I don't want to trouble you. And such a person isn't worth the effort. Alright, I'll have them send him in. Just don't regret it later. Second brother will treat you to a meal when you have time. What a trivial matter. Go Toffing had finally been imprisoned. Ji Linxiao had initially thought it would take much longer. Apparently, the efficiency of the N-City police is commendable. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of sending someone in. You have earned 20,000 points and 1 lottery ticket. Ji Linxiao grimaced, feeling discontent yet unable to voice it. The system was rather stingy. He had worked hard to complete the task for so long, and all he received was 20,000 points. Host, when do you plan to set out? I'll depart once Wang Fujing finalizes the design and hands it over to Qian Canan for arrangements, then prepare to embark. The next time I return, it will be the grand opening of the commercial street. That doesn't seem too far off. For now, I'll explore nearby cities. And once the commercial street begins to flourish, I'll venture out again. One must proceed gradually. Haste makes waste. With nothing pressing to attend to, Ji Linxiao decided to visit his Uncle Chun Moshing's restaurant for a meal. Ah, Linxiao, what a pleasant surprise to see you here. How nice of you to support your uncle's business today. I just happened to have some free time and was missing your culinary skills. Alright, I'll whip up some hearty dishes for you. While waiting for the food, Ji Linxiao further pondered the layout of his commercial street. It was still too early for the lunch crowd, and the restaurant was nearly empty, yet an array of peculiar sounds echoed within. Wow, look at that girl. She is stunning. Wow, this beauty outshines my girlfriend by a mile. Ji Linxiao remained focused on his work, not lifting his gaze to admire the beauties, secretly mocking them. Staring at someone else's beauty won't bring them to you. What is so appealing? They aren't yours. He shook his head and continued to focus on his work on the phone. A few seconds later, he suddenly caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance. Raising his head, he discovered a gentle, mature woman seated across from him, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at him. Wow! Ji Linxiao couldn't help but exclaim. What a shameful reaction. He was too weary to argue, knowing that he had always been fond of women with a mature allure, an S-shaped figure, enchanting eyes, exquisite features, and a haughty demeanor. Why had Ji Linxiao agreed to meet Li Lu? Firstly, she had appeared at a time when he needed her most, and secondly, her tsundere attitude and indifference ignited a peculiar desire within him, a sort of infatuation. Feeling slightly nervous, he hurriedly took a sip of water, only to choke as he noticed her sudden laughter, leading to a fit of coughing. After a considerable time, he finally regained his composure, sheepishly scratching his head. Hello? May I ask what brings you here? Ji Linxiao, hello. You know me? He was somewhat astonished. Such a refined beauty clearly did not belong to an ordinary family and somehow recognized him, a mere nobody. Well, to be precise, he was no longer poor. Just still a nobody. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yan Qingwei, and I am a cousin of Yan Jingyao. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've long admired your reputation. Ji Linxiao hastily extended his hand, instinctively wishing to shake hers in greeting. Yan Qingwei paused for a moment before gently taking his hand. Ji Linxiao's inner monologue at that moment was, her hand is so delicate and fair. Wait, it's surprisingly hairless. Mr. Ji? Yan Qingwen noticed Ji Linxiao lingering on her hand and chuckled, prompting him to quickly release it. I apologize. Mr. Ji has heard of me? I've heard some rumors about Miss Yan. Oh, what rumors? Ji Linxiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing he could disappear into the ground. He had merely spoken casually. He had no idea what rumors existed. Having just clung to her hand, his first impression must have been that of a lecherous fool. But truly, he was merely curious why she was so devoid of hair. Xiaoming, I need your help. Quickly pull up some information. Host, how utterly disgraceful. Have you never encountered a beauty before? Such a reaction is simply humiliating. Of course, I have encountered beauties, but never a stunning one seated across from me. Greeting me. Is this what it feels like to be smitten? No, that is more akin to a heart attack. As Yan Qingyue observed Ji Linxiao's nervous demeanor, she burst into laughter. Mr. Ji is quite amusing. I want to tease you further. I've come to express my gratitude. Phew, that was a close call. Ji Linxiao silently wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The more beautiful the woman, the more intimidating she seemed. Miss Yan, you are too kind. We are of similar age, so there is no need for such formalities. I find the use of you a bit overwhelming. Very well, I sincerely thank Mr. Ji for your assistance. My inept cousin has caused you trouble. With that, Yan Qingwei retrieved a bank card from her bag and handed it to Ji Linxiao. Please accept this as a small token of my appreciation. I really can't accept this. I don't need the money. This was the truth. Ji Linxiao lacked many things at present, but money was not among them. If Mr. Ji finds this unsatisfactory, we can consider another form of gratitude. Wait. This was merely a small favor on my part, and besides, Yan Jingyao came here at my behest. I must take responsibility for his safety. Very well then. Yan Qingyue placed the card back in her bag, having noted his two refusals. She was perceptive enough to recognize when to relent. Linxiao, the chopped pepper fish head is here, and there are a few dishes you need to fetch from the back. Uncle, I'm coming. Chapter 82, A Heartless Kill with the Right System. Hearing his uncle call him, Ji Linxiao hurriedly went to serve the dishes, taking the opportunity to calm his flustered emotions. How embarrassing. He felt utterly humiliated in front of Yan Jinyao's sister. Once all the dishes were on the table, he cleared his throat. Ahem. If Miss Yan doesn't mind, why not join me for a meal? I certainly can't finish all this on my own. Yan Qingyue smiled and did not decline. Her intention was to foster goodwill with Ji Linxiao. Then I shall graciously accept. Indeed, beauty graced even the act of dining. Yan Qingyue picked up her chopsticks and delicately lifted a vegetable into her cherry lips, her cheeks subtly moving as she chewed. Gulped Ji Linxiao, engrossed in watching her eat, suddenly forgot to eat himself, and his stomach protested audibly. Yan Qingyue noticed his unusual gaze and happened to meet his eyes. Startled, Ji Linxiao quickly picked up his bowl and began shoveling rice into his mouth to mask his embarrassment. How mortifying. This was the second time. He needed to maintain his composure. The atmosphere became awkward as they both continued to eat in silence. Ji Linxiao wanted to strike up a conversation, but struggled to find the words. Mr. Ji, you must be aware that Guda Feng has been apprehended? Yes. I am aware. What of it? Yan Jingyao called back to inform us, fearing the in-city police might not have sufficient manpower. He dispatched people from the family to assist the local authorities in the arrest. Ji Linxiao had previously questioned the efficiency of the in-city police. It turned out they had assistance. That Yan Jingyao was quite the stand-up guy. Please extend my gratitude to him. Since Mr. Ji has already befriended my cousin, would you be open to adding another friend? Yan Qingyue smiled as she opened her phone to display her WeChat QR code, offering it toward Ji Linxiao. Sure. He swiftly pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, scanned the code, and added her as a friend. How could one turn down such an opportunity with a stunning beauty? Yan Qingyue had heard her cousin boast about Ji Linxiao's heroics, how he had navigated past the Tang family's bodyguards to rescue them from an underground warehouse. Today, she found this so-called hero behaving rather foolishly. After exchanging pleasantries, Yan Qingyue drove back, as she had carved out time to meet Ji Linxiao. While the subsequent matters were her responsibility, and she needed to return for a report, seeing that it was still early and having nothing to do at home, Ji Linxiao returned to the base to inquire about the beauty's situation. Boss, are you referring to the little princess of the Yan family, Yan Qingyue? Yes, indeed. Isn't she stunning? The brothers exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Finally, they sent Yi Qinghu to dash Ji Linxiao's dreams. Ahem, boss. It seems Miss Yan Qingyue is already taken? By whom? Oh no, my goddess is already taken? Who is this lucky fellow? The second young master of the Lung family from the capital. He and Yan Qingyue had grown up together, their families maintaining a long-standing friendship. The Yan family was responsible for warfare, while the Lung family provided economic support. What does Yan Qingyue think about this? Ji Linxiao was indifferent to such family ties. He only cared for Yan Qingyue's feelings. If she were unwilling, he would surely help her escape this invisible cage. The crux of the matter was that Miss Yin and the young Master Lung were mutually enamored. They had been betrothed for over a year. Ji Linxiao felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. His budding romance had ended before it even began. Boss, are you listening? Please don't do anything foolish. After a considerable lapse of time, Ji Linxiao finally regained his composure. Rubbing his temples helplessly, he remarked, "It's nothing, just a bit overwhelming. Rest assured, I am not so foolish. After all, a gentleman does not covet another's beloved. However, if Miss Yin were to fall hopelessly in love with me, then there would be nothing I could do." The latter part of his statement was but a thought concealed within his heart. He certainly did not voice it in front of the others, though his serious demeanor belied the mischievous laughter echoing within him. The brothers around him exhaled a collective sigh. Caught between their familial bonds forged in life and death and the benefactor who had rescued their own household, neither side was one they wished to offend. "Host, your character is about to collapse. Do not say such things, Xiaoming. A gentleman does not rob others of their affections. Yet a graceful lady is indeed a fitting match for a gentleman. But she is already betrothed, and they are mutually enamored. Have you gone deaf, host? Xiaoming, do you not see? I, Ji Linxiao, am quite presentable, and now that I have wealth, with your assistance, I shall also become a person of talent. Is it so wrong for someone like me, a celebrated individual, to harbor a bit of pride? But what if Yan Qingyue simply does not like you? Then I shall wish her well. However, should that cold gentleman treat her poorly, I shall certainly make his life difficult. Host, are you serious? Of course. I jest. I would not go to such lengths for a woman I have only just met. I am not some lovesick fool. I am the dream of countless young ladies. Ah ha ha. The three brothers ceased to ponder Ji Linxiao's feelings for Yan Qingyue, convinced that their boss was a man of great wisdom. Little did they know that beneath his serious exterior, Ji Linxiao was indulging in private self-adulation with the system. Ji family. Host, are you preparing to go out? Observing Ji Linxiao packing his belongings, the system buzzed with excitement. At last, he was ready to venture beyond the confines of this small city, to explore the world. Not so fast, though. There remains an issue unresolved. Until that matter is settled, my mind is not inclined to venture forth. Issue? Are you referring to that female secretary? Indeed. I plan to set a trap, invite her into the snare. Host, I have faith in you. The following day, Yan Qingyue sent Ji Linxiao a message, expressing her desire to treat him to a meal. Upon reading the message, Ji Linxiao was overjoyed, dancing with glee. Xiaoming, did you see that? She took the initiative to invite me. The system chose to mute Ji Linxiao's exuberance, knowing that he would have his moments of despair as well. Ji Linxiao donned his finest attire, meticulously grooming himself before heading out for the appointment. Mr. Ji, you have arrived. What a surprise to see you again. The formality felt rather stiff, but having already suggested a more casual approach once before, Yan Qingyue's continued adherence to such formality left little room for further comment. Oh, Miss Yan, you look even more radiant today. Straight man. Silence. Mr. Ji certainly knows how to jest. I wish to express my gratitude once more for your assistance in this matter, which should have been the responsibility of our Yin family. I apologize for troubling you. Not at all. It was but a trifling matter. Everything has been resolved, and I must return to report the situation. Will you not stay a few more days? I would be grateful. Mr. Ji, I appreciate your kindness, but I have numerous affairs to attend to in the capital. I hope that next time you might assist me again, and of course, I would be more than willing to help you as well. Ah, certainly. Ji Linxiao found the meal to be quite disheartening, an indescribable discomfort that left him feeling as though he had suffered a heartbreak. Do not overthink it. You are indeed heartbroken. Oh, and were it not for Yan Qingyue, she would not have spared you a glance. Chapter 83. Invite the gentleman into the snare. Ji Linxiao now lay sprawled on the sofa, listlessly watching television. Wang Fujing approached, curious for a while, before Ji Linxiao shooed him away. If you won't tell me, then I shan't bother asking. With that, he retreated upstairs to entertain himself. Steward Yin, noticing Ji Linxiao's unusual demeanor, prepared a glass of juice and offered it to him. Young master, what troubles you today? You seem rather dispirited. Steward Yin, do you have a wife? Steward Yin was momentarily taken aback, nodding and then shaking his head. What do you mean by that? I once did, but I no longer do. His eyes brimmed with affection, yet a shadow of sorrow crossed his features. Ji Linxiao wisely refrained from pressing further, recognizing that such expressions were rarely tied to good tidings. Young master, are you troubled by matters of the heart? Ji Linxiao recounted the day's events in their entirety to Steward Yin. Young master, finding a three-legged toad is difficult, but what is so challenging about finding a two-legged woman? Given the current gender ratio globally, there are more women than men. Why waste your energy on a woman who is already engaged? Ji Linxiao nodded, understanding the reasoning. Yet Yan Qingyue's beauty had captivated him. From the moment he laid eyes on her, he envisioned how wonderful it would be if she were his girlfriend. Steward Yin could see that Ji Linxiao was not truly absorbing his words. Young master, what is it that you find appealing about her? Ji Linxiao straightened his posture, scratching his head in confusion as he gazed at him. Is it her beauty? Her grace? I cannot quite articulate it. But it is indeed a feeling of love at first sight. Young master, love at first sight often boils down to mere lust. Are you simply enamored by her looks? Do you truly know her? I could take the time to learn. But what if, upon getting to know her, you discover she is not the perfect goddess you envision? Ji Linxiao fell silent, rendered speechless and unable to counter such a point. Rather than lacking a rebuttal, he found himself uncertain whether he truly liked Yan Qingyue. After his experience with Li Lu, he had believed he would become disillusioned with women and romantic entanglements. Yet, upon seeing Yan Qingyue, his heart raced, and he felt a bashful disarray. Host, you are merely a scoundrel, claiming to shun romance while yearning for beautiful women. Perhaps that is so, Ji Linxiao thought, suddenly growing weary of his current self. Li Lu had betrayed him for wealth. What of him? The moment he laid eyes on that exquisite beauty, he could not look away. Yet he professed a desire to remain uninvolved. Was that not a betrayal of its own? Steward Yin, perceiving Ji Linxiao's predicament, offered consolation. Young master, it is in human nature to appreciate beauty, particularly that of Miss Yin. I once encountered her at a banquet, and she was as breathtaking as a celestial being. Many affluent young men wept at her engagement. As he spoke, he noticed Ji Linxiao slumped on the sofa like a lifeless fish and shook his head, heading to the storeroom for a bottle of champagne. Young master, if you are truly troubled, perhaps a drink might stimulate your senses. Sometimes, a good cry can bring relief. Ji Linxiao glanced at the bottle in Steward Yan's hand, his eyes suddenly brightening. With the system's assistance, his physical and mental fortitude had increased significantly. He could not claim to be impervious to intoxication, but he could certainly handle his drink well. Drowning his sorrows in alcohol seemed a splendid idea. Thank you, Steward Yan. With that, he ascended the stairs. Seeing the newfound spark in Ji Linxiao's eyes, though uncertain why, Steward Yin felt reassured in his decision. The next day, Ji Linxiao arrived at the office with several bottles of fine wine in hand. Wang Fujing glanced at him, then at the bottles he carried. You come bearing gifts? Surely this is not a reward for me. Deprived of his allowance, Wang Fujing had long ceased his indulgent visits to bars, opting instead for the meager solace of inexpensive ice-cold beer. Yet, accustomed as he was to the finer spirits, this budget brew felt akin to sipping tepid tap water, bland and unsatisfying. Upon spotting Ji Linxiao carrying an assortment of fine wines, the yearning within him stirred. Hey, don't touch that. That is for my own consumption. If you want some, wait until we're home. It's still work hours, he murmured, pouting slightly. As if you're not slacking off yourself, Ji Linxiao retorted, brushing aside Wang Fujing's protests. I'm heartbroken and need to drown my sorrows in drink. Is that true? Wang Fujing's eyes widened with intrigue. Who is she? Which girl has captured your fancy? Shall I help you investigate? Go away, Ji Linxiao dismissed him, pushing his face away. The heartbreak is genuine, but the drinking to forget is a ruse. I intend to feign inebriation. Feigning inebriation? Wang Fujing queried. And Ji Linxiao divulged his scheme. Do you understand? Absolutely. I'll ensure it's executed flawlessly. Then off you go to carry out your task. Humph. I'll let you off this time due to my good mood. Off I go. Ji Linxiao shook his head in resignation, having come to realize that aside from his occasional arrogance, Wang Fujing was a veritable source of amusement. He wasted no time, uncorking a bottle and downing a glass in one go. Not bad, he remarked, pouring another glass to the side, then splashing some on his clothing to enhance the scent of alcohol. He loosened his shirt collar, unbuttoning the top 2 buttons, and even tugged his shirt out a bit, preparing for his ruse. All set, just waiting for the trap to spring. Host, is this truly going to work? Have you heard of the 36 stratagems? The 31st stratagem is the beauty trap. I'm mimicking that tactic with a handsome man, then letting Wang Fujing catch me in the act of compromising my superior, ensuring a scandalous outcome. Can't this lead to her being thoroughly roasted? With that, Ji Linxiao erupted into a conspiratorial laugh. Host, when I first met you, I thought you were somewhat charming. Now, you seem rather sleazy. What do you know? Ji Linxiao raised his glass, savoring the fine drink, knowing it was almost time to showcase his acting skills. Everything was prepared. All that was needed was the right moment. Meanwhile, Wang Fujing, looking forlorn, stood by Qian Kanan's desk, seeking refuge after being driven out. What's the matter? Have you angered President Ji again? I haven't tea. That guy is wallowing in his own heartbreak and taking it out on me. I want to be his scapegoat. As he spoke, he couldn't help but sneak glances at Wei Xiuamon, noticing her lips occasionally pressed together, as if stifling a laugh. Wang Fujing, aiming to better ensnare Wei Shuaman into their scheme, sat down to play a game while keeping a watchful eye on her. However, it wasn't long before Qian Kanan finished with his documents. Quiet down, we're in the middle of a team fight. If we lose, it's on you. Qian Kanan sighed in exasperation. Wei Shuaman then stepped forward. Manager Qian, let me handle it. All right, take it to President Ji, but be cautious. He might be in a foul mood. Don't worry, I'll be careful. With that, she headed out, casting a mocking glance at Wang Fujing, thinking, you're usually glued to President Ji's side, but now that he is preoccupied, it's my time to shine. Once Wei Shuaman left, Wang Fujing quickly put away his phone. Qian Kanan gaped. What is this? You were just playing a team match, and now you're rushing out? Urgent matters. My father called for me. Fine, off you go. Wei Shuaman paused at Ji Linxiao's office door, adjusting her hair and unbuttoning another button on her shirt to reveal her alluring figure. Knock, 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 President Ji? No response came from within, and she ceased her pretense. Pushing the door open, inside, she found Ji Linxiao disheveled, his gaze hazy, seated on the sofa with a half-empty glass in hand. She gently approached, placing the documents on the table, while discreetly setting her phone beside her. Xiaoming, received. She tossed her hair and cautiously sat beside Ji Linxiao, taking the glass from his hand. Who are you? Why are you taking my drink? He slurred. Is it you are? Confusion flickered in Wei Shuaman's eyes. But she withheld her questions, recalling Wang Fujing's earlier remarks. This Yue was likely the woman responsible for Ji Linxiao's heartbreak. President Ji, you've had enough. You shouldn't drink anymore. She raised the glass to her lips, sipping the remnants herself. It's so hot and uncomfortable, he complained, tugging at his tie. And Wei Shuaman seized the moment. She placed her hand on Ji Linxiao's chest, deftly unbuttoning his shirt. Aren't you feeling hot? Let me help you. You are. As she continued, Ji Linxiao's toned physique was revealed, his 8-pack abdominals and the hint of an alluring shape. Leaning closer, she brushed her lips against his neck, igniting a fervor within him. As a man who had preserved his virtue for over 20 years, he was wholly unprepared for such advances. Wei Shuaman's attention shifted from his neck to his earlobe, sending shivers down Ji Linxiao's spine, eliciting peculiar sounds from him. Internally, he panicked. Help! Where is that scoundrel Wang Fujing? If he doesn't arrive soon, my innocence will be lost. Ji Linxiao felt weakened, collapsing back against the sofa, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. This was definitely not just the alcohol. As Wei Shuaman's restless hands ventured further down, Ji Linxiao became increasingly frantic, panting as he protested. You're not you were. She wouldn't do this. You can't. With the situation escalating, Wei Shuaman had no intention of relenting. After all, who knew who would take the lead in this encounter? Capturing the moment on video would provide her leverage. Boss. He is merely a tool to be easily manipulated. Host, how is it possible that a robust man is rendered powerless by a slender woman? What do you know? Think of something quickly. And where is that Wang Fujing? Ji Linxiao struggled in vain against her grip, but with her weight bearing down, he found himself utterly immobilized. Just as his modesty was about to be compromised, Wang Fujing, accompanied by the Yi brothers, burst in to save the day. What is happening? Why is the door locked? Ji Linxiao, are you all right? While the words spoken were one thing, the heart knew the truth. This was merely a ploy to ensnare him. Ji Linxiao reclined on the sofa, casting a forlorn glance at him. It was too late now. His innocence had already been tarnished. As Wei Shuaman entered, she deftly locked the door behind her. Initially, when Wang Fujing and the others found themselves unable to open the door, they instructed Yi Chengxi to kick it down. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of Ji Linxiao, utterly despondent, pinned to the sofa by Wei Shuaman feigning disbelief. Wang Fujing exclaimed, Heavens! President Ji trusts you so implicitly, and yet you would engage in such behavior. How can you justify this to the company, to President Ji? Yi Chengxi stepped forward, yanking Wei Shuaman off Ji Linxiao and assisting him to his feet. Wei Shuaman stumbled toward the desk, gripping her phone tightly, ready to send out the video she had just recorded at any moment. President Ji, I strongly recommend the immediate dismissal of this person. The commotion had drawn the attention of many, and Qian Kanan hurried over. Fortunately, Ji Linxiao's reflexes were swift, in a matter of moments. He had fastened all the buttons of his shirt and adjusted his trousers, averting any potential embarrassment in front of his subordinates. Noticing the escalating situation, Qian Kanan quickly shooed away the onlookers at the door, barking, What are you all doing? Do you have nothing better to do than loiter here? Return to your posts. With that, he slammed the door shut. President Ji, what on earth is happening? Qian Kanan inquired, frowning at Wei Shuaman, who clutched her phone with a death grip. While Ji Linxiao, looking aggrieved, hid behind Yi Chengxi, protesting, Nongo, is this truly the person you recommended? I merely had a few drinks today, due to feeling unwell. And she almost made me jump into the Yellow River to cleanse my name. Is that so? Wei Xuanman, seeing Ji Linxiao in such a state, seized her pretense of fragility, crossing her arms with a disdainful smirk. And what of it? I have recorded everything in its entirety. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, I will immediately send this video to my friends. She brandished her phone, shaking it menacingly, and began to operate it in front of the crowd. Yi Chengxi, witnessing this, contemplated intervening, but she warned, "Hey, don't move. If my hand trembles and I accidentally send it out, what then?" This threat proved effective. Yi Chengxi hesitated, concerned that any misstep might tarnish his boss's reputation. Chapter 85, Is This Fruit Ripe? Yi Chengxi glanced at Ji Linxiao, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Qian Kanan stared at Wei Xuanman incredulously. "I had thought you were a principled young lady. It seems you two are resorting to such despicable tactics." "Huh, what of it? Either pay me 50 yuan, or you'll see me on the headlines tomorrow." Just moments prior, Wei Xuanman had nearly undressed Ji Linxiao, all while ensuring the camera's view was unobstructed. In her mind, the video she possessed was Ji Linxiao's greatest blemish, an ambiguous relationship with his female secretary, a scandalous encounter on the sofa. And with a little creative editing, the internet would surely run wild with speculation. Exchanging glances with Wang Fujing, Ji Linxiao nearly burst into laughter. He cleared his throat. "I am offering you one final opportunity. If you voluntarily resign, I will grant you a path to safety. If not, I assure you, your life in N City will become unbearable." Ji Linxiao was dead serious. After all, Li Lu's aunt was still being harassed daily by Zhu Weilong's subordinates. In this chaotic milieu, it was clear that the underworld had grown increasingly astute. They could no longer be subdued with brute force, leading them to devise countless insidious methods of harassment. For instance, they might loiter outside one's home, instilling fear without lifting a finger, putting neighbors in a precarious position. Report to the authorities? What good would that do? We simply enjoy the scenery here. Is it wrong to chat? Wei Xuanman gulped, aware of Ji Linxiao's wealth. Thus far, other than Qian Kanan, she had not encountered any significant figures. After all, the others had gone directly to the headquarters, rarely making appearances. And even if she had seen them, recognition was not guaranteed. "Do not try to frighten me. If you refuse to comply, I happen to know a few journalists." Ji Linxiao shrugged. "Nonggu, I extended an opportunity to your acquaintance, but she rejected it. Thus, I am left with no alternative. President Ji, I sincerely apologize. This was my oversight. I will ensure this matter is resolved promptly." Wei Xuanman, observing their conversation as if she were invisible, felt a surge of anger. "Am I to be ignored? Do you take me for a fool?" Wang Fujing was taken aback by her enraged demeanor. "You foolish, ugly wretch. You should have checked the video before making such a commotion." "Check the video?" Panic surged through Wei Xuanman as she hastily opened her phone to scrutinize the footage. Initially, all appeared well, showcasing her positioning the phone, but as she turned toward the sofa, the video distorted into static. Unwilling to accept defeat, she fast-forwarded the footage, only to discover her stumbling towards the phone had been fully recorded. Upon receiving the phone, she had noticed it was still recording, hence her lack of suspicion. She had not anticipated this outcome. "You, what of it?" Ji Linxiao retorted coldly, his heart icy as he realized her nefarious intentions. He had merely awaited an opportune moment to address her, and now, it seemed she had nearly caused her own downfall. How infuriating. While Ji Linxiao and Wei Xuanman exchanged barbs, Qian Kanan had already summoned the bodyguards. "Throw her out." Several security personnel disregarded Wei Xuanman's protests, dragging her out and locking her outside. "Ah, you bastards. You wretched fools." She shrieked at the entrance, resembling a deranged woman, her hair disheveled and her clothes wrinkled and soiled from her struggle. The receptionist observed her ranting like a shrew and gestured for security to remove her from the company premises. Thus, Wei Xuanman found herself expelled a second time. A picture of disgrace at the entrance of the building. 2 security guards kept a watchful eye on her. Should she exhibit any further erratic behavior, they would not hesitate to expel her yet again. Regaining her composure, Wei Xuanman brushed off her clothes, shooting a glare at the guards, and stormed off in anger. Qian Kanan quickly apologized to Ji Linxiao, claiming he had misjudged her. The girl had been exemplary at her previous internship, her credentials impeccable, and he could not fathom how she had turned out this way. "Nonggu, no need for apologies. Everyone occasionally misjudges a character. As long as it does not affect our interests, it is not a grave matter." Qian Kanan's loyalty. 5. Hearing this, Qian Kanan felt a wave of emotion. Vowing silently to ensure the company was managed effectively, whether Ji Linxiao was present or not, standards must remain consistent. The group quickly leveraged their connections and resources, swiftly uncovering Wei Xuanman's whereabouts. Li Luoyang even dispatched several intimidating subordinates to support Ji Linxiao. "Want to leave in city? Not a chance. Seeking a good job? Consider your collaboration with Zheng Yongnian terminated." Du Xiuqi dispatched personnel to scrutinize the company, issuing warnings. Thus, Wei Shuiman found herself without employment, constantly shadowed as she walked the streets. Within a few days, she was arrested for drunk driving. Thanks to Du Xiuqi's machinations, that insufferable woman would be facing several more years behind bars. That fateful evening, in the Ji residence, Wang Fujing and Chun Manyan exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with unspoken words. "Aren't you the one who was in front of me?" one exclaimed. "Goodness, so you're well connected." "Nonsense. I arrived here on my own merit." The two engaged in a fervent debate, much to the chagrin of Ji Linxiao, who felt his head spinning from their incessant bickering. "If you keep arguing, I shall throw both of you out." The moment his words reached their ears, they promptly fell silent, yet the tension lingered in their exchanged glances. "Manyan, do you have something to discuss? You seem rather excited to barge in," Ji Linxiao inquired. "Manyan, such familiarity must be due to your connections. Am I to lose my position as your little assistant?" Wang Fujing eyed Chun Manyan warily, akin to a protective rooster guarding its chick. "What is it that warrants such commotion? The buzz has been incessant all day." Ji Linxiao, momentarily taken aback, chuckled and made his way to the kitchen. Upon hearing this, Wang Fujing's eyes gleamed with mischief. "Ah, you're here for the gossip. This scoop is ripe for the picking. Come, let's discuss the day's events." He pulled Chun Manyan aside, animatedly recounting the happenings. "I must tell you, it transpired this way and that." "Oh, is that so? My goodness." Even Butler Yen, intrigued by the day's occurrences at the company, stepped aside to listen attentively. As he learned that Ji Linxiao had nearly been stripped of everything, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Is he to face the headlines tomorrow? However, he soon heard that the recording had failed, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. His emotions were akin to a roller coaster, and his aging heart could scarcely handle such stress. Fortunately, his young master was astute enough to sense the ill intentions of others early on. Otherwise, dealing with such headlines would have been quite the challenge, especially given it was a video. Chapter 86, The Multicolored Rose. "Are you leaving so soon?" Chun Manyan reclined in a chair in Ji Linxiao's room, observing him as he packed his bag. "Just going out for a while, hoping to scout some promising talents for the company. Is that all you're taking?" Chun Manyan scrutinized Ji Linxiao as he methodically placed items into his bag. 2 pairs of underwear, 2 pairs of socks, 2 sets of change of clothes, toiletries, skincare products. And then, nothing more. Why bring so much? It's cumbersome, and you can purchase anything you need once you're there. Chun Manyan suddenly recalled that the man before him was no longer the one who once debated whether to indulge in instant noodles from a bucket or a bag. Now, he was the head of a company, no longer bound to a life of frugality. "So, where do you plan to go?" "I haven't decided yet. By the way, are you truly not coming with me? Just consider it a business trip." Chun Manyan certainly wished to accompany him. Who wouldn't relish the opportunity to travel the world? Especially with one's closest friend? "Not this time. I want to learn more at the company. Manager Qian has been quite good to me and has already entrusted me with assisting him." Ji Linxiao's eyes lit up, pleasantly surprised. He had been so preoccupied lately that he had almost forgotten about his good friend. However, he realized that constant intervention might hinder Manyan's growth, although the potion had indeed played a role. "All right, when you get promoted and receive a raise, remember to treat me to a meal." "Oh no, you should be the one treating me since you pay me. It must be at a Michelin 3-star establishment." The two brothers bantered for a while before Chun Manyan retreated to rest. After all, he was still an employee and needed to rise early, unlike the boss, who could come and go as he pleased. "Ji Linxiao, I did not. I am not. Don't spread falsehoods." The following morning, after his usual morning run, Ji Linxiao prepared to rouse the slothful Wang Fujing from his slumber. "Congratulations, host, for completing a 7-day check-in. You have received a bronze treasure chest. Would you like to open it?" Yes, open it." To be honest, Ji Linxiao had grown indifferent to such trivial treasure chests, having experienced the allure of an emerald one. "Congratulations, host, for obtaining 100 seeds of multicolored roses. What use is this to me? The host can gift them. Isn't there an old saying in Longwa? A rose given to another leaves the fragrance on one's hand. Moreover, these multicolored roses can be sold as well. Is there a picture of how they look when they bloom? As shown." The system presented Ji Linxiao with an image of a rose exhibiting a myriad of colors, each petal adorned with a harmonious gradient, distinct layers yet cohesive. Although termed a multicolored rose, the gradient rendered it a kaleidoscope of hues. "All right, I forgive you. It is indeed quite beautiful. These roses should charm the ladies. Such special occasions as Valentine's Day or 520 would surely see them sell well." Wow, the host has finally demonstrated a commendable business acumen. "I thought you would waste this unique batch of seeds. I am not a fool. Of course, something beautiful can be sold." He casually handed the seeds to his servant. This particular pack of rose seeds was quite special. A designated plot should be cultivated in the garden, and once they bloomed, If any young ladies admired them, he could pluck a flower or two for them, ensuring to save some seeds. Understood, young master. The girl receiving the seeds was overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing Ji Linxiao as concerned for them. Goodness, this employer is exceptionally kind. If possible, I would love to work here indefinitely. To fulfill Ji Linxiao's instructions to perfection, she went to summon the 3 gardeners responsible for maintaining the garden, who were still resting. In the days to come, aside from tidying up the house, she kept a vigilant eye on the gardeners, ensuring they took excellent care of the rose seeds. Wang Fujing. You lazy pig, get up. Just let me sleep a bit longer, 10 more minutes. With that, he promptly dozed off again. Ji Linxiao, smiling, seized his blanket and yanked it away. It was worth noting that Wang Fujing had wrapped himself in part of the blanket when Ji Linxiao pulled. He was forced to roll over on the bed. What the? This is murder. It's like slaughtering a pig. Hurry up, can't you see what time it is? Oh, it's 9:30. Squinting at his phone, Wang Fujing then flopped back down. Ji Linxiao was not one to indulge him. He hoisted him over his shoulder and deposited him in the bathtub, dousing his face with cold water. Ji Linxiao, you dog, you're too much. Gulp. You gurgle. Only after confirming Wang Fujing was fully awake did he toss him a towel. Dry off, don't catch a cold. Humph. If you were worried about me catching a cold, you wouldn't have doused me with cold water in the morning. Understood, I won't do it again. Wang Fujing nodded in satisfaction at Ji Linxiao's words. Next time, use hot water. You. Ji Linxiao chose to ignore him, closing the door behind him as he left, leaving Wang Fujing in the bathtub grumbling and drying off his hair. Have you decided where to go? Wang Fujing, now dressed and harboring a look of resentment, sat opposite Ji Linxiao, munching on bread, spinning a makeshift wheel to determine their destination. So casual? Isn't this what a spontaneous trip is all about? The wheel was simple. Ji Linxiao had written down several nearby cities, and they would throw darts. Wherever the dart landed would be their destination. Let me do it. Wang Fujing, bread in mouth, rushed to grab a dart, while butler Yin dutifully assisted in spinning the wheel. Clang. What's this? P City. As the wheel came to a halt, Wang Fujing discerned the name beneath the dart. Then let us head to P City. What is the plan for getting there? What else is there to consider? It's so close, of course we will. Before Ji Linxiao could finish speaking, he was interrupted. All right, drive. It's up to you now, but first, let us refuel. He paid no heed to Wang Fujing, who stood frozen in place, and ascended the stairs to fetch his luggage. Hey, when did I say to drive? I meant taking the high-speed train. The high-speed train. In truth, Ji Linxiao found driving to be a hassle. What if there was a traffic jam on the highway? Or if he needed to relieve himself and the nearest rest area was far away? He merely said that to tease Wang Fujing, as he had already purchased the train tickets for the 3 p.m. train, planning to have lunch at home before departing. After all, eating on the high-speed train could be a bit awkward. He wouldn't want to consume anything with a strong odor that might discomfort other passengers. Such behavior was unbecoming of a gentleman. You? A gentleman? What connection do you have with gentility? Not giving the girl you secretly admire an easy way out, drooling over beautiful women. Hey, when did I drool? Hee hee. Not telling you. Damn system. Clarify this for me. Woo-woo, you insulted the system. Deducting 500 points. Keep it up, and I'll deduct more. At this point, Ji Linxiao truly felt a mix of anger and helplessness, resorting to silently cursing the system. Chapter 87. The High-Speed Train Predicament. Damn, why are there so many people? Had I known, I would have driven. Of course, I don't mind. You can drive if you wish. Forget I said anything. Upon arriving at the in-city high-speed train station, they were engulfed by the throngs of people. After a considerable wait, they finally found a place to sit down. Wow. It's so cramped. Thankfully, we bought first-class seats. While they awaited their train, an elderly lady accompanied by her grandson approached, glancing around as she walked in their direction. Seeing an elderly person with a child, Ji Linxiao thought to get up and offer his seat, lest someone else snatch it away. The elderly lady scanned the surroundings, and suddenly, her gaze seemed to lock onto Ji Linxiao and Wang Fujing. Just as Ji Linxiao was about to pull Wang Fujing up to give his seat, he heard something that made him uncomfortable. You too. Get up and let me and my precious grandson sit. Ji Linxiao's bottom had just slightly lifted when he heard this, and promptly sat back down. Offering his seat was acceptable, given she was an elderly woman with a child. But he would not tolerate being ordered around. Wang Fujing shot a glance at both of them, but paid no heed. He was the pampered one at home, and had always been given priority. Giving up his seat? That was contingent on his mood. With such commanding language, in the past, Wang Fujing would have likely kicked her away without a second thought. Seeing their lack of response, the elderly lady proceeded to grab Ji Linxiao's arm, insisting, get up. Let my grandson sit. Didn't you hear? My grandson is exhausted. You're responsible for this. How ridiculous. Why should Ji Linxiao care if her grandson was tired? He prepared to shake off her grip, only to find her hold was surprisingly strong, almost tearing his clothing. Ji Linxiao's expression soured. The garments he wore were meticulously chosen by Yi. While he didn't know their price, with his discerning eye and taste, he knew they weren't cheap, at least 500 or 600 apiece. Although Ji Linxiao was not short on money, he detested wasting it frivolously. Let go. If you don't get up, I want to let go. Ji Linxiao's face turned icy, and with a firm motion, he shook the elderly lady's hand off. The force was substantial, causing her to stumble back several steps and fall to the ground. Upon witnessing his grandmother fall, the little grandson burst into tears, while the elderly lady still clutched a piece of his sleeve. Indeed, she had pulled so hard that it had unraveled the seam of Ji Linxiao's clothing. The elderly lady, realizing she had lost her upper hand, began to wail dramatically. At my age, to be bullied by a young person, not even being offered a seat, and now being assaulted. This is utterly outrageous. Ji Linxiao's smooth arms were exposed to the public eye, showcasing perfect lines and robust muscles, a result of rigorous training and enhancement, which drew the attention of several young women nearby. Suppressing his anger, Ji Linxiao approached the elderly lady, squatted down, and fixed a cold stare upon her. Whether I give up my seat is my prerogative. Don't think you can impose moral obligations on me. I have no morals. Also, you will compensate for my clothing before you leave, or else don't blame me for truly bullying an elder. Ji Linxiao had always been respectful towards the elderly and children. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought to offer his seat at the first glance. However, even a clay figurine has its limits. He would only accommodate those elders who adhered to moral principles. As for those who played the rogue, they could roll as far away as possible. The elderly lady, upon hearing this, escalated her tantrum. From the outset, she had been scanning the crowd for a target, specifically looking for young individuals who appeared cultured and affluent, knowing they would be more likely to yield to her demands. However, she had not anticipated encountering someone so resolute today. Wang Fujing felt a rush of exhilaration upon hearing Ji Linxiao's words. Well said, as long as I lack morals. No one can impose moral constraints on me. The commotion from the elderly lady's outburst, the child's cries, and the murmurs from the surrounding crowd quickly attracted the attention of security personnel from the train station. What is going on? Before Ji Linxiao could speak, the elderly lady preemptively accused him. This young man, I merely asked him to let my grandson sit, and he assaulted me. Whoa, at my age? I might just lose my life. Shut your mouth. Wang Fujing, enraged by the elderly lady's nonsensical claims, was about to confront her physically. Just as he was about to step forward, Ji Linxiao held him back. There are so many witnesses. Do you want your old man to fly over here and give you a beating? Startled, Wang Fujing paused, feeling a twinge of pain in his backside. Casting a glare at the elderly lady on the ground, deciding not to escalate the situation further. He understood that since Ji Linxiao had stopped him, he must have had a plan. There were surveillance cameras at the train station. After all, wouldn't the footage reveal who started the altercation? The security personnel, recognizing the validity of this argument, called for someone to check the surveillance footage. The elderly lady, hearing this, grew agitated. What was wrong with asking for a seat? She had indeed pulled on someone, but so what? She had struck him and resumed her wailing on the ground. The onlookers, disturbed by the cries from the grandmother and grandson duo, began to murmur among themselves. In this day and age, how can someone lay hands on an elder? Truly uncivilized. Young man, just apologize. It's not a big deal. Why should he apologize? He did nothing wrong. Bro, I support you. Everyone has their struggles. Let us show some understanding. Voices of support, opposition, condemnation, and mediation clashed in a cacophony. You're all so easy to speak from a place of comfort. What? I forgive her, and you compensate me for my clothing? I want to pay? Then you should keep your mouth shut. Ji Linxiao found it somewhat amusing that everyone claimed he was at fault, yet no one was willing to compensate him for his loss. We reviewed the footage. We apologize, sir, for the unpleasant experience you've endured. How do you intend to resolve this matter? We suggest a reconciliation. Let us call the police. Ji Linxiao interjected, cutting off the security personnel. Reconciliation? That is utterly impossible. I want to go. No one is allowed to call the police. Woo, how pitiful we two are. Ji Linxiao paid her no mind, and directly instructed someone to summon the nearby train inspectors to address the issue. He had also inquired about Yen Xianyi, noting that the price of the clothing was approximately 0.07 yuan, and the invoice had been sent over as well. Yen Xianyi retained invoices or receipts for several items, which facilitated the calculation of expenses and eased Ji Linxiao's inquiries. Ji Linxiao promptly presented the invoice for the clothing to the authorities, even showcasing his bare arm to them. The officers, upon seeing Ji Linxiao's arm, nearly burst into laughter, remarking on the old woman's remarkable strength, as she had practically torn the clothing apart. Sir, how would you like to resolve this? Either compensate me for the clothing, or let's proceed according to the law. The elderly woman, upon hearing the mention of legal action, clutched her grandson tightly in fear. What do you intend to do? It was his fault. He struck me. Don't come any closer. Ultimately, out of fear of legal repercussions, the elderly woman agreed to compensate Ji Linxiao 70% of the clothing's price. Although she was not entirely satisfied, she acknowledged the importance of maintaining civility and chose not to pursue the matter further. After the officers departed, the elderly woman followed behind, voicing her grievances in a sarcastic tone and inciting those around her to support her claims. Wang Fujing could no longer tolerate the situation. He approached the elderly woman and seized her collar. Hey, old lady, the fact that I didn't have you taken in is out of mercy from my brother. If it were up to me, I would have had you and your grandson dealt with. Fearful of Wang Fujing's threats, the elderly woman, known for her bullying of the weak and her tendency to throw tantrums, was left speechless. Wang Fujing released her and turned his attention to her grandson, who was sniffling. Leaning in, he warned, with your grandmother causing such a ruckus, you might end up getting snatched away by a bad man who would do terrible things to you. The little boy burst into tears, exclaiming, I don't want to lose my little JJ. Satisfied with his handiwork, Wang Fujing returned to his previous pursuits, indifferent to the child's cries, as he had no obligation to care. Chapter 88. The Phantom Thief Snow Empress. Before boarding the high-speed train, Ji Linxiao changed into a new outfit, as the sleeveless attire had proven to be rather unseemly. Soon, they boarded the train, leaving behind the chaotic waiting area. As they departed, the little grandson could still be heard shouting, Grandma, I hate you. I don't want to lose my little JJ. Once aboard the train, the two settled in to rest, choosing not to dwell on the unpleasant encounter they had just experienced. Fortunately, they did not cross paths with the troublesome grandmother and grandson again. Hey, Ji Linxiao, come look at this Weibo post. Just as Ji Linxiao was about to close his eyes for a brief nap, he was jolted awake by Wang Fujing's enthusiasm. Gritting his teeth, Ji Linxiao glared at Wang Fujing. If this isn't urgent, I swear I'll dunk your head in the toilet. Wang Fujing hurriedly thrust his phone in front of Ji Linxiao's face. Just look, isn't this explosive news? Our trip to P City is perfectly timed. Ji Linxiao, irritated, removed the phone from his face and glanced at the Weibo update. Breaking. Today, Century Technology Company received a forewarning from the Phantom Thief Snow Empress. Click to see how Century Technology responds to the Empress's provocation. Phantom Thief? Snow Empress? That name sounds familiar, Ji Linxiao mused. Xiao Meng, could you assist me in gathering information on this Snow Empress? Host has not encountered this individual. Xiao Meng can only compile the information currently available online. Alright, then search for me. As Ji Linxiao scrolled through the page, Wang Fujing watched him with excitement. So what do you think? Is it thrilling news? We just arrived in P City, and there's a grand spectacle awaiting us. Let's stay at a hotel near Century Technology. Fine, make the reservation, and I'll reimburse you. Host, I have found information. Phantom Thief Snow Empress. Age, unknown. Gender, female. To date, she has executed 47 successful thefts, each time achieving her objective. She issues a forewarning one day prior to each heist, and all stolen items are either valuable or confidential. Some netizens speculate that Snow Empress is a fervent admirer of Kid the Phantom Thief, hence her habit of issuing forewarnings. Others suggest she possesses a mischievous streak, deliberately provoking her targets. In summary, the Phantom Thief Snow Empress is an exceptionally skilled individual with a clear agenda, a talent worth noting. It is advised that the host remain vigilant. Indeed, sending a forewarning and still managing to steal the items showcases her formidable prowess, rivaling that of Kid the Phantom Thief. But what motivates someone of her caliber to steal valuable or confidential items? Ji Linxiao was adamant that there must be an organization or individuals backing her. He could not fathom her operating entirely alone. If she was indeed independent, it would be ideal, as it would allow for the potential recruitment of more talents. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Staring blankly at this Weibo post, are you considering something? Wang Fujing chuckled slyly, and Ji Linxiao immediately grasped what he was insinuating. I am indeed curious, but not about her appearance. I'm not like you. The online frenzy surrounding Snow Empress's looks had only yielded a single, blurry silhouette captured by a security camera. Yet, this lone image had captured the imaginations of countless fans. The photograph depicted a slender woman with a high ponytail, clad in a tight-fitting stealth suit. Although her face was obscured, she still managed to exude an air of allure. Upon disembarking, Wang Fujing led Ji Linxiao directly to the building housing Century Technology. Why the rush? Are you truly that naive? Countless people wish to witness the Snow Empress in person. If we delay, I doubt there will be any rooms left at nearby hotels. Wang Fujing dragged him to a hotel directly across from Century Technology, thankfully still with vacancies. The location of Century Technology was prime, situated in the bustling heart of P City, and the hotel directly opposite was notoriously expensive. Under normal circumstances, a standard room would cost around 400 yuan per night, while the presidential suite commanded a staggering 800 yuan. Now, with hotels in the area seizing the opportunity, prices had soared to 420 yuan per night, surpassing even those of the Spring Festival. Even so, for rooms had already been booked, demonstrating the number of individuals flocking in hopes of catching a glimpse of the Snow Empress. Ji Linxiao, holding the room key, prepared to unlock the door when he noticed that the occupant of the adjacent room had returned as well. The resident of the neighboring room was a man of striking appearance, exuding an enigmatic charm. Why did Ji Linxiao perceive him this way? The man was undeniably handsome. Yet Ji Linxiao could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. It was not jealousy. He was confident in his own looks. Rather, it was an unsettling sensation, akin to being watched by a venomous snake. This man was no ordinary individual. Xiaoming. Scanning for information. Name, Luo Xiao. Age, 24. Identity, unknown. Unknown. Xiaoming. Your responses are becoming increasingly vague. Host, it's not that I don't want to provide more details. It's simply that your access privileges are too limited. Upgrade my capabilities, and you will obtain more information. For now, it merely indicates that this individual is quite dangerous, with scant information available both online and in reality. Ji Linxiao, hearing the system's assessment, ceased to press for more details. This man indeed gave off an unsettling vibe. Luo Xiao sensed Ji Linxiao's gaze and turned to meet his eyes, tilting his head as if to inquire, "Why are you looking at me?" Wang Fujing, oblivious to the tension, approached the man without hesitation. "Brother, are you also here to witness the Snow Empress? That silhouette. Wow, she's undoubtedly a great beauty. If you catch a glimpse, be sure to share." As Wang Fujing rambled on, Luo Xiao's attention remained steadfastly fixed on Ji Linxiao. In order to conceal his own thoughts, Ji Linxiao hurriedly echoed Wang Fujing, feigning an expression of excitement. "Indeed, if my brother manages to capture a shot, will you share it with us? We have traveled such a long distance solely to behold the true visage of the Snow Emperor." Luo Xiao smiled faintly, murmured an acknowledgement, and retreated into the room, closing the door behind him. What kind of person is this? Just a mere acknowledgement after I've said so much? At least acknowledge my presence. Ji Linxiao, exasperated, pulled him inside, preventing him from embarrassing himself further at the door. Xiaoming, scan, shield understood? Received. He turned to Wang Fujing, whose incessant chatter continued unabated. In a fit of irritation, Ji Linxiao covered his mouth and pinned him down on the bed. Mem. Ji Linxiao leaned closer to his ear, whispering, "Be quiet. The person next door is quite formidable. If you continue to make noise, I will toss you onto the street." Wang Fujing quickly nodded in response, signaling Ji Linxiao to release him. Once he was free, Ji Linxiao noticed a slight flush on his face as he rubbed his ears repeatedly. "Why speak so closely? It's unbearably ticklish. My apologies." Ji Linxiao, taken aback by his reaction, recalled the events of that day and felt a twinge of embarrassment, recognizing the discomfort he had also endured in the past. "I remember you are all straight men, right? Shut up. If you keep talking, no one will think you're a mute." Ji Linxiao thought to himself, "I am a straight man. A pure straight man. Absolutely against fencing and all that." Chapter 89. The First Encounter with the Snow Emperor. After closing the door, Luo Xiao approached the woman in the room, gently stroking her hair. "Tomorrow night. I am counting on you. Rest assured, Xiao, I will certainly help you procure what you need." The woman turned and embraced Luo Xiao, tenderly nuzzling against him, greedily inhaling his scent. "Xiao, who were you speaking with at the door just now?" "Oh, it was just someone from next door. I initially thought he was capable, but it turns out he's just a fool." Am I not enough for you? Why do you need to seek others?" "I merely feared my darling might be too exhausted. After this, we shall wash our hands of this, and I will take you to the Aegean Sea, where we can wed. How does that sound?" The woman gazed dreamily out the window at the towering building of century technology across the street. "Tomorrow night. It will all come to an end." Host, detecting a talent nearby. Talent? Reflecting on the person he had just encountered, was it that man? It should not be. Only those who have met the host will have specific information. Those not met will only prompt a talent notification without details. Then it seems this trip to Peace City was fortuitous, arriving here and already discovering talent. Could it be that elusive thief, the Snow Emperor? After all, they were set to act tomorrow night. Unknown. You should explore Peace City more over the next couple of days. If it truly is the Snow Emperor, they will certainly hide after their theft. A rustling snort interrupted Ji Linxiao's contemplation. He glanced over to see Wang Fujing, the lazy pig, sprawled on the bed, sound asleep. Frustrated, Ji Linxiao threw a punch into the air. After all, he couldn't really hit him. If he got hurt, he'd have to go to the hospital. And besides, he didn't want to explain it to his father. Wang Fujing slept soundly until the afternoon, waking with drool still on his face. As he stepped out of the room, his first question was, What are we having for dinner tonight? Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. Aside from eating, you sleep. What good are you to me? Ji Linxiao, infuriated, hurled a cushion from the sofa at him, wishing he could smash him flat. Regardless, the system had indicated he should scout for talent, and since it was already confirmed that talent was nearby, he might as well seek out food while he was at it. After all, the system would promptly notify him upon encountering talent. Let us go find some famous dishes in P City. Yay. The two, after changing their clothes, arrived at P City South Food Street. Are you really going to take me to eat at a street vendor? What's South wrong with street vendors? Do you look down on them? No. It's just that my stomach is delicate. So you can only eat soft food. Huh? Get lost. Ji Linxiao thought of this young master, accustomed to fine dining at home, who might not tolerate the less savory offerings of street food. Thus, he led him on a lengthy detour until they found a clean, well-maintained indoor restaurant. TCH, I'll begrudgingly accompany you here for a meal. Upon entering the establishment, they spotted a strikingly beautiful woman sitting alone, delicately slurping her noodles. Wang Fujing's eyes lit up. He quickly elbowed Ji Linxiao. Look, a stunning beauty with an air of restraint. That face, that figure, remarkable. Not only Wang Fujing, but Ji Linxiao was also captivated. However, his admiration was not solely for her beauty. The system had provided a notification. Congratulations, host. Talent found. Name, Su Luoxue. Alias, the Snow Emperor. Endurance, 54. Mental strength, 120. Luck, 29. A pitiable soul with a tragic background. Now in dire need of a warm-hearted man to soothe her fragile spirit. Tragic background? What do you mean? How did you find that out? Host permissions insufficient to view details. The system internally sighed, nearly revealing too much. It was best not to disclose that this tragic background was information obtained from another system. At that moment, Wang Fujing resembled a runaway stallion, charging towards Su Luoxue. He sat across from her, striking a pose he deemed cool and suave. Hi, beautiful. Shall we get acquainted? I'm Wang Fujing, delighted to meet you. His hand hovered in the air, eagerly hoping for her to grasp his delicate hand. Su Luoxue seemed oblivious, finishing her last morsel of noodles, elegantly wiping her mouth with a napkin, then turning to scan the wall for payment. Boss, payment completed. All right, I see it. After settling the bill, Su Luoxue intended to leave, but Wang Fujing quickly stood in her path. Beautiful lady, show me some courtesy. If you want to shake hands, at least let me know your name. Move aside. RNG. What a lovely name. I wonder how it's written. Su Luoxue shot him a cold glance, perplexed by his persistence. Indeed, her xiao was far superior. I said move. Wang Fujing suddenly felt humiliated, his expression darkening. How many women in N City would refuse him? The esteemed young Master Wang? Don't be ungrateful. Oh, ouch. Before he could finish, Su Luoxue seized his head, forcefully pushing it down, then kneeing him in the nose. How frustrating. With a casual pat on her hands, she prepared to exit. Host, the person is about to escape. At that moment, Ji Linxiao finally realized that if she ran away, finding her would be challenging. Miss, what do you mean? Do you want to roll on the ground too? Su Luoxue, now growing impatient, merely wanted to have a meal without encountering so much drama. Had she known, she would have ordered takeout in her room. Saying this, she sidestepped Ji Linxiao and blended into the crowd. Host, what are you doing? She is so fierce. Forget it, after all. She is a woman you are destined not to have. Why do you say that? Xiaomeng, what do you mean by that? It is of no significance. In due time, when the host's authority is sufficient, certain matters will become apparent. For now, it is best not to inquire. Ji Linxiao, Wang Fujing, rubbing his nose, grumbled as he approached him. What the heck? Are beauty's tempers so fiery nowadays? Is this considered a workplace injury? You were flirting and got slapped. Should I classify that as a workplace injury? Get lost. Boss. Place your order. Not counting it as a workplace injury? Then I shall order more dishes to properly compensate myself. After all, it is Ji Linxiao who will be footing the bill. Ji Linxiao paid little heed to what Wang Fujing ordered, his mind preoccupied with pondering the meaning of the system's earlier statement. Destined for me to never obtain? Could there be other circumstances at play? Am I to be apprehended? Or worse, perish? After all, the Dragon Kingdom is exceedingly incensed with Su Luoxue's actions, having issued a warrant for her capture, allowing for immediate lethal force if encountered. Therefore, this time, the Century Technology Company could have armed patrols assisting. Should he find it prudent to alert them? Or perhaps lend a hand? Such talent is indeed rare. Chapter 90. Destined? Xiaoming, what do you think? No. I do not wish for your opinion. I desire my own. Host, it would be best to focus on seeking other talents. Why? I am afraid I cannot divulge that. A pitiful crying face appeared on the screen, leaving Ji Linxiao no choice but to cease his inquiries. After all, one cannot force a system to divulge its secrets, can they? Eventually, He vowed to uncover the truth behind the system. The system mused internally. Phew, this host is rather difficult to manage. The two meandered through P-City for quite some time, yet still received no new hints from the system. Perhaps there simply weren't any left in P-City. Indeed, if the system-approved talents were plentiful, the Dragon Kingdom would have long since transformed into an invincible superpower. Initially intent on departing for the next city the following day, Ji Linxiao found himself swayed by Wang Fujing's persistent pleas. Oh, come on, we've come this far. We'll have a chance to witness the true form of the Snow Empress tomorrow night. Aren't you curious? Not particularly. After all, I have already seen her. The latter part of Ji Linxiao's statement he refrained from voicing, for otherwise, Wang Fujing would undoubtedly be curious about when and where he had seen her, and why he and T brought him along. If he were to confess that the woman he had just encountered was indeed the Snow Empress, it would likely send Wang Fujing into a frenzy. Moreover, Ji Linxiao could not explain how he had discerned her identity, online or offline. There was nary a shred of authentic information regarding the Snow Empress. Fine, I shall accompany you while you wait. After all, he was in no hurry. Talent would remain no matter where they went, and whether or not they encountered it was a matter of fate. Thus, the two indulged in food and drink, wandering about P-City, thoroughly enjoying themselves. As Wang Fujing eloquently put it, it's public funds for dining and revelry. One must indulge. Who does not relish free handouts? Finally, night fell. Do you wish to watch from the room, or find another vantage point? Wang Fujing shot him a sidelong glance, extracting a pair of binoculars from his backpack. When did you buy those? While you were busy browsing for clothes, I spotted a general goods store nearby. I've even secured a room with the best viewing angle. Where else would we go? Isn't this expansive floor-to-ceiling window sufficient for your viewing pleasure? Ji Linxiao resigned, settled onto the sofa to prepare for television viewing, only to have the remote snatched away by Wang Fujing. Sure, don't disturb my eyes. Watch the news. Don't you want to see how the outside world perceives this event? Wang Fujing rolled his eyes, nodded contemplatively, and then proactively switched on the television. He rapidly flipped through channels in search of coverage regarding the incident. At last, after cycling through several stations, a reporter's interview with the head of Century Technology flashed on the screen. The head stated, "We received this letter just before we left work yesterday, stating that he would retrieve our treasure at 10 o'clock tonight. I believe this so-called thief is merely provoking us. We will not allow him to steal anything." Is that it? How dull. Turn it off. You aren't allowed to watch. What if your distraction prevents me from seeing the Snow Empress? Ji Linxiao, exasperated, retreated to his room to fiddle with his phone, closing the door behind him to avoid any further disturbances. Before long, the time stipulated in the notification letter arrived, and not only the security personnel and staff of Century Technology, but also upper management felt an exhilarating rush of adrenaline. In no time, alarms blared from the opposite building, red lights flashing within. Wow, it's happening. Ji Linxiao, still in his room with headphones on, could hear Wang Fujing's excited shouts, prompting him to the window to observe the unfolding drama across the street. Destined to be unattainable, could the Snow Empress be in peril this time? The area below the opposing building quickly filled with police cars as throngs of officers surged into the structure, leaving the onlookers baffled. Soon, the head from the earlier interview appeared before the public, swarmed by reporters eager for first-hand information. Wang Fujing squeezed into Ji Linxiao's room. Old Ji. There are reporters outside live streaming. I found the platform. Let us watch together. Sir, may I ask if this operation has been successful? Has the Snow Empress, as you previously stated, left with nothing? Sir, does this alarm signify your failure? Sir, did you manage to capture any photos of the thief, the Snow Empress? A torrent of questions surged towards the head of Century Technology, who stood there, seemingly dazed, failing to respond. One reporter lost his footing and stumbled forward, inadvertently thrusting his microphone into the head's face. Having remained unresponsive until now, the head suddenly collapsed to the ground, prompting the reporters to retreat in alarm. I didn't hit him. Someone pushed me. At this moment, no one paid heed to the flustered reporter. Everyone's attention was riveted on the head of Century Technology. To their astonishment, he began to weep uncontrollably, pounding the ground as he cried out, "It's over. It's all over. The items have been stolen." He sobbed, leaving those present at a loss. Yet as professional journalists, they pressed on for more revelations, even if it meant rubbing salt in the wound. Damn, it truly is the Snow Empress. She always manages to succeed. So, did you see her? No, haha. But I believe I will see her next time for sure. Is there really going to be a next time? Ji Linxiao pondered, somewhat perplexed. The system's words suggested that Su Luoxue was unattainable. Yet as long as he diligently cultivated goodwill, there remained hope. Thus, the implication was that she would encounter trouble. But if the items were successfully stolen, what could possibly lead to her misfortune? At this moment, Su Luoxue had successfully secured the items and returned to her room. gazing disdainfully at the chaos below from her window. All right, it's all over. Let us see where we shall go tomorrow. Ji Linxiao had previously created a simple electronic spinner on an app in his room for Wang Fujing to use. W City. Fantastic. I want to go eat their morning tea. All you think about is food. What else can you think of? Hurry up and go to sleep. We have a journey ahead of us. What is the rush? Let us discuss what we'll eat tomorrow. Wang Fujing then began to list dishes as if performing a comedic monologue. Chirp, 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 chirp. A peculiar sound piqued Ji Linxiao's attention. Did you hear any strange noise? He inquired. Lost in thoughts of delectable delights, Wang Fujing seemed oblivious to Ji Linxiao's words, likely not having heard him. The odd sound felt vaguely familiar. It resembled the muffled report of a silenced gun. Was someone firing a weapon nearby? In the adjacent room? Ji Linxiao, having undergone systematic enhancements through pharmacological modifications, possessed heightened senses far superior to before. Although the sound was faint, the poor soundproofing of hotel rooms allowed him to discern the commotion next door. Observing Wang Fujing's foolish grin, Ji Linxiao understood he would be of little assistance in this matter. Chapter 91. The Fall of the Thief? Frustrated, Ji Linxiao kicked Wang Fujing, exclaiming, "Go back to your room. You're insufferable. All you think about is food. Can't you occupy your mind with something else?" Rubbing his backside and grumbling, Wang Fujing departed. Fine, I don't care to linger in your presence anyway. Once Wang Fujing was gone, peace returned to Ji Linxiao's room, the closest to the neighboring one. He pressed his ear against the wall, straining to catch any sound from the other side. "Host, your current demeanor is rather unappealing," the system remarked. Unable to hear, Ji Linxiao pressed his face against the wall, trying to inch closer, resulting in a rather grotesque facial contortion. "You don't provide real-time updates, and yet call me ugly? I've never encountered a more useless system." Then, "Dear host, do your best." Frustrated by the silence, Ji Linxiao felt an overwhelming urge to meld into the wall. Yet that strange noise lingered on his mind. The last time he had rescued Yi Chengxi, the assailant's weapon had also been silenced, producing a similar pew-pew-pew sound. The man next door. Ji Linxiao hurried to the door, pressing himself against it to peer through the peephole. The only way down from the adjacent room was right past Ji Linxiao's door. After a short wait, which felt like an eternity, the man from next door emerged, cradling someone in his arms. That woman looked somewhat familiar. Could it be Su Luoxue? Ji Linxiao was utterly astonished. The seemingly dangerous man was harboring the very woman he had been contemplating. Was this an act of betrayal? Having acquired what he wanted, did he deem Su Luoxue expendable and intend to silence her? Perhaps Ji Linxiao's gaze was too intense, or perhaps Luoxue's sixth sense was particularly acute, or it could simply be coincidence. As he passed by Ji Linxiao's door, the man suddenly halted and cast a glance towards Ji Linxiao's door. Their eyes met through the peephole, sending a chill down Ji Linxiao's spine. He quickly withdrew from the peephole, leaning against the door with one hand covering his mouth and the other over his racing heart, not daring to breathe. Had he been discovered? Surely. The peephole was concealed from the outside. After a minute, Ji Linxiao cautiously rose to check the situation again through the peephole. "Host, I advise against looking. It may lead to nightmares." What? The individual has not left. He is currently peering through the peephole. Was he mad? This man was terrifying. He should not have fixated on this venomous man yesterday, as it likely aroused suspicion. "Xiaoming, inform me when you depart." It appeared that caution was paramount henceforth. Thoughts should remain concealed within, lest they manifest outwardly, a self-defeating endeavor. "Host, the individual has departed." Upon hearing the system's voice, Ji Linxiao peered through the peephole once more. "Xiaoming, perform a scan. Are there any others outside?" "No one. They have all gone downstairs." "No one." Splendid. This meant he could pursue them. After all, the system could heal injuries, and if Su Luoxue's wounds were not severe, rescuing her could prove advantageous. With that thought in mind, Ji Linxiao prepared to act. Just as he unlatched the security chain, dizziness overwhelmed him, and the world around him blurred into obscurity. "What is happening to me?" Xiaoming. Before he could descend into full unconsciousness, a faint blue apparition caught him, supporting him gently. "Oh dear, this host truly causes me concern. Maintaining this state consumes considerable energy. You are quite the troublesome host." The apparition carefully lowered Ji Linxiao to the ground and reattached the security chain before vanishing, as though it had never existed. "Alas, it is not that Xiaoming wishes to prevent your actions. You can influence the future and instigate change. But you must not excessively interfere with those who will not appear in your future. I hope the host can comprehend this." Unconscious, Ji Linxiao, of course, did not hear those words. Had he would have pondered their meaning deeply. The system, well aware that Ji Linxiao could not hear, felt emboldened to utter such words. Yet even if he had heard and grown curious, it would still resort to that old adage to placate Ji Linxiao. Host privileges are insufficient. Please strive to upgrade to gain further knowledge. Thus, Ji Linxiao lay at the door throughout the night. Why did the system not return him to his bed? Maintaining a human form consumed vast amounts of energy, derived from the host's accumulated points. Merely sustaining its form required considerable effort, compounded by the challenge of transporting Ji Linxiao, a rather hefty individual, back to bed, a daunting task indeed. After careful deliberation, the system chose to allow Ji Linxiao to spend the night on the floor. After all, a mere cold was hardly catastrophic. At that point, the system could provide him with a remedy, a special formula for cold medication, benefiting both its host and its own pharmaceutical endeavors. A win-win situation. Indeed, Xiaoming was a commendable system. The following day, just before noon, Wang Fujing emerged from his room, bleary-eyed. "Old Ji, why didn't you wake me? It's nearly 11. WOC?" Initially grumbling about Ji Linxiao's lack of initiative, he intended to investigate what his companion was up to. On his way, he noticed a lump on the floor and turned to find Ji Linxiao sprawled out at the door. "Old Ji, Ji Linxiao. Hey, wake up." Wang Fujing attempted to rouse him, but after several fruitless calls, he reached out hesitantly to touch Ji Linxiao. Still warm, he noted, placing his hand beneath Ji Linxiao's nose. Still breathing. Looks like he's not dead, just in a deep slumber. Wang Fujing rolled up his sleeves and delivered a sharp slap to Ji Linxiao's face. Ji Linxiao jolted awake, clutching his face in pain, frowning as he sat up from the floor. "How did I end up here? You ask me, I ask who? I came out and found you lying here. What happened last night?" "Ouch." Ji Linxiao winced, feeling a sharp pang in his face. Clearly, Wang Fujing had struck him with considerable force. "Oh, why does my face hurt so much?" "I don't know, maybe you bumped into something?" Wang Fujing replied, fidgeting with his fingers, attempting to shift the blame onto Ji Linxiao. "Is that so? I can't recall. My head hurts. I think I'll sleep a bit longer. Let us leave later. Remember to extend our stay." "Sure thing, bro. Go get some rest. Let me know if you need anything later." Ji Linxiao was enveloped in a haze of drowsiness, oblivious to the peculiarities surrounding Wang Fujing. With heavy eyelids, he collapsed onto his bed, surrendering to a deep slumber. Should I inform the host? Chapter 92, Special Achievement. Ji Linxiao awoke in the afternoon, having slept through the day. Though it was summer, the nighttime temperatures were still quite cool. After spending an entire night on the floor without any coverings, a cold was inevitable. The system, tinged with a hint of shame, proactively presented a prescription upon Ji Linxiao's awakening. "Congratulations, host, for triggering the special achievement A Night on the Floor. Reward, a prescription for an effective cold remedy." Ji Linxiao looked disdainfully at the words on the screen, questioning the legitimacy of this achievement. The system can only present it if the achievement exists. Hurry and check the prescription. Upon opening the prescription, he was overwhelmed by a bewildering array of herbs, unable to comprehend them. "Just tell me what effects it has," he requested. "This remedy can cure all types of colds within 24 hours after consumption." A remarkable find. However, the names of the herbs were foreign to him. "Oh, this. How about this? I will prepare a dose for you free of charge, and you can try it to see how effective it is for humans." "Humans? What does that mean? Is this not a remedy for humans?" "Darling, this is a special concoction I exchanged from elsewhere for you. So, there's no actual achievement." "Is there?" Ji Linxiao noted the phrase exchanged, realizing that if it was something derived from an achievement, it should fall under the system's domain. "What are you saying? You silly? All right, the medicine is ready. Come try it." A piece of paper materialized in front of Ji Linxiao's nightstand, adorned with a pile of brown powder. With a face full of distaste, he dissolved the medicine in hot water and swallowed it. Sweet. The adage claims that good medicine tastes bitter, yet this remedy was sweet. It was evident that the items presented by the system were indeed exceptional. After nearly a day of slumber, Ji Linxiao felt achy and disinclined to continue sleeping. Although he still felt somewhat unwell, he opted to take a stroll outside. "What are you doing? Let us go eat." "Stay away from me. Don't infect me with your cold." Wang Fujing quickly donned a mask upon noticing Ji Linxiao's approach. "Oh please, I've taken the medicine. I want to infect you." "Really? I'm not convinced. What kind of medicine works immediately? You are still in a state of illness. Maintain your distance." Thus, they wandered about, maintaining nearly a meter between them, sometimes walking ahead of or behind one another, at other times to the left or right. Whenever they drew a tad closer, Wang Fujing would leap back as if dodging something, ensuring they kept their distance. Bystanders regarded them with puzzled expressions, and Ji Linxiao swiftly concluded that bringing Wang Fujing along was a regrettable decision. How embarrassing. Their evening stroll extended until nightfall, after which they returned to dine. Though Wang Fujing did not share a table with Ji Linxiao. Upon returning, they encountered Luo Xiao at the door. Luo Xiao stood there with a broad smile, seemingly waiting for someone. "You're back." The two exchanged glances, each perceiving the other's confusion. What was this person up to? Why were they waiting for them? "Brother, Is something the matter? Oh, nothing much. Just wanted to ask if you saw the true visage of the thief, Shwedi, last night? Ugh, don't mention it. I didn't see a thing. After watching the live interview, I just went to sleep. Oh, is that so? Did both of you retire early? Ji Linxiao sensed trouble brewing. He was fishing for information. What if Wang Fujing, in his ignorance, carelessly revealed their circumstances? If this person discovered Ji Linxiao had slept at the door all night, suspicions would surely arise. Last night, when he peered through the peephole, he had undoubtedly sensed something amiss. Ji Linxiao preemptively responded to Luo Xiao. Indeed, we had nothing to occupy our time last night, so we went to bed early. We had intended to leave today, but unfortunately, I fell ill and am forced to stay another day. Luo Xiao merely nodded with a smile, seemingly lost in thought. Brother? Did you see Shwedi's true form? No. With that, he closed the door. What a peculiar fellow. Once inside their room, Ji Linxiao quickly pulled Wang Fujing into his quarters. Given the room's layout, Wang Fujing's room was the farthest from the adjacent one. Even if the other party were exceptionally perceptive, they should not be able to overhear their conversation. You fool, why did you answer everything he asked? What do you mean? Wang Fujing stared at Ji Linxiao in bewilderment, not grasping the situation. Oh, it's nothing. Just think before you answer next time someone asks you a question. Were you about to reveal that I slept at the door all night? Ah, yes. What of it? Have you considered why he suddenly tried to get close to us? Wang Fujing shook his head. Have you contemplated why I would sleep at the door all night? Wang Fujing shook his head again. So, you saw something you shouldn't have, and were discovered? Finally, Wang Fujing's intelligence kicked in, and Ji Linxiao felt a sense of relief. It wasn't about being discovered. It was more about the suspicion without evidence. So what did you see? Ji Linxiao leaned in and whispered in his ear, last night. He carried out a woman covered in blood. In truth, Ji Linxiao had not seen any blood through the peephole, but to instill a sense of urgency in Wang Fujing, he fabricated the detail about seeing blood. WOC. Wang Fujing exclaimed in shock, prompting Ji Linxiao to swiftly cover his mouth. Shoo, the walls have ears. Wang Fujing nodded vigorously, and Ji Linxiao removed his hand. In a hushed tone, Wang Fujing carefully inquired, then why didn't you report it? Ji Linxiao responded in a similarly quiet manner. I suspect he tampered with the surveillance. That complicates matters. If he truly altered the footage, even the police might not find evidence. Especially since this man seems difficult to deal with. What should we do? Should we flee? We can't run. According to the plan, we leave tomorrow. If we bolt right after he questions us, it will only heighten his suspicions. All right, then let us secure the morning tickets for tomorrow and leave early. Fine, fine. You book the tickets. If you encounter him tomorrow, act normally and don't give yourself away. Wang Fujing patted his chest in assurance. Rest assured. I am a nominee for the Oscars. Suddenly, Wang Fujing had a realization. Wait. Maintain distance. 1 meter apart. Get lost. Chapter 93. Ineffective Surveillance. As Ji Linxiao had anticipated, Luo Xiao appeared to be fixated on them. The moment they stepped out of their room, they coincidentally encountered him as he opened his door. What a coincidence. Indeed. Quite fortuitous. We are leaving now, and it's a pity we didn't glimpse the true identity of the thief, Shwedi. Having received yesterday's warning, Wang Fujing had learned to be clever this time, immediately feigning a lackluster demeanor in tandem with Ji Linxiao. Ji Linxiao, suppressing his laughter at Wang Fujing's act, reassured him, all right. I'll take you to eat something delicious soon. There will be another opportunity. Laxiu fixed his gaze intently on the two individuals, seeking to discern any signs of vulnerability. Although his firearm was equipped with a silencer, the hotel was not soundproof, a universal truth in Longhua. With merely a room separating them, he could not ascertain whether the other party could hear him. Yet, being an exceptionally cautious man, he had, prior to checking into the hotel, hypnotized the management to conceal his whereabouts and facilitate Su Luoshua's movements. Furthermore, he had infiltrated the hotel's surveillance system, establishing a dual layer of security. It was assured that his escorting of Su Luoshua would go unnoticed. However, he had felt a lingering sensation of being watched since their arrival. As he proceeded towards the elevator, he passed 3 other rooms aside from his own, 2 of which were occupied. Peering through the peephole, he confirmed that the visible areas were devoid of any presence. Nonetheless, Laxiu couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that it was somehow connected to the room next door. Perhaps it was mere paranoia, yet he resolved to remain vigilant. Brother, we're leaving. We need to catch our ride. Until we meet again. As he spoke, Ji Linxiao retrieved his phone to check the ticket interface. Let us go. We still have an hour. We've got time. After the two departed, Laxiu snapped his fingers, and 2 men in black emerged from his room, kneeling before him. You two follow them. If you expose yourselves, do not return. Report their every movement to me. Understood. The pair took the high-speed train to W City, and shortly after disembarking, the system sent a notification. Young host, you are being followed. Being pursued? Ji Linxiao immediately thought of the masked man next door, indicating that the fellow remained suspicious of them. Nevertheless, he had no intention of addressing this trivial matter. The system's demeanor that night had been unequivocal, leaving him dazed, and the following day, it had even provided him with a miraculous remedy to silence him. What could Ji Linxiao do? Naturally, he chose to acquiesce. Now, he was acutely aware that the so-called destiny mentioned by the system might be partially influenced by it. He opted not to probe or dwell on the matter, for even if he did, the system would not divulge any answers. He resolved to wait until the system upgraded and his permissions expanded before seeking clarity. This incident would remain etched in his memory. As he walked, he typed notes on his phone, being followed by the individual next door. Do not act rashly, maintain normalcy. They will leave once they find no evidence. He then presented his phone to Wang Fujing, feigning interest in something amusing to share. Wang Fujing, look at this, it's hilariously absurd. Upon seeing the notes, Wang Fujing broke into a cold sweat, longing to glance back, but suppressing the urge, especially with Ji Linxiao gripping his flesh tightly. Ahaha, that is so funny. He forced a smile, though if the followers stood before him at that moment, they would see that his expression was more grotesque than sorrowful. Keep your distance. You're still sick. A walking virus. Speaking of illness, Ji Linxiao felt significantly better than the day before. His entire being felt revitalized, suggesting that the system's remedy was indeed effective. All right, I'm almost recovered. Stop fooling around. Let us go have dim sum. Upon arriving in W City, they behaved like ordinary tourists, checking into accommodations, seeking food, and shopping, all without drawing any suspicion. When Loxiu received the daily report, he remained silent for a while before uttering. Observe for a few more days. In the following days, the two wandered the city, traversing from the southern to the northern districts, and from the western to the eastern. Regrettably, despite exploring every corner of W City, no alerts were received from the system. Meanwhile, the two followers trailed behind, their legs weary from 6 days of aimless wandering, eating, shopping, and lingering about. Boss, are we still following? They would inquire daily. Ji Linxiao would similarly ask the system, are they still tailing us? After exhausting W City with no results, Ji Linxiao and his companion began planning their next destination. Although Wang Fujing struggled to comprehend Ji Linxiao's unconventional method of talent scouting, which consisted of leisurely strolls and shopping, he did not mind indulging in the public funds to enjoy himself. He even began to suspect that Ji Linxiao was using the pretext of searching for talent as an excuse for a getaway. The two followers had trailed them from P City to W City, then to C City, and finally to Z City, and before they knew it, half a month had passed. Boss, are they still following? Come back. Host, the pursuers have vanished. Ji Linxiao finally exhaled a sigh of relief. His once delightful jaunts had been marred by constant reminders of being followed, which had dampened his spirits. With the followers finally gone, they could roam freely once more. Hey, Wang Fujing, the followers have left. How do you know? At that moment, they sat in their hotel room, indulging in fried chicken, sipping beer, and watching television. Wang Fujing was curious how Ji Linxiao had discerned their absence without stepping outside. Perceiving the doubt in his companion's mind, Ji Linxiao fabricated a casual lie. Actually, I noticed they were gone by noon, but I couldn't confirm it until we returned tonight and found no one there. Fantastic. They really left? Indeed, Wang Fujing exclaimed, embracing a pillow and dancing with joy. Ever since he learned of the surveillance, he felt eyes upon him wherever he went, even in sleep. This mess was all your fault. Haven Tea had an appetite for days and Haven Tea slept well. Ji Linxiao recalled the last time he had savored 2 shrimp dumplings, pondering what it felt like to have a healthy appetite. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that this predicament was indeed somewhat linked to him. The feeling of being followed was quite unpleasant. All right, how can I make it up to you? How about I continue living at your place, with all meals covered, and a salary increase? Such a modest request posed no challenge to Ji Linxiao, who initially expected something more outrageous. It seemed there had been some change. Wang Fujing was no longer as unreasonable as before. Fine. I'll begrudgingly agree to restore your salary for this month. Hooray. Chapter 94, A Fruitless Return. After traversing several cities over the course of half a month, Ji Linxiao had initially intended to explore further, but received a message from the contractor. Boss, we've expedited the construction of the commercial street according to your blueprints. If you need anything further, just let us know. Shortly thereafter, Qian Kanan messaged, Mr. Ji, I have inspected the commercial street, and the workers have been compensated. The shops are ready for occupancy at any time. Ji Linxiao's territory was a prime location, boasting a subway station and bus stop, with a pleasant environment and minimal competition. All right, have the franchise shops commence their renovations to ensure a swift opening. We'll handle the bar when I return. Upon hearing Ji Linxiao's conversation, Wang Fujing leaned in closer. What is the status? Is the renovation complete? Just awaiting the shops to move in. How did you come up with the idea of opening a commercial street? Do you remember our first meeting? When we first met at Wangfujing, you seemed a bit embarrassed. Back then, in our youthful audacity, I had a conflict with Ji Linxiao. Given the chance to relive that moment, he would choose the same path again. For it is said that one must fight to truly know another. Are you opening a commercial street to avoid being looked down upon by customers, selling clothes and food, and then pretending to be a simpleton? Ji Linxiao looked at him with a sense of relief, noting that he had made some progress. Although his reasoning was still flawed, at least he wasn't immediately fixating on women. No, it was merely dissatisfaction with Lin Xiao's attitude that day. Oh, are you planning to confront Lin Xiao? Don't drag me into it. Otherwise, my father will break my legs. What are you thinking? Business matters cannot be called confrontation. Rather, they are a fair competition. Wangfujing hesitated for a long time before finally speaking up. I think I'll refrain from participating in the commercial street. My father doesn't want me to offend Lin Xiao, and I've heard there are deeper reasons behind our family's move from Beijing back in the day. Wangfujing was unclear about the specifics, though his family was acquainted with many influential figures. Still, every favor spent reduces one's standing. Moreover, the elders remained tight-lipped about why they left Yinjing, merely stating it was for retirement. But really? Is it necessary to bring an entire family along for retirement? All right. No worries. You continue with your work. If you venture into other businesses later, will you join me? Is there a profit share? Wangfujing, with a glimmer of expectation in his eyes, looked at Ji Linxiao. We'll discuss that later. The two of them, engaged in jovial banter, boarded the high-speed train back to N City. Host, your luck seems remarkably poor. Nearly a month has passed without encountering a single qualified candidate. Haha, indeed. The only one I met ran away, Ji Linxiao retorted, leaving the system speechless. However, the past month had yielded no hints from the system, indicating a fruitless quest for talent. Inside Ji Linxiao's company, Mr. Ji, you're back. What do you think of the companies I contacted? Qian Kanan presented the internal hardware and software his team had sourced for Ji Linxiao's review. Although Ji Linxiao had expressed a desire to handle it himself. To expedite the opening of the bar, Qian had sought out several high-end renovation companies based on Ji Linxiao's previous design plans. These are the sample images they sent. Take a look. If you're unsatisfied, we can revise them. This will save us time. Ji Linxiao nodded as he flipped through the samples. Upon reaching the fourth image, his eyes lit up. This booth is quite innovative. It features safety light tubes that shine brightly in the dark, and each table's light tube is a different color, which fits the atmosphere perfectly. We'll use this design for the hall and that one over there. Ji Linxiao selected his preferred styles, integrating similar designs together. Let us go with this. I appreciate your hard work. It's no trouble. It's my responsibility. In truth, Qian Kanan hadn't spent much time on it. His team had collaborated efficiently, delivering so many samples within a week. All right, I'll go check on the renovations for the commercial street. Under Ji Linxiao's direction, the greenery of the commercial street was beautifully arranged, with various flowers that were aesthetically pleasing without being chaotic. Qian Kanan worked swiftly. Just yesterday, he had spoken with Ji Linxiao on the phone and already notified the contractors to begin renovations. While inspecting the commercial street, they noticed several shops had already commenced their renovations. There are still a few spaces available. Let us hurry and send out leasing information. And also arrange for those in the building. I've already sent them out. Barring any surprises, we should see potential tenants in the next few days. By the way, reject any stores that contribute to air pollution in the commercial street. Focus on more popular options. After the inspection, the group followed Ji Linxiao to the front of his bar. This area was quite expansive. Transforming the entire space into a bar would require a substantial budget and could potentially feel too empty. Ji Linxiao had considered this during his recent outings and, standing 2/3 down the street, addressed them. Here, I've informed them to separate the space. The larger section will be a bar, while the smaller section will be a small pharmacy, all constructed with soundproof walls. It should work quite well. A small pharmacy? The others exchanged glances, marveling at their boss's ingenious ideas. In this day and age, who goes to a pharmacy when they're ill? Isn't it a waste of money? Why are you all looking at me like that? Think about it. If someone drinks too much and the hospital is far away, wouldn't they come to the small pharmacy to rest? Got it. A welfare project. They finally grasped the concept, while Ji Linxiao was already thinking several steps ahead. Initially, he hadn't planned to establish the pharmacy, but after acquiring a special prescription, he considered inviting a few experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioners to consult there. This could showcase the potential of traditional Chinese medicine and provide them with a relaxed working environment while earning some income. Naturally, some proud old practitioners wouldn't care about his meager financial offerings, but if he could present them with such an extraordinary prescription in the future, he was confident they would be intrigued. Mr. G, what do you plan for the renovation? Oh, I've already drafted the design. I'll send it to you shortly. Since it's a pharmacy, it should have a classical style. After returning, Qian Kanan received the colorful design plans sent by Ji Linxiao. The moment he opened the file, he felt as though he had traversed time. The layout was strikingly similar to the ancient medical halls depicted in dramas. It seemed Ji Linxiao had watched quite a few period dramas. As Qian Kanan pondered over the design, he thought perhaps he should also take a look at them upon returning. Chapter 95, Traditional Chinese Medicine. Everyone in the company was bustling about in preparation for the opening of the commercial street, including Ji Linxiao himself. He even considered getting involved directly, but was dissuaded. Rows of wooden cabinets were neatly arranged, crafted from special materials to resist moisture, decay, and bacteria, featuring controlled temperature, sterile preservation compartments. This initiative arose after Ji Linxiao conceived the idea of the pharmacy, prompting him to contact Zheng Yongnian immediately, asking for assistance in locating a manufacturer capable of creating such cabinets. At this moment, Zheng Yongnian was dining with Ji Linxiao and several seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners at a restaurant. If you have something to say it quickly. Don't waste time here. The speaker was an irritable old practitioner who held a particular disdain for Zheng Yongnian. Despite his poor temperament, his skills were undeniably remarkable. He had mastered the 4 essential diagnostic techniques: observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation, and excelled in acupuncture, cupping, and herbal prescriptions. I didn't ask you to come. I just sent you a message, and you came running. You. This retort left him quite agitated, but fortunately, he was still relatively young, possessing extraordinary talent that garnered him a reputation. However, his notorious temper preceded him. With such a remarkable gift, he could excel anywhere. Yet his foul mood often drove away patients and colleagues alike. Patients seeking his expertise were few and far between, often only those drawn by his reputation. But after witnessing his volatile temperament, few returned. He had a son who was a firefighter, a noble profession, but during a rescue operation, he suffered severe burns on half his face and now limps due to an injured leg. Although the compensation offered was considerable, finding a wife remained a formidable challenge. After much effort, he finally encountered a family willing to consider him, only to be met with exorbitant demands for a bridal price, euphemistically referred to as compensation for mental anguish. With his volatile temper, how could he endure such an affront? He promptly expelled the individuals from his presence, resolutely deciding to first assist his son in repairing his skin before venturing to the cosmic nation to restore his appearance, all the while acquiring a high-tech prosthetic limb. The government subsidies had been nearly exhausted on hospital bills, and even after partial reimbursement for medications, the costs remained exorbitantly high. It was a sorrowful reality that a healer was unable to treat his own child. Zheng Yongnian ceased to engage with him and began introducing Ji Linxiao to several esteemed practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine present. Among them was the irascible Dr. Wen and the affable Dr. Guang. As Zheng Yongnian introduced each one, Ji Linxiao approached them to extend a respectful handshake. The esteemed elders likely already comprehended the purpose of their gathering today. Ji Linxiao inquired about their thoughts. Prior to their arrival, the practitioners had engaged in discussions, as they were all relatively well known in their field and could expect favorable treatment at any reputable hospital. Why, then, would they consider a nameless clinic like his? Had it not been for Zheng Yongnian's prestige, they would not have made the journey at all. Observing the varied expressions of the attendees, Ji Linxiao sensed their underlying concerns and suggested they partake in a meal first, stating that discussions could wait until after they had dined. As the meal progressed, several of the familiar old practitioners exchanged discreet glances. Ji Linxiao noticed their interactions but refrained from mentioning them. He required their expertise, but he was not in a position of supplication. Should they choose not to come, others would inevitably fill their roles. Clearing his throat, one of the older practitioners addressed Ji Linxiao, expressing regret that they all had prior commitments, yet offered their assistance should it be required. Such a diplomatic refusal. They had declined, but simultaneously indicated willingness to help if needed, making it difficult to fault them, though their availability remained uncertain. Not to worry. I hope you esteemed elders will continue to support my humble clinic in the future, Ji Linxiao said. The practitioners laughed lightly, crafting excuses to take their leave, ultimately leaving only 3 traditional Chinese medicine doctors at the table. One appeared quite aged, his hair and beard streaked with gray. Another looked somewhat youthful, though Ji Linxiao was unsure why Zheng Yongnian had invited him. The final practitioner was the previously mentioned irascible man. Well then, it seems we are left with just the 3 of us. Pray, tell us what compensation and responsibilities await. Ji Linxiao refrained from disclosing the compensation immediately and instead posed a question to them. May I inquire why you are inclined to remain at a humble clinic such as mine? The irascible practitioner was the first to respond. What else could it be but money? At those wretched hospitals, I barely scrape by on a subsistence wage. I hear that here, regardless of the number of patients seen, the salary remains the same. Is that correct? Ji Linxiao nodded and turned his gaze to the other two. The older practitioner chuckled amiably, stroking his beard. I simply wish to treat more patients, but many hospitals are reluctant to accept me due to my age, fearing I might bring along a dragging anchor. Dragging anchor? Ji Linxiao glanced at the younger man beside him and quickly grasped the implication. He welcomed their desires and ambitions. It would be far more alarming if they exhibited none. He proceeded to outline the compensation, and upon hearing the details, the irascible practitioner's eyes lit up as he calculated his potential earnings. The younger man, too, was visibly excited, though he dared not show it too overtly, for his grandfather was present. Ah, it matters not. A reasonable sum will suffice for both my grandfather and me, he said. Might it be possible for my unremarkable grandson to learn under your tutelage? Of course, the more medical knowledge he acquires, the more I shall have to aid those in need, Ji Linxiao replied. I can also treat patients? The young man stammered with excitement, his enthusiasm causing him to falter in speech. His grandfather playfully admonished him, don't get ahead of yourself. If you lack skill, you will only bring shame upon us. Ji Linxiao then produced his phone, displaying the design plans to the practitioners. The area at the front will serve for dispensing medications, and I will ensure someone is stationed at the front desk. You will only need to attend to the patients in the back. During quieter times, feel free to rest within. I will furnish the room for relaxation. The space opposite is designated for surgical procedures. Please inform me of any required instruments, and I shall ensure they are fully supplied. Prescriptions? Queried the two traditional practitioners. As practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine, do we not require the preparation of herbs? Both were well versed in this, particularly the older practitioner, whose decades of experience allowed him to prepare remedies with remarkable proficiency, often without the need for precise measurements. I happen to have a prescription specifically tailored for colds. Would you care to take a look? The older practitioner gestured for his grandson to retrieve it for his examination, while the irascible practitioner paid no heed, continuing to enjoy the meal before him. Why let good food go to waste? He harbored disdain for Ji Linxiao's prescription, dismissing him as an outsider dabbling in the art of medicine. Marvelous. The proportions are exquisite. The older practitioner's eyes sparkled as he examined the prescription, igniting a flicker of curiosity within the irascible one. Perhaps I should take a closer look as well? Excuse me, may I have a glance? The young man asked, handing over the prescription. At that moment, the older practitioner was already eagerly approaching Ji Linxiao. Did you compose this prescription yourself, my young friend? Have you tested it? Ji Linxiao gently extricated himself from the older practitioner's eager grasp, acknowledging, yes, it is mine. How shameless, came the unspoken sentiment. I had a prior interest in traditional Chinese medicine and, on a whim, crafted this prescription based on the properties of various herbs. Are you speaking of the game CDs and novels that clutter your bookshelf? Just the other day, I caught a chill and sought out some herbs from a friend, preparing this remedy myself, and within a day, I was nearly well again. In truth, it was the system that provided the herbs, and he remained uncertain if ordinary medicinal materials would suffice, as they were procured through a system exchange. Is this prescription genuine? Any prescription crafted by a medicinal enthusiast can ultimately be formulated with enough diligence. Not for others, but surely you possess the means, my host. Indeed, you are uniquely equipped as the host, as only the herbs sold at the pharmacy will possess special properties. The cabinet will replenish daily with fresh materials. You need only devise a suitable excuse, at no cost. Do you genuinely believe so? It appeared the herbs would not be free. The system had never been so benevolent. Rest assured, the herbs are quite affordable, requiring merely 200 points for a full replenishment daily, regardless of usage. Of course, if none are utilized, no points will be deducted. My herbs are cultivated with great care by my friends, who have a long lineage in the herbal trade. You need not worry about shortages. Feel free to experiment. And if you can devise even better prescriptions, that would be splendid. I have a classic friend, though I shan't reveal their identity. Might one not seize the opportunity to benefit from the system? In the early days of establishing a practice, one either faced a lack of patience or encountered a meager turnout. Depleting herbs with minimal returns would be a grave misfortune. Conducting experiments and developing prescriptions would certainly require ample materials. Excellent. Excellent. The older practitioner gazed at Ji Linxiao with a benevolent expression akin to eyeing a precious gem. Such abundant resources for research were rare in typical hospitals. For this devoted elder aspiring to heal others, having sufficient materials to develop remedies and assist patients with his own hands represented the pinnacle of happiness. The irascible traditional Chinese medicine practitioner had just finished reviewing the prescription. He coughed twice in an attempt to garner the attention of those present. Well, I have perused the prescription, and it is quite commendable. If its efficacy is indeed as promising as you claim, one might consider applying for a pharmaceutical patent. Dr. Wen expressed his gratitude for the suggestion, yet he feared it would not come to fruition. Only the herbs cultivated by my friend yield superior results, but alas, his production is sufficient only for my personal use. The group felt a tinge of regret upon hearing this. It was indeed a pity that such a remedy could not be widely disseminated. However, once recognition was attained, it could still aid many. Should you all be inclined, once the pharmacy is established, you are welcome to join me in consultations. They all expressed their willingness, hopeful for a harmonious collaboration in the future. Upon returning home, Ji Linshao checked his personal space. Host, after a prolonged hiatus from running, you are on the verge of receiving a monthly reward. The system occasionally exhibited a considerate nature, acknowledging that it might be inconvenient for Ji Linshao to engage in morning runs while seeking accommodations for talent. Thus, during this period, his progress could be temporarily paused without penalty, yet if he persevered despite challenges, he could earn double points. Now that I am back, running is a certainty. As Ji Linshao stepped into his home, he sensed a pair of eyes scrutinizing him, exuding an odd, almost resentful aura. Scanning his surroundings, he spotted Ji Kaiwe and Chen Mornian seated on the sofa. Oh, so you deigned to return. You didn't even inform us of your departure. I only learned of it through Mornian. Ji Linshao inwardly cursed his oversight. How could he have forgotten? It wasn't so much forgetting as it was being sidetracked and dismissing it from his mind. Auntie. He hurried over to her, linking his arm with hers. Next time, I shall be the first to inform you. This time, it was primarily due to company matters, and I even intended to bring you a gift, but alas, I completely forgot. In truth, it wasn't mere forgetfulness. He had been preoccupied with monitoring a stalker, and his shopping excursions were merely for show, with little actual purchases made. Humph, should there be a next time, you'd best not return for the spring festival. Understood, Auntie, he replied. By the way, in a few days, Shaoxing has an exam. Will you be available? The impending college entrance examination loomed, a reminder of how swiftly time passed. Ji Linshao pondered whether this month's intensive cramming would enable Chu Yixing to catch up with his peers and secure admission to a desirable institution. I am free. In fact, I am exceedingly free. Our entire family shall accompany Shaoxing to the exam. Chen Mornian interjected with a hint of discontent. What about me? Over the years, their bond had grown so close that they had long transcended mere familial ties, addressing each other with the same affectionate terms. You shall accompany us. Fear not. It will be splendid. Meanwhile, Chu Yixing was in the study, fervently completing practice papers, believing that each additional question answered would bolster his proficiency and score. Upon returning to his room, Ji Linshao promptly sent a message to Qian Kanan, announcing, effective immediately, any employees with children participating in major examinations shall be granted leave. Many employees within the company had children, and being able to accompany their offspring into the examination hall was undoubtedly a source of comfort for any parent. Time flew by, and soon the day of the college entrance examination arrived. Ji Linshao had not seen Chu Yixing in quite some time. He had visibly lost weight. Despite Ji Tsayue's efforts to nourish him with lavish meals at home, it could not counteract his relentless studying. For several consecutive days, they had been carpooling, until the final day arrived. Mom, cousin, Mornian, I'm heading in. Just then, Tang Jingyu emerged from behind them. Hey, you little rascal. Focus on your exam and do not disappoint your teacher's trust. I certainly won tea. The group watched as Chu Yixing entered the examination venue. Each feeling a flutter of anxiety, Ji Linshao even felt more nervous than he had during his own college entrance examination. By the way, how did you come to be here? The teacher sent me, Tang Jingyu replied, having once been a student of that very teacher. Where's the teacher? I recall he expressed a desire to attend, Ji Linshao inquired. After a brief silence, Tang Jingyu hesitated before responding. He intended to come, but unfortunately, he slipped and fell while heading downstairs and is now in the hospital. The older students had already rushed there, even in a state of unconsciousness. He was still murmuring Chu Yixing's name, likely concerned about his examination. Thus, I have come in his stead. Is the teacher all right? They all asked in unison. Worry etched on their faces. When the boss called me, he was still in the emergency room. His current condition is unknown. Tang Jingyu had refrained from mentioning this earlier, as he did not want to distract Chu Yixing during the exam. I'm going to the hospital to check on him. You all stay here until he finishes. Ji Linshao hastily drove to the hospital. Although this elder had no direct connection to him, his dedication to teaching Chu Yixing earned him deep respect. Moreover, he was a compassionate teacher who had nurtured countless students. If his condition proved dire. No, that cannot be. He has the system. He will be fine. Chapter 97, Treatable. At the entrance of the emergency room, an atmosphere of profound silence enveloped the gathered individuals. Nurses hesitating to approach. A group of people stood, sat, or crouched outside, all former students of the elderly teacher. Zheng Yongyan buried his face in his hands, struggling to suppress his tears. Upon hearing the news, he had been momentarily paralyzed, hastily delegating his responsibilities to his secretary before rushing over. He had clutched a stack of documents in his hands, having forgotten to set them down, carrying them all the way here. As he saw the surgical lights illuminated, a pang of anguish gripped his heart. He was aware that the college entrance examination was taking place today and that his teacher intended to attend. Regrettably, he had not had the time and had dispatched a subordinate to escort him. Furiously, he confronted his subordinate, striking him on the shoulder with the documents. How could you neglect your duties? You couldn't even go upstairs to pick him up. Overwhelmed with emotion, he struggled to articulate his frustration, his face flushed with anger. As his subordinate continuously apologized, after a lengthy silence, he exhaled deeply, as if finally regaining composure. He patted his subordinate on the shoulder. I apologize. I was too agitated. This is not your fault. Life is perpetually filled with unexpected events and surprises. One never knows which will arrive first at the doorstep. The subordinate shook his head, biting his lip, feeling equally remorseful, wishing he had gone upstairs to retrieve the teacher. Though he was not a student of this esteemed educator, many of his companions were. From their words, he could envision a kind, gentle, and patient teacher beside him, guiding him through the challenges he had long struggled to comprehend. Where is the teacher's wife? She was so distraught that she fainted shortly after he entered the operating room. Just as he was about to check on her, the surgical door swung open. Zheng Yongyan. Turning around, he recognized the somewhat familiar face. Zhang Qingyi, it's me. This document requires your wife's signature. Signature? How can she sign when she's unconscious? Zheng Yongyan angrily seized him by the collar. Zhang Qingyi glared back. Do you think I desire this? The teacher is currently lying on the operating table. Do you think I want him to remain unconscious? Without her signature, the surgery cannot proceed. At that moment, a nurse approached, also a former student of the teacher, albeit from a different graduating class. Enough with the noise. The matriarch has awakened. Hand me the items, and I shall hasten to procure her signature. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yongyan refrained from uttering more words. Yet, within the recesses of his mind, he pondered the gravity of human life, questioning the need for signatures in such dire circumstances. With age comes fragility, and even a minor ailment can escalate into a grave issue, let alone a misstep on the stairs leading to a disastrous fall. The news had somehow leaked, prompting former students of the esteemed teacher to arrive in succession, each having once benefited from the educator's guidance. Now, faced with the teacher's predicament, it would be a disservice to their own conscience to remain absent. When Ji Linshao arrived, the operation was still ongoing. Brother, is the teacher all right? Zheng Yongyan shook his head, then nodded, inhaling deeply. I hope he will be fine. He will be fine. Such a benevolent individual is surely destined for good fortune, Ji Linshao reassured him, sitting beside Zheng Yongyan and recounting every comforting phrase he could muster. However, whether Zheng Yongyan absorbed any of his words remained uncertain. After what felt like an eternity, the surgical lights finally extinguished and the doctors emerged, wheeling the teacher out. Make way. Step aside. Although the crowd yearned to inquire about the teacher's condition, they opted to first assist the doctors by clearing a path. Zhang Qingyi. How is the teacher? Zhang Qingyi was the last to exit the operating room, aware that he owed the assembly a response. The situation is somewhat grim. We have managed to preserve the teacher's life, but he remains in a comatose state. If he does not awaken within 48 hours, he hesitated, reluctant to articulate the disheartening conclusion. Yet, the gathered crowd instinctively grasped the implication. The teacher's condition was precarious. If he did not regain consciousness within the stipulated time, the prognosis would be dire. In an unspoken agreement, silence enveloped the group as they quietly proceeded to the ward, gazing at the teacher. There lay a venerable elder, receiving intravenous fluids, adorned with numerous bandages, and donning an oxygen mask, his visage marred by illness. Several emotional women could no longer contain their sorrow, retreating outside to weep, unwilling to let their emotions further burden the teacher. All were adults, each with their own responsibilities, and although they had rushed over upon receiving the news, they could only stay briefly, utilizing their precious rest or vacation time. Gradually, the room emptied, leaving only Zheng Yongyan and Ji Linshao behind. Though others would sporadically visit the ward, their appearances were infrequent. Xiaoming, do you think the teacher will awaken? Scanning the target's physiological condition. Scan complete. The subject fell down the stairs, sustaining a head injury, resulting in internal bruising, some of which has been addressed during surgery. However, another area of bruising may coagulate in a few hours, exerting pressure on the subject's nerves, complicating the likelihood of awakening. Another area? How could these doctors have overlooked it? Host, it is possible this occurred later, and given the location of the bruising near multiple nerves, it may be challenging to rectify with current surgical techniques. So, you can resolve it, correct? Affirmative, host. Provide me with the details. Let us dispense with unnecessary chatter. While Ji Linshao was not a paragon of virtue, He could not bear the thought of such a commendable teacher spending the remainder of his life confined to a hospital bed. 20,000 points. Considering the target's status as a kind educator, this treatment will not be subject to a multiplier. So, how do you propose to eliminate the bruising? Please wait until the surroundings are clear, then place your hand upon the target's forehead, as the treatment will emit a luminescent effect. That will have to wait until nightfall. It's too crowded now. If someone witnesses my glowing hand on the patient's forehead, I could be expelled. Chu Yixing burst from the examination room, exhilarated by his stellar performance and eager to embrace his family. Yet, upon exiting, he was met with the sight of somber faces. Mom, what's the matter? Xiaoxing, you finished your exam. How did it go? Pretty well, but why do you all look so glum? Tang Jingyu sighed, relaying the unfortunate news regarding the teacher's condition, already dreading the sorrow etched upon the child's face when he comprehended the gravity of the situation. Chapter 98, An Unusual Method of Healing. What did you say? The teacher? Do not say more, I understand. Tang Jingyu's words faltered, realizing the weight of the news, but choosing not to dwell on it. He placed a reassuring hand on Chu Yixing's shoulder. Let us go see the teacher. In the ward, the matriarch sat by the bedside, clutching the teacher's hand, murmuring, My dear, awaken swiftly. I long for your stories upon your return home. The couple had traversed life together, cherishing one another above all else. The teacher adored his wife, indulging her whims, and would regale her with bedtime stories, weaving his daily experiences into delightful tales, a tradition spanning decades. Matriarch Chu Yixing entered the room alone, sensing the crowded space was inappropriate for others, who chose to remain outside. The matriarch wiped her tears, forcing a smile. Xiaoxing, you've come. Chu Yixing pulled a chair closer, silently accompanying them. His gaze fixed on the teacher. Ji Linxiao had ventured out with Zheng Yongyan to fetch dinner for the matriarch. Upon returning, he found the two in a daze. He approached quietly, gently tapping Chu Yixing. Xiaoxing, it's time to go home. Chu Yixing slowly raised his head, nodding vacantly, moving as if in a trance. Likely, he had simply sat too long. Matriarch, you should rest. This porridge is from Brother Zheng for you. The matriarch accepted the porridge, taking careful steps to the side. Knowing she must remain strong, if she faltered, her husband would have no one by his side. Ji Linxiao had previously heard of her vivacious spirit, yet now, observing her frail silhouette, she appeared significantly aged. Matriarch, you experienced quite the shock today. It's best to rest. Zheng and I are here. Reluctant at first, she knew she could not truly rest at home, yet after Ji Linxiao's persistent encouragement, she relented. I must take care of myself to have the strength to be by my husband's side. Thank you, Xiao Ji. Not a bother at all. Your presence is the true complication, considering that if anyone were to witness the treatment process, I might be mistaken for an extraterrestrial and captured. As night descended, the corridor of the single patient ward gradually emptied, leaving only the on-duty nurse at the front desk, ever ready for the call of patients. Zheng Yongyan had been inundated with calls from his company in the afternoon and, begrudgingly, had to return to address matters swiftly before racing back to the hospital. After receiving a message, he informed Ji Linxiao, I'm stepping out for a moment. Keep an eye on the teacher. All right, don't worry. Finally free. He felt as if he had been waiting for an eternity. Xiaoming, please check if anyone is nearby. No, the host can rest assured. I will alert you if anyone approaches Xiaoming. Ji Linxiao placed his hand upon the teacher's forehead. Are you ready? Ready? What more preparation is necessary? Let us commence directly. Suddenly, Ji Linxiao felt a wave of warmth emanating from his palm, the heat intensifying gradually. He instinctively wished to withdraw his hand. Host, do not move. We are almost done. Unable to relent, Ji Linxiao endured the escalating warmth, steadfastly keeping his hand on the teacher's forehead. After a moment, the heat dissipated. You may remove your hand now. Xiaoming has successfully resolved the blood clot in the target's brain. So swiftly, it has been resolved? Indeed. The treatment was successful. 200,000 points have been deducted from the host, leaving a balance of 114,320 points. Ji Linxiao exhaled a sigh of relief. Having finally eliminated that perilous blood clot, when might the teacher awaken? The latest estimate is by noon tomorrow. That is reassuring. This should alleviate their concerns. Outside the hospital, in a corner devoid of surveillance, two figures stood in hushed conversation. I'm sorry, but I truly have no other recourse. So you would simply allow that blood clot to remain in the teacher's mind? What options do I have? Do you think I desire this? The blood clot is perilously close to the nerves. Surgery is not feasible. I have taken tremendous risks to keep this matter under wraps. I tell you, Zheng Yongyan, should this be discovered, I would be the first to be dismissed. Can you comprehend why I would risk so much to undertake this? You cannot. The probability of nerve damage during surgery is a staggering 90%. The clot is small, yet its location is treacherous. There is a 50% chance it will not compress the nerves. What would you choose if you were in my position? Zhang Yongnian found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. He struck the nearby tree trunk in frustration, seeking an outlet for his emotions. Damn it! I am merely searching for the most hopeful solution amidst dire circumstances. I have truly done my utmost. Zhang Qingyi clutched his hair in anguish. Squatting on the ground, I truly have no better options left. Zhang Yongnian sighed, approaching to lift him up. Come, let us obey the situation. Can self-reproach awaken the teacher? Share with me the teacher's current condition. Zhang Qingyi nodded, walking alongside him as he recounted the teacher's status, what the ideal outcome would be, and what the undesirable one might entail. The following day, as dawn broke, the teacher's wife hurried to the hospital. Xiao Ji, Xiao Zheng, you both have worked hard. Go rest. I shall take care of things here. Zhang Qingyi also approached Zhang Yongnian, assuring him he would be informed immediately should there be any changes with the teacher. Reluctantly, Zhang Yongnian departed from the hospital. Host, when you just left, I conducted a scan. In 3 to 4 hours, the target should awaken. Really? That is splendid news. This will surely put their minds at ease. At this moment, whether it be Zhang Yongnian, Chu Yixing, or any of the teacher's other students, they were all, to varying degrees, preoccupied with thoughts of the teacher's condition. Congratulations, host, on achieving the milestone of saving a life, surpassing the creation of a 7-tier pagoda. Reward, 500,000 points, 10 lottery tickets, and 1 firearm proficiency potion, shotgun. Another achievement reward has been triggered, something that had not occurred since that incident with the illness. Ji Linxiao now harbored serious doubts that this was not merely a ploy by the system to feign the existence of the previous achievement, but a temporary addition. Yet, it granted lottery tickets. A tenfold draw could be on the horizon. With excitement coursing through him, Ji Linxiao returned home and shut himself in his room. He feared that if he were to draw something extraordinary, he might scream in delight, having never before drawn anything of worth. Xiaoming, let me have a tenfold draw. I desire a soul-stirring hit. Host, why should it be a tenfold draw? Do not question, a single draw equates to a tenfold. Chapter 99. Has Ji Linxiao's luck turned for the better? A heart racing with excitement, hands trembling. The unluckiest among them is about to draw cards. Oh no, this is a lottery. Ji Linxiao extended a quivering finger towards the button for the tenfold draw. Actually, the host need not press that button. Simply voicing your intent would suffice to initiate the lottery. You know nothing. This is about the sense of ritual, do you understand? Pressing it signifies my active participation. Not pressing it diminishes the experience. Humans are truly peculiar. At that moment, Ji Linxiao's fingertip hovered just a millimeter above the button. He pressed down. The pointer on the spinning wheel began to whirl frantically. Beep, 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 beep. 10 identical items materialized before Ji Linxiao's eyes. If this were a comic, one would find Ji Linxiao's face transformed into a charred visage. What is this? Points, points, and more points. A tenfold draw yields only a potion? Is this the guaranteed outcome? If the host wishes, it may be understood that way. I cannot believe this. Ji Linxiao glared in exasperation at the rewards he had received. 500 points x6, 5,000 points x2, 50,000 points x1, 500,000 points x1, and 1 advanced dance proficiency potion, ballet, x1. Ji Linxiao chose to ignore the system, opting instead to calculate the totals on his phone's calculator. 1 plus 1 equals 2. 2 times 2 equals 4. 3 times 8 equals 24. Ultimately, Ji Linxiao had drawn a total of 530,000 points. The good news was that his points were abundant. Yet the bad news remained that he was still as unfortunate as ever. Did I not use a luck potion? Why am I still so unlucky? 3. Could it be your doing? Kiss host. What a hurtful thing to say. How could you offend the system? The host's luck is merely limited to the mundane. What does that have to do with the lottery? At that moment, Ji Linxiao truly wished he could strangle the system, yet he was powerless to do so. Ji Linxiao was renowned as the chief of the unluckiest. Drawing cards always yields the minimum, and opening treasure chests yields nothing but common items. While others might encounter rare treasures, he invariably stumbles upon a disappointing result at the most critical juncture. Understood, this is not a lottery feature. This is a point accumulation mechanism. Ji Linxiao once more examined the marketplace, calculating how many tenfold draws would be required to exchange for his prized firearm. After pondering for some time, he found the calculations exceedingly complex. Who could predict whether the system might, in a fit of joy, bestow upon him a full set of potions or secret manuals? Regardless, he resolved to take things as they come, prioritizing his purchases and aiming to save as much as possible. Xiaoming, is there a point bank? What are you thinking, Pitch? Forget I asked. After selecting a range of items, he decided to purchase 2 perception potions for the other 2 Yi brothers. As long as his own people maintained sufficient loyalty, the more they learned, the greater his profit. Regrettably, the potions available for use were limited. However, these potions would be genuinely beneficial to them. Last night, in the hospital room, he and Zheng Yongnian had taken turns resting. At this moment, Ji Linxiao felt a wave of fatigue washing over him. He glanced at the time. According to the system's calculations, he could still manage to catch another 2 hours of sleep. Time to seize the moment. If I do not sleep now, I shall have to rise soon. Inside the hospital room, the teacher's hand twitched slightly, and his wife, who had been lost in thought while holding his hand, instantly sensed it. "Old man, can you hear me?" Quickly, she stood, calling for the doctor while pressing the call button. His father had stirred. Was he on the verge of awakening? The doctor hurried over to assess the situation, while Zhang Qingyi, who was still in the midst of his meal, rushed to join him. "Madam, are you certain that the teacher moved just now?" he inquired anxiously. "I was holding his hand the entire time, and I truly felt him move slightly." Several doctors attempted to engage him in conversation, but they found that the teacher showed no response. Zhang Qingyi asked them to leave for the moment, opting to stay behind and keep watch. After the doctors departed, they began discussing him. "Dr. Zhang is truly commendable. I heard he was once a student of the teacher, and despite being off duty today, he came in to volunteer. Indeed, if only my child could show such respect for their teachers." Inside the ward, Zhang Qingyi and Madame focused intently on the teacher, not wanting to miss even the slightest detail, hoping that he might move again at any moment. While he fixated on the teacher, Zhang Qingyi discreetly searched for Zheng Yongnian's phone number, determined to inform him of the situation, regardless of whether it was a genuine occurrence or a misunderstanding. He deemed it necessary to notify Zheng Yongnian. Before long, the ward had transformed into a trio of watchful eyes fixated on the teacher. His fingers twitched slightly upwards. The movement was subtle but was nonetheless captured by the observant Dr. Zhang. He moved. The teacher truly moved. "Teacher, can you hear me? If you can, please wiggle your fingers." His fingers twitched again, albeit ever so slightly. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the teacher's eyes were actually opened a fraction. But due to the narrowness of the slit, the 3 mistakenly believed him to be still asleep. Now they could breathe easier, as long as the teacher could awaken. It meant he had passed through the most perilous stage. With proper care, he would surely recover. Once the teacher's condition improves further, I suggest we get another scan. Madame's eyes brimmed with tears as she clasped her hands together and gazed out the window, murmuring, "Truly, may the Buddha bless us." Upon receiving the news, Chu Yixing stood frozen, clutching his phone, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Ji Kaiwe, with a sigh, took the phone from him and read the message. "Silly boy. Why not hurry and check on your teacher?" He nodded vigorously, slipped on his shoes, and dashed out. "Xing, you forgot your phone." Chu Yixing's sprint had rendered him deaf to Ji Tsayue's voice. She shook her head, deciding not to chase after him, believing he would return upon realizing his phone was missing. Once outside, Chu Yixing sprinted straight to Ji Linxiao's home, bursting into his bedroom to rouse him. "Brother, wake up. It's urgent," he shouted and shook Ji Linxiao awake, who blinked sleepily at the breathless Chu Yixing. "What is going on? You can't catch your breath. Is the teacher awake?" Chu Yixing nodded vigorously, though his throat was thick with the taste of iron. "Let us go. I'll take you there." He poured a glass of warm water for Chu Yixing to help him calm down. On the way, Ji Linxiao pondered for a moment, sensing something was off. "Xing, why did you run here? You could have just called me." Chu Yixing sheepishly revealed his empty pockets. "I forgot to take it. It's at my mom's. I was too excited and thought the fastest way was for you to take me, so I just focused on finding you. Halfway here, I remembered I could call. But when I checked my pockets, I realized I had left my phone, and I didn't want to turn back." Ji Linxiao couldn't help but chuckle at his naivete. Silly child, really. By the time they reached the ward, they found that the teacher could indeed open his eyes. "Teacher, I performed exceptionally well this time. I will surely not disappoint your guidance," Chu Yixing exclaimed as he knelt beside the bed, holding the teacher's hand and speaking gently. The teacher smiled at him, his eyes crinkling at the corners, mouth curving into a faint grin. Ji Linxiao chose not to intrude, quietly slipping out of the room and closing the door behind him. Madame had borrowed the kitchen to prepare a pot of fine rice porridge and, upon reaching the doorway, spotted Ji Linxiao. "Xiao Ji, how did you arrive so quickly? Haven't you rested yet?" Xing is anxious now that he knows the teacher has awakened. He rushed over without even his phone. "Madam, is this porridge for the teacher? I can help you deliver it," he offered. "You should go find a place to eat. The teacher will need you to keep him company later. Let Xiao Xing feed him. He has been feeling guilty, and it would be a good way for him to contribute." Madam didn't hesitate any longer and handed him the food container. "With you all here, it's truly a blessing for my old man." "Madam, it's the presence of the teacher that brings us fortune," Ji Linxiao replied. Madam wiped her eyes, which glistened with tears. patting Ji Linxiao's hand, repeating, "You are all such good children." Initially, Madame intended to send the food in herself and have Chu Yixing feed the teacher. But Ji Linxiao had just received a system notification. "Host, given your profound respect for the elderly, Xiaoming has a piece of good news for you. The stamina potion can enhance physical attributes. However, the first consumption will be excruciating. Yet, once diluted, it will not cause such pain." Upon reading this notification, Ji Linxiao's heart raced with excitement. A new purpose. What would happen once diluted? His curiosity was piqued. And it seemed the potion could indeed be given to the teacher after dilution, so he volunteered to take in the food container. Once Madame left, he eagerly queried the system. "Come on, elaborate. There are no outsiders here. Did you just make a sound?" "Host, you misheard. I am organizing the information for you. Once diluted, the potion will not invoke special pain reactions. However, the side effect is that what originally increased stamina by 10 points will now only yield an increase of 4 points. Furthermore, you must consume at least 80% of the diluted potion for it to be effective, and it needs to be diluted to at least 40% of its original strength to avoid pain reactions. How troublesome. Just tell me if I can mix the potion into this container of porridge to meet the standards?" Scanning yes. Just ensure to stir it thoroughly after adding. Ji Linxiao found a secluded corner, opened the food container, and a gentle rice aroma wafted towards him. The so-called fine rice porridge was made by boiling a large pot of porridge and only extracting the essence. Ji Linxiao purchased a stamina potion and gradually poured it in while stirring. "It's done, host. If you keep stirring, it will cool down." "Oh, okay." He quickly sealed the food container and wiped the spoon clean with a piece of paper. Once satisfied that there were no visible anomalies, he delivered the porridge inside. "Teacher, the doctor said you may drink some light porridge. Madam just made this for you. Let Xiaoxing feed you a bit." Chu Yixing, upon hearing this, promptly adjusted the bed slightly to prevent any choking while drinking. He then took the food container from Ji Linxiao, opened the lid, and gently scooped a spoonful, blowing on it before bringing it to the teacher's lips. "Teacher, I'll open your mouth. Let us have some porridge. Once you drink it, you'll regain your strength and recover more quickly." The teacher slightly parted his lips, and Chu Yixing cautiously brought the spoon to the teacher's mouth, tilting it just enough to deliver the kanji accurately. The rice porridge was thick, but not in the way that indicated excess grains. Rather, it was a rich amalgamation of the essence extracted from the rice, imbued with a deep, fragrant aroma. The warm kanji flowed gently down the teacher's throat, warming not only his stomach but also his heart. This single bowl of kanji was not particularly large, yet with each careful spoonful, the teacher quickly consumed it all. After finishing the porridge, a hint of color returned to his complexion, and he smiled faintly at Chu Yixing, murmuring, "I feel as though I have regained some strength. You may go rest now. I wish to sleep for a while." Observing the slight improvement in the teacher's condition, Chu Yixing hurriedly adjusted the bed back to its original position and tucked the covers around him, ensuring he would not catch a chill once he fell asleep. Subsequently, he left the room with the food container, accompanied by Ji Linxiao, to seek out the teacher's wife. "Finished eating? How obedient!" Teacher's wife exclaimed, weighing the now empty container with a hint of astonishment. In her memory, her husband had always detested kanji, preferring hearty dishes like hot pot or spicy skewers. Though she had managed to control his diet over the years, she could never completely prevent this old rascal from sneaking off for a little indulgence. She had thought it commendable if he could consume half. Perhaps it would be even more effective to have students feed him in the future. "Thank you both. You good children should return to rest now. You spent the night here yesterday." She patted Ji Linxiao's arm, ushering him out with a gentle insistence to get some rest. "If little Xing wishes to stay, he may, but you must return to sleep tonight. At your age, you are still growing and cannot afford to stay up late." Chu Yixing nodded earnestly, then joined the teacher's wife in sending Ji Linxiao away. "Host, it seems you are rather unpopular. Are you not a system? How can you still pass gas?" "Xiaoming does not pass gas. Xiaoming has no rear end and cannot pass gas. Is that what you call being unpopular?" "Xiaoming, it appears you still do not comprehend human emotions." Ji Linxiao finally seized the opportunity to mock the system, which had been stifling him all this time. Detection indicates the host is mocking. Before he could finish his sentence, Ji Linxiao interrupted, "Do not slander me. When have I ever mocked you? This is merely critique." "Is it? Indeed. Come, let us return home and discuss this in detail." Thus, upon returning home, Ji Linxiao spent the afternoon enlightening the system on the intricacies of human relationships. After listening, the system felt a sudden clarity. "Host, once I understand all of this, can I become human?" "Become human? You can transform into a human? Of course. The greatest wish of every system is to possess a human body and experience the delights of human cuisine. Then once you have a body, I will treat you to a feast. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. Host must not go back on your word. If you do, Xiaoming will be upset. Let us seal this with a promise, 100 years without change." Wait, I have no hands. Chapter 101, Underhanded Maneuvers. Half a month later, Chu Yixing's results were released. With outstanding grades, he successfully gained admission to his ideal school, which was the same university Ji Linxiao had previously attended. What were you thinking, young man? I did not find it particularly impressive. The daily meals nearly made me nauseous. But now we can order takeout. Back then, Ji Linxiao had been frugal, opting for the school's simple meals to ensure he received adequate nutrition. Moreover, Chen Manyan had always been by his side, sharing his dishes during meals. Goodness. Be a bit mindful. Choose takeout that is not overly greasy or salty. Eating that every day could harm your health. Chu Yixing covered his ears and attempted to flee, having endured his constant nagging, which was reminiscent of his mother. To his dismay, Ji Linxiao was no different, incessantly admonishing him about such matters. Were both of them experiencing a midlife crisis? This fellow, who knows if he is actually listening? Based on the host's teachings to Xiao Meng, it seems he is not listening and may even go against advice. There was no other option. If he were to consume unclean or excessively greasy takeout for an extended period, his health would certainly deteriorate. No worries. After all, he comes back each week. A diluted stamina potion should suffice. Indeed, the host is using their brain. Xiao Meng is quite pleased. Ji Linxiao ignored the system and proceeded with his own tasks. It seemed he had not heard any news from Wang Fujing in quite some time, ever since the issue with the female secretary was resolved. Ji Linxiao had informed him that close surveillance was unnecessary, and naturally, he no longer resided at Ji Linxiao's home. Surely he wasn't being lazy and skipping work? Host. The one not attending work is you. In the past half-month, Ji Linxiao had merely conducted rounds of inspections at the commercial district, occasionally visiting bars and pharmacies to check on progress, without even entering the company's doors. Let me see the employee clock-in records, shall we? Is he here? Indeed. Wang Fujing had been punctual in clocking in at the company, yet upon discovering Ji Linxiao was absent, he would retreat to the lounge for the day, as he had little to occupy himself with. At the very least, he did not seek out Ji Linxiao, as he was currently busy with matters concerning the commercial street, which required him to stand opposite the Lin family. Upon returning, he had mentioned this to his father, who pondered for a long while before advising. Continue going to work as usual. Since Xiao Ji hasn't called you to participate in the commercial street project, do not take the initiative to involve yourself. Wang Fujing instantly grasped his father's intention. It was reminiscent of his previous relationships, neither taking the initiative nor declining, avoiding responsibility. His father seemed to catch on to his thoughts, poking his forehead and saying, "What are you thinking about now? I tell you, do not make any unsavory friends outside. Also, do not change girlfriends as frequently as you change clothes. Your mother is the only one for me in this lifetime. You should find a decent girl and settle down." As he spoke, Wang's father became animated, unleashing a torrent of advice regarding finding a well-mannered, filial, and understanding young woman. Wang Fujing let it all go in one ear and out the other, for who could take marriage pressure seriously? Meanwhile, Ji Linxiao's commercial street project advanced vigorously. But if everything unfolded as he wished, he would not have remained a pitiful corporate drone prior to acquiring the system. Lin Xiaoxiao's purpose in coming to N City was to ensure her mall outperformed her siblings in terms of sales and foot traffic. Her mall boasted numerous high-end brands, attracting affluent patrons and families of modest means alike. Naturally, she was not idle, engaging with vendors to discuss shopping incentives, investigating the foot traffic of rival malls, and keeping a vigilant eye on the commercial trends in N City. She had previously conducted research and discovered that besides 2 established malls, the rest in N City were merely small establishments. As long as her shopping mall maintains a pristine and orderly environment, infused with innovative design, those who have grown weary of the old-fashioned malls will undoubtedly shift their focus to her establishment. Recently, she has also discerned the peculiarities surrounding the land of Ji Linxiao, and after dispatching someone to investigate on-site, she discovered that a commercial street was being constructed here. What does this signify? At this juncture, the establishment of a commercial street is nothing less than a blatant affront to her, Lin Xiaoer, for the sake of her future and her mall. Despite feeling remorse for those behind the commercial street, she has resolved to leverage her Lin family identity to engage in amicable negotiations with certain brands. Consequently, numerous local Dragon Country brand franchises have halted their renovations, leaving only a handful of domestic and foreign brand franchises continuing their work. Initially, Ji Linxiao assumed something had delayed the process, but after a week of inactivity, it became increasingly difficult to dismiss his suspicions. He dispatched Yi Chenglong to gather intelligence. As he was a master of social interactions and hacking, whether through conversation or online searches, he would surely uncover some clues. Upon learning that Lin Xiaoer was orchestrating the disruptions, Ji Linxiao felt no anger but merely smiled at Yi Chenglong, encouraging him to continue reporting. Suppressing him? Preventing brands from collaborating with him? Did they think such tactics could thwart Ji Linxiao? He directly approached Qian Kanan, Brother Nan. Are you aware that someone has been undermining our commercial street lately? Undermining? We haven't even opened yet. How can one speak of suppression? Ji Linxiao chuckled as he walked to the window, pointing towards several stalled shops. Brother Nan, have you noticed that the workers at these shops have all vacated? Qian Kanan followed his gesture, frowning. Perhaps something has delayed them. What could possibly cause numerous shops to halt operations simultaneously for nearly a week? Qian Kanan, being the astute individual he was, quickly grasped the implications of Ji Linxiao's words. Someone is preventing brand merchants from opening stores here. Ji Linxiao nodded. Brother Nan, I previously mentioned the purpose of establishing this commercial street, did I not? It is to overshadow Lin Xiao, the very girl from the Lin family. Ji Linxiao regarded him with a smile, remaining silent, but implicitly confirming the notion. No wonder, if it were the Lin family, they indeed possessed such capability. Brother Nan, are you still willing to continue collaborating with me? Of course, why would I not? The Lin family wouldn't stoop to dealing with a fallen scion of the Qin family. If you are not afraid, why should I be? Oh, I see. You fear I might be swayed, correct? Rest assured, while I, Qian Kanan, may have many flaws, I would never act against my conscience, nor betray those who place their trust in me. With this reassurance, Ji Linxiao felt a sense of relief, and at that moment, the system aptly informed him of Qian Kanan's loyalty. Subordinate talent. Qian Kanan, current loyalty, 85. Chapter 102. As long as there is no loss, it is a profit. All right. With your word, I am at ease. So, it is this high level of loyalty that puts you at ease, is it? Ji Linxiao at this point had taken the system's sarcasm as mere background noise, exercising selective deafness as a formidable skill. Here is the plan. I have considered that our shop rent will always be 20% lower than Lin Xiao's, and all utilities will be waived. If she continues her underhanded tactics, we shall reduce the rates further. Qian Kanan furrowed his brow, sensing the gravity of the situation, and swiftly pulled out his phone to calculate. President Ji, reducing by 20% and waiving utilities leaves us with minimal profit. How many years will it take to break even? And if we further reduce the rates, Ji Linxiao waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern for the financial implications. In his mind, the treasure chest was of far greater significance. Moreover, he could not forget the disdainful expression of that woman. What difference did it make whether one was an ordinary person or a wealthy individual? Were they not all striving to live in the same world? Did the affluent truly possess a life devoid of worries, anxieties, and dilemmas, unburdened by the basic needs of existence? In Ji Linxiao's eyes, neither the previous frugal existence of a wage slave nor his current status as a wealthy individual with a remarkable system would alter his perspective on people, matters, or possessions. At most, it would simply bolster his confidence, freeing him from feelings of inferiority and self-pity. Reduce. From this moment on, excluding renovation and land acquisition costs. As long as we incur no losses, it is a profit. Profit? How do we profit? Qian Kanan stared intently at the numbers on the calculator, and after a prolonged silence, he seemed to comprehend something. Goodness, the purpose behind this commercial street is to target that girl from the Lin family. As long as we successfully divert customers from her mall without incurring losses, it is indeed a profit. Yet, it seems that even a slight loss would still be perceived as a gain by this boss of mine. All right, I understand. I will relay this immediately. He picked up his phone, preparing to contact the employee in charge of leasing to inform them to send out rental information to the brand representatives. Ji Linxiao frowned, contemplating. And just as the call was about to be made, he suddenly exclaimed, "Wait." Qian Kanan, unable to suppress his finger, inadvertently pressed the call button. Upon hearing Ji Linxiao's sudden interjection, he hastily hung up, bewildered yet enlightened. What is happening? Has he changed his mind again? I mean, who conducts business without aiming for profit just to undermine others? President Ji? The call didn't connect. I hung up. What is it you wish to convey? Well, I believe the benefits might not be sufficient. Henceforth, their employees may dine at our cafeteria, with prices aligned with our staff. Qian Kanan was taken aback by Ji Linxiao's declaration, his astonishment palpable, despite not wearing glasses. President Ji, are you serious? Our employee meals are currently priced at a mere 10 cents for a buffet. As long as there is no wastage, they can eat as much as they like. With so many shops, how many employees are we talking about? In truth, he meant to say, how much will that cost us? Not a problem, just implement this directive. Any losses will be on me, and salaries will remain unaffected. After stating this, he left with a cheerful demeanor, leaving behind a stunned Qian Kanan. Qian Kanan glanced at his phone, then in the direction Ji Linxiao had departed, sighed, and ultimately decided to promptly edit this benefit into a message to send to the brand representatives. What choice did he have? Ji Linxiao was the owner of the company. Wielding a decisive veto power, any protests from him would simply be dismissed with a single vote. Before long, representatives from various brands received this peculiar rental information. including those who had already signed contracts. The following day, Ji Linxiao's company phone was inundated with calls. Ah, yes, you read that correctly. Utilities are entirely waived. And lunch and dinner can be enjoyed at affordable prices here. Yes, indeed, stores that have already signed contracts will also benefit from these perks. We are in the process of amending the contracts. The phone receptionist's voice became hoarse from repeating the same few questions throughout the morning. Fortunately, the young woman had a good temperament and patience. Otherwise, she would have long since thrown down the phone in frustration. Upon receiving confirmation of this news, numerous brands began weighing their options. Should they side with Lin Xiao or the suddenly emerging tycoon from in-city? Some brand representatives who had received friendly overtures from Lin Xiao hastily convened to discuss the day's developments. What are we to do? Is this not forcing us to choose sides? Align with the Lin family, or with this ostentatiously wealthy hidden powerhouse? Ah, your assertion is quite misplaced. How can this be deemed as taking sides? I perceive it merely as a matter of selecting the finest. I concur. And while Lin Xiao is indeed the daughter of the Lin family, with so many offspring in the household, who can assure that she will be the next heir? Indeed, I have always held a favorable view of the eldest son of the Lin family. They are all currently undergoing training, including Lin Xiao herself, are they not? Well, with the inauguration of the new commercial city, it is customary for various esteemed brands to establish their presence. Initially, it was merely an attempt to grant some courtesy to the young lady from the Lin family, perhaps to elevate one's standing. But now that this magnate appears intent on undermining her, I fear it may be a futile endeavor. This sentiment resonated within the assembly. Ultimately, a significant portion of the brands reneged, sending messages to Lin Xiao, concisely conveying their sentiments. We sincerely apologize, but after discussions with our brand representatives and investors, we have decided to proceed with the opening of new shops in the commercial street. We hope for your understanding. Lin Xiao, who was leisurely at home, indulging in a facial mask while listening to music, was abruptly interrupted by her confidant bursting in to disturb her tranquility. What is the matter? Why the rush? Without even a knock? She inquired languidly, her speech slightly muffled by the mask, causing her confidant to mishear her. Miss, what did you say? I didn't catch that. Oh, it doesn't matter. I just received numerous messages from various brands. They all wish to continue opening stores in the Western commercial city. What? Lin Xiao's eyes widened as she sprang to her feet, the mask dislodging from her face due to the sudden movement. What do they mean by this? Do they look down upon my Lin family? I must call home. As she frantically searched for her phone, her confidant sighed. Miss, there's no need to search. The elders at home intended for you to venture out and hone your skills independently, without relying on the family's influence. They likely will not intervene in this matter. If you do seek assistance from home, you would essentially be withdrawing from the contest for the family head. Lin Xiao halted her search, frustration evident as she tapped her forehead. How foolish of me. You are right. I cannot allow such trivial matters to compel me to seek help from my family. I must devise an alternative plan. Chapter 103. Count me in? The following day, numerous stores that had previously halted operations recommenced their renovations. The vibrant sounds of clinking and buzzing reverberated throughout the commercial city. By mid-morning, the remaining shops were all leased. The storefronts included clothing boutiques, luxury brand shops, jewelry stores, and a variety of beverage outlets. According to Ji Linxiao's blueprints, there were benches constructed around trees along the pathways, providing resting spots for weary shoppers. For instance, men accompanying their girlfriends could quickly rejuvenate with a moment's respite. On the first floor, two large supermarkets, Ma and Hema, were established, while the three upper floors were dedicated to an array of dining establishments. The quality was exceptionally varied, spanning 3 complete levels. Ji Linxiao, upon signing, also reviewed the culinary establishments, striving to ensure that each type of cuisine was represented, thereby granting customers a multitude of choices. Moreover, the shopping and dining areas were distinctly separate, significantly reducing the likelihood of encountering the unpleasant scent of cooking oil while enjoying a delightful shopping experience. This arrangement also allowed those who had dined to shop comfortably, avoiding the discomfort of lingering food aromas. Everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly and methodically. It seemed the grand opening would be imminent. Ah! Ji Linxiao guffawed in his office, observing the bustling activity below, while Wang Fujing shook his head in disapproval. Insanity. In just a few days, his mind has become unhinged. Host, congratulations on getting one step closer to your objective. By the way, it seems that Miss Lin remains oblivious to the identity of the individual behind this mall. Huh? She is unaware? I assumed she would have conducted thorough inquiries and directed her ire at me upon discovering my identity. Host, you are overcomplicating matters. You have merely encroached upon her territory. And quite brazenly at that. Who else would they target if not you? That shouldn't be the case. She is from the Lin family. and her subordinates should possess considerable capabilities. How could they not uncover the truth? The system sighed in exasperation, bewildered by its naive host's fixation on this issue. You've been at the company for quite some time, yet your presence there has been less than half of that duration. And you have remained either upstairs or in your office. The individuals managing the company are all Qian. He handles everything on your behalf. Without your photo displayed publicly, how could anyone recognize you? Even if they inquired with your employees, they would find it difficult to encounter you, thus unable to provide a proper identification. Are you certain Lin Xiao could recognize you based solely on descriptions? That makes sense. Ji Linxiao chuckled slyly, contemplating how delightful it would be if Lin Xiao realized that the individual attempting to trip her up was someone she had previously humiliated. Host, be cautious. Wang Fujing is already casting disdainful glances in your direction. Ji Linxiao swiftly turned to face Wang Fujing, who had cleverly managed his expression the moment Ji Linxiao pivoted. What is the matter? Oh, nothing. Just observing what you were up to. Xiaoming, are you deceiving me? Next time, I shall take photographs as evidence. At that moment, Lin Xiao had located one of the brand managers who had opted not to open a shop in the commercial city. From him, she learned that the company behind the commercial city had sent out a new leasing announcement, offering rental prices lower than those of Wanhua Mall by 20%. Upon reading this, Lin Xiao sensed the malice embedded within the message. It was clearly aimed at her. Who could it be? Has a rival competitor secured this advantage through some means? Investigate. I must ascertain the identity of the owner behind this. Her confidant, with a resigned expression, handed her the information he had gathered. Miss, this is all we have, and you have already seen it. The only detail we could ascertain about the owner is that he is an attractive and charismatic man. After all, which proprietor offers such generous benefits to their employees? When attempting to negotiate collaboration with the company, one can only interface with Qian. The actual owner seems to have vanished, akin to a hands-off manager, who relinquished the company to others once it was established. Those posing as admirers wishing to see the owner often face dismissal by security or are met with condescension. Do your best. Our boss is elusive. Eventually, after considerable effort to gain entry into the company, they were informed that the owner was away on vacation. This infuriated her confidant. What should I do now? I am still unclear as to why they are targeting me. I cannot recklessly assume they are rivals dispatched by my family. I shall attempt to arrange a meeting with the owner. If they are indeed sent by family members, perhaps there is a chance to negotiate. If the reasons are otherwise, we can minimize the situation. What do you think? Very well, proceed. I have a slight headache. I wish to be alone for a moment. Originally, her achievements fell short when compared to her elder brother, and now with an unexpected disruption, it seemed she might truly be deprived of that coveted position. Lin Xiao incessantly massaged her tightly furrowed brow with her fingers, attempting to alleviate the headache brought on by her anxiety. When Qian received the invitation from Lin Xiao's confidant, his initial reaction was to decline. However, after some contemplation, he resolved to inform Ji Linxiao. Why not go? But only you should attend. I will not make an appearance, and you mustn't reveal my involvement. If she wishes to see me or catch a glimpse of my photograph, do not acquiesce. Let her fret. With a resigned nod, Qian stepped out, mentally lamenting Ji Linxiao's morbid curiosity. Do you not fear retribution from the Lin family? Retribution? Why would they retaliate against me? Is she not here for training? Aspiring to become the head of the family? If a future head cannot resolve such trivial matters, what merit do they hold? The Lin family will only express gratitude. The elders will appreciate my clarity, while the younger generation will thank me for eliminating a rival. Impressive. Wang Fujing, upon hearing his words, pondered this notion. Indeed, if Ji Linxiao's actions would truly provoke the Lin family, his father might not permit him to remain in this position. He conveyed his doubts to Ji Linxiao, seeking his insights. Are you foolish? Your father forbids you from provoking Lin Xiao out of concern for the young lady's well-being. Do you not think the family would be displeased if you pursued one of their daughters? I view this merely as standard business competition. Besides, is she not here to overcome the challenges of the marketplace? Wang Fujing nodded in sudden understanding. Does that count for me? Count for you. What do you mean? Did you not insist on not being involved? We are brothers. What does it matter? I was merely jesting. Hurry, see if there is any way I can assist. All right, understood. If anything arises, I shall call upon you. Lin Xiao's confidant continued to reach out to Qian, hoping to arrange a meeting with Ji Linxiao. Miss, the other party has agreed to meet. We can set the time. Lin Xiao, exasperatedly scrutinizing the report, felt her mood lift upon hearing this news. Very well. Let's meet tomorrow. Please reserve a private room. Yes, Mississippi. The thought of potentially resolving matters amicably the following day rendered the report less bothersome in her hands. The content merely detailed her elder brother's accomplishments in the city and her second sister's recent accolades. And what of herself? Presently, She had achieved nothing. Even her sole business venture had been targeted. However, after tomorrow, all would be well. If she could secure collaboration with the influential figure behind the West City Commercial Center, it would be a most fortuitous outcome. Should he indeed be a disruptor sent by one of her siblings, she would not hesitate to employ subtle tactics to ensure his premature exit. The next day, within the luxurious private room of the Four Seasons Hotel. Greetings, greetings. I have long admired your reputation. You must be Miss Lin Xiao? Qian Canan beamed, extending his hand in a gesture of camaraderie. Lin Xiao nodded impassively, shaking his hand briefly before releasing it. Her confidant's gaze darted behind him, where indeed stood a man. Tall and slender, bespectacled, he appeared quite refined, though not as striking as the staff had described. Yet, one could understand the employee's tendency to flatter their employer. He approached, pulling out chairs for the two. Please, take a seat. This gentleman must be the esteemed proprietor behind the commercial center, I presume? A pleasure to finally meet you. The man barely settled onto the chair before springing up again, looking bewildered at Qian Canan. It's all right, please sit. I believe this gentleman has mistaken us. Our boss has been preoccupied with business out of town and could not join us. Lin Xiao furrowed her brows, displeased as she regarded the two. What is the meaning of this? Do you take me for a fool? I extended such lavish hospitality to engage in a discussion with the owner of the commercial center. Yet you waste my time and resources by sending merely a manager. Observing the shift in Lin Xiao's expression, Qian Canan hastily clarified, Miss Lin, do not be upset. You can convey any matters to me directly. Our boss has largely entrusted the management of the company to me. Lin Xiao let out a soft huff, signaling her confidant. May I inquire if you were also responsible for the rental information? Oh, not at all. That was a countermeasure initiated by our boss upon hearing that Miss Lin was targeting his commercial street. Lin Xiao's countenance froze. It appeared that he was not sent by a rival, but merely a wealthy individual wishing to establish a commercial street, with her previous provocations being the catalyst. Embarrassed, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear to mask her awkwardness. Ahem, I must admit my fault in that matter. I apologize and hope Manager Qian can relay my sentiments to your boss. Qian Canan remained silent with a smile, causing Lin Xiao to feel a surge of anxiety. If time permits, I would like to invite your boss to dinner as a gesture of goodwill. By the way, the dishes are getting cold. Let us eat. As Qian Canan chuckled and sampled the food, he refrained from speaking, his mind racing with schemes to vex her. After all, his sole purpose for being there was to ensure Lin Xiao felt discomfort. Previously, he had inquired of Ji Lin Xiao whether a sincere apology warranted forgiveness. Ji Lin Xiao had firmly declined, insisting that the more inconvenience he could cause Lin Xiao, the better. This response struck Qian Canan as rather unkind, bordering on excessive. He proposed that, given she was a young lady, if she genuinely apologized, perhaps a gentlemanly forgiveness would be more fitting. However, Ji Lin Xiao's reply plunged him into contemplation. Why should I? Is this not a society of equality between genders? I might yield to women, the elderly, and children out of virtue, but respect must be reciprocal. If they offend me, I shall respond tenfold. It is not pettiness on my part. We are both navigating this realm for the first time. Why should she be allowed to act with impunity while I cannot reciprocate her arrogance? To repay malice with kindness. How then should one repay kindness? Had Lin Xiao approached Qian Canan proactively to amicably resolve this matter, there might have been room for negotiation. After all, the system's tasks offered rewards without penalties. Who would not desire a mutually beneficial collaboration with Lin Xiao? Yet, she had provoked Ji Lin Xiao by encroaching upon his domain without proper investigation, inciting his ire for the second time, leaving no room for negotiation. Ji Lin Xiao would never afford anyone a third chance. It was either surrender or a fierce struggle. As the meal drew to a close, Qian Canan deemed it time to convey the message. Your sincerity is commendable, but our boss declines. What? The confidant exclaimed in immediate response, both to prevent his mistress from losing her composure in public and because it echoed his own thoughts. There is no need for doubt. It is as stated. Our boss instructed me beforehand that no matter the attitude displayed, the answer would be a firm rejection. Lin Xiao stared at him with wide, furious eyes, her breathing quickening in agitation, while her confidant acutely sensed her struggle to contain her composure. Then why did you not communicate this from the outset, allowing our miss to harbor such hopes? Oh, it appears that our employer has mentioned that your delay has hindered the opening of his commercial complex. Knowing Miss Lin's social engagements, it is only fitting that she dines at establishments worthy of her stature. He urged us to partake generously in the meal, hoping to recoup some losses. The confidant could clearly sense that Miss Lin was nearing her breaking point and hastily issued a dismissal, leaving little room for further discourse. The two guests had enjoyed their meal and were free to depart, with no need for further pleasantries. Qian Canan leisurely wiped his mouth and took his leave with his entourage. Lin Xiao calculated their departure time, believing they had ventured far enough away, and finally could no longer suppress her inner fury, allowing her emotions to erupt within the private room. After a considerable outburst, she felt a semblance of relief. The room was now a chaotic mess, and her hair was in disarray. Her confidant, accustomed to such episodes, dutifully handed her the comb she always carried. At that moment, the door to the room swung open unexpectedly. "I hope I am not intruding. I assure you, I was not eavesdropping. I merely forgot my phone and did not wish to disturb you, so we waited outside for quite a while." As he stepped in to retrieve his phone from the table, he waved it about to confirm his genuine forgetfulness. Before closing the door, Qian Kanan turned to Lin Xiaoer with a smile, saying, "Miss Lin, if you are on your menstrual cycle, it would be wise to drink plenty of warm water. By the way, I quite like your new hairstyle." Chapter 105. The talent delivered to one's door. Ha ha ha, that cracked me up. I would love to see her expression at that moment. Qian Kanan reported the day's events to Ji Lin Xiao with a sense of helplessness, realizing he had, for the first time, stepped out of his comfort zone to fulfill his boss's directive. Previously, he had never stooped to such underhanded tactics. He had even softened when the young lady sought reconciliation, but the weight of his tasks steeled his resolve. "Why didn't you record the conversation with your phone? I am so curious." President Ji, eavesdropping at the entrance is already quite unscrupulous. I simply could not bring myself to record it. Such dubious activities had always been relegated to his subordinates, making this first attempt a curious experience. "All right, I understand. Come, recount it to me once more." The thought of Lin Xiaoer, furious yet powerless, brought a smile to Ji Lin Xiao's face. He relished witnessing the irritation of those who could not best him. It was quite satisfying. At Lin Xiaoer's residence. "Ah, I am infuriated. How dare he toy with me?" In the privacy of her home, shielded from the judgment of outsiders, especially with all but her confidant dismissed, Lin Xiaoer unleashed her pent-up frustrations. Her confidant offered her a glass of warm water and guided her to a seat, gently untangling her knotted hair while soothingly assuring her, "Miss, he is merely an unknown nouveau riche who has unexpectedly emerged. Even if he prevails this time, he cannot be assured of future victories. You, my lady, are astute and capable. You will surely manage the shopping center well." Having exhausted her emotional energy, Lin Xiaoer sat in her chair, clutching a plush toy and weeping in distress. "Please do not cry, my lady. It pains me to see you so." The confidant knelt beside her, delicately dabbing the tears from the corners of her eyes with a tissue. "I am fine. I am merely pondering our next steps. There is still much time ahead. Even if the mall were to fail, we could pursue other ventures. And even if you do not become the head of the family, the elders will not cast you out." Lin Xiaoer did not possess any particular ambition to become the head of the family. Rather, her fierce competitive spirit compelled her to fight for victory in this contest. She resolutely wiped away her tears and began to study the materials before her, declaring, "I refuse to concede defeat. Even if they target me, what of it? The outcome is still uncertain." In her heart, she believed that with greater effort, as long as the mall remained operational, she still had the chance to outmaneuver her opponents. Yet, she had never considered that Ji Lin Xiao had no intention of competing with her. His sole aim was to dismantle her shopping center, thereby denying her the position of family head. Half a month passed, and Ji Lin Xiao observed no significant moves from Lin Xiaoer. Although he had dispatched Yi Qinghu and his brothers to monitor her, not a whisper of news reached him. Perhaps it was the calm before a storm, a prelude to a grand upheaval aimed at him. "Host, a talent has been detected nearby." Where? After roaming through various cities without encountering anyone, it seemed ironic to find a potential candidate while languishing in the office. "Host, do not rush. The talent is approaching. System analysis indicates an 80% likelihood that the destination is here." "Here? Are you suggesting this is a talent delivered to my doorstep?" Ji Lin Xiao hurriedly tidied his appearance. If someone were indeed coming to recruit for his company, he, as the owner, must present himself impressively. Wang Fujing looked at him quizzically as he began to groom his hair in front of the mirror. "What? Are you preparing for a date?" "Nonsense. Is it wrong to want to look handsome, even if it's not a date?" Wang Fujing, skeptical, thought to himself that whoever was coming must be quite remarkable, otherwise this slacker would not suddenly be so concerned about his appearance. He dashed out, leaving Ji Lin Xiao behind. What is he up to? Perhaps he believes the host is going to meet a beautiful woman. He never changes. 2 hours later. "Xiaoming, is the talent you mentioned truly destined for my company?" "According to calculations, it should be, but for some reason, he keeps circling around. Let's wait a bit longer." An hour later, Wang Fujing reappeared in his formal attire. "What are you doing?" "Nothing much. I thought it unfair for you to be the only one looking dapper. We should maintain an average level of attractiveness in this room." Another hour passed. "Are you really not waiting for anyone?" "No. I simply felt good and wanted to tidy myself up." "Boring. I'm off to grab something to eat." The talent has arrived at the company building. Ji Linxiao felt as though he had never experienced time moving this slowly. He was not concerned about the company rejecting the talent, as Qian Canan was an excellent leader who prioritized nurturing talent. Anyone who came to interview would at least have a meeting, and the employees who self-recommended would be assessed for their capabilities. As he strolled leisurely to Qian Canan's office, another man approached from the opposite direction. Host detected new talent. Name: Chen. Age: 26. A doctoral graduate from a prestigious foreign university, fluent in 18 languages, and a skilled orator. His only flaw: he is directionally challenged, struggling to navigate even with a GPS. Oritorni? I'm still a seaweed. Wait, 18 countries? Am I seeing things? Ji Linxiao regarded the man before him with a sense of incredulity. He appeared refined, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, though not quite as handsome as Ji Linxiao himself. He was certainly attractive enough. Hello, is there something I can assist you with? Ah, no. It's just that I've noticed you staring at me with a rather peculiar gaze, and I wondered if you had any questions. Ji Linxiao shook his head. How could he admit that he found him monstrous? Hello, you must be the one here for the interview, correct? Oh, and President Ji is here too? This time, it was Chen who fixed his gaze firmly on Ji Linxiao. Chen, a graduate of a prestigious foreign university, effortlessly addressed the questions posed by Qian Canan. The interview was deemed quite successful. Although Qian Canan was eager to announce his qualification on the spot, he ultimately instructed him to await further news. After politely bidding them farewell, Chen prepared to depart, but his curiosity piqued Jun Lixiao, who called out to him. I see you've listed proficiency in 18 languages on your resume. Is that true? Indeed, I have obtained certificates along with the corresponding tour guide qualifications. I even have photographs to prove it. Impressive. 18 languages. I can scarcely manage 3, Jun Lixiao admitted. No need to show me. I simply wonder how you acquired such linguistic prowess. Chen cast a hesitant glance his way, wrestling with his thoughts before finally confessing. Isn't it something that can be learned easily? What an audacious proclamation. However, this young man possesses the very talent he needs. The next time there's a custom potion available, he must ensure it grants fluency in languages. With such capabilities, why would you choose to work here? Surely, individuals of your caliber are in high demand. A touch of embarrassment crossed Chen-In's face as he scratched his head. Well, when I first returned to the country, I did work for a large corporation. However, some time ago, my former boss invited a foreign associate to collaborate and summoned me to assist with translation. He only provided me with the address, but did not accompany me. After much searching, I finally arrived only to discover the meeting had concluded and my boss, in a fit of exasperation, dismissed me. Feeling somewhat disheartened upon returning home, I decided to travel for a while. Upon my return, a relative informed me of a company with excellent benefits, though regrettably, his own nephew had not been hired. He recommended I give it a try. As he spoke, Chen felt quite awkward. It was likely few had experienced being dismissed for such a reason as his inability to navigate the streets. Yet, this posed no significant issue for Jun Lixiao. Lost, a dedicated driver could easily guide him to his destination in no time. As long as it wasn't a matter of principle, there was no way he would let such an extraordinary talent slip away. One could only surmise that Chen-In's previous employer may not have adhered to medical advice regarding regular eye examinations. Chen-In, feeling somewhat anxious, glanced at Jun Lixiao, internally chastising himself. What a blundering fool I am to reveal such a glaring flaw. What if this boss fears my navigational shortcomings will hinder productivity? Just as he was about to formulate a perfect excuse to redeem himself, he heard Jun Lixiao's voice. Then, you should come to work tomorrow. What? Surely. He had not misheard. He was genuinely offered the position, and he had initially contemplated traveling again should this opportunity not pan out. It appeared his travel plans had been thoroughly interrupted. Really? A wave of excitement washed over him, and he quickly covered his mouth, reverting to his previously composed demeanor. I apologize, I'm just overwhelmed with joy. After departing the office, Chen-In exuberantly celebrated at the entrance, exclaiming, yes, 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 before performing a moonwalk towards the elevator. Fully immersed in his euphoria, Jun Lixiao and the others emerged behind him, momentarily taken aback by his exuberant display. Mr. G, this new employee is truly vivacious. One remarked with a chuckle. A lively spirit is beneficial. It will prevent the company from becoming too stifled. Perhaps we shall have him perform at the year-end company gala. As the official opening of the commercial street was still some time away, Lin Xiao's operations appeared to be stagnant, while Jun Lixiao found himself with ample leisure time, wandering about in search of opportunities and talent. One morning, as was his routine, Jun Lixiao completed his entire running course. Congratulations, host, for completing a month of morning runs. You have earned a silver treasure chest. It had not been an easy endeavor, having to run intermittently for so long to finally accumulate a month's worth of effort. His stamina had also increased by 3 points through daily exercise. Quickly, open it. Let us see what my month of hard work has yielded. Congratulations, host, you have received a lottery ticket, 50,000 points, and a singing talent potion. Jun Lixiao stared at the rewards for a brief moment, feeling somewhat underwhelmed, especially after having encountered emerald treasure chests before. However, one must not be overly demanding. Contentment is key. Gazing at the 10 lottery tickets in his inventory, he hesitated, recalling the last guaranteed reward. In an instant, he felt akin to an African chieftain. Perhaps he should wait until he felt particularly fortunate to redeem the 10 draws. After indulging in Aunt Mao's culinary delights for so long, he suddenly found himself nostalgic for the small wontons and marinated eggs he used to enjoy each morning. He sent a message to Butler Yen, informing him he would not be returning for breakfast, fearing that if Aunt Mao prepared a meal only to learn he would not be there, she would surely be disheartened. Due to inconvenient parking on the old street, Jun Lixiao opted to visit a nearby motorcycle shop, where he spent a handsome sum to have the staff retrieve the best bike within 10 minutes, ensuring it was properly licensed and that he received a safety helmet. With money comes influence. The store manager personally oversaw the process, equipping Jun Lixiao with everything he needed in just 8 minutes. Impressive. I shall certainly return, he remarked. The store manager, both amused and bewildered, realized he could not afford to offend such a prominent figure, who could casually produce a wad of cash at will. He merely hoped that the next time Jun Lixiao came to purchase a motorcycle, it would not be under such time constraints. Jun Lixiao's motorcycle license seemed to have lapsed, so for safety's sake, he decided to ride it today, planning to promptly renew his license in a couple of days. Uncle Lu. Jun Lixiao smoothly parked the bike at the entrance, dismounted, and, emulating the protagonist from Hong Kong dramas, removed his helmet, shaking his hair into place. Upon seeing Jun Lixiao, Uncle Lu's eyes lit up as he hurried out to greet him. Ah, young Ji, it has been a while since you graced my establishment for breakfast. Has that boss of yours been working you too hard? As he maneuvered the bike aside, Jun Lixiao explained, Not at all. I've changed jobs. The owner of my new company is quite wonderful and even provides accommodation. I've moved into the staff dormitory, so I want to be passing by here in the mornings. Today, however, I happen to have a day off and thought I'd decome for a meal. Uncle Lu smiled warmly. That is splendid. Be sure to handle yourself well at the new company. Don't provoke your superiors. He then invited Jun Lixiao to take a seat while he retreated to the kitchen to prepare the usual 3 dishes. As Jun Lixiao surveyed the empty restaurant, he noted the absence of patrons. He vaguely recalled that at this hour, the place would typically be bustling with at least 10 customers. Today, however, it was eerily quiet. Shortly thereafter, Uncle Lu emerged with a steaming bowl of small wontons. Freshly made wontons. I'll go fry some crullers for you. Thank you, Uncle Lu. In the heat of June, Uncle Lu would close the doors when customers were present to keep the air conditioning from escaping. After shutting the door, he went outside to fry the crullers. A bowl of small wontons could be finished in just a few bites by a grown man like Jun Lixiao. After he polished off the wontons, he continued to stir the remaining broth with his spoon, eagerly awaiting Uncle Lu's crullers. Suddenly, he thought he heard commotion outside, as if a quarrel were taking place. He began to worry about the delay in Uncle Lu's crullers. Could something have gone awry? Hurriedly, he pulled open the door and rushed outside, only to find a crowd gathered in front of the shop. At the forefront stood a menacing man, menacingly chewing on a toothpick, pointing a finger at Uncle Lu's face while vociferously speaking in a foreign dialect. The general sentiment conveyed is one of disdain towards an elderly man. Chapter 107. You will be your father's pride. Ji Linxiao swiftly stepped forward to shield Uncle Lu, admonishing, Mind your language, or I won't hesitate to assist you in cleansing your mouth. The audacity of the antagonist was palpable as one boisterously declared, Who do you think you are? You fragile little thing, step aside, or our boss might inadvertently break your arm, and you'll be left wailing for your mother. This outburst provoked hearty laughter from those nearby. Commence new task to assist Boss Lu in resolving his dilemma. Task duration, 10 days. Task reward, unlock new features. Ji Linxiao casually glanced at the task information on the screen before dismissing it. Uncle Lu's safety was paramount, and he could attend to the task later. Will you leave on your own, or shall I assist you in departing? Ji Linxiao challenged. Oh, you're quite bold, aren't you? The opposing group, numbering around 20, advanced menacingly, their imposing figures effectively blocking the entrance to the shop. Uncle Lu tugged at Ji Linxiao's sleeve, signaling him to refrain from further provocation. Though inherently a straightforward man, the sight of such intimidating figures stirred anxiety within him. However, as an elder, he felt it was his responsibility to shield Ji Linxiao from harm. With a forced smile, he stepped out from behind Ji Linxiao, addressing the men, Gentlemen, could you kindly grant me a few more days? I assure you, I will repay you shortly. A few days? We already extended you a 3-day grace period last time. How is that insufficient? Just 3 more days, I promise to repay. Very well, old man. Out of respect for your age, we'll grant you another opportunity. But if you fail to repay after 3 days, ha. The leader's malevolent smile and lecherous gaze as he leered at Lu's daughter sent chills down the spine. Let us go. Once the group had departed, Uncle Lu appeared utterly defeated, collapsing into a chair. Uncle Lu, what is the matter? Please tell me. Perhaps I can assist, Ji Linxiao urged, concern etched on his face. With a quivering voice, Uncle Lu replied, It's nothing, Xiao Ji. This doesn't concern you. Don't involve yourself and risk your safety. Uncle, do you still doubt me? I promise I won't act recklessly. I will find the best solution for you. After much hesitation, Uncle Lu finally divulged. A few days ago, my daughter accidentally collided with an expensive vehicle. The repair costs are astronomical, nearly equivalent to my earnings for 3 or 4 years without respite. I offered my apologies and even compensated a small amount, yet they insist it's insufficient and are demanding more. I simply cannot afford such an amount. Should I fail to pay, they threaten to take my daughter as collateral. My wife and child are my lifeblood. I cannot allow that to happen. When he uttered these words, his eyes were filled with despair as he gazed skyward. He genuinely could not muster the funds, and even selling the shop would not suffice. The unsavory group had been leering at his daughter, and if they succeeded in taking her, it would spell disaster. I've made up my mind. I'll send my wife and child away for their safety, and I'll bear this debt myself. I'll sell the shop, and if that doesn't cover it, I would even consider offering my organs as collateral. Uncle, Ji Linxiao began, but Uncle Lu interrupted him, perhaps in his current state of resignation. He was lost in his own thoughts, oblivious to Ji Linxiao's attempt to interject. This shop has been with me for so many years, I'm quite attached to it. Lately, they've been causing disturbances, scaring away loyal customers. What is the point of clinging to this dilapidated establishment? Ji Linxiao understood the profound significance of this shop to Uncle Lu. It had been a fixture in their lives since his earliest memories, encompassing not only Uncle Lu's family history but also the laughter and joy shared with countless customers over the years. Uncle Lu, we will not sell the shop. I will cover any losses. If they dare to disturb us again, we will take legal action. Upon hearing this, Uncle Lu quickly sat up, grasping Ji Linxiao's arm. No. Legal action incurs costs, and if we assume responsibility, it's best to settle privately. How much do they demand? $5. Without hesitation, Ji Linxiao approached the QR code affixed to the shop wall and transferred $10. Uncle Lu, startled by the notification of money received, exclaimed, Xiao Ji, what are you doing? I know you've come into some fortune, but money shouldn't be spent frivolously. Save it for your future wife. As he attempted to return the funds, his phone was abruptly silenced by Ji Linxiao's hand. Uncle, remember when I had no money for food and felt ashamed to return home? You took me in without hesitation. Consider this as repayment for the meals during my difficult times. After settling the debt, Uncle Lu suggested taking his wife and sister Fong out for a stroll to enjoy themselves before returning. You and my father were close. After he passed, you continued to look after me. Let this be a gesture of filial piety from a younger generation to an elder. If my father were still here, he would undoubtedly urge me to assist you. Uncle Lu clutched his phone tightly, tears welling in his eyes as he looked at Ji Linxiao, seeing a reflection of his late friend. Xiao Ji has grown up, but this money. Uncle, you're treating me like a stranger. If I grow angry, I might not return to see you. Uncle Lu wiped his tears, caught between laughter and exasperation. You rascal, I'll accept this money. When you marry, I'll give you a generous gift. Uncle, I don't want a grand gift. I only wish for you and Annie to be healthy and happy every day. Uncle Lu embraced Ji Linxiao tightly, gently patting his back. You will undoubtedly be your father's pride. After leaving the breakfast shop, Ji Linxiao's expression darkened momentarily, fury igniting in his eyes. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number, instructing, retrieve the surveillance footage from my street. Identify the group that caused trouble today. While Sister Fong's accident was indeed unfortunate, it did not warrant their incessant disturbances at the shop. Moreover, their intentions towards Sister Fong were utterly unacceptable. She was the apple of Uncle Lu and Annie's eye. Should any harm befall her, the couple would surely be devastated. Considering the unsavory demeanor of that group, adorned with intimidating tattoos and spewing lewd remarks, it was clear they were no good. Anyone who crossed Ji Linxiao would regret it. Chapter 108. Are you queuing to hit me? Ji Linxiao accompanied Uncle Lu in contacting the leader of the troublesome group. Hey, old man, you just left. And you're already calling me. What is up? Are you considering offering your daughter to me? I've gathered the money. Just provide me with a bank account number, and I'll transfer it, provided you guarantee no further disturbances. A chuckle echoed from the other end of the line. Old man, just wait. We'll be there to collect the money shortly. 10 minutes later, the group reappeared at the shop's entrance. Ji Linxiao's instincts warned him that the situation was far from straightforward. He hastily sent a message to Yi Qinghu, urging, come quickly. The man's underlings had blocked the entrance of the shop with great determination, as if they feared someone might escape. The man swaggered into the establishment and took a seat, exclaiming, "It's sweltering in here. What are you staring at? Will someone pour me a glass of water?" Ji Linxiao intercepted Uncle Lu, who was about to fetch the water, and said, "Have you forgotten your hands or your legs? Do you have a disability certificate with you?" The man, furious, stood up and approached Ji Linxiao, intending to intimidate him, only to realize he was a head shorter than his opponent. "Humph, where's the money? Hurry up and transfer it to this card number," he demanded. "Ah, sure, but I need to register your name to transfer this $5, came the reply. $5? The man gazed at Uncle Lu with mockery, causing his heart to race. "Did we not agree to compensate you with $5? The circle of underlings outside erupted into laughter. "Old man, your joke has amused my crew. That $5 was the old price. After all these days, it should have accrued some interest in the bank. Moreover, our travels have incurred transportation, labor, and food costs. This hardship fee ought to be reimbursed. Let's make it $6 altogether." "What? $6? Uncle Lu stared at him in disbelief, unable to fathom such brazen audacity. Gritting his teeth, he took a deep breath. "Fine, $6 it is, as long as you promise not to harass my daughter or disrupt my business again." Upon hearing Uncle Lu relent for $6, the man sensed an opportunity for further exploitation. "Did I say $6? I can't recall. It must be $7, right?" His subordinates chimed in. "Yes. Brother Sure clearly said $7. "Old man, are your ears failing you? Don't think you can dodge your debts." The shop was filled with raucous laughter, and Uncle Lu, at his age, found himself oppressed by the younger generation. Trembling, he deleted the figure on his phone and re-entered 7 million. Ji Linxiao could no longer bear to watch. The initial $5 compensation was already unreasonable, but he had hoped it would bring Uncle Lu some peace of mind. To his astonishment, the other party continued to press for more. Ji Linxiao stepped forward, seizing the man's collar and forcefully throwing him outside. "So you don't want that $5? Then get lost." The man stumbled backward several steps, steadied only by his underlings. "You're courting death," he shouted, rolling up his sleeves to charge at Ji Linxiao. Sensing the impending confrontation, Uncle Lu rushed in to mediate. "Let us discuss this civilly. Get out of the way." The man dismissed Uncle Lu, his mind solely focused on regaining his lost pride after Ji Linxiao had humiliated him in front of his subordinates. He shoved Uncle Lu to the ground, standing defiantly in front of Ji Linxiao to block his assistance, looking up provocatively. "You think you're brave? Do you know who I am?" "No, I know your mother," he retorted, delivering a punch to the man's nose. The man recoiled in pain, clutching his face, and Ji Linxiao seized the moment to kick at one of his subordinates. "You little brat, you don't fight fair. Fool, do you think this is a turn-based battle? Does fighting with shameless people require decorum?" His underlings rushed in, but the shop was cramped, with tables and chairs lining either side. Once they all piled in, it became apparent that they were now awkwardly queued, unable to engage Ji Linxiao effectively without risking hitting one another. "What? Are you lining up to beat me? Fine, I'll accommodate you." With that, he swung a powerful punch at the nearest person's nose, swiftly followed by a strike to their throat, incapacitating them. And then he kicked backward, sending another crashing down. The leader of this group was indeed not very tall, but his subordinates were all over 6 feet tall, some stocky and others well-built. Ironically, the one at the front was particularly rotund, and the cramped space could only accommodate him. As he was unexpectedly attacked, he lost his balance and fell backward, causing the two behind him to struggle to support the sudden collapse of this human wall. Ji Linxiao smirked and stepped forward, pushing with force. The entire line fell like a row of dominoes, with the heavy set crushing the stout, and everyone was in disarray. Ji Linxiao turned to the man on the ground, who was still curled up and covering his nose, and yanked him by the collar, flinging him into the pile. "I'll give you 30 seconds to vacate this place, or I won't hesitate to ensure you share your leader's fate." 30 seconds? Are you kidding me? The group, still struggling on the ground, erupted in curses. Ji Linxiao ignored their outbursts and began his countdown. 30, 29. The once cursing individuals scrambled to their feet, hastily dragging their leader along as they fled, still shouting threats as they departed. In truth, they need not have run. They could have faced Ji Linxiao, given their numbers. But with their leader down and having suffered such humiliation, their fighting spirit had evaporated. If not now, when? A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. They could always return tomorrow. After driving them away, the shop lay in disarray, and Ji Linxiao began to help tidy up the tables and chairs. But Uncle Lu stopped him. "Xiao Ji, there's no need to clean up. I've thought it over. I'm getting old, and I plan to sell this place." "Uncle, don't be afraid. If they come back, we'll call the police. If you don't want them here, I'll take them on one at a time." Uncle Lu shook his head, placing a hand on Ji Linxiao's shoulder and letting out a deep sigh. "I'm old and weary. I want to take my wife out to see the world. She's been with me all these years, and we've never gone anywhere. I have about 20 cents saved up. That should be enough for a trip. Uncle Lou's smile was as warm as ever, yet this time it carried a hint of exhaustion. Chapter 109. Not a trace left behind. The next day, the troublemakers returned to Uncle Lou's breakfast shop. Thinking that the cunning man could not possibly be lurking there every day, they seized the opportunity to teach the old man a lesson while the man was absent. After all, he wouldn't dare make a fuss again, would he? Today he was going to have to hand over those $7. And as for that seemingly attractive girl, he wanted both the money and the girl. Otherwise, he wouldn't hesitate to show his ruthless side. After all, who among them didn't have a bit of red in their hands? A group of them stormed to the shop's entrance, only to find the iron gate securely locked. Boss, what do we do? That old man hasn't fled, has he? Go buy me a hammer. Smash this damn lock. Finally, after much effort, they pried the iron gate open, only to find the interior in complete disarray. Everything of value had vanished, making it seem as though a thief had just ransacked the place. Damn it. The leader of the group realized they would return empty-handed this time. As it turned out, not long after they had left the previous day, Ji Linxiao had coaxed Uncle Lou to go home, taking charge of the shop in his absence. Uncle Lou initially insisted on returning the money to Ji Linxiao, but ultimately he was swayed by Ji Linxiao's resolute demeanor. This money was originally intended by Ji Linxiao as a means to supplement the living expenses of the elderly couple, not for travel. How could it possibly be returned to Uncle Lou? After Uncle Lou departed, Ji Linxiao hastily immersed himself in his work at the shop. Suddenly, he recalled that he had seemingly triggered a task, and he quickly opened the task interface to check. Assist Boss Lou in solving a dilemma. Even without the task, he would have intervened. Now that the system had assigned him a task, he was determined to resolve it with utmost efficiency. After all, the quicker a task was completed, the greater the rewards would be. Before long, Yi Qinghu and Yi Chengxi arrived, initially thinking it was a matter of great significance, only to discover that it was about dismantling the shop. This was not just any dismantling. Ji Linxiao instructed them to remove all valuable items from the shop and summon a delivery truck to transport everything to the company's underground garage. Clocks, cabinets, tables, chairs, pots, and pans. Even the frying equipment outside for making fried dough sticks was taken away, leaving behind only a heap of garbage and dust, awaiting the day when the ruckus makers would come to dine. Boss, we have found them. Based on facial recognition, they located some records of a few individuals from years past. Ji Linxiao asked him to compile the information first, intending to settle Uncle Lou and his family today before reviewing the findings. He had contacted Zheng Yongyan yesterday, planning to orchestrate a delightful surprise for Uncle Lou's family. Brother, do you know any mall owners nearby? Anyone will do. Zheng Yongyan signaled his secretary to search. And indeed, there was one. Are you looking to consult them? No. It's like this. Ji Linxiao succinctly summarized the situation for him, sharing his intentions. I wish to take Uncle Lou and his family on a trip to refresh their spirits, but if I simply promised them a trip, they would certainly refuse. They wouldn't want to travel far or spend excessively, so I understand. It's only right to repay Uncle Lou for his years of help. I will have that fellow contact you immediately. Zheng Yongyan typically used formal language with those he deemed superior or of equal status, while he addressed those beneath him in a more casual manner. Ji Linxiao discerned from his tone that the other party was likely a subordinate of Zheng Yongyan. As long as Ji Linxiao maintained a reasonable demeanor, he could afford to be a bit assertive, ensuring he would not be underestimated. While they were busy dismantling the shop that afternoon, a plump, shifty-eyed man squeezed his way in. Excuse me, who is Ji Linxiao, Mr. Ji? That would be me. And you are? Ji Linxiao raised his dirty hand, gazing at the portly figure before him with curiosity. Oh, your brother sent me to call on you. What can I do for you? Ji Linxiao wiped his hands with a towel and took the portly boss aside to discuss matters. I need you to organize a lottery event at your mall, with the grand prize being a 6-month nationwide tour. The other prizes are up to you to decide. Of course, I won't let you incur any losses. I will cover all expenses, and your employees can also participate in the lottery. My only requirement is that when I bring my people tomorrow, you must ensure they win the grand prize. The plump boss nodded vigorously, excited at the prospect. This is a great deal. Settle it as a benefit for the employees. I'll even participate myself. So, Mr. G, what do we need to do? What you do is your business. As long as you guarantee that my people win the grand prize tomorrow, I won't concern myself with anything else. Otherwise, what use do I have for your mall? The plump boss swallowed hard, eagerly promising. All right, brother, rest assured, I will make the necessary arrangements. I'll be waiting for you personally tomorrow. He hurried back to pressure his secretary into crafting a plan for the lottery event, ensuring that employees were familiar with the process and any underhanded tactics. He was determined to ensure that Ji Linxiao won the grand prize. Otherwise, his prospects in N City would be grim, especially considering Ji Linxiao was the brother of Zheng Yongyan. The three of them were no pushovers, and from their first encounter, Ji Linxiao seemed quite formidable himself. The plump boss, lost in thought, suddenly shivered, urging his staff to practice diligently, familiarizing themselves with the procedures. Anyone who faltered tomorrow would be sent home. Meanwhile, Uncle Lu, having endured such a tumultuous day, was understandably shaken. He feared not only that the thuggish gang would trouble his daughter, but also what would happen if they reported Ji Linxiao for assault. With anxiety weighing heavily on him, he returned home. Upon arriving, his wife noticed his distress and rushed to inquire. After learning the details, she collapsed onto the floor, sobbing. What have we done to deserve this? We've gotten entangled with these people, and now we've harmed young Ji. Perhaps we should run away. Take young Ji with us. We can't leave him behind. Uncle Lu shared her sentiments, and the couple spent the afternoon discussing how to escape with their daughter and young Ji from the gang. The next morning, Ji Linxiao, having completed his run, hurried to Uncle Lu's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Uncle Lu, are you home? Creak. Given that Uncle Lu lived in an old house, the door was equally aged, creaking noisily upon opening. The abrasive sound of the door was noted in Ji Linxiao's mind. Upon their return from the trip, he would surely arrange for them to stay with him. Young Ji, come in quickly. Have you eaten? Would you like to share a meal? The door was opened by Aunt Lu, who warmly welcomed Ji Linxiao inside. Uncle Lu, still seated at the table for breakfast, rose to greet him upon seeing him arrive. Uncle Lu, please don't stand on my account. It's too much trouble. Just sit down. All right. Young Ji, you're here so early. You must be hungry. Fong Fong, go get a bowl of porridge for young Ji. The fragrant congee with century egg and lean meat had just been prepared when Sister Fong also brought over a salted duck egg in red oil. Young Ji relished the delightful combination of porridge and egg. We plan to leave tomorrow. You should come with us to a different place for a while. Once that gang has nearly forgotten about this incident, you can return. Ji Linxiao smiled wryly at him, sensing that Uncle Lu might be overly optimistic. How could those small-time thugs possibly forget the humiliation he had inflicted upon them? It would be far more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Those ruffians seemed to be the vengeful sort, bearing grudges with great tenacity. Uncle Lu, it's all right. You all should go. I at least have some legal knowledge. If they dare to touch me, they certainly won't escape unscathed. A friend of mine happens to know that renowned lawyer, the famous Zhang San. With him on the case, we'll have no issues. The Lu couple felt reassured upon hearing this. They were well aware of the formidable reputation of lawyer Zhang San from the news. Today he'll handle this, and tomorrow he'll tackle that. He once even sent the opposing lawyer to jail. All right, just be cautious. If anything happens, let Uncle know right away. I'll always come back to take you away. Ji Linxiao nodded appreciatively at their concern and seized the opportunity to suggest taking them shopping at the mall. Uncle Lu, you'll need to buy some things before you head out. I happen to know that there's an event at the nearby Maoqing Mall. You can enter a lottery with every purchase over 100. Upon hearing the announcement of a lottery, the couple's eyes sparkled with excitement. They were particularly fond of the news regarding discounts at the market and lottery draws at the supermarket. Yet, amid their exhilaration, a lingering trepidation regarding the ruffians shadowed their thoughts. Perhaps it would be wiser to refrain from participating. I fear those individuals might track us down. Uncle, surely you cannot allow those people to dictate your life. One asserted confidently. Rest assured, they will undoubtedly receive their due retribution. And the car will be compensated according to the court's judgment, no more, no less. Encouraged by Ji Linxiao's persuasive words, the trio, feeling stifled at home, accompanied him to the Miao City Mall, rumored to be hosting a lottery event. Curiously, the mall had been operating for several years, yet they had never encountered such an event before. Aunt Lu gazed quizzically at the large poster adorning the entrance, which proclaimed, "We warmly welcome both new and loyal customers. Spend a mere 100 Maos to earn a chance to enter the lottery." Below, fine print indicated that the prizes were limited and offered on a first-come, first-served basis, with the grand prize being a luxurious nationwide family tour for 6 months. While they did not harbor illusions of winning the top prize, securing the third prize, a higher refrigerator, would be quite splendid. Father, mother, let us hurry inside. Xiaoji, come quickly. Shopping is an innate inclination for girls, and upon seeing the mall, Lu Fongfong felt an irresistible urge to explore, even if merely for the thrill of browsing. The group meandered through the mall, purchasing various essentials for outings. And at Ji Linxiao's insistence, each elder procured a few new garments, with Lu Fongfong receiving her share as well. Initially, she hesitated, considering the funds came from Ji Linxiao, and resolved to spend as little as possible, intending to return any surplus. However, Ji Linxiao's stance was unwavering. If they did not utilize his money, he would personally intervene to cover the bill. Lu Uncle remarked, "It's the first time in my life that I've been compelled to spend money, and I must admit, it feels rather delightful." As they exited the mall, laden with purchases exceeding 100 Maos, they approached the lottery station at the entrance, where the portly proprietor anxiously surveyed the surroundings. Spotting Ji Lin Xiao and the others approaching with their bundles, he let out a sigh of relief. Liberation was finally at hand. Hastily, he tapped his nearby staff and whispered, "Quickly, let us execute the plan we rehearsed yesterday. The big spender has arrived." All employees turned their attention to Ji Lin Xiao, and seeing their inaction, the boss reluctantly took it upon himself to retrieve the pre-prepared lottery box. He had devised a perfect scheme the previous night. As soon as he noticed Ji Lin Xiao and his entourage, he would subtly switch the lottery boxes. The one Ji Lin Xiao would draw from was filled entirely with grand prizes, and he was convinced luck would be on their side. "Xiao Ji, you should draw. I know young people adore lotteries," he encouraged. Initially, Lu Fangfang had reached for the box, but upon her father's suggestion, she hesitated, feeling it was only fair for Ji Lin Xiao to draw, given it was his money. Yet, the temptation was palpable. Ji Lin Xiao, recognizing Lu Fangfang's inner conflict, smiled and said, "Let Fangjie draw. My luck is poor, and I possess little interest in lotteries." "Really? Does the host wish to disable the lottery function?" "Xiao Meng, be quiet and stay put," Ji Lin Xiao retorted. Unfazed, Lu Fangfang seized the opportunity. Thrusting her hand into the lottery box, eyes closed, feeling around until she declared, "This one." After extracting a slip, she fervently prayed, "May it be a grand prize. May it be a grand prize." Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Open," startling those around her, as she stood frozen, staring at the slip in her hand. The Lu couple hurried over to inspect, while the staff discreetly swapped the lottery boxes to avoid complications later. "Grand prize. I've drawn the grand prize." Lu Fangfang jubilantly embraced her parents, bouncing with excitement. The staff, seizing the moment, smiled and announced, "Congratulations on winning the grand prize. Please present your slip to claim your reward." Trembling, Lu Fangfang handed over the slip, and the staff pretended to note down the grand prizes claimed. Simultaneously, the portly proprietor retrieved 3 prearranged tickets for a private tour group, handing them over. "Here are your tickets. Please keep them safe. The journey will commence tomorrow evening, with our company covering all flight and accommodation expenses. A guide will provide further details." Lu Uncle received the tickets with excitement, internally admonishing himself, "Do not faint. Do not faint. At least wait until you're home. Fainting now would be too embarrassing." Finally, they had managed to see Lu Uncle and his family off, who initially insisted on dividing the vouchers among themselves, but after persistent assurances of his work obligations, they relented. However, the threat posed by the ruffians remained unaddressed, and it was time to enact justice against them. "Boss, I have compiled all the information on those individuals for your review." Ji Lin Xiao perused the documents, unable to suppress a cold smile, recalling that he had retained a contact number for Zhang San. Had those individuals chosen to live quietly, they might have continued their carefree existence. However, their reckless behavior led them to cross paths with Ji Lin Xiao, and now they would face the consequences of their actions. "Hello. Is this Lawyer Zhang? I have a case that requires your expertise." True to his reputation, the esteemed Lawyer Zhang boarded a high-speed train to Ji Lin Xiao's city immediately after the call. As the adage goes, securing a conviction necessitates witnesses, physical evidence, and testimonies. Though the latter is often the least critical, they had already acquired vital physical evidence and merely needed to gather witness testimonies to win the case. Should witnesses prove elusive, "I will still do my utmost," Lawyer Zhang assured them after reviewing the documents. "You might consider reaching out to the victims' relatives and the hometown of these individuals. Even if they manage to suppress this matter, they cannot silence the voices of the people." Ji Lin Xiao promptly dispatched the 3 Yi brothers to investigate, aiming to collect evidence before the ruffians departed from Min City. 2 days later, the Yi brothers returned, accompanied by a large group of men, women, and children. Looking weary yet determined, Ji Lin Xiao was taken aback by the sheer number of people and pulled Yi Qinglong aside to inquire quietly, "All of these individuals? Are they all victims?" "Not all. Some are relatives of the victims, while others have come along for support." Ji Lin Xiao realized that under such circumstances, a meeting with Lawyer Zhang would have to be postponed, so he arranged for them to rest at a hotel. "Boss, you are a good person. The corrupt officials in our village ignore us, dismissing our claims as lies. They have ravaged our land." Another voice chimed in, "We are not tired. We do not wish to rest. Please take us to see the lawyer. The sooner those brutes are imprisoned, the sooner my daughter's soul can find peace." Money may grease the wheels of justice, but those individuals had previously committed heinous acts and bribed local officials to shield themselves from accountability. "Fear not, my friends, for I shall lead you to Attorney Zhang San forthwith." With a commanding presence, Ji Lin Xiao advanced, accompanied by a throng of supporters, towards Zhang San. Were it not for Ji Lin Xiao's leadership, he would have already calculated the years of sentencing the opposing party would face in such a scenario. The villagers, animated and eager, relayed the evidence they had gathered to him. Attorney Zhang San, known for his swift action, promptly organized the materials and prepared the lawsuit, submitting it along with the evidence to the court. With Du Xiuqi's assistance, the summons was quickly delivered to the individuals in question, causing a wave of panic to ensue. Was there still time to bribe those in power in City? The answer was a resounding no. They were not foolish. In such circumstances, would they remain and face incarceration? Naturally, Zhang San had anticipated this outcome, having already established contact with higher authorities regarding the severity of the situation. Any sign of flight would trigger immediate enforcement measures to apprehend them. In the courtroom, Zhang San fixed a stern gaze upon the gavel-wielding judge, causing the latter to hesitate, fearing that a heavy strike might disrupt Zhang San's line of reasoning. Initially, the defendants feigned resilience, adamantly refusing to acknowledge their misdeeds. However, as Zhang San methodically presented each piece of evidence before them, a palpable sense of anxiety washed over their faces. Before long, several could no longer endure the pressure of the atmosphere and confessed every wrongdoing in detail. Ultimately, the group, along with their complicit superiors, was taken into custody. Ji Linxiao joyfully grasped Zhang San's hand, expressing his gratitude. It has been a pleasure collaborating with you, Attorney Zhang. Thank you immensely. I shall seek your services again in the future. Zhang San replied modestly. As long as the evidence is sufficient, I can ensure the prosecution of as many as necessary. He promptly informed Uncle Liu of the successful outcome, merely stating that too many misdeeds had led to a revolt from the subordinates, which was ultimately resolved. He encouraged them to enjoy themselves and not to be overly frugal with their expenditures, for money could always be earned. But opportunities for leisure might diminish with each passing day. Congratulations, host, on completing the task and successfully resolving Boss Liu's troubles. Early completion rewards have increased, and you have received a lottery ticket, along with the activation of a new feature, the blind box function. A blind box function? What could that entail? The host can spend 5,888 points to draw from a blind box, which may contain secret manuals, talent potions, weapons, and other items. Understood. It is akin to a lottery, merely substituting points for tickets. Kisses, the probability of winning big prizes is significantly higher than that of a spinning wheel. And all rewards within the blind box are packaged and distributed by the main system, rendering even Xiao Ming unaware of their contents. Quite intriguing indeed. Shall the host give it a try? I must decline. With so few points, why would I gamble on a blind box? Have you forgotten my past experiences? When accompanying Li Lu to a novelty shop, I spent a fortune on blind boxes, only to receive nothing but duds. I am convinced that all the worthwhile items were secretly stashed away. Perhaps when my points accumulate further, I shall indulge in a thrilling blind box experience. Half a month later, Ji Linxiao's shopping mall was finally completed. Every shop within had been tastefully decorated and was ready to welcome patrons. Ji Linxiao, with a grand gesture, invested a considerable sum to invite reporters and television stations from in-city for live coverage. That day, all local channels, aside from major news stories, were broadcasting the grand opening of a commercial plaza in the Xiqing district, enticing customers with a chance to participate in a lottery for every purchase over $100. Indeed, in pursuit of greater foot traffic, he had introduced a welcoming lottery in the mall, ensuring that every participant would win something. At the very least, even the sixth prize would be a small plush toy. From this juncture, his rivalry with Lin Xiaoer officially commenced. Whatever Lin Xiaoer's mall offered, Ji Linxiao had as well. And what Lin Xiaoer's establishment lacked, he possessed. One must wonder, in such circumstances, which location would customers prefer? To guarantee that patrons would not encounter the same issues he had faced previously, he waived rent for all shops for 6 months. However, he mandated that all internal staff must adopt a non-discriminatory attitude, treating every customer with equal respect. Should any instances of malicious provocation or verbal physical abuse towards other customers arise, immediate contact with the security personnel within the commercial street was required. They would promptly escort the offenders out. If a shop's manager failed to educate or rectify such behavior, that establishment would be shut down. As for any breach of contract penalties, Ji Linxiao was not concerned about a few dollars, especially with attorney Zhang San on his side. Who wouldn't be enamored with a commercial street offering a diverse array of products, pristine hygiene, courteous staff, and robust security? Chapter 112. No exploitation, no regret. Upon witnessing Ji Linxiao's shopping street, which had just opened days prior, teeming with patrons, Lin Xiaoer acknowledged her envy, jealousy, and regret. Yet, what could she do? The die had been cast. It was now a matter of survival in the competitive marketplace. She sought out a subordinate, whom the opposition had never encountered, named Wan Xinyu. You are capable, and I trust you. I shall assist in modifying your identity. Once you infiltrate the opposing company, you will relay some confidential documents back to us. In due course, we may need to collaborate on some subtle manipulations concerning the commercial street. Rest assured, miss, I will not disappoint your expectations. Typically, one might succeed by placing a beautiful subordinate within the competitor's ranks. However, who were they up against? They were contending with the formidable Ji Linxiao, who possessed an extraordinary system. On the day Wan Xinyu interviewed at Ji Linxiao's company, he happened to be reviewing recent data in Qian Canon's office. Upon seeing Wan Xinyu for the first time, the system triggered a new task. Congratulations, host, for activating the task to turn the enemy's spy into an ally. Task duration, half a month. Task reward, a mysterious advanced treasure chest. An enemy spy? Ji Linxiao regarded the seemingly timid young woman before him. Could it be her? The host may ponder this further. Even a moment's reflection would reveal that the system's task had activated upon her arrival. It was unlikely that a traitor had suddenly appeared within his company. Though not impossible, the likelihood of this young woman being a spy seemed significantly higher. Wan Xinyu's academic credentials were impressive, and she quickly passed the interview. Ji Linxiao declared, "You splendid. I am in need of a secretary. You are just the person for the job." "Mr. Ji, this seems somewhat irregular," she protested. "My company, my rules. If there are no objections, you may commence work today." Qian Canon was taken aback by Ji Linxiao's unexpected change in demeanor. Previously, he had been averse to women and had been quite critical of the candidates he had recommended. Although the previous candidate had indeed disappointed him with her actions, she was still one he had personally endorsed. However, with his boss having made a decisive choice, there was little room for dissent. As long as the situation was not egregious, he would fully support Ji Linxiao. Turning to Wan Xinyu, he spoke in a tone laced with veiled threat. "This is our company's boss. Everything he says goes. Should you disagree?" Wan Xinyu quickly regained her composure, exclaiming, "I am willing. Mr. Ji, this is my first time serving as a secretary, so please forgive any missteps on my part." Ji Linxiao smiled, but said nothing, gesturing for her to follow him. Wan Xinyu was somewhat astonished. She had heard tales of this boss being a youthful Adonis, and upon meeting him, she found the rumors to be true. She had expected mere flattery from employees, yet he was indeed a striking young man. However, his employees had previously revealed that he was a man indifferent to women, so what could be the reason for his behavior today? Had he perhaps developed an attraction to her aesthetic? She shook her head to dispel such thoughts and hurried to catch up. Having successfully entered, the next steps rested solely upon him. Inside Ji Linxiao's office, he rested his chin on his hand, gazing intently at the newly arrived Wan Xinyu. While Wang Fujing observed him with a curious expression, Wan Xinyu felt a wave of unease wash over her, her mind racing with anxious thoughts. What was happening? Had she been discovered? That was impossible. Her impeccable resume and smooth interview should have kept her concealed. No, she mustn't panic. Perhaps he was merely contemplating his own matters. Succumbing to fear would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Confidence, she reminded herself. Confidence. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 10, with Ji Linxiao maintaining his unwavering stare, remaining silent. Yet, Wan Xinyu, a spy, found her anxiety escalating. If it weren't for her strong mental fortitude, she would have crumbled long ago. "You me?" Ji Linxiao hesitated, unsure of how to address the presence of this little spy he had inadvertently brought back, mulling over his thoughts before finally articulating. "You seem to have yet to register your clock-in information with the company. Please proceed downstairs to take care of that." "Understood, Mr. Ji. Do not hesitate to call me if you require anything. I am at your service." Ji Linxiao watched her leave, and as he heard her footsteps gradually fade, he hurriedly sank into the sofa. Damn, this is truly annoying. Wang Fujing looked at him in confusion. "What is going on? Have you found yourself a new secretary?" "Don't even mention it. I've received intel that this woman is a spy sent by Lin Xiaoer." "A spy? How did you uncover that? You're incredible." "Shoo, don't make a scene. If we expose her now, they'll simply send her back, which would be too advantageous for them." "What do you intend to do then?" "Lin Xiaoer is offering me talent for free. It would be a disservice not to exploit her. If I can bring her under my control, wouldn't that be even better?" Wang Fujing regarded him with an expression of understanding. "Get to it then. Think of a way to take advantage of her." By the time Wan Xinyu returned after registering her information, Ji Linxiao had already resumed his position at his desk. "Having reviewed your resume, I see you are a top graduate from Yinjing University of Accounting. Here, take this data and organize it. I will require it in an hour." Wan Xinyu trembled as she accepted the thick stack of documents from his hand. "Certainly, Mr. Ji. May I inquire where I will be working?" "Just sit beside me. There's a computer there. You can work right here." Wan Xinyu hastily began typing, feeling as though she might set the keyboard ablaze with her speed. She had to monitor the time, while simultaneously blocking out the laughter of the two men beside her. Finally, she managed to finish just on the dot. "Mr. Ji, the files are complete. May I ask? Done already? Quite efficient. Here's another report. Please compile the data within it." Wan Xinyu's hands were beginning to cramp, and she accidentally dropped the report as she reached for it. "Are you expressing discontent with me?" "Not at all. I simply lost my grip. I'll organize it right away. Ji Linxiao found her flustered apologies amusing. Had she been his subordinate, he would not have pushed her so hard. But she had aligned herself with the wrong master. Thus, throughout the day, Wan Xinyu found herself caught in an endless cycle of completing one task only to be given another immediately. Finally, the end of the workday arrived. Yet Ji Linxiao reminded her, Secretary Wan, remember to arrive early tomorrow. The company cannot do without you. Wan Xinyu forced a smile, nodding as she exited the office. For several consecutive days, apart from meals, Wan Xinyu was relentlessly overworked. She found herself in a dire state, lamenting her misfortune and wishing to escape this tyrant. Hoping for someone else to take her place, but all her pleas were dismissed. Just hang in there. You are an essential part of the plan. Perhaps the boss has some peculiarities. Suddenly, Lin Xiao recalled that her subordinate was now working under the boss in question. By the way, if you have time, snap a photo of the boss and send it to me. I'm curious to see who this person truly is. Wan Xinyu slumped onto the sofa in despair, offering a wry smile as she replied, I'll do my best. These days, I feel as though my arms are no longer mine. If I get the chance, I'll be sure to send you a picture. On the following workday, while organizing documents, she discreetly attempted to capture Ji Linxiao's image with her phone. However, his heightened awareness had already detected her subtle maneuvers, yet he chose not to expose her. He occasionally glanced up to observe her hastily concealing her phone. Secretary Wan. I'm here. Mr. Ji, do you have any instructions? The document will be ready shortly. Please wait a moment. Ji Linxiao smiled at her, approached, and gently tapped her on the head. Come, you've worked hard. Accompany me for a stroll to clear your mind. Wan Xinyu, bewildered, rubbed the spot on her head, looking at him with a frown of grievance. But, Mr. Ji, I have this document. Remember, you are my secretary. Your primary duty is to accompany me and follow my commands. The documents can wait. Right now, you only need to join me outside. Ji Linxiao adopted a domineering CEO demeanor, leaning against Wan Xinyu's desk as he spoke with an icy tone. In truth, he had spent the past few days in the office reading novels about domineering CEOs, studying how they conducted themselves and what their usual demeanor was like. Feeling too embarrassed, he had sent Wang Fujing away and arranged for a new office for himself. After all, he couldn't allow this fellow to witness him in such a state. To be frank, Ji Linxiao had little confidence in the mission assigned to him by the system. Persuading someone in such a short time was exceedingly difficult. While money held great power, he could not guarantee that exposing her would ensure she would be swayed by it. Xiao Ming, do you not possess any potions that could enhance loyalty? Or perhaps a compliance potion? Apologies, host. Such potions are deemed too cruel and are not provided by the system. Please rely on your own efforts to increase the target's favorability. Increase? How does one do that? On the first day, he had the system assess her loyalty, which stood at a mere 10. Conversely, Lin Xiao's loyalty was a staggering 88. Due to the relentless pressure over the past few days, her loyalty had dwindled to 5. Having confirmed that it was impossible to sway this individual, Ji Linxiao resolved to exploit her as much as possible within the limited time he had, and if he could gain any advantage, he would certainly take it. He would never allow her to view any confidential materials. Ji Linxiao took her on a leisurely stroll through the commercial street, stopping at its end. He turned to her, his expression serious, which startled Wan Xinyu. This boss had a temperament as unpredictable as the weather. One moment he was gentle as water, and the next he seemed ready to pin her down. Mr. Ji, why are you looking at me like that? Did I do something wrong? Ji Linxiao furrowed his brow, feigning anger as he inquired. After this little outing, don't you have any thoughts to share? Thoughts? What thoughts does she need? Isn't she simply here to accompany him for a stroll? Why was he suddenly expecting a reflective essay? This felt eerily reminiscent of a teacher taking students on an outing, then returning and asking them to submit a 1,000-word reflection on their experience. The commercial street has been impeccably crafted. Both the environment and the structure reflect the designer's meticulous effort. I wonder if I might have the chance to meet this designer? Sue, what is the point of meeting? She's right in front of me. No introduction is necessary. Lin Xiao's subordinates had long since learned from Ji Linxiao's employees that the design of this commercial street was an optimization and refinement built upon the original structure of the area. What do we call this? It's a blatant fabrication, a lavish display of flattery. Ji Linxiao found himself amused by her antics. There was something adorably foolish about the way she lied. She clearly knew the truth yet feigned ignorance, making her struggle all the more entertaining. Ji Linxiao chuckled softly, choosing not to answer her question but rather to divert the conversation. I've noticed you've been preoccupied with your phone today, so I thought I'd take you out for a breath of fresh air. No, that's not. Before she could finish, Ji Linxiao interrupted her. Oh, by the way, I've noticed you've been pointing your phone at me. You wouldn't be harboring thoughts of taking a photo of me for your wallpaper, would you? This left Wan Xinyu utterly flustered. She had felt somewhat touched moments ago, but now? Curse boss. Give her back that feeling. I know you want to take a picture, right? Come on, hand over your phone. Without allowing Wan Xinyu a moment to react, Ji Linxiao snatched the phone from her hand and snapped a picture in one swift motion. A somewhat distorted selfie emerged, and he patted her shoulder. You seem a bit distracted today. Why don't you head home early and rest? I'll grant you a day off. But remember to come back tomorrow to finish your work. With that, he turned and walked away without a backward glance, leaving Wan Xinyu alone in the sweltering summer breeze. Utterly discombobulated, she glanced at the photo, taken against the light, where she appeared excessively dark, the harsh sunlight blinding her so that she could barely keep her eyes open. And her expression was even contorted in that fleeting moment. In contrast, Ji Linxiao looked just as handsome in the photo as he did in reality, prompting her to contemplate deleting the picture and smashing her phone. However, there was no way around it. This was the only picture she had of Ji Linxiao today, and deleting it would mean failing to fulfill her obligation. Frustrated, she decided to ignore it and shoved her phone into her bag, hastily making her way home. Upon returning, Lin Xiaoer took the phone and, upon seeing the picture of Wan Xinyu, couldn't help but chuckle. Miss, please don't laugh at me. The man next to me is the owner behind the West City Commercial Street, the very boss of Jiuxiao Company. Lin Xiaoer's smile gradually faded as she scrutinized the photo. That face seemed vaguely familiar. One of her confidants approached to examine the handsome man in the picture. Racking her memory, Miss, isn't this the man who treated you coldly at the mall that day? As Lin Xiaoer gazed at the image, recognition dawned on her. Wasn't this the same man who had disrespected her and tossed her money away that day? Chapter 114, a minor trending topic. Lin Xiaoer's expression twisted in fury as she beheld the man in the photo. How dare he? Just because I targeted him, he retaliates against me. This petty man is clearly seeking revenge for that day's incident. She had assumed his shabby attire meant he could be bought off. Little did she know he was a wealthy man reveling in his disguise. Lin Xiaoer trembled as she gripped her phone, breathless with rage. Her agitation making her white rabbit tremble violently, prompting her confidant to quickly turn away. Wan Xinyu's gaze remained fixed on her phone. Well aware of her mistress's volatile temper, should she suddenly erupt and smash her phone to smithereens, it would spell disaster for the unflattering photos of friends contained within. Lin Xiaoer closed her eyes, placing a hand over her heart, striving to suppress her inner turmoil, breathing deeply. The West City Commercial Street is still conducting that lottery event, right? Yes, Mississippi. All prizes are to be exchanged immediately with lottery tickets. What is the lowest prize over there? Well, it should be a small electric fan. Though there are also a few thank you for your patronage tokens. Good, very good. Tomorrow, find a way to swap all the slips in the box for thank you for your patronage tokens. I'll arrange for some people to create a buzz around it. Wan Xinyu pondered her daily tasks, shaking her head before giving a nod. How to handle this? The task must be accomplished. If it can't be done, it must be done. I'll just have to go early tomorrow and switch out the slips in the box. Meanwhile, Ji Linxiao returned home and soon received a message from the system. Detected host's lack of desire to complete this task. You may choose to refresh the latest task, and rewards will increase tenfold, but failure will incur penalties. Penalties? What kind of penalties? This was the first time he had seen such words from his system. Of course, the points owed were a separate matter. Sorry, host privilege is insufficient to disclose related content. Please strive to complete the task to upgrade the system. Forget it. Ji Linxiao decided not to dwell on it. Every time he attempted to inquire further about the system, it responded with a cold, official tone, reminiscent of an automated customer service bot. To refresh or not to refresh. Tenfold rewards. That meant he could open 10 high-level mystery treasure chests. Fortune favors the bold. It was a gamble, but one that could reveal whether his bicycle would turn into scrap metal or a motorcycle. He chose to refresh. Congratulations. Host has triggered a new task to resolve tomorrow's dilemma. Task details. Tomorrow, the host will be framed by a treacherous individual. Please devise a countermeasure by the day after tomorrow and resolve the issue. Task rewards. 10 high-level mystery treasure chests. Failure penalty. Permanent deduction of half strength. This penalty perplexed him. Permanent deduction? Wouldn't that just mean he would need to regain what was lost? After failure, potion rules will also change. Originally, a primary potion provided 10 points, but now it will only add 5 points, and there will be usage restrictions. How could that be acceptable? This task must succeed. Failure is not an option. A man cannot say he cannot. Strength must be maintained. A reduction in strength would be catastrophic. Ji Linxiao wished to ask the system what kind of trouble awaited him tomorrow, but it had seemingly disappeared, offering no response. If Ji Linxiao's previous tasks were the simplest, then the refresh task was decidedly of a more challenging caliber. There were no extra hints, and failure came with consequences. Lying in bed, he pondered the situation but couldn't come up with any concrete solutions. After all, he had only recently entered this circle. and he had yet to witness the intricacies of the commercial world's deceptions and intrigues. He ran through all the possible scenarios in his mind, but soon fatigue set in. Enough of this. I'll deal with whatever comes my way tomorrow. The system sighed internally. Sigh. It seems my host still requires much time to grow. I hope he can soon stand on his own. The next day, around afternoon, the anticipated event finally unfolded. Qian Kanan knocked solemnly on his office door. Mr. G, there is a very important matter I need to report to you. Wan Xinyu watched Ji Linxiao exit the office, unaware that her gaze had already been noticed by him. What is it? What is so important? Mr. G, have you seen today's trending topics in the city? Just moments ago, I leapt into action, suspecting that your adversary had purchased trending topics. We have already dispatched personnel to address this matter. Ji Linxiao, perplexed, took his phone and examined the trending topics of the day. New. Dark secrets of the new commercial street in N City. New. The commercial street profits from lottery schemes. Ji Linxiao glanced at the content, which alluded to his commercial street exploiting lotteries as a gimmick to attract foot traffic, while in reality, the prizes were merely thank you for your patronage. He recalled that for every 100 lottery tickets, only one contained a thank you for your patronage note. Surely customers couldn't be that unlucky, with each drawing yielding nothing but thank you for your patronage. There was also a recent video showcasing several individuals brandishing thank you for your patronage slips and vociferating their discontent. We, a group of enthusiastic shoppers, were drawn here by the allure of the lottery's rewards, only to discover that our returns were exclusively thank you for your patronage. After inquiring with those who had just drawn, they too had received nothing but thank you for your patronage. We have serious doubts about the legitimacy of this lottery. Let us seize their boxes and investigate. Ji Linxiao swiftly bypassed the chaotic scene of box snatching. Friends, behold, the boxes are now in our possession. Let my brother pour out the lottery tickets for examination. The man in the video directed his phone towards another individual, who promptly overturned a box, causing a cascade of small slips to tumble out. The group rushed forward to unveil the slips, all uniformly inscribed with the words thank you for your patronage. Friends, do you see? This is the commercial street of Qingxi. They are luring customers with deceptive lottery rewards to boost foot traffic. I heard from a friend that this lottery scheme has been ongoing for several days. He had seen many people win and approached it with a hopeful attitude. Yet, upon arrival, he discovered that the staff had hastily swapped out the boxes. From this, we can ascertain that the shadowy owners here orchestrated this facade to bolster the commercial street's image, employing numerous plans to deceive us common folk. Friends, we must not fall prey to this unscrupulous owner. Let us boycott Qingxi Commercial City. After watching the video, Ji Linxiao found the situation amusing. Deceiving them into shopping? The lottery was merely a perk. If they wished to shop, they would have to visit malls or commercial streets. Moreover, the circumstances depicted in the video were entirely fabricated. It was evident who was behind this, and now it was time to see how he would counteract the opponent's underhanded tactics. Chapter 115. Remember to make me look handsome. Ji Linxiao approached the window and peered downwards, noticing that a throng of reporters had gathered below. He couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Truly, they were swift as hares at the slightest hint of controversy, drawn by the scent of headlines. Upon learning of this news, Qian Kanan immediately dispatched someone to investigate the situation near Lin Xiaoder's Wanhua Mall, insisting that any information must be relayed to him without delay. Qian Kanan, with a serious expression, looked at the incoming call on his phone, sighed, and pressed the answer button. As he had anticipated, there had to be some action on Lin Xiaoder's side, otherwise his subordinates wouldn't be calling. All right, I understand. Continue monitoring, and inform me promptly of any updates. He furrowed his brow as he gazed at Ji Linxiao. Mr. Ji, a notice has been placed at the entrance of Wanhua Mall. They too have initiated a lottery event, guaranteeing that there will be no thank you for your patronage. Everyone will receive a gift. What a clever move indeed. First, they tarnish my reputation, then seize the opportunity to cultivate a positive image. Surely, the next step will be to procure another trending topic for themselves. As expected, when they reopened the next day's headlines, 2 new trending topics emerged. New. Wanhua Mall Lottery. Hot. Lin Family. Lin Xiaoer. Nangu. It has been nearly half an hour. Why hasn't this trending topic been removed yet? Apologies, Mr. G. Our public relations department is somewhat lacking. It was my oversight. We have yet to find a suitable person, but it will be resolved shortly. Qian Kanan had been contemplating revamping the public relations department, yet suitable candidates were elusive, leaving him to temporarily assign a few individuals with a modicum of knowledge in this area. The boss wasn't one to shy away from trouble, frequently stirring the pot without a public relations team to mitigate negative press. However, given that Ji Linxiao's company had only recently been established, he was responsible for everything, making it impossible to manage every detail. After a moment's thought, Ji Linxiao recalled that his elder brother owned an entertainment company, of which he was a minor shareholder. Surely, It would be acceptable to request assistance with this matter. He called Tang Jingyu to inquire about the situation. Oh, that matter? The boss just finished up and has just seen it. He has already instructed them to resolve it quickly, so it should be taken down shortly. Upon hearing that Ji Linxiao was a shareholder, they promptly sat down at their computers to work. However, while the trending topic may be removed, the memories of netizens cannot be erased. You must address the situation promptly to clarify matters and help shape a positive image. Understood, thank you. I appreciate your help. What are friends for? You're my boss's brother and my friend. Besides, you're a shareholder. No need for formalities. Ji Linxiao smiled, refraining from expressing further gratitude. All right, I'll treat you to a meal sometime, a gathering among friends. Great, but it better not be anything too expensive. He ended the call, turning to signal Qian Kainan to follow him. The trending topic would soon be removed, but that wouldn't resolve the underlying issue. Let us go face those reporters. Qian Kainan feared that Ji Linxiao might provoke trouble in front of the reporters, leading to exaggerated accounts, so he hurriedly messaged his subordinates to catch up. If Ji Linxiao were to make any impulsive remarks or actions, there might still be time to intervene. At the entrance of the commercial street, the beleaguered staff, surrounded by numerous reporters, struggled under the weight of pressing questions. Despite their earnest attempts to explain, the reporters remained skeptical, persistently probing for answers. Some even attempted to lead the staff into admitting that their lottery event was designed solely to deceive consumers into patronizing their establishment. Spotting their boss approaching, the staff felt a flicker of hope, akin to seeing a beacon of salvation. Yet, upon reflection, they recalled their boss's tendency toward unpredictability, suppressing the urge to greet him, signaling with their eyes for him to stay back. If the reporters descended upon him, escape would be impossible. As their boss drew closer, they silently prayed he would not succumb to the reporters' foolish inquiries and retaliate. Everyone, why must you put my employees in a difficult position? Feel free to direct your questions to me. Many reporters turned at the sound, their keen eyes spotting Qian Kainan behind the speaking man. While they may not have recognized Ji Linxiao, they had all, to some extent, interacted with Qian Kainan before. Seeing Qian Kainan standing behind this man, they surmised that the individual speaking was indeed the elusive boss behind Chengxi Commercial City. Several astute reporters rushed forward to claim the best positions, eager to interrogate Ji Linxiao. Are you the long-avoided owner behind Chengxi Commercial City? Why have you chosen to remain out of the public eye as the leading figure behind this incident? What is your explanation? Is this lottery event truly a mere bait to defraud consumers into spending? Ji Linxiao responded to their questions with a smile, addressing each one in turn. First, whether I make an appearance is none of your concern. Second, my employees have explained everything. What can I do if you choose not to believe me? Third, do you journalists not think critically? You believe everything you hear, which explains the current chaos in the news. A few reporters, taken aback by his arrogant demeanor, turned pale with anger, already plotting to edit the footage upon returning. Observing the unfolding scene, other reporters quickly abandoned the exhausted staff and rushed towards Ji Linxiao. He continued to smile as he answered their queries. Qian Kainan exhaled with relief. At least Ji Linxiao was unlikely to physically assault a reporter, though his answers were still disconcerting. All right, it's getting late. How long do you plan to keep asking questions? If you're not hungry, we still need to return for dinner. I've answered all I can. And just so you know, if I declare this matter false and you don't believe me, I hope you won't come crying to me when the truth is revealed. By the way, this will be released shortly, right? Make sure to edit me to look handsome. And tell Lin Xiaoer that if you dare to play dirty, don't blame me for retaliating openly. With that, he signaled his employees to return to the office, ignoring the persistent reporters behind him. Naturally, those reporters attempting to block his path had long been dealt with by Qian Kainan's team. That evening, Ji Linxiao savored his dinner while glancing at the trending topics online. Not bad. The editing skills are commendable. These journalists did help me polish my image. Host, be mindful of the time. Don't forget your task. I know. Stop urging me. Everything is under control, and soon someone will come knocking. Chapter 116, Preparing for a Counterattack. Before long, Tang Jingyu burst in, panting and in need of a large glass of water, which he gulped down before regaining his composure. I must say, what is going on? The video of your interview today has exploded online. Everyone is saying that the boss of Jiuxiao Company has a terrible attitude and is admitting that the lottery is a malicious scheme to attract traffic. Why the rush? Isn't this merely evidence of someone slandering me? Once I produce my evidence, won't they be the ones to turn against the accusers? Tang Jingyu furrowed his brow, confused. So you already know who is slandering you? Lin Xiaoer, who else could it be? Do you have the evidence? Not yet. Tang Jingyu looked at Ji Linxiao, who was leisurely reclining on the sofa, feeling an urgency akin to that of a courtier when the emperor is unconcerned. Listen, you're a shareholder in our company. If you're in trouble, our stock will plummet too. Don't worry, I've said not to panic. Such matters cannot be rushed. Trust me. What's lost now will be compensated later. And keep a close eye on the messages from the company. Remember to timely boost the trending topics. With that, he dismissed Tang Jingyu, as he could no longer be of assistance. Ji Linxiao then contacted Yi Chenglong, instructing him to investigate the company surveillance from yesterday and today. Help me find out who entered the first storage room yesterday and today. The first storage room is where the lottery box is temporarily stored, and generally, those responsible for managing it prepare all the slips needed for the next day before leaving work. Any replacements would occur after they leave or before their next shift. Boss. After the two responsible individuals left, only one woman entered early the next morning, and no one else has been in since. Alright, export the video and send it to me. This will be crucial evidence. Since the storage rooms contained no significant items, they weren't locked, allowing anyone to wander in. The truly important items were stored in the archives, which required dual verification via an ID card and fingerprint to access. Moreover, there were no surveillance cameras in the storage rooms, meaning there was no evidence to prove that the person who entered was there to switch the lottery tickets. They could have simply been slacking off. Yi Chenglong quickly sent over the video, revealing the woman sneaking into the storage room was none other than Ji Linxiao's new secretary, Wan Xinyu. Sigh, I had suspected it was her. But seeing it confirmed is still disheartening. Although we Haven Tea worked together long, a semblance of camaraderie had developed. The feeling of betrayal is unpleasant. So don't blame me for being ruthless. He chuckled sinisterly. The system, listening to Ji Linxiao's eerie laughter, felt a chill. Host, you're increasingly resembling a villain. After all, you've been the one exploiting them. What friendship could there be? Perhaps resentment is more fitting? Ji Linxiao squinted, a smirk playing on his lips as he glanced at the system's blue screen. Question mark. Xiaoming, I need 500 points for a favor, alright? 500 is too little. Don't think I'm foolish. This system is the most intelligent. That storage room has no surveillance. Should I conjure a video out of thin air? So, there are indeed limitations to the system. It's not impossible. It just comes at a different price. Ji Linxiao disregarded the alternative pricing. Completing the task was paramount, or he would become half a man. Alright, what is the cost? Tell me, and I'll head to the storage room to install a camera. 50,000 points. The video will be sent to your phone once you've installed the surveillance and calculated the shooting angles. 50,000 points it is, however. Payment must be made up front. Agreed. Would you like me to provide the surveillance equipment? Huh. The system can supply surveillance equipment? How convenient. It's already evening, and nearly all shops that sell such equipment are closed. Ji Linxiao spent 8,000 points to purchase 5 mini cameras from the system. Although they appeared small, their field of view was impressive, and they didn't require a power source, allowing for easy placement. The cameras could connect to the system, making them impervious to hacking or tampering. Selling at only 600 points each, Ji Linxiao wished to replace all his company's surveillance with these system cameras. However, realizing the magnitude of such an undertaking, he decided to postpone that consideration until this matter was resolved. Ji Linxiao surveyed the storage room, contemplating where to place the cameras. Xiaoming, can these cameras turn completely white? Yes, please place the camera in the space. Once it's changed color, you can retrieve it. Sure enough, when he took the camera out of the space, it had transformed into a pristine white. Ji Linxiao held it against the wall and noted the color seemed slightly off. The storage room had a window, and different times of day would alter the light within. It was nighttime, and the white camera stood out awkwardly against the wall. Haha, Xiaoming, can this camera change color? Yes. After a while, Ji Linxiao happily affixed the modified system camera to a corner of the ceiling. As the camera connected to the system, its color gradually adjusted, making it nearly undetectable unless one observed closely. Deducting 50,000 points from the host. The video has been sent to the host's phone. Please check. Ji Linxiao hurriedly finished setting up the surveillance cameras in the other 2 storage rooms, then dashed upstairs to install the last 2 in the archives. Alright, this way I won't forget later. Let me check out the video now, hehehe. In the video, Wan Xian quietly closed the door, then pulled out 2 bags of small notes from her large backpack. She poured all the notes from the original lottery box into an empty bag, and then placed her own notes into the lottery box. After stealthily replacing her notes with the spare ones, she slipped out of the storage room. The video was quite clear. I could almost see the blemishes on her face. He pondered for a moment, recalling one of the more rational reporters from yesterday's crowd. Who was it again? Perhaps it was the Longxin Daily? He took out his phone to find the contact number for the head of Longxin Daily and called directly. I have a major scoop here. Are you interested? Chapter 117, The Female Editor. Hello, I apologize for the late-night disturbance, but I have a significant news story, and I wonder if Longxin Daily would be interested? The head of Longxin Daily had been lost in thought at her computer about how to handle tomorrow's news that lacked any heat when her train of thought was abruptly interrupted by the phone call. She almost cursed, but then heard the caller mention delivering a big news story, making her heart race with excitement. Truly, she was a woman worthy of her position. Her emotions shifting faster than the turning of pages. Although thrilled, she maintained her composure. What if the caller was a fraud? Ahem, I hope you are not joking with me. Could you perhaps elaborate on the nature of this news? After all, not every piece of news is worthy of a headline. If it turned out to be trivial, she would undoubtedly curse the caller in her mind. I am the owner of Jiuxiao Company. Does that suffice? Jiuxiao Company? The very company behind today's fraudulent lottery incident? Regardless of the news the caller had, she could tag along and insert herself into the narrative. Tomorrow's headline was within reach. After all, this incident had garnered considerable attention, rising from the local hot list to the top 10 national trending topics in Longhua. The public outcry was deafening, demanding Jiuxiao Company provide an explanation. Now, the owner of Jiuxiao Company had personally reached out to her. Was a twist in the tale about to unfold. Hello. May I inquire what new information you wish to share with us? Are you available for a face-to-face meeting? A face-to-face meeting? At this hour? The female editor glanced at her computer. It was already 10:11 p.m. To invite her out at this time, could it be a ruse? Haha, you know what? I think I'll pass. Ji Linxiao immediately understood the other party's hesitation, a wry smile forming on his lips. Goodness, does she really think I'm a scammer? No need to worry. You can verify my identity at the entrance of our company. If you feel uneasy, you may bring someone along. If you choose not to come, that's fine too. After all, N-City is not devoid of other options. If I don't see you at the company entrance by 11 p.m., I shall offer this news to another outlet. With that, he abruptly ended the call. The female editor stared at the disconnected call, torn with indecision. To go or not to go? If she went, what if the caller was indeed a fraud? What if she fell into some trap? Conversely, if she didn't go and the caller was genuine, she would miss out on a major news story. Their newspaper hadn't found a significant story in 2 weeks. Only minor, inconsequential news that garnered pitiful traffic. Sometimes, one must take risks to achieve great rewards. For the sake of a big scoop. For the sake of profit. Even if it led her to the gates of peril, she had to take the plunge. At the entrance of Jiuxiao Company, the female editor stood nervously before the glass door, peering inside, but there was not a glimmer of light. This hardly seemed like a place where anyone was present. Had she truly been deceived? Was the caller lurking in some shadowy corner watching her? An inexplicable chill ran down her spine, and she instinctively pulled her clothing tighter around her. Suddenly, a hand landed on her shoulder from behind. "Allah, stay back, I've already called the police." The female editor, startled, stumbled to the ground, desperately trying to scoot back while executing a long-forgotten martial arts move. Eyes shut, she flailed into the air, nearly striking the person standing nearby. The hand's owner, taken aback, quickly realized his misstep and hastily apologized. "I'm so sorry. I called out to you but received no response, so I just tapped your shoulder." Hearing his voice, the female editor gradually opened her eyes to find a handsome young man crouched down, looking at her anxiously. "Who are you? Why did you bring me here? What are your intentions?" The female editor's words poured out like bullets from a machine gun. Yi Qinglong scratched his face awkwardly, extending his hand to help her up. "I'm an employee of this company. Our boss sent me down to meet you." The female editor regarded him with skepticism, declining to take his hand as she scrambled to her feet. "I apologize. I thought you were a bad person. Please, lead the way." Yi Qinglong nodded and began to lead her forward. After a few steps, he suddenly recalled how dark the company was and wondered if she, being a girl, might feel scared. He turned around, only to see her rummaging through her bag. The female editor, noticing Yi Qinglong looking back at her, hastily produced a can of pepper spray and aimed it at him. Startled by the sudden turn of events, Yi Qinglong jumped back, but his left eye still caught a bit of the spray, immediately feeling a burning sensation. As the female editor prepared to spray again, he shouted, "Miss, please don't spray anymore. I'm truly not a bad person. I just wanted to ask if you needed help turning on the lights." The female editor paused, but in her fluster, she forgot to release the trigger, and the spray continued to aim toward Yi Qinglong's face. After a moment, Ji Linxiao's office welcomed an eye swollen like a walnut Yi Qinglong, along with an apologetic female editor. "Ha ha ha. What happened to you? Did you walk into 2 walnuts?" Yi Qinglong, tears streaming down his face, glared at Ji Linxiao with his red, swollen eyes. "What is so funny? I was just trying to help you pick someone up, and look what happened. You'll be the one doing it at night from now on." Yi Qinglong angrily headed to the restroom to wash his eyes, choosing to block out Ji Linxiao's unrestrained laughter. The Yi brothers had spent a considerable amount of time with Ji Linxiao, although he had previously told them to call him normally. They still preferred to refer to him as boss. Their loyalty had surpassed the 85 mark, and Ji Linxiao regarded them as brothers, often joking with them, never treating them as mere subordinates. "Ha ha ha. I apologize. That was truly too amusing. Ahem, before we discuss the news, May I inquire your name, young lady? The female editor, previously shyly tugging at her clothing while watching Ji Linxiao laugh heartily, now shifted to a serious demeanor, preparing for business. Hello. My name is Guji Ruan. You may call me Xiao Gu, Mr. Ji. Ji Linxiao propped his chin on his hand, leaning back in the executive chair. His expression a blend of amusement and curiosity as he regarded her. I wonder, Miss Gu, what is your perspective on this matter concerning our company? The question was indeed a critical one. A well-articulated response would earn her the boss's favor. While a poor one could lead to dire consequences, perhaps not even a feather would remain. Gu Zhirwan's mind raced as she sought the most suitable reply, pondering what might please Ji Linxiao. After organizing her thoughts, she spoke. Mr. Ji, I have been closely monitoring the situation regarding your esteemed company. I suspect that this may be a case of malicious manipulation by certain media outlets, and our newspaper has been diligently gathering relevant evidence. Her words were satisfactory, and Ji Linxiao expressed a measure of approval. He had already conducted some inquiries himself and confirmed that Longxin Daily had not published any misleading information about his company. Furthermore, their past reports had generally been positive, with little inclination towards slanderous narratives. I would like you to take a look at this, Ji Linxiao said, turning his computer screen towards her, revealing a video of Wan Xinyu exchanging lottery tickets. Who is this, Mr. Ji? She inquired, her brow furrowed. My secretary, he replied. Confusion clouded Gu Zhirwan's expression. Was she witnessing betrayal from her own secretary? Mr. Ji, do you possess any evidence to prove that this individual was not acting under your orders? Certainly, but let's discuss how we might collaborate, Ji Linxiao suggested. Do you have any recommendations, Mr. Ji? I need you to thoroughly utilize the information I provide to exonerate our company and redirect the focus towards Wanhua Mall. Wanhua Mall. Gu Zhirwan inhaled sharply. As someone who penned reports daily, how could she be unaware of Wanhua Mall? It was Lin Xiaoqiao's establishment. Did this man before her have a vendetta against her? Please do not stare at me like that. I will not compel you to publish any false reports. Just consider this, Ji Linxiao said, presenting another document that detailed Wan Xinyu's arrival time in city, her residence, and her previous affiliations. Lin Xiaoqiao's fabricated background for Wan Xinyu was indeed meticulously constructed. An ordinary hacker would require considerable effort to uncover the truth. However, Ji Linxiao was no ordinary man. He possessed a system that granted him extraordinary capabilities, including advanced hacking techniques. If there was information he couldn't access, the system could provide it with just a few words and some points as a bribe. As Gu Zhirwan scrutinized the documents, she fell into contemplation. Could her modest newspaper truly go head-to-head with the Lin family? Ji Linxiao allowed her a moment to ponder, stating, Miss Gu, you need only to report the truth. My associates will handle the online manipulation. However, now that you are here, you must choose whether to offend Lin Xiaoqiao or me. The decision is yours. Whether I extend my neck for a blade or withdraw, it remains a blade, she mused. But what if this news leads to me being targeted? Gu Zhirwan worried that after publishing, her superiors at the newspaper might order her to retract her statements, and the worst-case scenario could lead to her dismissal. That is your concern. Nevertheless, I do admire your courage, Miss Gu. Our company could use individuals like you. With his intentions laid bare, Gu Zhirwan resolved to act. Then, Mr. Ji, I shall return to draft the article. I hope you will honor your promise. Ji Linxiao smiled and nodded, instructing Yi Chenglong to escort her out. Ji Linxiao had registered an account specifically for the official communications of Jiuxiao Company, keeping a vigilant eye on Longxin Daily's updates. At 4 o'clock that night, a post from Longxin Daily arrived as anticipated, catching the attention of many night owls eager for the latest gossip. Upon seeing the news, Ji Linxiao was quick to engage with it. Media companies under Zheng Yongyan's command swiftly mobilized to flood the platform with comments, redirecting the public outrage towards Wanhua Mall and Lin Xiaoqiao. The headlines blazed. Wanhua Mall allegedly uses unscrupulous tactics to defame competitors. New developments in Jiuxiao Company controversy. Explosive news, Lin family and Lin Xiaoqiao. Lin Xiaoqiao's name surged to the top of trending topics once again, but this time, the previously positive comments had morphed into vitriol. The following morning, Wan Xinyu, as was her routine, arrived at work early, ready to continue her deceptive lottery ticket exchanges. By the time Lin Xiaoqiao and her associates caught wind of the news, Wan Xinyu was already at the company entrance. Having just woken, Lin Xiaoqiao completed her morning routine and turned to her social media for her daily dose of schadenfreude. She felt an overwhelming satisfaction as she observed the barrage of insults directed at Ji Linxiao and his company. Upon opening her social media, her phone momentarily froze, inundated with 99 private messages, all demanding explanations or laced with aggression. Miss, her confidant rushed in, initially intending to assess the fallout from the Jiuxiao Company incident, only to discover the trending topic on social media. Lin Xiaoqiao maintained a separate social media account, and since Wanhua Mall had publicly responded, it was inevitable that users would follow the trail to attack her. The harsh words felt like daggers. While an individual might wield little power, a collective could topple empires. He hurried to Lin Xiaoqiao and found her pale, staring at her screen in shock. "Miss, do not look any further," he urged. Lin Xiaoqiao bit her lip, tears brimming in her eyes as she gazed at him, unable to comprehend why, after merely engaging in the commonplace tactics of business warfare, she was subjected to such brutal attacks. Meanwhile, Wan Xinyu entered the company, only to be restrained by the Yi brothers. "What are you doing? Do you not know I am your boss's secretary?" Ji Linshao approached, clapping his hands. "I thought you would be too afraid to show your face. Should I commend your bravery or your foolishness? Given the circumstances, you still wish to attempt this a second time? Exposed? Impossible. He must be deceiving himself." Wan Xinyu's head was pinned to the ground, and she yelled at the men, "What are you saying? I cannot understand. Let me go?" "Oh, it seems you truly do not weep until you see the coffin," Ji Linshao remarked, pulling out his phone to show her the video directly. "Take a look for yourself." With wide eyes, Wan Xinyu watched the footage of herself, disbelief washing over her. "Impossible. I had inquired and was assured there were no cameras in the storage room. Oh, I had only just begun to act discreetly, and without notice. Of course, no one would know." As she writhed beneath the brothers' grip, they tightened their hold. "Ah, it hurts. All right, ease up, will you? We don't want to harm her and later be accused of intentional injury," one of the brothers said, loosening his grip slightly. With that, Wan Xinyu felt a modicum of relief, though she dared not struggle further. "Yesterday, I noticed something crucial missing from the storage room, and I suspect you took it while avoiding the surveillance. Thus, I reported it to the authorities." Wan Xinyu stared at Ji Linshao in disbelief. She could scarcely fathom how this seemingly refined man could speak such nonsense. Before long, the police arrived, and Ji Linshao instructed the brothers to assist Wan Xinyu onto a chair. The four of them stood around her like walls, sealing off any escape routes. After a brief inquiry, the authorities took her away, and Ji Linshao followed, marking his second visit to a police station in his life. Chapter 119. The Ultimate Mysterious Treasure Chest. Upon arriving at the J Bureau, the investigators commenced their examination of Wan Xinyu's backpack. Previously, one individual was left behind to accompany the Yi brothers in reviewing the company's surveillance footage, ensuring that they had not tampered with Wan Xinyu's belongings. Initially, the Yi brothers felt a touch of awkwardness and hesitated to lead the way, particularly since the young lady had been forcefully subdued upon her arrival. However, Ji Linshao offered them a reassuring glance, prompting them to obediently guide him. "Xiaoming, I'm counting on you. 5,000 points have been deducted. The video has been modified. The bruises on Wan Xinyu have dissipated, and the valuable golden toad has been placed inside her backpack." It was quite unfortunate that the Yi brothers lacked gentleness towards a lady, leaving her with a small bruise on her leg. Thankfully, they had discovered it in time. Otherwise, she could have turned the tables on them. Had the police believed her claims and suspected that the footage had been altered, Ji Linshao would have faced an extended stay at the station. The investigators successfully uncovered the missing golden toad that Ji Linshao had reported, and after confirmation, they allowed him to leave, noting that the golden toad was crucial evidence that would be returned once Wan Xinyu confessed. Ji Linshao returned cheerfully, awaiting updates, while Wan Xinyu remained helplessly explaining her situation at the station, with no evidence to substantiate her words. All the indicators pointed to her theft of the golden toad. Meanwhile, as Lin Xiao'er was frantically trying to reach Wan Xinyu, a new trending topic quietly ascended the charts. No, the Lin family. This trending topic barely lasted half an hour before disappearing, only to be replaced by another, seemingly trapped in a vicious cycle. The current head of the Lin family listened with a grim expression to his secretary's report. "Mr. Lin, we are making efforts to address the unfavorable news about the Lin family, but it appears the opposing side is intent on pursuing this matter to the bitter end." Furious, the family head snapped his pen in half. "It's definitely the Gao and Duan families. If they can't compete with us openly, they resort to underhanded tactics. They seized the initiative and are determined to provoke me. Bring Lin Xiao'er back immediately. Let Lin Mofeng take over the mall she is managing. I'm exhausted. You may leave now." "Yes, Mr. Lin." The secretary discreetly exited the room, closing the door behind him. Lin Haiji rubbed his temples, exhaling in frustration. None of the younger generation, except Lin Mofeng, offered him any peace of mind. He was left to clean up their mess. Fortunately, once he had intervened once, they would return home to behave themselves, or he would surely collapse from the burden of their indiscretions. Upon receiving her father's call, Lin Xiao'er felt as though her soul had been drained, collapsing into her chair. "Miss, what's wrong? Is your father scolding you again?" Lin Xiao'er silently shook her head, and after a long pause, finally spoke. "Huff, it's the family head. He has ordered us to return and hand over the mall I'm managing to my elder brother. Her confidant was momentarily taken aback. Was the situation grave enough to warrant the family head's intervention? He said nothing further, merely assisting Lin Xiao'er in packing her belongings. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The online discourse has successfully shifted in your favor, and the company's crisis has been averted. Congratulations on acquiring 10 advanced mystery boxes. Lin Xiao remained silent, continuously scrolling through the trending topics on his phone. The initial criticisms directed at Zhou Xiao Company and himself still lingered, devoid of any apologies or remorse. The individuals who had once targeted him had merely shifted their focus to Lin Xiao'er. They perceived no wrongdoing on their part, standing atop their moral high ground to comment on events they scarcely understood. Lin Xiao found himself powerless to restrain the fingers of netizens from typing. Observing the hurtful comments beneath the previous posts, he realized that for a proud young lady, such remarks could be devastating. Although he felt a twinge of regret, he did not feel remorse. Those who erred must face the consequences. He hoped Lin Xiao'er might glean some understanding or lesson from this ordeal. Upon returning to the company base, Yi Changlong, with wide, curious eyes, accurately intercepted Lin Xiao as he stepped inside, rushing towards him. "Boss, you must tell me what happened. Why couldn't I access the surveillance footage of the storage room? I tried for a long time while you were gone, but I couldn't break in. Have you discovered something extraordinary?" With a mischievous smile, Lin Xiao replied, "I'll tell you once you can break in and see for yourself." Yi Changlong, speechless, offered him a gesture of international friendship. If he could break in, would he still need Lin Xiao's guidance? Days later, Lin Xiao's golden toad was returned, and he curiously inquired of the officer regarding Wan Sinyu's situation. The officer chuckled wryly, glancing around before leaning closer to whisper, "The individuals behind her are beyond our reach. Let this matter rest here. You've retrieved your golden toad without any loss, so please don't pursue it further." After patting Lin Xiao's shoulder, the officer departed without looking back. "Beyond our reach. Xiaoming, what is going on?" The Lin family has intervened. Additionally, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Just now, the Wanhua Mall is no longer in Lin Xiao'er's possession, thus your task has been indirectly accomplished. Congratulations on acquiring one ultimate mystery box. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment, seemingly grasping the implications. He had previously heard that when the offspring of prominent families ventured out to gain experience, any interference from their elders was deemed a failure. This indicated that Lin Xiao'er had been deemed unsuccessful, prompting others to take over. It appeared Lin Xiao'er would be deprived of the position of family head. Lin Xiao had successfully realized his earlier intentions. Yet the notion that Lin Xiao'er could no longer contend for the position of family head did not bring him joy. He slapped his face, reorganizing his thoughts. The Lin family managed to rescue someone right under his nose because he had yet to mature. Once he grew stronger, those who offended him would find even the mightiest unable to save them. Perhaps he had not performed well this time. He would strive harder in the future. "Come on, Xiaoming, it's time to open the treasure boxes." The host has successfully opened the mystery advanced treasure boxes, obtaining 2 silver boxes, 4 gold boxes, 3 diamond boxes, and 1 emerald box. Successfully opening the ultimate mystery box has yielded 1 star marrow box. The star marrow box, the highest tier. Was Lin Xiao finally experiencing a stroke of luck? Host, please do not overthink. The ultimate mystery box guarantees at least an emerald box, so obtaining a star marrow box is a significant achievement. Please do not become overly excited. Very well, it seems he had gotten overly excited for nothing. Lin Xiao was now seriously contemplating whether to indulge in some luck-enhancing potion. After all, spending 800 points on a potion seemed inconsequential. Chapter 120, The Heartbeat of the Dragon? Congratulations to the host for opening all treasure boxes, accumulating a total of 5,200,000 points. Advanced Medical Talent Potions X2, Advanced Luck Potions X4, Intermediate Mental Strength Potions X3, Beginner Stamina Potions X4, Advanced Makeup Talent Potions X2, 1 free upgrade coupon for the store, 1 free upgrade coupon for the system, 21 lottery tickets, 2 permanently regenerating anesthetic guns, and 3 blind box lottery exchange coupons. Receiving such a generous bounty left Lin Xiao somewhat disoriented. Counting his points, he now possessed over 5 million. Indicating that the purchase of a telescopic transformation gun was just around the corner. "Xiaoming, let us upgrade the system and the store." "Dear host, the system upgrade is expected to be completed in 8 hours. During this period, you will be unable to access system functionalities, including the spatial features. But you may converse with Xiaoming. This event has turned out to be rather prolonged, hasn't it? Could it be that some splendid rewards await? In that case, please retrieve the 3 anesthesia guns and the luck potions for me." Fortunately, he is currently alone in the room. Wang Fujing has gone to report to his father. Otherwise, The sudden appearance of numerous items on the table would surely startle anyone. System upgrading. Please be patient, host. Ji Linxiao scrutinized the advanced luck potion, which appeared no different from the basic version, and promptly downed 2 bottles in quick succession. If memory serves, his luck value had previously peaked at 58. After consuming the 2 advanced potions, it should have soared to 118. Wait, how is it only 100? Xiaoming, I recall that each advanced potion increases luck by 30. Shouldn't the value be 118? Kiss host, are you aspiring to become a super scion, radiating golden light? The current maximum physical strength for humans is 500. Spiritual energy is 800, and the luck value is capped at 100. This is also your limit. Should you wish to increase beyond this, you may only use advanced potions, which will increment your values by 1 point each time. Ji Linxiao fell into contemplation, realizing there were indeed limitations in place, which explained why it had never been mentioned before. If he cannot consume them, can he not share them with his subordinates? With a smile, Ji Linxiao poured the potions into 2 paper cups and ascended the stairs to find the Yi brothers. Yet, with only 2 potions available, how would they divide them among 3 people? If diluted, the system would surely reduce the benefits gained, perhaps due to Ji Linxiao's luck value being maxed out. He found Yi Qingluan conveniently stepping out to use the restroom as he ascended. Ji Linxiao quickly presented the paper cups to the other 2, saying, "Here, try this new beverage I've concocted and let me know how it tastes." The Yi brothers exchanged glances before downing the contents of the cups in one go. Yi Qingtiger remarked, "The flavor is delightful, sweet, yet lacks distinctiveness." Yi Qinsei added, "Is there more? This is far too little. I want another cup." Just then, Yi Qingluan emerged from the restroom, wiping his hands. "What tasty treat are you enjoying behind my back? Bro, the boss has crafted a new drink, and it's quite delicious. Where's my drink? I want some too." Ji Linxiao produced the ready-made excuse. "It's a concoction I'm still experimenting with. And there were only these 2 cups, now consumed. I'll prepare more for you to taste next time." "All right, but hey, can we drop the boss title? It feels odd. Just call me Big Brother instead." The 3 Yi brothers fell silent, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Yi Qinsei scratched his head, perplexed. "Doesn't this feel a bit like a gang leader-esque vibe?" "Forget it, just call me that." "Old Long, go ahead and speak." Yi Qingluan, feeling bashful, pulled him aside and lowered his voice. Cough, cough. "Big Brother, how is Miss Gu? Has she reported on the Lin family matters? Will the press turn against her?" Ji Linxiao cast him a meaningful glance, conveying an understanding look. "Curious, are we? What's right beneath your nose?" Yi Qingluan, puzzled, touched his mouth. "It's my mouth? What of it?" "Well, can't you just ask her yourself? Do you want me to play the wingman?" "Not a chance." Hey. Yi Qingluan hurriedly called after him. "I don't have her contact information." Ji Linxiao was left speechless. How could a hacker with eyes and hands not find a phone number? Yet, refraining from prying into others' privacy is a basic form of respect, particularly since Yi Qingluan seemed to have taken a liking to her. "I only have the phone number of their press office. I'll send it to you. Whether you can connect with her is your business." Ji Linxiao harbored his own thoughts. If Gu Zhiwan could join his company to manage the public relations department, it would be splendid. If they were to develop a relationship, would he have to worry about her betraying him? If she remains with the press, perhaps after they become close, Yi Qingluan could whisper sweet nothings to her, and who knows, he might even win her over. As Ji Linxiao mused over this, his phone rang. It was the receptionist calling. "Mr. Ji, where are you? A young lady claims to be here to see you. Her name is Gu Zhiwan. However, she has no appointment or proof, so I cannot let her through without your permission." Speaking of the devil, Ji Linxiao pondered whether this was another stroke of luck. "Have her wait in the reception area. I'll be there shortly." "Understood, Mr. Ji." After hanging up, he waited a moment, observing Yi Qingluan sulking beside him. "What's the matter? Love life in shambles?" She was dismissed. The one who answered the phone was new, and they didn't have Miss Gu's number. Enough with the long face. Come with me to meet an esteemed guest. Despite Yi Qingluan feeling disheartened, he had no desire to accompany Ji Linxiao to meet a client. Yet he was compelled to follow. Upon opening the door, the young lady sitting in the reception area quickly stood up, adjusted her appearance, and politely approached Ji Linxiao. Extending her hand, "Mr. Ji, it's a pleasure to see you again. I've come seeking your assistance, and I hope your previous offer still stands." Ji Linxiao smiled and nodded but did not take Gu Zhiwan's hand, instead nudging Yi Qingluan with his elbow. Upon entering and spotting Gu Zhiwan, Yi Qingluan was momentarily taken aback. She appeared different from the day they had worked together. No longer clad in her gray work attire, but instead dressed in vibrant clothing that exuded youthful energy, her smile sweet and inviting. Realizing he had been nudged, Yi Qingluan rushed to shake her hand briefly before releasing it. "Ha. Miss Gu, it's a pleasure to meet you." "Mr. Yi, hello." After they settled down, their discussion unfolded, and they gleaned insights from Gu Zhiwan's words. Chapter 121, the addition of a new member. Although Gu Zhiwan had broken a sensational news story, it had implicated the Lin family. Had it solely concerned Lin Xiaoqiao, the Lin family would not have intervened, as the younger generation ought to pave their own way. However, with rival families using this incident to fabricate false narratives against the entire Lin family, the elders had no choice but to sever the source of the issue. The Gao and Duan families seized upon Lin Xiaoqiao's matter to accuse the Lin family of being deceitful, oppressing the common folk, and undermining self-made individuals. This news caused the Lin family to lose face in Yanjing, prompting immediate orders for Lin Xiaoqiao and others to return home, and those detained were swiftly released through connections. All news trending had been retracted at great expense, including the post Gu Zhiwan had shared on Weibo. Though the Lin family bore no ill will, Gu Zhiwan's superior remained apprehensive and, after providing her with a small severance, delicately let her go. Miss Gu, as you are aware, my company has only recently been established and still lacks in many areas, particularly in public relations. Given your previous role as head at the press, you must possess considerable capability, correct? Gu Zhiwan chuckled shyly, rubbing her hands together. Mr. G, you flatter me. In truth, my skills are rather ordinary. I merely possess a touch more luck than others. The individual I was competing against seems to have encountered some family issues and resigned. Thus this position has fallen into my lap. Miss Gu need not be so modest. I have also looked into the previous head. You have been here for over 2 years. Surely, someone who can hold this position cannot be lacking in capability. In today's fiercely competitive society, many employees go to great lengths for promotions and raises, resorting to slander and various industry undercurrents. Ji Linxiao trusts her because the system provided the information. This young lady has been diligent since her school days. After joining the newspaper, she has been hardworking and resilient, relying solely on her industrious hands to carve out a commendable position for herself without resorting to any underhanded tactics. Miss Gu, should you wish to proceed, you may finalize your employment at any time. I will entrust the public relations department to your management. If any issues arise, you may consult with Yi Chenglong. Do not be misled by his somewhat foolish demeanor. He is, in fact, a competent hacker. Gu Zhiwan tilted her head towards the slightly blushing Yi Chenglong and burst into laughter, extending her hand to him. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Yi Chenglong, visibly excited, realized she was reaching out to him, not merely blocking Ji Linxiao's advances. He quickly reciprocated, shaking her hand vigorously. I am at your service. Miss Gu, should you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask. Ji Linxiao watched the two with a knowing smile, grateful he was unaware of Yi Chenglong's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have scolded this thankless wretch. The girl was graciously extending her hand, and he hesitated to accept, perhaps out of concern for this ungrateful fellow's feelings. Ever since she departed that day, Yi Chenglong had been in a daze. Ji Linxiao had heard from his brother that one night, while getting water in the living room, he found Yi Chenglong's room light on. Upon entering to turn it off, he overheard him muttering something about how soft Ruan was. Ji Linxiao was genuinely curious about what transpired that night when Yi Chenglong escorted her home. As Ji Linxiao observed their gazes lock, he noticed a peculiar pink bubble forming between them. Pink bubbles? Wait, how could this be? Upon closer inspection, he realized the system had conjured a translucent screen displaying pink bubbles before his eyes. Xiaoming, I implore you to be sensible. Apologies, your system cannot comprehend your words. A line of text appeared on the screen, leaving Ji Linxiao utterly perplexed. Enough. What are you two doing? Old Long. Why haven't you taken her to complete the onboarding process yet? Oh right. Miss Gu, please follow me. As they departed, the strange pink bubble effect vanished. Host. Does this effect not align perfectly with the ambience? What? Have you updated? Introduced new features? Some parts have been improved. I shall reveal that after the upgrade, Xiaoming will become even more humanized and capable of changing voices. More humanized, you say? Huh. Wait, can it change voices? Does that mean I no longer have to endure that bizarre mechanical voice nagging me daily? Can I have Ali's voice? All voices are possible, provided the host allows Xiaoming to record a sample and pays 500,000 points. Just a mere 500,000 points? I'll buy it. After all, my ears are of utmost importance. Suddenly, Ji Linxiao recalled something. Oh right, I need to find Gu Zhiwan. He made his way to the onboarding office, but found the two were already gone. After inquiring with the staff, he learned that Yi Chenglong had taken her away to finalize the paperwork. Xiaoming, pull up the company surveillance. I want to see where that fellow has disappeared to. The system displayed footage of Yi Chenglong and Gu Zhiwan downstairs enjoying desserts together. Ji Linxiao contemplated for a moment whether to go after them, then decided to descend in the elevator. Why not join the fun? His friend was on a date with a girl. He certainly should not miss the opportunity to stir the pot. Upon spotting Ji Linxiao approaching from a distance, Yi Chenglong's expression shifted from jovial to one of dismay. What are you doing here, you CEO? Are you that idle? Why should my assistant be worried? What are you fretting about? Wang Fujing, who had been idly passing time nearby, was suddenly called out. He stared at them with a puzzled expression. Oh, Lao Ji, are you here to slack off too? Ji Linxiao shot him a disdainful glance and chose to ignore him. Let him slack off. After all, he had little to do these days. In fact, it had not just been the past few days. He had been quite at leisure lately. On the day Ji Linxiao reposted on Weibo, he returned home and informed his father about the conflict with the Lin family, thinking this might alleviate his father's insistence on him continuing as a beleaguered worker. However, Wang Fu merely smiled and commented, "Not bad," and the conversation ended there. He still had to return to work. Fortunately, his workload was light. So he settled into a cafe to indulge in a film he adored, sipping coffee and munching on cookies, thoroughly enjoying himself. Ji Linxiao sat down opposite Gu Zhiwan. Miss Gu, I nearly forgot to mention something. Our public relations department currently comprises 5 individuals, including you. With Yi Qinglong, that makes 6. If you have any colleagues or friends skilled in this area, please feel free to recommend them. Gu Zhiwan pondered for a moment and replied, I do have a few friends with experience in this field who are looking to switch jobs. Should I contact them to see if they'd like to come for an interview? That would be much appreciated, Miss Gu. I won't impose further on your time. With that, he took Wang Fujing and left. Gu Zhiwan felt a flush of embarrassment at his words and silently mused. The matter hasn't even begun yet, and they're already making a fuss. However, having such a boss was certainly preferable to one who was stern and rigid. Ji Linxiao dragged Wang Fujing back to the office. Why did you pull me along? I wasn't finished watching my movie. Are you blind? They're over there being all lovey-dovey, while you're glowing like a beacon at 400,000 lumens. You don't feel it's blinding? They certainly do. Come, let us check out the bar downstairs and see how the renovations are coming along. The bar's renovation was nearly complete, with booths and the bar counter fully finished. They were just waiting for the sound equipment to be installed. Finding bartenders and waitstaff was another challenge. While employees need not be exceptionally attractive, they should at least be pleasant to look at. Little Wang, this task of finding staff falls to you. You've met countless people, your judgment should be sound. Wang Fujing proudly lifted his chin and patted his chest. Of course. Wait here, I'll have Lao Qian post the job listings right away. As he prepared to leave, Ji Linxiao stopped him. Oh right. Once the bar and pharmacy officially open, we'll set off. Set off? Where to? Another trip? Ji Linxiao smiled knowingly, making Wang Fujing's back feel cold. All right, I understand. I'm a model worker. Remember to give me a raise. With that, he dashed away. Recalling how he had been followed for half a month during the last trip, it was an uncomfortable experience. Feeling as though someone was watching him even while showering or using the restroom, Ji Linxiao entered the pharmacy, surveying his surroundings. The renovations had been completed, and the equipment was installed within. The space, though smaller than a bar, was efficiently arranged with the assistance of the system. He fondly caressed the medicinal cabinet modified by the system, marveling at its ability to preserve herbs in pristine condition, as if they were freshly placed. It bore a resemblance to his own spatial abilities. Initially, he had commissioned someone to create a cabinet for optimal herb preservation, but the system insisted that its materials were rather unique. Reluctantly, Ji Linxiao spent some points to have the system retrofit the cabinet. Host, have you decided what herbs to store in the cabinet? What herbs? Just fill it with whatever is available on the market. After all, there are hundreds of cabinets here. If that is not enough, we can always add more. According to my research, there are approximately 12,800 types of traditional Chinese medicinal herbs currently in use in Longhua. So many. Based on the host's requirements, the cabinet for storing herbs will be reconfigured. Estimated time, 1 day. After the renovation, the back area will merge into a massive cabinet, allowing the dispensers to simply input the desired herbs and their weights on the electronic platform. The cabinet will automatically deliver the corresponding herbs to the front section beneath the electronic screen. Any malfunctions, excluding intentional damage, will be fully covered under warranty. Otherwise, a repair fee of 200,000 points will apply. Incredible. Little dream, you never cease to amaze me. It seems I will have to teach them how to use it properly. I wouldn't want them to accidentally damage my cabinet. Ji Linxiao was acutely aware of the term non-intentional damage. During his school days, he had purchased a phone from a certain orange app, which had similar warranty conditions. Within a week, while descending the stairs, he was bumped into, causing his phone to fall and the screen to malfunction. When he contacted customer service, they claimed it was intentional damage, refusing to honor the warranty, which left Ji Linxiao infuriated. From that point on, he became exceedingly cautious with his electronic devices. Before leaving, Ji Linxiao ensured to lock the pharmacy's door. Still feeling uneasy, he inquired, Little dream, do you have any top-notch security doors? Absolutely. Not for 98,000 or 68,000 points, but for just 9,998 points. the host can take it home. The system's tone always made him feel as if he were being swindled. But spending less than 10,000 points for a security door seemed far more prudent than shelling out 200,000 points for repairs. After all, if someone unwittingly barged in and damaged his cabinet, who would compensate him with points? Ji Linxiao glanced around to ensure no one was nearby. Little dream. Install the security door now. Understood, deducting 998 points from the host's account, exchanging for a high-grade security wooden door. The original wooden door of the pharmacy flickered momentarily before returning to its former appearance. Is that it? Is it done? What difference does it make? Patience, host. If you observe closely, you will notice a sensor added to the doorframe, capable of detecting whether an incoming visitor harbors malicious intent or not. Benevolent visitors will be automatically granted access, while malicious ones. Upon hearing the system's words, Ji Linxiao sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. Would the system genuinely offer him something so affordable? What else do I need? The host may also wish to purchase the accompanying Overlord dog package, which includes exquisite dog food and a comfortable bed, all for just 200,000 points. At that moment, Ji Linxiao felt an overwhelming urge to don a cloak of darkness and stealthily strike the system. Fine, given the circumstances. Not purchasing would be an affront to the points I have spent. Moreover, I am curious to see what this so-called Overlord dog is like. He re-entered the pharmacy, pondering how he might conjure a dog out of thin air outside without looking like a magician. Securing the door behind him to prevent any unexpected intrusions, he declared, "Come forth, let me witness the Overlord dog." Commencing the transmission of the Overlord dog package, scattered starlight gradually coalesced, and as the outline solidified, it resembled a small bundle with two diminutive canines. When the light dissipated, the dogs revealed their true forms. Woo woo woo. Woof woof woof. What is this? A juvenile chihuahua and a small Chinese rural dog. This is what you call an Overlord dog. Ji Linxiao trembled with indignation, pointing accusingly at the chihuahua. Could the system truly provide such ordinary dogs? The chihuahua seemed to comprehend Ji Linxiao's words, barking and baring its teeth in response. Host, is there a problem? No problem at all. One is the Overlord dog, and the other is the royal dog. According to the information gathered by Little Dream, the Chinese rural dog is indeed a representative breed of Longwa, so it can be considered a royal dog. Then what about the Overlord dog? Ji Linxiao forced a smile, his gaze ominously fixed on the system screen. I never claimed that the Overlord and Overlord dog signified dominance. It could well imply a forceful presence. Ji Linxiao regarded the chihuahua, which had just been barking at him, and gently patted the head of the nearby Chinese rural dog. After surveying the room once more, he comfortably reclined on the largest dog bed provided by the system. With a slight grimace, he mused, indeed, it is quite the domineering presence, showing no regard for its surroundings at all. Chapter 123, Arranging the Pharmacy. Ji Linxiao proceeded to set up their bedding, pouring food and water into the bowls prepared by the system. Wouldn't it seem a bit cramped? Upon entering, one would encounter a dog bed, followed by the medicinal cabinets, and the front space had hardly been allocated for much else. He had initially intended for someone to attend to patients in the back, while leaving the front for a single caretaker. Detected the host's thoughts, initiating alterations to the pharmacy. The changes to the pharmacy were visibly apparent. The shop had a considerable footprint, but Ji Linxiao's initial layout was somewhat illogical due to certain load-bearing walls that could not be relocated, causing minor design issues. Now, the system took the liberty of reconfiguring the room's structure significantly. Some load-bearing walls were removed entirely, resulting in what would appear to a professional as a rather unconventional room layout. The system designed a small front yard for the dogs to frolic, which was quite fitting. At both the main entrance and the pharmacy's entryway, there were a security wooden door and a sensor, both capable of assessing the emotional state and intentions of visitors. Walking from the area where herbs were dispensed toward the consultation and surgical rooms, Ji Linxiao ensured that the noise from the adjacent bar would not intrude. Moreover, the system kindly replaced all the walls with its superior soundproofing material. Even if the bar cranked up the volume, no sound would penetrate the consultation area. This was splendid. With the doors typically open, patients could enter freely and admire the unique decor within. Ji Linxiao had initially considered an open-concept design or a glass door, but hesitated, fearing that the noise from next door might disrupt the pharmacy, and the glass door would clash with the traditional aesthetic he envisioned. By the way, Little Dream, can this wooden door truly provide security? In this day and age, where both cold and hot weapons are formidable, can a mere wooden door really suffice? Firstly, I have scoured extensive data and found few instances of home invasions involving large weapons. Secondly, are you questioning Xiaoming's capabilities, host? Ji Linxiao awkwardly scratched his face and chuckled. I am not doubting you. It's just that anyone would feel uneasy upon seeing a wooden door. Rest assured, host. Anything produced by Xiao Meng is guaranteed to be a masterpiece. While this door may appear to be merely wooden, it is, in fact, fireproof, waterproof, and possesses a hardness superior to the alloys currently available in the Dragon Kingdom. In other words, even if someone were to attack your door with a Gatling gun, Xiao Meng can assure you it will not be breached. Not only is it robust, but it also features an automatic repair function. How does that sound for the investment? Haha, it's worth every penny, especially with the complimentary purchase of the 200,000-point Bawang dog set. At that moment, the Chihuahua, hearing his complaints, began barking at his feet. The unique yapping of the little pup was not only unthreatening, but rather endearing. Yet, he felt like a great fool, if he recalled correctly. A Chihuahua and a Chinese rural dog, along with these pet supplies, would not exceed a mere cent. 200,000 points for something worth less than a cent. Was he not a fool indeed? Host, can the dogs produced by the system be compared to ordinary ones? What, can they talk? No. Can they transform into humans? No. Then what distinguishes them from regular dogs? They mature rapidly, reaching adult size within a week, and boast a lifespan of up to 50 years. There is no aging period and they can understand human speech. 50 years? That is indeed quite long. He recalled an interview he had seen in the past, where a woman had cared for her dogs for many years, and each one lived into their teens. Ji Linxiao crouched slowly before the two little pups. Can you understand me? If you do, nod your head. The Chinese rural dog nodded at Ji Linxiao, while the Chihuahua turned its head away with a huff. Disobedient dogs do not get treats. Ji Linxiao smiled as he waved a can provided by the system in front of the Chihuahua, then opened it to take a whiff. It smells quite appetizing. This is a super nutritious can, designed to enhance the dog's physical condition, boost their strength, and promote the development of their muscles and bones. He held the can before the Chihuahua's nose, fanning it with his hand. The Chihuahua twitched its nose, eager to leap forward. But Ji Linxiao quickly withdrew his hand. I know you can understand. Twirl around, and then I'll give you a bite. Under Ji Linxiao's commanding presence, the Chihuahua reluctantly spun around. Ji Linxiao nodded in satisfaction, pointing at the Chihuahua. From now on, you'll be called Dimwit. He then pointed at the Chinese rural dog. You shall be named Unhappy. Subsequently, he opened another can and placed it before each dog. The Chihuahua seemed to grasp Ji Linxiao's reprimand, finishing the can in a few bites before baring its teeth at him. You ungrateful creature, go back to your nest and sleep. After returning it to its nest, Ji Linxiao closed the door and headed back to the company. On the way back, he pondered whether leaving the two dogs alone would make them lonely. It seemed imperative to recruit a few employees soon. Not only would they assist at the reception for patients, but also keep the little pups company, alleviating their solitude. The following day, as Ji Linxiao arrived at the company, he discovered the break room filled with beautiful women and handsome men, staring at the crowded lounge. Ji Linxiao was momentarily taken aback. He hurriedly approached to inquire about the situation, only to find Wang Fujing sitting in his office chair, interviewing a beautiful woman across from him like a seasoned pro. Wang Fujing, what on earth are you doing? Wang Fujing smiled at the young lady before him, saying, Please wait for my news. Once the beauty exited the office, he promptly leapt from Ji Linxiao's bench. Hey, I am at least the young master of the Wang family. I am using my status to recruit employees for you. Yet instead of gratitude, you disrespect me. Ji Linxiao, how could you be so ungrateful? Ji Linxiao kicked him in the rear. Off you go? Isn't there an interview room downstairs? Get down there. Anyone who knows you might think you're auditioning for a talent show. I help you find people, and you still have such an attitude? TCH. I wouldn't even care for your office. Ji Linxiao couldn't help but laugh at his words. Yet Wang Fujing's newfound commitment to the company was a significant change. He remembered when Wang Fujing first joined. He would oppose him at every turn and seek every opportunity to slack off. It seemed now he could be cultivated into a capable assistant. Having one more competent ally was always beneficial. Chapter 124, Charisma Value. Congratulations. The system upgrade was successful, unlocking system settings, enabling changes to system skin and voice. Wonderful. At last, I won't have to endure that ear-splitting electronic voice anymore. The system's blue screen gradually approached Ji Linxiao's mind, then morphed into a large hand that slapped him. Who? Ji Linxiao rubbed the back of his head, scanning the surroundings, but finding no one. Was it merely an illusion? Yet, there was a slight ache at the back of his head. Not wanting to dwell on it further, Ji Linxiao retrieved the pre-recorded Ollie voice. Xiaomeng, please scan this audio file and change the voice to this. Understood. Host, scanning the voice sample now. While the system scanned, Ji Linxiao browsed the system marketplace to see what new products had emerged after the update. The Divine Assistant's Dream Mall, level 8, requires 300,000 points to upgrade. Available for purchase, newly added, Charisma Potion, 2,000 points each. Note, each use increases Charisma by 2 points. Language proficiency potion. Select any country 5,000 points. Ji Linxiao nodded in satisfaction. It seemed the system remembered his previous requests. When he encountered Chen, he had wished for the next customization to be a language proficiency potion, and now, he didn't even need to lift a finger. The system had provided it automatically. But what about this charisma value? Upon opening his personal panel, he indeed discovered a newly added figure beneath his 3 attributes. Charisma, 70, average value 50. Xiaoming. How is this charisma value calculated? This didn't make sense. With his attractive features and tall, sturdy physique, how could he only exceed the average by 20? Host. The current overall evaluation of the Waterway Star is 50, with the highest being 376. The charisma value is calculated based on personal appearance, temperament, and knowledge. The more talents and knowledge you acquire, the higher your charisma value will become. Ji Linxiao nodded, somewhat understanding. He had previously heard that when assessing a person, one should first consider their upbringing, then their eloquence and knowledge, and lastly, their appearance and demeanor. I suppose I should purchase a few more language proficiency potions. Host. The language proficiency potion has a purchase limit. Only one can be acquired every 2 weeks. This is the optimal choice determined by the system after scanning your brain. It was implemented for your cerebral well-being. For some reason, Ji Linxiao felt as though he was being scolded, yet he had no evidence to support it. Apart from the dragon language, the most widely spoken language globally is undoubtedly the rice language. Having graduated a considerable time ago, I have long relinquished the knowledge acquired during my studies. Ji Linxiao expended 5,000 points to procure a proficiency potion for the rice language. Upon consumption, he felt an overwhelming influx of incomprehensible gibberish flooding his mind. Alas, the burden of being an erudite gentleman is not a simple task. System language change successful. The enchanting voice of Ali resonated in Ji Linxiao's ears. Delightful indeed. Though costly, it was undeniably worth it. He subsequently purchased 5 bottles of charm-enhancing potions, gulping them down in eager anticipation of the transformations they might bestow. To assess his changes, he resolved to take a stroll around the company. His first destination was Wang Fujing, where he fortuitously encountered him during a break. Ji Linxiao, brimming with bravado, approached Wang Fujing, striking a few poses he deemed undeniably suave. Startled while sipping water, Wang Fujing inadvertently sprayed the liquid all over Ji Linxiao's attire. WOC. Wang Fujing, you rascal. My clothes are drenched in your saliva. Ji Linxiao exclaimed, coughing as he feigned indignation. What madness is this? I thought you were possessed. With an expression of disdain, Ji Linxiao grabbed a nearby tissue, attempting to dry himself off. Quick, take a look and see if I've changed. Changed? More flamboyant, perhaps? Ji Linxiao flashed a smile, extending his justice fist before departing the interview room. Coincidentally, an employee passing by noticed the smile adorning Ji Linxiao's face. Piqued by curiosity, he peeked into the room. To his astonishment, he beheld Wang Fujing, holding his nose, silently screaming, his frantic movements resembling a bizarre dance. The employee hurriedly mumbled, "May the evil spirits retreat," and discreetly closed the door. Yet, one must concede that Wang Fujing excelled at poaching talent. He had managed to contact all the sisters he met at the bar, gathering over 100 attractive individuals willing to work within 3 days. As for the subsequent training to mold them into polite and competent employees, that would fall to Qiannan. Ji Linxiao, however, was already contemplating his escape. While packing his bags at home, Ji Linxiao recalled that he ought to inform Ji Kaiyue of his departure. Otherwise, his aunt would scold him for his constant escapades without keeping the family informed. A phone call? No, a few steps would suffice, especially since he had been preoccupied with company matters and lacked time to dine with his aunt. Previously, he had instructed butler Yin to procure some beauty and skincare products, including premium bird's nest and fish glue, akin to those that aid women in maintaining their skin. Balancing his numerous bags, he leisurely rode his scooter towards the villa where Ji Kaiyue resided. Ding dong. The door was answered by Chu Yixing, appearing disheveled, with unkempt hair resembling a bird's nest and bleary eyes. Upon entering the house, Ji Linxiao discovered the table cluttered with takeout and instant noodles, prompting him to frown. Is this all you eat? Where's my aunt? Chu Yixing, yawning, replied while placing Ji Linxiao's items in the refrigerator. Didn't my mom tell you? She went on a trip with some friends. Ji Linxiao scrolled through his chat history with his aunt. The last conversation was when he had taken Chu Yixing to his exam. She didn't mention it? At that moment, Chu Yixing suddenly appeared enlightened. Oh right. She did ask me to tell you, but I forgot. Ji Linxiao glanced at her social media. Indeed. Her recent posts were filled with scenic photographs and group selfies with friends. So, you're home alone? Why didn't you reach out to me? I figured since I'm grown up now, being home alone isn't a problem. You're so busy with work that I didn't want to bother you. After the teacher was discharged from the hospital, he went back to his hometown with his wife, and I've been too lazy to go out. I'm just enjoying my time playing games at home, trying to reclaim all the leisure time I lost preparing for the college entrance exam. Observing his current state, devoid of youthful vigor, Ji Linxiao decided to take action. All right, you're coming out with me tomorrow. Chapter 125, A Madman? What? Cousin, I don't want to go out. His protests fell on deaf ears. Pack your things. We're heading out tomorrow to bask in the sun. Do you really want to look like a freshly graduated high school student? Chu Yixing pouted, aware of his defeat, and reluctantly retreated upstairs to gather his belongings. Ji Linxiao, disheartened by the mess strewn across the table, summoned someone responsible for cleaning to tidy up the space. The following day, the three boarded a high-speed train to City X. The journey was uneventful, devoid of unruly children or overbearing parents, providing a sense of comfort. The distance between City N and City X was considerable, and even by high-speed train, it took over 4 hours. Exhausted from several sleepless nights, Chu Yixing had already succumbed to slumber. Wang Fujing nudged Ji Linxiao with his elbow. Hey, old Ji, I hope we won't encounter any more bizarre incidents this time. Who can say for certain? Ji Linxiao replied. After all, one never knows what tomorrow or unforeseen events may bring. Although his system provided early warnings for many surprises, unexpected situations could still arise. Originally, Ji Linxiao intended to navigate City X as he had in the past before proceeding to the next destination, but unexpectedly, they encountered a twist of fate en route. While strolling, a disheveled woman, seemingly in a panic, unexpectedly collided with Ji Linxiao. He suffered only a minor impact, bolstered by his enhanced physique. While the woman fell to the ground, ignoring her pain, she struggled to rise, her complexion growing increasingly ashen as she desperately attempted to regain her footing. However, her earlier haste had taken a toll on her ankle, which buckled under pressure, causing her to collapse again. Kneeling before Ji Linxiao and the others, she pleaded, "Please, help me." Recognizing the gravity of the situation, they swiftly assisted her to her feet. "Get up, let us discuss this standing. Don't kneel before us. We'll do our utmost to help if we can." Just as she was about to speak, a group of individuals approached, intent on seizing her arms to take her away. Ji Linxiao furrowed his brow, stepping forward to thwart their advances and pulling the woman behind him. "What is this? In broad daylight, you dare to abduct a civilian? Does the Dragon Nation possess no laws?" Despite the aggressor's fierce demeanor, Ji Linxiao was not one to shy away from confrontation. Encountering such a bizarre and outrageous situation, he would have previously looked the other way, but now he was determined to lend assistance. A profound sense of responsibility washed over him. Having acquired the system, he felt an obligation to use his newfound abilities to aid those in need. "Sir, please do not interfere with our work. The individual behind you is a patient from our hospital, exhibiting aggressive tendencies. We kindly request that you hand her over to us to prevent any harm to yourself." Ji Linxiao and his companions exchanged puzzled glances, scrutinizing the woman closely. Clad in an oversized white nightgown, her feet bare and her hair in disarray, she bore a haggard expression that suggested her recent comportment was indeed peculiar. Could she truly be a patient suffering from mental illness? Seemingly perceiving the confusion in their eyes, the woman bit her lip, choking back tears as she clutched tightly to Ji Linxiao's arm, exclaiming, I am not. They are deceivers." In a moment of uncertainty, they found themselves at a loss as to whom to believe. "Do you possess any evidence that can substantiate this young lady's status as a patient in your hospital?" The man at the forefront gestured to a companion, instructing him to present the proof to Ji Linxiao. Upon receiving the other's phone, Ji Linxiao beheld a photograph of a medical record. It featured the woman's image, accompanied by her admission date, personal information, and specific symptoms. Notably, the record highlighted that this patient exhibited severe delusions and aggressive behavior, cautioning for vigilant supervision with a moderate level of danger indicated. With such compelling evidence produced, Ji Linxiao found himself unable to continue shielding the woman behind him. Just as he prepared to hand her over to the opposing party, she suddenly knelt before him, fervently bowing her head and pleading, "Please, do not let them take me back. I implore you, save me." Ji Linxiao hesitated, torn between whom to trust. If this woman were indeed a violently delusional patient, rescuing her would only endanger her further, potentially putting others at risk. Yet her desperate pleas tugged at his conscience. He was on the verge of voicing his intention to keep her when Wang Fujing interjected quietly from behind Ji Linxiao, suggesting, "Let them leave for now. Aren't you a hacker? You can trace their route later to ascertain the truth." Ultimately, Ji Linxiao refrained from insisting that the woman stay, allowing the others to escort her away. As he watched her gaze filled with despair and fury directed at him, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Had he erred in his judgment? Seeking clarity, Ji Linxiao abandoned his shopping excursion, hastily procuring a laptop from the electronics market upon returning to the hotel, intent on tracing the woman's departure route. On the way back, he inquired of the system, Xiaoming. Was that woman truly a mental patient? The system remained silent, merely assigning him a new task. Congratulations, host, on activating the chain quest for the first time. The subsequent task will commence upon completion of the initial task, and hints can be found within the task titles. Task 1. Discover the woman's final destination. Subsequent tasks, not yet unlocked. Time limit, 1 month. Reward, unknown, to be revealed upon the final task's unveiling. Chain quests. This was indeed a first for him, yet why would the system not directly address his query? Please focus on completing the tasks and refrain from overthinking. The silence regarding your questions is to prevent disruption of the triggered tasks. Should you desire a response, all rewards will be forfeited, and failure in the final task will incur punishment. Ji Linxiao deduced several implications from the system's response. First, the woman's identity was intricately linked to the subsequent tasks. Second, the task entailed more than merely identifying the woman. Third, the extended time frame indicated a certain degree of difficulty. No matter, I have faith in my abilities. I shall uncover the truth behind this matter. Chapter 126, Radiant Mental Hospital. Upon returning to the hotel, Ji Linxiao swiftly accessed the surveillance footage from the street they had just occupied, adjusting the timeline backward. There, they boarded a vehicle. Following their trajectory through the monitors, he observed them entering a white Liuzhou Hongguang. The vehicle meandered to the entrance of a mental hospital. Had he misjudged the situation? They were indeed headed to a psychiatric facility. Wang Fujing leaned closer to the screen, contemplating, why not attempt to retrieve the hospital's internal surveillance? It posed some complications, yet it was not impossible. Ji Linxiao glanced at the hospital's name, Radiant Mental Hospital. Congratulations, host, on completing Task 1. The woman's ultimate destination is X City's Radiant Mental Hospital. Task 2 initiated. Investigate the woman's true identity. Subsequent tasks, not yet unlocked. Time limit, 1 month. Reward, unknown, to be revealed upon the final task's unveiling. The woman's identity? Ji Linxiao pondered deeply as he scrutinized the screen. The vehicle had indeed entered the hospital and had not re-emerged, with no trace of the woman visible in the vicinity. Ji Linxiao was certain that she had been taken inside the psychiatric institution. The only information he possessed was that she was a patient there, with her name, age, and some details visible on the opposing party's phone, yet the system did not indicate task completion. Unless the information on the phone was fabricated, it was possible that the hospital harbored deeper secrets. Cousin, why are you staring blankly at the computer? Chu Yixing's voice broke his reverie. Ji Linxiao promptly instructed Wang Fujing to summon the Yi brothers. It seemed he currently lacked sufficient manpower. In times of crisis, he could only dispatch the Yi brothers. Akin to overexerting a workhorse, it was imperative to expedite the identification and nurturing of suitable talent. Ji Linxiao's fingers danced over the keyboard, and within an hour, the computer screen displayed internal footage of the hospital. He rewound the surveillance to the moment they arrived, observing them entering the building and subsequently the elevator. Curiously, there appeared to be no surveillance in the hospital's elevator. Ji Linxiao magnified the screen repeatedly to discern the numbers displayed. Darn, what a shoddy hospital. Their surveillance is in 360p quality. The two glanced at the screen, where the red digits were nearly indecipherable from a distance, and up close. They resembled a mass of red pixels. It seems that even the most advanced technology cannot surpass inferior equipment. Wang Fujing chuckled, relishing Ji Linxiao's frustration. Ji Linxiao, feeling helpless, resorted to retrieving all available footage of the elevator, only to discover that the group had inexplicably vanished. Cousin, are there no other monitors? Ji Linxiao, undeterred, adjusted the timeline once more, witnessing the group enter the elevator in one feed, after which no subsequent footage captured their presence. Xiaoxing, could you do me a favor? Do you want me to check the hospital? Yes, but you cannot enter. They have seen us. Just gather information about the hospital's reputation from the vicinity, including how many floors it has and whether there is a basement. I suspect there is likely a basement. I will continue searching for additional surveillance footage. After extensive effort, Ji Linxiao found no further signals from the cameras. Could it be that there were truly no more cameras? If there was indeed a basement, how would they manage it? Were they not concerned about employees plotting behind the scenes? Just then, Ji Linxiao's phone rang, and upon answering, he saw it was Xiaoxing. Hey cousin, I asked several passers-by, but they were mostly unaware of the hospital's circumstances. Some even called me crazy and urged me to hurry inside. Ji Linxiao smirked. It was his oversight. Why would a normal person take the initiative to inquire about a mental hospital's affairs? Come back for now. We can discuss things later when the others arrive. Over the course of their extensive collaboration, the Yi family brothers had developed a profound understanding with Ji Linxiao. Equipped with professional gear and the coveted divine cloak, they established communication with Ji Linxiao immediately upon arriving at the high-speed train station in City X. The group split up, Yi Qinghu headed straight to the psychiatric hospital to investigate the situation, posing as a concerned individual seeking information. After gathering sufficient inquiries, he would don the cloak to search for their target. Meanwhile, the two younger brothers proceeded to the hotel to rendezvous with Ji Linxiao. With Yi Qinglong by his side, Ji Linxiao felt significantly empowered, especially considering that Yi Qinglong's skills far surpassed his own according to the system's global hacker rankings. Old Dragon, see if you can find any additional surveillance signals from this hospital, Ji Linxiao urged. Without hesitation, Yi Qinglong activated his computer and began typing furiously, while Yi Chengxi sat idly by, awaiting instructions from Ji Linxiao. Old Snake, remain on standby, Ji Linxiao instructed. Yi Chengxi pouted in frustration, feeling sidelined. Why did both of his brothers have tasks while he did not? Did this mean he was merely there to make up the numbers? He longed to be as formidable and valued as his brothers. Ji Linxiao's focus remained intently on the computer screen, oblivious to Yi Chengxi's emotional turmoil. Wang Fujing nudged him and whispered, "Hey, aren't you going to check on the snake? You called him here only to leave him hanging?" Ji Linxiao glanced at Yi Chengxi and sighed, recognizing the immaturity lingering in someone who had returned from military service. No wonder his brothers often advised him to be more understanding. When their mother gave birth to the twins, Yi Qinglong emerged first, while Yi Chengxi had been briefly stuck, nearly suffocating. Perhaps this minor trauma left him with a slightly delayed maturity. However, this did not imply he was intellectually deficient. Yi Chengxi was indeed quite intelligent. It was evident that sheer strength alone would not suffice to enter that elite unit. Yet, whether in the past or present, he exhibited childlike emotions, often succumbing to bouts of melancholy and easily finding joy. His brothers suspected that his physical prowess came at the expense of his mental maturity. Ji Linxiao moved closer and sat beside him, offering an apple. "Eat this." Yi Chengxi glanced at the apple, but shook his head. Ji Linxiao began peeling it while engaging him in conversation. "What are you thinking about? Wondering why I haven't assigned you a task?" Yi Chengxi opened his mouth, but did not respond. "You three brothers each possess unique strengths. Right now, I require the skills of your brothers. Since I summoned you, there will be a moment when I need your expertise. It's just not at this instant." "Really? More genuine than pearls." Yi Chengxi pondered and vigorously nodded. "I understand." He then accepted the freshly peeled apple from Ji Linxiao and began to eat it happily. Chapter 127. The morgue on the first floor? "Boss, there's nothing," Yi Qinglong replied gravely, shaking his head at Ji Linxiao. After considerable effort, he had found no new surveillance signals, feeling as if he had disappointed Ji Linxiao's expectations. Ji Linxiao approached and patted his shoulder. "It's all right. I merely believed your skills surpassed mine, so I wanted you to double-check for any overlooked details. It appears that location indeed lacks additional surveillance." Before long, Yi Qinghu's voice crackled through the intercom. Dongyao, this is Dongguai. If you hear me, respond." "Dongyao here." Ji Linxiao couldn't help but smirk at the outdated phrase, wondering why it was still in use. I pretended to be a parent concerned about a mental issue and inquired with several nurses and family members. They all spoke highly of the services provided here, mentioning the pleasant environment and that doctors and nurses regularly conduct tests on the patient's recovery. When I asked the families if they had seen the basement, they all indicated ignorance, claiming the elevator's lowest level is the first floor. There are no below-ground levels. Ji Linxiao asked, puzzled. "Not sure? What does that mean? How could nurses, who work here daily, be unaware of whether their hospital has a basement?" I inquired similarly. They replied that, in theory, there should be a basement. But this hospital lacks even an underground parking lot. The morgue is located on the far side of the first floor. I also checked all 3 elevators, and the bottom only goes to the first floor. There are no further buttons, Yi Qinghu reported. This raises a significant concern. While the absence of an underground parking lot could be comprehensible, it is highly illogical for a hospital, regardless of its type, to place the morgue on the first floor. It may relate to certain superstitions held by the people of Longhua, where there are intricate beliefs surrounding such matters. Positioning a morgue on the ground floor could be deemed a violation of taboos. Morgues are typically associated with the underworld and should be situated underground or in a separate building, away from living patients, to avoid discomfort. "Did you take any photos in the elevator?" Ji Linxiao inquired. "Photos? No, why? Return at once. Enter the leftmost elevator, take some pictures inside, and send them back." Although Yi Qinghu was puzzled by Ji Linxiao's intentions, he complied, obediently returning. Seizing a moment when the elevator was unoccupied, he quickly slipped inside, closed the doors, and snapped several photos of the interior. "I sent them. Did you receive them?" Ji Linxiao furrowed his brow, meticulously examining the photos Yi Qinghu had sent. He wondered if this hospital might operate similarly to the nightclub he had previously visited, where access was restricted to those with proper credentials. Indeed, Ji Linxiao soon spotted a dark-colored rectangular panel on the left side of the elevator. Could this be the place for scanning identification? Although they had uncovered the psychiatric hospital's hidden secrets, the means to unravel these mysteries remained elusive. Come back for now. Staying there serves no purpose. The current situation left Ji Linxiao feeling a sense of urgency. Damn it, what should we do now? The system, observing its host's distress, felt a pang of sympathy. Yet it was merely a system, issuing tasks when necessary and providing commentary otherwise. If it exceeded its limits, it would likely face punishment from its superiors. Xiaoming, I'm here. Has the host thought of something? Give me a 10 consecutive draw. All right. The system was utterly bewildered in such a situation. Shouldn't the host be brainstorming how to find a breakthrough? Why the sudden request for a draw? However, since the host had spoken, it had no choice but to open the lottery functions interface. Ji Linxiao excused himself to the restroom, but in truth, he intended to draw cards there. He didn't want to engage in this, but the restroom was the only safe space where he wouldn't be interrupted. After all, he was a man who would personally draw the cards. The system was visible only to him, appearing to others as a solitary performance. If he exhibited any peculiar behavior, his companions might contemplate sending him to the psychiatric hospital as well. A heart racing with excitement and hands trembling, Ji Linxiao was about to draw lots once more. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired the preliminary Muay Thai talent elixir, the beginner's manual for Mantis Fist, a divine cloak, and a bronze treasure chest, totaling 156,000 points. A divine cloak? Now he could possess 2 of them. Splendid. One for himself and one to reserve for his 3 brothers. Boss, I'm back. Where's the boss? Hearing Yi Qinghu's call from the restroom, Ji Linxiao promptly emerged. There was no need to linger inside after the draw had concluded. He was quite pleased with this round of luck. Indeed, the more extraordinary the circumstances, the more favorable the outcomes. This time, he had drawn a functional item. The system classified this object within the weapon category. I'm here. I was just contemplating that we cannot afford to remain idle here. I need someone to accompany me to the hospital to stake out. Yi Qinglong understood that he could not possibly be the one, so he refrained from responding. Boss, why didn't you say so earlier? I could have stayed there instead of coming back. Why the need for you to make a trip? Ji Linxiao crossed his arms and shook his head with a frown. Having him orchestrate from the shadows might lead to missing critical details. After all, not everyone was endowed with the system as an external aid. Perhaps I should go. There might be more details to uncover. Yi Qinghu recalled the last time they saw Yi Chengxi, where Ji Linxiao was the one who first discerned the hidden signal. All right then. I'll accompany you on this trip. No, this time I need Yi Chengxi to follow me. Yi Chengxi's eyes widened, his disbelief transforming into a sparkling, eager gaze. Let the 3rd brother go. Yi Qinghu pulled Ji Linxiao aside, whispering, he has never done this sort of surveillance before. I fear he might inadvertently cause you delays. Ji Linxiao chuckled and patted him on the back. He is your brother. You should trust him more. Besides, there are countless tasks in this world that no one is inherently skilled at. How can you dismiss him before he even begins? Ji Linxiao's choice of Yi Chengxi was also calculated. He was not adept at hiding and tracking, but with the cloak, learning would not pose much of an issue. If they truly managed to enter the basement, his instincts hinted at the possibility of a fierce battle. Chapter 128. The operation begins. Feigning to retrieve another cloak from his bag, Ji Linxiao addressed Yi Qinghu. Tiger, you brought the cloak, right? Of course, it's in my bag. Boss, have you conjured up another one? Soon, we could each have one. Ji Linxiao smiled, but remained silent. If the system could provide him with more items, one for each would indeed be feasible. Yi Chengxi, let us depart. Ji Linxiao led Yi Chengxi to the nearest casual dining restaurant to the mental health facility. Settling into a cozy corner booth. Boss, how long are we staying here? We'll act once those individuals emerge. This type of establishment usually operates until the early hours. If they haven't appeared by the time we close, we shall relocate. Minutes turned into tens, then half an hour, and finally an hour. While Ji Linxiao remained fixated on the computer screen, his eyes growing weary, yet resolutely unwilling to avert his gaze, fearful of missing something crucial. Dear host, would you like some eye drops? Today a special is only 998 points. Not a chance. A bottle at the hospital costs at most a few hundred. You want to charge me 998 points? Can the items sold by Little Dream possibly compare to ordinary goods? Will using these eye drops grant me enhanced vision? Not exactly, but these drops will help to moisten your eyes. With prolonged use, they can restore vision, remedying declines caused by improper or excessive eye strain. Ji Linxiao pondered this. Having spent long hours before the computer screen, his vision had indeed deteriorated. Once sharp at 52, he now struggled to read distant advertisements. Fine. I'll take a bottle. Great. Deducting 998 points, exchanging for a bottle of moisturizing repair eye drops. It has been placed in your left pants pocket. Ji Linxiao felt a hard object in his pocket and pulled it out to reveal a miniature bottle of eye drops. He examined it closely, then inquired, little dream. How many uses do I get from this? You can use it twice daily, with one course lasting 10 days. One bottle is sufficient for one course, restoring some vision. If you find the price too high, you may draw it from the mystery box in the future. Ji Linxiao felt somewhat swindled by the system, but decided to give it a try since he had already purchased it. He gingerly lifted the eyedropper with 2 fingers, aimed it at his lower eyelid, and squeezed a drop in. Instantly, he felt a slight itch, which soon faded, replaced by an indescribable comfort. After blinking a few times and reopening his eyes, the soreness dissipated. Ah, the surveillance. He had been monitoring the footage. Ji Linxiao hurriedly checked the screens to ensure that the individuals had not exited while he applied the eye drops. Boss, do you not have photos of those people? It would help if I could assist in monitoring. Yi Chengxi, noticing Ji Linxiao's bloodshot eyes, was eager to help alleviate his workload, even accompanying him to the restroom with the computer. Unfortunately, all I have is that low-resolution video. I've already asked your brother to see if he can enhance the screenshot as quality. While Ji Linxiao could still recognize the figures in the video, describing them in detail was a challenge, and he wished for someone to share the burden of watching the footage. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Why not call Wang Fujing? He could help monitor the footage and serve as a resource during their operation. With swift determination, Ji Linxiao pulled out his phone and dialed Wang Fujing. Old Wang. Urgent matter, come quickly. After hanging up, Wang Fujing arrived, observing Ji Linxiao leisurely munching on sunflower seeds while monitoring the screens. What the heck? An urgent matter. And you've called me just to see you snacking? You arrived just in time. Sit here. Your task is to watch the monitors and inform me the moment those individuals emerge. Grumbling, Wang Fujing took a seat at the computer, giving Ji Linxiao a friendly gesture before focusing intently on the surveillance footage. As night fell, the restaurant became increasingly lively, patrons arriving to play cards and commence their evening activities. At this moment, a server approached. Excuse me, gentlemen, you've been seated here all afternoon, only ordering 2 plates of sunflower seeds and a pot of tea. If you do not intend to continue ordering, we kindly ask if you could provide other customers with a seat. Wang Fujing bristled with irritation. What kind of nonsense is this? A restaurant with a time limit? Ji Linxiao shot him a glance to keep his focus on the monitors. He would handle this. Is there a minimum spend required here? No. Then why can't we remain seated? Well, that's... The server hesitated, casting a furtive glance at the manager beside him, who was signaling him frantically. The waiter felt quite aggrieved. He had been diligently delivering dishes when suddenly summoned by their manager, who reprimanded him for the table occupied by Ji Linxiao and his companions. They had lingered for an eternity while only spending around 200 yuan, without even ordering a proper dinner. The manager instructed him to evict them, as the evening crowd had swelled, leaving scant seating available. Patrons who occupied a table for such a lengthy duration, while contributing minimally, were generally unwelcome. Understanding the unspoken message in the waiter's gaze, Ji Linxiao acquiesced. All right, I shall not impose upon you further. However, before he could complete his sentence, Wang Fujing interrupted. Old Ji, we're leaving. Upon hearing this, Ji Linxiao promptly altered his words. We shall take our leave now. Wang Fujing, please settle the bill. He glanced at the surveillance monitors and hastily accompanied Yi Qingxi, hoping they weren't too late. While Ji Linxiao was amiable, Wang Fujing was not one to be easily swayed. Evict me. I refuse to budge. I shall remain here until your shift ends. Earlier, the surveillance had shown a solitary figure exiting the elevator, heading towards the hospital's entrance. Ji Linxiao and his companions, cloaked in their disguises, hurriedly made their way over, intending to intercept the man before his departure. The individual who had just emerged was smoking by the hospital's flower bed, and as Ji Linxiao and Yi Chengxi approached, Ji Linxiao cautioned, Long, keep an eye on the monitors. Understood. Previously at the hotel, they had tested their cloaks, discovering that 2 individuals garbed identically could see one another. Ji Linxiao gestured to Yi Chengxi, indicating that their operation was underway. In Chapter 129, The Infuriating Basement, Ji Linxiao pressed a button and stealthily approached the man smoking near the flower bed with Yi Chengxi at his side. Upon reaching the man's rear, Ji Linxiao signaled to Yi Chengxi, mimicking a knife hand gesture at his own neck and nodding towards the man. Yi Chengxi acknowledged, this is my specialty. He swiftly approached the man and delivered a precise chop to the back of his neck, then quickly supported the collapsing figure. And together they hoisted him onto a bench by the flower bed. Ji Linxiao rummaged through the man's pockets, uncovering an identification card, but found nothing else suspicious. Boss, will leaving him here cause any issues? I will handle this. You wait by the elevator. Understood. Yi Chengxi nodded and departed. Xiaoming, can you erase his memory? Host, are you sure erasing memories will suffice? Wouldn't he be curious as to why he is lying here? Is there a way to alter memories instead? Make them more plausible. 80,000 points for a single use, no negotiations. Deducted. Ji Linxiao sighed in resignation. He had anticipated that the system would demand a steep price. However, The points were a minor concern if it meant ensuring the task could proceed smoothly. His motivation had shifted beyond mere task completion. It was also driven by a burgeoning curiosity. If the hospital harbored sinister secrets detrimental to society, his actions could potentially rescue those at risk of harm. The target's memory has been altered to reflect that after smoking by the flower bed, he felt drowsy and decided to rest on a nearby bench. Due to the advanced nature of this function, it will be disabled after this use and can only be reactivated once the linked system reaches a certain level. Message from the divine system. Please provide me with a similar identification card. Otherwise, if he cannot find one later, it could jeopardize our mission. This time, no charge will apply. It is included in the package. The card has been dispatched to the designated location. That resolves the issue. If his memory remains unaltered, it could expose us and alert those potentially involved in illicit activities. Boss, you're here. Yi Chengxi waved at Ji Linxiao, beckoning him closer while speaking in hushed tones. Ji Linxiao pressed the elevator button, stepping inside and affixing the identification card to the location they had discovered that afternoon. Beep. The elevator emitted a sound. Yet nothing seemed amiss. Once the doors closed, both men could distinctly feel the elevator descending. Fortunately, most individuals in the hospital were resting at this hour. Otherwise, if someone witnessed the elevator doors opening unexpectedly, they might suspect a haunting akin to a psychiatric ward. Ding. As the elevator arrived, the doors slowly opened, and Ji Linxiao and Yi Chengxi swiftly exited, seeking a relatively secure spot to survey their surroundings. I think I just heard the elevator, one remarked. Did you? Glancing back at the elevator, I didn't hear anything. Perhaps you're imagining things. Hurry up, let us finish quickly and get home to sleep. Two individuals clad in surgical scrubs passed nearby, their conversation audible and clear. Thankfully, the elevator doors had already closed. Otherwise, their cover would have been compromised. Once the two had moved on, Ji Linxiao attempted to establish communication with the outside world. Long, can you hear me? Received. Have you modified the surveillance? Rest assured, I've erased your traces. However, the garden scene appears peculiar. Did you knock him out and place him on the bench? Indeed, you cannot erase that segment. I didn't alter it. He just walked like a zombie from a horror film. No problem, as long as everything else is sorted. I'll speak to you later. Someone is approaching. Another hurried figure rushed past them, prompting Ji Linxiao and his companion to swiftly step aside, fearful of being noticed. Ji Linxiao surveyed the area, reassured that the structure below differed significantly from the hospital above, while the environment and corridors mirrored one another. The key distinction was that this section was not accessible to the public. Ji Linxiao gestured for Yi Chengxi to follow, and the two crept stealthily in the direction the previous individual had exited. If the rooms they had initially encountered bore resemblance to those above, the further they ventured, the more dissimilar the surroundings became. The upper floors served as places of healing, whereas the lower levels resembled a veritable house of horrors. The doors to several rooms had transformed from pristine white hospital doors into ominous black iron gates, reminiscent of those used to confine criminals. Peering through the gaps, the corridor's lighting cast a faint glow into the darkened rooms, where individuals sat or lay in a daze. Men, women, and even what appeared to be underage children. Yi Chengxi's anger intensified upon witnessing this scene, his fists clenching in indignation. He may not possess the prowess of his older brothers in negotiation or surveillance, but he had his fists. Throughout their journey, he had defended the dignity of the Dragon Kingdom and protected its people with sheer strength. He reached out, attempting to pry the iron bars apart to liberate those trapped within. Ji Linxiao quickly grasped his hands, shaking his head in caution, then whispered in his ear. Now is not the time. Exercise patience. Acting impulsively might save them this time, but the perpetrators will merely retreat to continue their nefarious deeds elsewhere. With a fierce glare, Yi Chengxi cast a glance in the direction the previous figure had departed, then fell silent, resolutely following Ji Linxiao deeper into the abyss. Why were they imprisoning so many? Trafficking? Or perhaps harvesting parts from individuals? As they pressed on, a faint metallic scent permeated the air, growing increasingly oppressive with each step they took. At long last, they beheld a room illuminated by light. However, the solid door was firmly shut, leaving them unable to find a crevice through which to glimpse the interior. Boss. Ji Linxiao furrowed his brow, pondering at the doorway before striding toward the far end of the corridor, with Yi Chengxi hastily trailing behind. Let us first investigate the other rooms for occupants. If they are uninhabited, we shall storm into that room and ensure none escape. The two split up, arriving at doors akin to those of the aforementioned patient rooms, first straining to listen for any sounds within before promptly rushing inside. Fortunately, all remaining rooms were devoid of life, save for a few neatly arranged documents. Ji Linxiao casually flipped through a couple of them, incensed by their contents. These scoundrels! I shall not let them evade justice. With a grim expression, He returned to the corridor to reunite with Yi Chengxi. Let us make those brutes pay for their heinous acts. Chapter 130, A Repulsive Battle. Ji Linxiao handed Yi Chengxi a tranquilizer gun, one for each of them, instructing him not to concern himself with the number of tranquilizer darts within. They merely needed to shoot. However, there was a 7-second loading time, so caution was advised. Yi Chengxi nodded, accepting the tranquilizer gun, well aware of its remarkable capabilities. The two approached the brightly lit door, where the sign read Operating Room. Observing Ji Linxiao's expression, Yi Chengxi forcefully kicked the door open. The moment the door swung ajar, a pungent scent of blood mingled with a faint whiff of formaldehyde assaulted their senses. Ji Linxiao fought to suppress the urge to vomit as he and Yi Chengxi charged inside. Who are you? How did you get in here? The operating room was expansive. With a dozen individuals engaged in 2 simultaneous surgeries, wielding scalpels and scissors, their expressions wary as they fixated on the intruding pair. Ji Linxiao instinctively glanced at the operating table, feeling nauseated. Thankfully, he had only consumed tea and a few sunflower seeds for dinner. Otherwise, the sight would have been unbearable. Yi Chengxi had witnessed bloodier scenes before. He merely frowned slightly before aiming his tranquilizer gun at the nearest individuals, mistaking the tranquilizer gun for a real firearm. Several surgeons raised their hands in surrender, forgetting to lower their scalpels. The instruments clattered to the floor, inadvertently plunging into the arm of a man lying on the operating table. The man, who had previously been rolling his eyes, suddenly began to thrash about, lifting his head slightly to realize the horrific state of his own body, before once again rolling his eyes and collapsing, his fate uncertain. Is this person not dead? And he hasn't been anesthetized? If he were under general anesthesia, such a sudden awakening would be impossible. At that moment, Ji Linxiao had expelled the meager remnants of his earlier meal, barely composed when he witnessed this scene. Fury surged within him, eclipsing his nausea. He raised the tranquilizer gun, aimed at the exposed skin of several individuals, and pulled the trigger. With a swift shot, the tranquilizer dart flew forth. The next shot would require the same loading time. So he charged at the nearest person, throwing a punch. Yi Chengxi wasted no time in firing a shot before advancing, mentally counting the loading time while incapacitating the remaining standing individuals. Despite the scalpel's seemingly diminutive size, its sharpness was alarming, capable of inflicting grievous wounds with a mere stroke. Even after knocking out 2, they still faced more than 10 adversaries. Upon witnessing a colleague fall, panic ensued among the remaining surgeons, each scrambling to grasp the nearest scalpel, desperate to fight for their lives. In such a life-and-death moment, who would notice that their fallen colleague did not bleed, perhaps mistaking the blood splatters from their own surgeries as evidence of their comrade's demise? In their frantic bid to survive, they charged at the duo with their scalpels. These mere surgeons had never learned the art of combat, thrusting their instruments toward perceived vital points with reckless abandon. Amidst the chaos, many were inadvertently injured by their own teammates, their exposed skin marred by cuts, their surgical garments left in tatters. Ji Linxiao dodged the flailing scalpels, firing a shot during the cooldown period. One individual, witnessing his colleagues continually collapsing, was consumed by rage, fixating on Ji Linxiao as his sole target for survival. With a firm grip on his scalpel, he lunged at Ji Linxiao, whose evasive maneuvers allowed him to sidestep the attack effortlessly. However, another individual emerged, thrusting their scalpel toward Ji Linxiao's face. Ji Linxiao instinctively leaned back to avoid the perilous strike, inadvertently stepping on a pool of blood. He slipped, losing his balance and falling backward. In a reflexive gesture, he reached for something to grasp, clattering to the ground alongside an object that inadvertently created a small barrier, affording him a fleeting moment to breathe. Peering ahead, he found that he had grasped the arm of a person who had been lying on the operating table. The unfortunate soul had already been eviscerated, their organs slowly oozing out onto the floor. With a sickening plop, some internal organs tumbled forth, still warm, landing on the cold ground, their warmth dissipating rapidly. Ji Linxiao, upon witnessing this gruesome sight, felt his previously suppressed nausea resurface, and he began to retch uncontrollably. Seizing the opportunity, the enraged assailant lunged at him, attempting to stab him with the scalpel. With a sickening squelch, the scalpel pierced Ji Linxiao's back. Fortuitously, an object had obstructed the assailant's advance. The fallen table had mitigated the force of the blade. The tranquilizer gun's cooldown elapsed, and Ji Linxiao fired a shot at his attacker, successfully putting him to sleep. Yi Chengxi, hearing Ji Linxiao's cry of pain, recognized the necessity of disengaging. The longer they remained entangled, the greater their risk of injury. He exerted control over his strength, delivering punches to those nearby. Striking too lightly would leave them conscious, while too much force risked causing serious harm. After several attempts, he finally found the right balance, dispatching each adversary with precision. Minutes later, The room lay filled with unconscious figures, and Yi Chengxi, panting heavily, collapsed onto the floor. "Boss, are you alright?" "I'm fine, it's nothing serious." This marked Ji Linxiao's first encounter with such a revolting scene, and he endeavored to avert his gaze from the horrific visuals. "Call me a phone." He forced himself to navigate the corridor, only to discover a lack of signal. "Xiaoming, look at my distress. Please establish a connection." After a brief silence, the system complied, stating, "Connecting signal to the underground." Moments later, Ji Linxiao's phone received a signal, and he swiftly dialed Yao Yao Ling to apprise her of the situation. "Yes. The Guanghui Psychiatric Hospital, correct? Please hold for a moment. We will arrive promptly." Ji Linxiao took a deep breath, uncertain of how to navigate this predicament. The only recourse he could conceive was to dial the authorities and request assistance. Within moments, his phone rang again, displaying an unfamiliar number. Driven by curiosity, Ji Linxiao opted to answer. "Hello, this is the Public Security Bureau of District 9, City X. Chapter 131. Let the storm rage more fiercely." "Hello. This is the Public Security Bureau of District 9, City X. We have verified your recent call. The Guanghui Mental Hospital does not have a basement. We kindly ask you not to report false information and mock us." "False information? No basement. Where, then, was Ji Linxiao situated at this very moment? An alternate realm?" Moreover, he noted that the caller this time seemed distinct from the woman who had answered earlier. "How can you claim there is no basement when you have yet to arrive? We have just reviewed the records of Guanghui Mental Hospital, which indicate no such basement exists." Ji Linxiao, furrowing his brow and growing increasingly impatient, retorted, "I am currently in the basement, and you dare tell me it doesn't exist? Are you jesting? Is the investigation truly so irresponsible nowadays?" There was a prolonged silence on the line before the tone shifted abruptly, as if a different person had taken over. A menacing voice warned, "Don't overstep your bounds. I said it doesn't exist. Do you not comprehend? Do you know who stands behind this hospital? We are not individuals you can afford to provoke. Just pretend you have seen nothing and depart quickly." The man on the other end shifted from a threatening demeanor to one filled with indignation, earnestly advising Ji Linxiao to leave the premises before abruptly disconnecting the call. After hanging up, the man remained in the duty room, rubbing his temples, contemplating, "Fortunately, it is my shift today, and I overheard the new girl taking the call. After she finished, I learned someone had reported Guanghui Mental Hospital. The newcomer may be unaware of the underlying issues, but having worked here for 7 years, I cannot be ignorant. The hospital is backed by the mayor of City X, and the dealings are unspeakable. Once, a lowly citizen discovered this and reported it to a superior, only to find himself the subject of scandal the very next day, with his uniform stripped away in mere days. In anger, he called the mayor's hotline to recount the incident, and within a week, he was imprisoned on charges of intentional harm. He felt a sense of grandeur, believing he had saved an unsuspecting citizen from the dark underbelly of corruption. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Ji Linxiao was left bewildered, pondering the implications of this man's words. How could the authorities be so negligent? Were they truly turning a blind eye to the rampant evil? With such formidable protection behind them, did they believe that mere disturbances could not cause them harm? Then let us adopt a different approach. No matter how large the umbrella, when a typhoon strikes, it cannot withstand the tempest. Xiaoming, ensure the signal remains stable. If anyone approaches, remind me. Understood, host. As Ji Linxiao re-entered the operating room, Yi Chengxi had already positioned the 2 disemboweled bodies on the operating table and covered them with white sheets. "Boss, you're back." "Yes." Ji Linxiao approached the covered corpses and softly vowed, "I will provide you with answers." He placed his phone aside, directing the camera towards the bloody scene, ensuring everything remained in frame. "Shi, call your brother and ensure he monitors my Weibo. Prevent the network authorities from shutting down my live stream. And promote my room so that everyone can see." "All right." Ji Linxiao pressed the live button, while the system thoughtfully minimized his phone screen alongside, allowing him to stay informed of his stream status. That night, a live broadcast titled Night Exploration of the Mental Hospital became a nightmare for many night owls. Yi Qinglong utilized special methods to ensure Ji Linxiao's stream appeared before every user scrolling through Weibo, prompting a decision they would regret for a long time. Earlier today, we encountered a seemingly deranged woman in the streets who pleaded for help, only to be captured by a group shortly thereafter. Initially, we thought she was merely an escaped mental patient, but curiosity led us to follow. Upon arriving at the hospital, we lost track of her. When we inquired with the staff, we discovered that this patient did not even exist in their records. Thus, we entered the hospital to investigate, only to find the so-called doctors were nowhere to be found. Suspecting the existence of a basement, we conducted several inquiries and eventually uncovered a way into it. You may wonder why we appear ragged and bruised. To be frank, we recently uncovered a shocking truth. We followed the corridor to this suffocating place, attempting to rescue these innocent souls from their clutches. Unfortunately, we were too late. Ji Linxiao approached the two corpses and, after a moment's hesitation, lifted the white sheets. Instantly, the comments section of the live stream erupted, and one particular remark caught the system's attention, prompting it to take a screenshot for Ji Linxiao. Host, take a look at this. I recognize this man. He seems to be one who resigned from our factory not long ago. Ji Linxiao hastily replaced the sheet and turned towards the unconscious doctors sprawled on the ground. Xiaoming, can they be revived? Yes, as long as you have 50,000 points and 100 doses of anesthetic antidote. Losing interest in quarreling with the system, Ji Linxiao merely requested the antidote. 50,000 points deducted. Antidotes have been issued to your space. You may retrieve them at your convenience. Ji Linxiao recalled the scene upon entering the operating room and located the man who appeared to be the lead surgeon. He covertly administered the antidote while filming. In less than a minute, the man groggily awoke, blinking to find Ji Linxiao's face before him. Realizing their prior surgery had been interrupted, he began to curse vehemently while struggling to rise. Yi Chengxi swiftly subdued him, pinning him to the ground. Ji Linxiao stepped aside, ensuring the camera captured everything, standing over him to inquire. So, you are aware of the nature of your actions, are you not? What business is it of yours? Let me go? Otherwise, you will regret it. Suppressing his anger, Ji Linxiao continued. I saw the ledger in the preceding room, selling human organs, conducting inhumane experiments. Is this the conduct of a physician? The man who was performing surgery earlier didn't even administer the anesthetic correctly, did he? The pinned man understood he currently held no leverage over them. But he was unperturbed. Should anyone discover the truth, it would seal the fate of the two men. He brazenly replied, so what? Administering anesthetics could compromise the organs, making them less valuable for sale. We generally avoid anesthetizing anyone who isn't particularly weak. Watching them faint or die under our hands is quite amusing. Chapter 132, The Truth Serum. Ji Linxiao could no longer contain his fury and charged forward, delivering a punch. You are truly a beast. The man, struck, appeared even more disheveled, grinding his teeth and glaring at Ji Linxiao. Ha ha ha, if you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, once I'm out, you will be the one in for a treat. As Yi Chengxi tightened his grip, the man let out a pained cry. A multitude of viewers, witnessing the live broadcast, began to report the incident, urging the authorities to swiftly investigate and restore safety to society. Across various regions, alerts were dispatched, including to the officials in X City, fully aware of the protective shield surrounding this hospital, courtesy of their mayor. However, as the situation escalated, they found themselves compelled to take a stance. Should they seize the cover of night to terminate the broadcast and suppress all relevant information, or should they proactively expose the puppeteers behind the scenes? In this age of advanced networking, information spreads with astonishing rapidity. Disturbing occurrences easily ignite public outrage. Thus, one person shares, another likes, and a third reposts, leading to an exponential dissemination of the news. The live stream of Ji Linxiao suddenly attracted tens of thousands of viewers, and though the initially unbearable scenes had vanished, astute netizens managed to capture screenshots of those moments. The staff at the Weibo backend noticed the gravity of the situation. Such a gruesome and violent broadcast could not be allowed to continue. When they attempted to restrict Ji Linxiao's channel, they discovered their efforts were futile. Yi Qinglong scoffed, You think you can contend with me? He had established an intricate defense system as soon as Ji Linxiao started his stream, layering it with numerous safeguards. Even if the technical staff attempted to breach it, they would require considerable time, not to mention Yi Qinglong was engaged in a battle of wits against them. In the basement, Ji Linxiao retrieved all the documents and notebooks he had previously encountered, hurling them at the man's face as he demanded, having sold so many organs. Do you not fear divine retribution? What is this record? Initially bewildered by the thick ledger, Ji Linxiao noted the entries. Subject 1, 13 days, 20 minutes. Subject 2, 9 days, 5 minutes. As he continued to peruse, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. It chronicled the duration and time spent, hinting at a multitude of captives. The man pinned to the ground erupted in laughter. Ha! Curious, are we? Release me and beg on your knees. I might consider showing you mercy. Yi Chengxi was unwilling to grant him such arrogance, intensifying his grip. It hurts. It's going to break. Yi Chengxi's strength was not to be trifled with. The man felt as if his bones might shatter under the pressure. Careful, snake. Don't apply too much force, or you might ruin him. Reluctantly, Yi Chengxi eased his grip, feeling infuriated at the audacity of this scoundrel, even while pinned beneath him. Ji Linxiao pondered briefly. Xiaoming, will upgrading the marketplace grant me a customized potion? What type of potion does the host require? The truth-telling one. Criteria met. Addition permitted. Upgrading the system marketplace. Upgrade successful. Divine Assistance Dream Marketplace. Level 9 requires 500,000 points for upgrade. New additions, Truth Potion, 888. Upon use, will truthfully answer any question within 15 minutes. Tri-Power Potion available in initial, intermediate, and advanced tiers for selection. Without hesitation, Ji Linxiao procured a Truth Potion, concealing it nearby before gradually approaching the man. Crouching before him, he positioned himself to obstruct the man's head from the camera's view, ensuring it could not capture their interaction, and forcefully pried his mouth open, uncorking the potion and pouring its contents into him. No. Cough, cough. The man struggled vehemently, but the forceful grip on his mouth rendered coherent speech nearly impossible. The potion coursed down his throat, swiftly taking effect. Within mere seconds, his gaze became vacant. Ji Linxiao shifted away, addressing the camera. I have just hypnotized this individual. He will now answer all my questions truthfully. He showcased the notebook he had requested from the system. A spur-of-the-moment tactic to quell any skepticism from viewers regarding the sudden compliance of the previously defiant man. Ji Linxiao directed the camera towards the man's face. Where did the individuals locked in this room come from? The man, with a dazed and vacant expression, replied, They are just some poor souls from out of town. Without family or friends here, lured by promises of easy money, along with some vagrants and beggars captured from the streets. Ji Linxiao recalled his recent wanderings in X City, where he had seen no beggars. He had assumed the city maintained decent order and living standards. He never imagined these innocent vagrants and beggars had been seized to serve as tools for profit. What do the days and minutes in this record signify? We find the monotony of performing surgeries every day dull, so we began documenting how long it takes for these individuals to lose their sanity under our torment. The days indicate the onset of their madness, while the minutes reveal how long it takes for them to die of fright during the procedures. Ji Linxiao's hands trembled as he held the ledger. What darkness must reside within a heart that records such horrors? Didn't you mention that some individuals would be anesthetized? Only those on the brink of death receive anesthesia, and we swiftly seek buyers to dispose of them. Those capable of resistance are never anesthetized. His alarming statements reignited outrage in the comments section, filled with curses directed at the despicable doctors, while some capable individuals unearthed the personal information of the exposed doctor. With time running short, Ji Linxiao continued to pose questions, inquiring about the mastermind behind these atrocities and the reasons for their audacity. Each of his inquiries was heard clearly by the viewers, and soon, the mayor of X City and a host of high-ranking officials found themselves under intense scrutiny. Meanwhile, the protective shield surrounding the Guanghui Psychiatric Hospital remained blissfully unaware, as the mayor slept soundly at home, oblivious to the chaos unfolding online. His phone buzzed incessantly, and as he favored silence during slumber, he had no inkling of the storm awaiting him upon waking. Perhaps this night would be his last peaceful rest. Chapter 133, The Yin Family Moves. Ultimately, Ji Linxiao decided to terminate the live stream, believing he had exhausted his inquiries sufficiently, and that the situation had begun to gain momentum. Observing the viewer count surpass 1 million, he nodded in satisfaction. The power of public opinion was formidable. Even if the X-City government sought to protect the hospital, they could not withstand the tide of complaints and suggestions from countless individuals. As Ji Linxiao ended the broadcast, the Weibo backend staff sighed in temporary relief, grateful that no further bloodshed would be broadcasted. Although the live stream had concluded, its content remained etched in the minds of viewers, leading to a flurry of discussions across various platforms about this heinous incident, even attracting the attention of several official bodies. Yao Yaoling's phone was inundated with calls. Under pressure, relevant authorities launched a thorough investigation into the Guanghui Psychiatric Hospital. To prevent any further cover-ups by X-City's higher-ups, the Longwood government dispatched members of the Yin family to assist in the resolution. The Yin family, having viewed recordings of the live broadcast posted by other netizens, noted the familiarity of the man in question, prompting Yin Jinyao's father to summon him for clarification. Come quickly and take a look. Doesn't this person seem familiar? Father, is that not Ji Linxiao? The very one who discovered the base of the white goods last time. Upon hearing Yin Jinyao's words, he recalled that his son had been singing the praises of this young man ever since his last return. Well then, tidy yourself up and accompany me, he instructed. Yin Jinyao looked bewildered at his father, only to receive a stern glare in return. Hurry up. All right. To swiftly provide the public with a satisfactory response, Yin Wancheng, along with the Yin family's soldiers and his son, boarded their private helicopter bound for W City. In his pursuit of capturing all the wrongdoers without exception, Yin Wancheng brought not only an assistant capable of handling administrative tasks, but also a contingent of over 90 individuals, all for the sake of delivering a satisfactory resolution to the public. The higher-ups had expressed great concern regarding this issue over the phone. The incident had incited considerable panic among the populace, including foreign friends. After all, some foreigners had come to Longwa alone for work, lacking any acquaintances here. Would they be the next to find themselves on the operating table? They endured a 3-hour flight through the night and finally arrived in X City. A night destined to be sleepless for many. Some were too frightened by the gruesome scenes to sleep. Others were filled with righteous indignation, deeply concerned about the event. While some rushed to the scene to assist in the capture, and there were those like Ji Linxiao who maintained watch over the area. The secretary of the mayor, who had just finished a video call with her boyfriend, intended to watch a little more before retiring for the night, but upon opening her phone, she was met with news that quickened her heart. She hastily called the mayor, only to find him unresponsive after several attempts. She recalled that the mayor had a habit of activating Do Not Disturb during sleep. Not only was the secretary calling, but several of the mayor's trusted aides were also frantically reaching out. The secretary quickly donned a hasty outfit, grabbed the keys to her Maserati, and rushed to the mayor's residence. At that moment, she felt like an ant on a hot stove, her thoughts racing with the urgency that the mayor must not falter. Should he be compromised, a multitude of individuals, including herself, would be tangled in the aftermath. The mayor had always been so fond of her. If the situation turned dire, they could flee together. She arrived breathlessly at the mayor's villa, pounding on the door in an attempt to rouse him from his slumber. The first order of business for Yan Wancheng upon disembarking from the helicopter was to surround the Guanghui Psychiatric Hospital, which had already been partially sealed off by some officers. He exchanged hurried words with the drowsy head of the bureau, who was effusively flattering him, but Yan Wancheng was not swayed by such insincerity. After resolving this matter, a significant shakeup among the upper echelons of X City was inevitable. Who could say what secrets this individual might harbor? Director Yang, let us dispense with the pleasantries. We have already identified the residential addresses of the individuals mentioned in the video, and I hope you will dispatch personnel to assist my team in apprehending them all. Certainly. Certainly. Yan Wancheng paid him little mind and turned to his son. Xiao, don't you have Ji Linxiao's contact information? Inquire how we might proceed. We cannot simply flounder here like headless chickens. Will there be a signal in the basement? I'll give it a try. He retrieved his phone, located Ji Linxiao's number, and dialed. Beep, beep, beep. Yan Jingyao, why are you calling me? Are you inquiring about the hospital matter? My father and I are currently at the hospital. Hurry and come to pick us up. We can't find a way down. So soon? It's only been a few hours. Wait for me. I'll be there immediately. Just wait by the elevator. Yan Jingyao signaled an okay to his father, and Yan Wancheng quickly organized the team, readying themselves at the elevator for descent. Ji Linxiao instructed Yi Chengxi to oversee the group, as not everyone had been rendered unconscious by anesthetic darts. Some had been brutally knocked out, including that man who had ingested the truth serum. Boss, rest assured, with me here, they shall not escape. Upon Ji Linxiao's arrival, he was taken aback by the large-scale operation underway in the hospital. A row of soldiers clad in camouflage, wearing bulletproof vests and wielding firearms, stood solemnly before the elevator. Hello, Uncle Yan. Yan Wancheng stood at attention and saluted him, as did the soldiers behind him, causing Ji Linxiao's heart to race. Comrade Ji Linxiao, this marks your second discovery of such a heinous event. On behalf of all the people of Longwa, I extend my gratitude. I shall not dwell on pleasantries. Ensuring that those responsible receive their just deserts is of utmost importance. I hope you will lead the way. Ji Linxiao felt somewhat bashful at such commendations. He did not consider himself as noteworthy as Yan Wancheng portrayed him. It was merely a trivial task from the system, driven by his curiosity. Please follow me. The elevator had limited capacity, accommodating only 11 individuals at a time. After several descended, Yan Wancheng instructed one of his subordinates to bring down additional groups to ensure all those below could be apprehended. The moment the elevator doors opened, Yan Wancheng's expression shifted. He detected a faint metallic scent of blood in the air. Following Ji Linxiao to the operating room, the sight within was harrowing, blood-stained floors littered with sprawled doctors. Yan Wancheng's brow furrowed as he surveyed the gruesome scene. It was a veritable slaughterhouse. The door to the operating room was subsequently opened by Ji Linxiao, and the stench of blood began to permeate the underground space, although the intensity had lessened somewhat. Chapter 134, The One That Slipped Away. The blood on the floor had yet to dry, indicating the sheer volume of lives lost. Yan Wancheng surveyed the surroundings and posed a query to Ji Linxiao. If this pertains to organ trafficking, where are the buyers? Surely, organs cannot be removed and preserved for extended periods? The crimson liquid told him that many had perished here, their lifeblood pooling from the operating T. Yan Wancheng nodded slightly before turning to ascend the stairs. Yan Jingyao, who had been engaged in conversation with Yi Chengxi about the matter, perked up his ears upon hearing his father mention him. Old Ji, there aren't many young men who can get my father to treat them to a meal, so just relish this moment in secret. Ji Linxiao chuckled nonchalantly. Let us go, you lead the way. Everyone here is from your family. I'd like to finish the statement quickly so I can rest a bit. After a long day of reviewing surveillance footage and an intense fight that evening, Ji Linxiao was feeling a tinge of fatigue. He sensed that if he could just lay his head on a pillow, he would surely fall asleep in an instant. Fortunately, the time to take the statement was brief. They were already aware of the live broadcast as content and merely inquired about some prior events before allowing Ji Linxiao to leave. Originally, they intended to give Ji Linxiao a cautionary lesson, hoping to make him aware of the inappropriateness of his live streaming content. But given Yan Wanqing's satisfaction with Ji Linxiao this time, they dared not say much, especially with Yan Jingyao present. They could only greet him with smiles and respectfully send him off. Upon returning to the hotel, Chu Yixing rushed over with his phone, eagerly taking Ji Linxiao in for a thorough inspection. Xiaoxing, what are you doing? After sending a message, Chu Yixing looked at him with a sympathetic expression. Cousin, you're in big trouble this time. In big trouble? How so? Your live stream, my mom saw it. Upon hearing this, Ji Linxiao instinctively swallowed hard, stammering. What did my aunt say? Chu Yixing sighed. She wants me to send her a picture of you as soon as you return to confirm that you're unharmed. Just then, Chu Yixing's phone rang incessantly. He glanced at it and immediately handed it to Ji Linxiao. Here, it's definitely for you. I want to answer. I'm afraid I'll get caught in the crossfire. He swiftly thrust the phone into Ji Linxiao's hands and ran off, leaving Ji Linxiao holding the phone with a look of terror on his face. Trembling, he pressed the green button to answer the video call from his aunt. As soon as the call connected, Ji Kaiwei unleashed a torrent of scolding, berating him for having the audacity to venture into such perilous places. And soon her voice broke into tears. You ungrateful little wolf, after all the trouble I went through to raise you, and you're recklessly courting danger. If something were to happen to you, how would I explain it to your uncle? Ji Linxiao understood that his aunt's fierce words stemmed from her deep concern for him. She was a classic example of a person with a sharp tongue but a tender heart. Aunt, I'm sorry, I realize my mistakes now. And I promise I won't engage in dangerous activities again. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to apologize first, otherwise his aunt would continue her tirade for a long time, and he wanted to catch a bit of sleep. After a lengthy silence, Ji Kaiwei finally replied, I know you're grown now, and I can't control you, but you must consider your safety before taking such risks. This is incredibly dangerous. Aunt, I had a bodyguard with me. He is a special forces soldier. Ji Linxiao walked over to Yi Chengxi and subtly gestured to him. Yi Chengxi glanced at his phone and then at Ji Linxiao, instantly understanding. He rolled up his sleeves to showcase his impressive muscles to Ji Kaiwei. See, with him around, I don't even need to lift a finger. I feel completely secure. Ji Kaiwei fell silent, leaving him with the words, we'll talk more when you get home. Before hanging up, Ji Linxiao, aware that a reprimanding session awaited him, tossed the phone back to Chu Yixing and returned home to catch up on sleep. He inquired with Yan Jingyao whether he could observe the interrogation once the suspects were apprehended. After receiving Yan Wanqing's approval, he hurried back to rest, preparing to witness the questioning later. Yan Wanqing's team's operation was straightforward yet monotonous, simply storming into the suspects' homes and apprehending them. However, a few individuals managed to slip through the cracks, prompting Yan Wanqing to order a temporary lockdown of City X, launching a thorough search to leave no stone unturned. Among those who evaded capture were the mayor of City X and his secretary. In the dead of night, the secretary pounded on the mayor's door, waking not him but his wife instead. The mayor's wife glared at the secretary, thinking, not only do you spend all day with him, but now you come knocking at night? Before she could voice her anger, the secretary shoved past her and rushed to the bedroom to arouse the mayor. As he attempted to explain the situation, his wife interrupted. The young secretary, not one to back down, seized a vase from the bedside table and knocked the mayor's wife unconscious. Are you insane? This is still my wife. What does that matter? If you don't listen to me, your life is in jeopardy. The mayor, who had been somewhat dazed, suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck upon hearing the events of the night and became fully alert. It's over. This is truly the end. Chapter 135, 4796. The secretary anxiously shook the mayor. Focus. The live stream just started. If we hurry, we can still escape before they send someone to capture us. The mayor slapped his forehead in realization. Right. We can still make it if we leave now. He hurriedly threw on his clothes, stumbling as he rushed, nearly colliding with the floor. He quickly steadied himself and scrambled to the safe, stuffing all the cash and gold bars into a bag. The secretary watched with disdain. Initially, she thought the mayor was somewhat decent looking and not overly portly, someone she could imagine spending the rest of her life with after fleeing. Now, however, seeing him like this, she felt determined to find a way to abscond with the money once they escaped. Such a man was too low. He lost all composure at the first sign of trouble, while she, a mere weak woman, remained calm. Once the mayor had packed up all the money and gold from his home, he prepared to flee with the secretary. What about your wife? Aren't you going to do anything? What? Why should I care? If she didn't have dirt on me, I would have divorced her long ago. Come on, darling. Let us get out of here before they catch on. The mayor took the secretary's hand and began to make his way out when he suddenly remembered something. Turning back to his wife, he spat at her. I'm no longer afraid of your threats. You'll never touch a dime of my money. He then rifled through her bag, withdrawing all the cash from her wallet, tossing the empty wallet aside, and dragged the secretary away into the night. The secretary had long prepared for the possibility of their situation being exposed. She had meticulously studied the perfect route to evade surveillance in City X. Just waiting for this day. At that moment, the Yin family's forces were still an hour and a half away from City X. Following the route the secretary had prepared, the mayor successfully escaped the city. When Yin Wanqing and his team arrived to apprehend him, they found the house as if it had been ransacked. Realizing something was amiss, Yin Wanqing immediately ordered his subordinates to locate the mayor and his wife. Report. We only found one woman unconscious on the floor, and upon photo verification, she appears to be the mayor's wife. Damn it. We were indeed a step too late. Although the live stream had started at dawn, many had already fallen asleep, and the Yin family had come in the dead of night to catch them off guard. Yet, there are invariably those restless souls who, upon discovering the sensational news circulating online late at night, hastily gather their belongings and flee. When Yin Wanqing beheld the disarray within the mayor's residence, an unsettling premonition gripped him. Could the mayor have absconded? Who could have anticipated that his intuition would indeed prove to be accurate? Utilizing the Yin family's influence, he promptly orchestrated a nationwide manhunt across Dragon Country cities. Regardless of their whereabouts, as long as they remained within the country, he would ensure their capture. In a hotel, Ji Linxiao had barely awakened when he received a call from Yin Jingyao. Hey, Lao Ji, weren't you eager to visit? My father and the others have returned. So hurry over. Oh, and don't mention this to the other three. You're allowed to come because of your contributions, but any more guests won't be permitted. All right, I'll be there shortly. Ji Linxiao excused himself, claiming he needed to finalize a report, and hurriedly departed. Yi Chengxi scratched his head in confusion. Aren't I needed? I was also present, wasn't I? Upon arrival, Yin Jingyao awaited him at the entrance. What is so fascinating about the interrogation? Haven't you nearly completed your inquiries? Ji Linxiao glanced at his phone. It was now 2:30 in the afternoon. You're working at such an impressive pace? Have you apprehended everyone already? Not quite. According to my father, 2 have fled to other regions, deliberately evading surveillance. We currently cannot ascertain their escape routes. However, those who left the city in time have been apprehended. Ji Linxiao nodded. If law enforcement in all cities were as efficient as you, that would be splendid. By the way, when does the interrogation commence? At 3. Why? Do you have something on your mind? Ji Linxiao discreetly pulled him aside and inquired. May I peruse some documents? Specifically, the list of victims, those who are still alive. Yin Jingyao initially thought Ji Linxiao might request something outrageous, but his only desire was to glance at the list. That's no issue. I'll take you to see it. This list must be made public, after all. Some of the survivors need their families to come forward for identification, and those who have perished should be acknowledged by their loved ones. This is a significant number. Could it incite panic and public outrage? Yin Jingyao sighed and continued addressing Ji Linxiao's inquiries. Yes, but we must proceed nonetheless. There may be individuals tirelessly searching for their missing relatives, and perhaps their loved ones are among the victims listed. Regardless of their fates, they deserve to know the whereabouts of their kin. Even a grave can provide them some solace. Ji Linxiao silently nodded, fully aware of the torment of having a family member vanish, just as he had not seen his derelict mother since that fateful day. Yet, a faint melody from his childhood, a lullaby sung by his mother, lingered in his memory. Why did he now only recall the anguish she had inflicted upon him? Why bring me into this world if you did not love me? Why sing me to sleep with such gentleness? Following Yin Jingyao, Ji Linxiao entered the archives, where stacks of files were meticulously arranged. Here, take these. These 2 volumes contain the current list of survivors. Ji Linxiao accepted them and flipped through, ultimately finding the name of the woman he had previously encountered on the 3rd page of the 2nd volume. Ouyang Tian, female, 24 years of age, from H City. County 7, ID number 4727. ID number? Is this? Ji Linxiao furrowed his brow and glanced up, locking eyes with Yin Jingyao. Precisely as you suspect. This woman is the 4,727th victim, with a total of 4,796 victims accounted for. Ji Linxiao couldn't suppress a gasp of shock. So many? How could an entire city lose so many individuals without raising suspicion? Yin Jingyao discerned the confusion etched on Ji Linxiao's face and gently placed the document back in its position while explaining. These records span nearly a decade. This hospital has only been established for 11 years, so the decisions likely extend beyond just this mayor. Furthermore, with the upper echelons of X city deliberately controlling discourse and public sentiment, a mere 5,000 missing individuals over 10 years would not attract substantial attention. Ji Linxiao clenched his fists, an overwhelming surge of indignation rising within him. Scum. They are no better than beasts. To compare them to animals would be an insult. Yan Jingyao placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and whispered into his ear, after the interrogation, join us on the journey back to Yanjing. You can sit with them in the back, just refrain from doing anything foolish. Ji Linxiao stared at him in disbelief, pondering the gravity of his words. Indeed, one should never provoke those wielding absolute power. Chapter 136, The Journey Home. Congratulations, host, on completing Task 2. The identity of the woman has been confirmed. Task 3 initiated. Dismantle the underground organ trafficking hospital. Completed. Reward, 20 blind box exchange vouchers, 2 million points. Ji Linxiao gazed at the rewards displayed on the system screen, nearly overwhelmed with exhilaration, and nearly erupted into cheers. Such bountiful rewards for a series of tasks? If only I could trigger more of these. Lao Ji, what is the matter? Yan Jingyao waved a hand before Ji Linxiao's eyes. Having noticed his sudden stupor, did what I said overwhelm you? We wouldn't usually resort to such measures. Please don't overthink it. Ji Linxiao quickly regained his composure. Laughing it off, no. I just recalled something unrelated to you. Yan Jingyao nodded and continued. Lao Ji, I heard from Yi Lao-san that everyone in that room was taken down by you. Impressive skills. Have you ever considered joining our military for a couple of years? Given the uniqueness of Ji Linxiao's tranquilizer gun, he had previously instructed the Yi brothers to maintain secrecy regarding its existence. Hence, Yan Jingyao assumed they had subdued the entire room with their bare hands. Ji Linxiao repeatedly declined with polite gestures. Join the military for daily training? Absolutely not. That's out of the question. I can't live without games, delectable food, and the presence of my beloved teacher. Moreover, if I enlist, the probability of triggering system tasks would undoubtedly decrease. I've finally become affluent. I intend to save her life. Ji Linxiao was no saint. He would never sacrifice his own well-being for others. Under the circumstances of today, he might have been curious enough to explore the situation, perhaps even contributing to the welfare of the populace, but he would also consider retreating if it appeared too perilous. After all, he was still young and had not yet fully grasped the complexities of this world. He wished to live a few more years. The system had assured him that it could heal any non-fatal wounds. However, if he encountered a formidable foe wielding a massive blade that could cleave him in two, even divine intervention would be futile. Ah, what a pity. What is there to lament? Everyone has their aspirations. My goal is to enjoy good food and drink, cherish my family, and live solely for myself, pursuing endeavors that bring me joy. Yan Jingyao regarded him in silence for a moment, a myriad of unspoken emotions flickering in his mind. He then clapped Ji Linxiao on the shoulder. Let us go. The interrogation is about to commence. For individuals of a particular nature, unconventional methods were necessary. Some obstinate ones prompted Yan Wanqing to order a complete shutdown of surveillance, employing various tactics to extract information from their mouths. Once the interrogation concluded, Yan Wanqing emerged, apologizing to Ji Linxiao. It seems our celebratory feast will have to be postponed. I still have some individuals to apprehend before we can declare everything settled. Ji Linxiao, demonstrating his understanding, replied, let us discuss it once you're finished, uncle. After all, capturing those guilty individuals is far more crucial than our next meal. Yan Wanqing nodded in satisfaction before leading his team away. Once they departed, Ji Linxiao felt no need to linger. The task was complete, and it was time to journey to the next city. Outside the high-speed train station, someone called out, Old Ji, are you leaving already? Aren't you coming back to Yanjing with us? Ji Linxiao replied, I can't. If I were to do that, it would only cause you trouble, wouldn't it? Yan Jingyao's silence implied agreement. Although it might invite some gossip, it wasn't a significant issue. It was certainly best to avoid it altogether. Well then, do come to Yanjing to visit us when you have the chance. I'll show you around. The Yi brothers chimed in. Old Yan, this isn't fair. You call us boss but don't call us by name. What is that about? Call away, call away. Whoever wants to come, I'll take you all around Yanjing. Amid laughter and goodbyes, the Yi brothers returned to City Inn. Subsequently, Ji Linxiao, accompanied by Wang Fujing and Chu Yixing, traversed several cities, enjoying leisurely explorations while searching for people. After all, they had come all this way. It would be a shame to waste the trip. As Chu Yixing's reporting time approached, the group finally boarded their return vehicle. With 2 hours left to reach home, Chu Yixing discreetly slipped away to the restroom to send a message to Ji Kaiwei. Internally, Chu Yixing thought, I'm sorry, cousin. I can't endure this torment alone. As Ji Linxiao escorted Chu Yixing to the gate, he intended to make an escape. However, Just as he stepped outside, the gate slowly opened, revealing a face adorned with a forced smile. His mind raced with the thought, run, run. If I don't hurry, it will be too late. Shower, come here. It's been so long. Do you miss your aunt? Come inside and let us have a chat. With that, she pulled Ji Linxiao back, noticing Wang Fujing behind him. She added, is this a guest? I'm sorry, but we Haven Tea prepared a meal today, so I fear we cannot host you. Wang Fujing, understanding the hint, indicated he was merely passing through and kindly assisted in closing the door. As the door slowly shut, Ji Linxiao cursed Wang Fujing in his mind. You scoundrel. I hope your father feeds you a feather duster when you get home. The moment the door closed, Ji Kaiwa placed her hand on Ji Linxiao's ear. Ouch, ouch. Aunt, I realize my mistake now. My ear is going to fall off. You know what pain is? Yet in the live stream, you had so many wounds, and didn't T seem to feel a thing. Ji Kaiwa led them both into the living room. Her tears barely contained as she commenced a 3-hour-long lecture. Ji Linxiao repeatedly assured her that he would never again engage in dangerous activities that might worry his family before she reluctantly allowed him to leave. Even as he stepped outside, Ji Linxiao's head buzzed with residual thoughts. Since he was back, it was wise to rest for a few days and also check on the operations of his commercial district. It was now 6 in the evening, and his business closed at 10, so he decided to conduct a discreet inspection to see how Qian Kanan was managing the staff. He returned home to change clothes, but rummaged through his room for quite some time without finding what he sought. He called out, Uncle Yin. Typically, whenever Ji Linxiao was home, Yin Xuanyi would find a nearby spot to remain on standby for his young master's calls. Young master, I'm here. Already? Where's that old shirt I left here? You know, the one from the street market? After some thought, Yin Xuanyi replied. Are you referring to the one that looks rather worn? Please forgive me for taking the liberty to donate those clothes to a charity. I thought since they were so old and you have so many new outfits, you wouldn't need them anymore. So Yin Xuanyi found himself awkwardly standing there, feeling anxious about whether he had overstepped. Chapter 137, Discreet Inspection. Feeling remorseful, Yin Xuanyi realized he should have consulted Ji Linxiao before making such a decision. Sensing his distress, Ji Linxiao quickly reassured him, it's fine really. I didn't need it. I was merely asking. I originally asked you to help me select clothes. With so many new ones, I have enough to wear. I actually plan to donate those old ones anyway. I owe you my gratitude for saving me the trouble. Seeing the guilt on Yin Xuanyi's face, Ji Linxiao felt a pang of sympathy. It was not a significant matter. He had simply had a fleeting whim to wear that shirt. If it was donated, so be it. He could always buy another. As money was not a concern for him. Uncle, I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll return later. After contemplating, he decided to take a taxi as his mode of transportation. He instructed the driver to stop at a designated location and expertly navigated into the bustling market where he had previously bought clothes, casually selecting an outfit to change into. Why did he do this? Ji Linxiao had his own vision. He wished for his commercial street to be more than just a place for leisure and shopping. He aspired for it to emanate warmth. In today's Longhua, many elderly scavengers, homeless individuals, and beggars existed. In hot or cold weather, they might come to his establishment seeking a respite from the elements or a meal. He hoped that those working in his commercial street would embody kindness, treating both the affluent and the impoverished with equal respect. When those who appeared somewhat disheveled entered his shops, he envisioned them being graciously offered a cup of water rather than being harshly shooed away. Since the opening of his commercial street, the employees had only seen Qian Kanan and never Ji Linxiao, as this hands-off owner had only been glimpsed on television. To ensure he wouldn't be recognized, Ji Linxiao disguised himself. He purchased rectangular black frame glasses, donned a green wig, and even had the wig shop owner apply a few beauty spots on his face with eyeliner. He gazed into the mirror and narcissistically remarked, no doubt about it. Even like this, I still can't hide my charm. The host has initiated a mental attack on the system, resulting in a deduction of 500 points. Damn, can I not even compliment myself? Ji Linxiao lamented, slightly miffed at the system, which seemingly failed to comprehend the artistry of the Longhua language. The host may indulge in self-admiration, but please refrain from mental attacks. I understand. You're just jealous of my physical form and my charm. Haha. Ji Linxiao chose not to dwell further on the matter with the disembodied system and happily hailed a taxi to the commercial street, reveling in his little victory. Standing at the entrance of the commercial street, he observed the patrolling security guards and nodded in approval. His expenditure had not been in vain. They were indeed on patrol. Previously, he had divided the hired security into small groups, each assigned to patrol for an hour, totaling 3 groups, allowing for a 2-hour rest after each round. Ji Linxiao had been quite considerate in this arrangement. As he passed by, the patrolling guards did not recognize him, indicating that his disguise was effective. He selected a fortunate shop and entered to commence his discreet inspection. He first chose a clothing store, where he lingered for a while. Noticing his indecisiveness, a sales associate approached to offer assistance. recommending suitable styles and products. Following a leisurely stroll around the shoe store, toy store, and milk tea shop, Ji Linxiao felt immensely satisfied. The staff within were humble and courteous, treating him with respect, despite his modest attire. After a prolonged period of exploration, fatigue began to set in. Sipping the freshly purchased milk tea, he perched himself on the edge of a flower bed, contemplating which establishments he had yet to visit. The only remaining venue was a gold jewelry shop, of which there were two. Ji Linxiao meticulously selected the one he deemed fortunate and made his way toward it. Upon entering, he was warmly greeted by the sales staff, who encouraged him to browse freely and examine any styles he desired. The shop was adorned with elegant women, each exuding grace in form-fitting skirts and long legs, which brought a sense of joy to Ji Linxiao. In one corner sat a girl, seemingly of a similar age, who regarded him with an air of disdain. He chose to ignore her judgmental gaze and began to peruse the gold jewelry, initially intending to simply browse. He was captivated by the array of exquisite gold earrings, necklaces, and bracelets on display. A sudden thought struck him. His cousin, Ji Kaiwei, always seemed to wear little adornment, while those of her age often favored gold and jade. He resolved that, now that he had the means, he would not allow his aunt to wear inferior jade. Upon returning home, he would engage in Xin to procure some quality jade and have it fashioned into jewelry. For today, he decided to purchase a few pairs of earrings for his aunt, allowing her to flaunt them amongst her old friends. "Could you please bring out this pair for me to examine?" he requested. A sound caught his attention, a dismissive tch. Ji Linxiao glanced back to find the girl still fixated on her phone, her expression inscrutable. Assuming he had misheard, he continued conversing with the staff. Yet, each time he requested to see a pair of jewelry, the same sound echoed from behind him. This incessant noise began to irritate Ji Linxiao, and after the sixth occurrence, he could no longer tolerate it. "Congratulations, host, you have triggered the task. Silence the loquacious woman. Task details. Ensure the talkative girl ceases her remarks. Time limit, 1 hour. Task reward, 80,000 points." A mere 80,000 points seemed trivial. Even without the system's mandate, he was determined to silence the insufferable woman. Furrowing his brow, he approached her, snatching her phone from her hands. "What are you doing? Why are you stealing my phone?" she protested. Ji Linxiao coldly retorted, "What's the matter? Is your mouth itching? Shall I assist you? Take your complaints outside. I'll ensure you have plenty of time to vent." The girl glared defiantly at him, yet continued to reach for her phone. "Are you out of your mind? Why should my presence concern you? Look at your shabby outfit. You can't expect not to be commented on. Do you think you can afford anything in here? I'm surprised you don't fear smudging the gold with your presence." Ji Linxiao scoffed dismissively. "And what makes you think someone like you has the right to judge my presence here?" Before she could retort, an employee rushed in, covering the girl's mouth. "Xiao Shi, tone it down. This is a customer." The girl pushed the employee's hand away, indignantly stating, "But I'm a customer too. Why only address me?" The employee, well aware of her friend's usual demeanor, quickly apologized to Ji Linxiao, hoping he would not hold her friend's behavior against her. "I sincerely apologize, dear customer. She can be a bit temperamental. Please overlook her outburst." Before Ji Linxiao could respond, the girl, Xiao Shi, chimed in sarcastically. "What do you mean by overlook? I'm not an employee here. I'm also a customer. If I find him unpleasant, am I not entitled to express it?" With that, she scrutinized Ji Linxiao from head to toe, dismissing his unbranded clothing and green hair as trendy. She noted the cheap black-rimmed glasses he wore, commenting that his face was the only redeeming feature, marred by a few blemishes that detracted from his overall appearance. After thoroughly assessing him, she became even more disdainful. "You might want to leave. Sharing a store with you diminishes my stature." Ji Linxiao let out a cold laugh, choosing not to engage further with this lowly individual. After all, he had come to the commercial street to unwind, seeking to rid his mind of the incessant chatter from earlier. He continued to select earrings for his aunt, activating his mental do not disturb mode, disregarding Xiao Shi's attempts to provoke him. Seeing that he was unfazed by her provocations infuriated Xiao Shi. She had made her disdain clear, so why did he persist in remaining in the shop? Her friend, realizing the situation, urged her to cease her antics. Yet Xiao Shi had a history of mocking Ji Linxiao and was not one to back down easily. She boldly snatched the earrings from his hand, shaking them at the nearby staff while defiantly locking eyes with him. "I'll take this one." Ji Linxiao rolled his eyes and picked up another pair, only for Xiao Shi to snatch that one as well. "I'll take this one too." After examining the 2 pairs of earrings, she, knowing one of the employees, was aware of their approximate price. With her monthly salary, she could easily afford them, although her primary goal was to belittle Ji Linxiao. He picked up a 3rd pair, and after a moment of hesitation, she seized it too, thinking to herself that she could always return them once he left. Ji Linxiao, having had enough, turned to her and gestured for her to proceed to the register. "I'm just going to check out some items over there first. I'll pay for everything together, she replied, pretending to browse while keeping an eye on him. Not wishing to engage with this bothersome girl any longer, Ji Linxiao sent a message to Kanan, instructing him to announce his inspection in the commercial center's work group. As the news reached all the store managers and staff, employees who had been slacking off hurried to tidy up the store. Xiao Shi's friend leaned in and whispered, Xiao Shi, the leadership is about to arrive for an inspection. If you're going to stay here, don't cause a scene, just pretend to shop. Xiao Shi, annoyed, replied dismissively, I know. Why is everyone so obsessed with appearances? It's infuriating. After a moment, she confided, help me quietly return these. I'll wait for you at a restaurant. Her friend nodded, taking the gold earrings from her hand. Ji Linxiao, noticing this, mimicked her tone with a sarcastic edge. Weren't you so keen on taking them all? Why are you having someone return them? Ning Qishi, upon realizing that her misdeeds had been exposed, did not exhibit any sense of guilt. With an air of righteous indignation, she declared, I have matters to attend to. I must leave to procure this item, and I cannot afford to wait. Ji Linxiao chuckled lightly. Very well, I shall gift you these 3 pairs of earrings. What? Do you not have any sense of propriety when boasting? Ning Qishi interjected sharply, cutting him off mid-sentence. Ji Linxiao, unfazed, leisurely pulled out a chair and seated himself, regarding her with a slow, deliberate gaze. You, pass through here, and I shall grant you whatever you desire from this establishment. He casually draped his legs over another chair, forming an arch with them, beckoning Ning Qishi with a flick of his finger. Her anger intensified. How dare this impoverished, flamboyant individual treat her in such a manner? Surely, her monthly salary could sustain a ruffian like him for half a year. Although she felt an overwhelming urge to lash out, the presence of her friend, who worked here, restrained her. She couldn't risk her friend's job during an impending supervisor inspection. She stormed over and seized Ji Linxiao's shirt, tugging him toward the exit, exclaiming, You are coming with me. Ji Linxiao remained seated, his expression one of bemused incredulity as he observed her. As she yanked at his garment, it began to distort, prompting him to furrow his brow and pry her fingers away. Yet Ning Qishi's grip was strong, and with a sudden rip, the already flimsy fabric tore apart, exposing Ji Linxiao's perfectly sculpted physique to the air. The nearby staff, busy with cleaning, turned at the sound, startled by the unfolding scene. The sight was one that would hardly be deemed appropriate for women of their age group. The store's clientele predominantly comprised young women in their 20s, with others being over 33. Ning Qishi found herself toppled to the ground, momentarily stunned and ready to unleash a tirade when she looked up and was met with a view of his chiseled muscles, causing her to involuntarily swallow hard. It took several moments for her to gather herself, at which point she screamed, Ah, there's a leak, before she could finish her sentence. Ji Linxiao swiftly approached and delivered a sharp slap to her, snatching away the remnants of his shirt. You little ruffian. Ning Qishi was left dazed, staring in disbelief at Ji Linxiao as she vociferously challenged him. You actually struck me? A man hitting a woman. Do you not have any shame? Ji Linxiao, wiping his hands with the torn fabric, sent a message to Qian Kanan with his phone and cast a disdainful glance her way. I, Ji Linxiao, do not strike women or the elderly, but I do not hesitate to discipline foolish individuals, regardless of their age or gender. Ning Qishi recognized that he was insulting her and, unwilling to back down, prepared to retaliate verbally, only to be silenced by her friend, who rushed over to cover her mouth. With a pained expression, her friend whispered urgently, Please, I beg you, stop talking. This is life or death. Chapter 139. Or would you prefer to reclaim your dignity? Ning Qishi looked at her friend, puzzled, as she detected an air of panic. Could it be that the inspectors had arrived? Whirling around to glance outside, she saw no one. What on earth was happening? As she surveyed the room, she noted the varied expressions on everyone's faces. Some were agape, while others gazed at her with sympathy. Unable to endure the weight of their scrutiny any longer, she shouted defensively, What are you all staring at? Do I have flowers on my face? The female staff member wore an expression that teetered on the brink of tears. She wished for nothing more than to find a hole in the ground to hide in alongside her friend. The once mocked ruffian whom her friend had derided was, in fact, the proprietor of their commercial district. Initially, she had thought Ji Linxiao bore a slight resemblance to someone familiar, but had dismissed it, considering that many nowadays appeared to fit a mold. Yet upon hearing Ji Linxiao announce his name, she was struck dumb. That was precisely the name their manager had implored them to remember. As she scrutinized Ji Linxiao's features, they increasingly mirrored those in the photograph that had circulated in their work group prior to the store's opening. Though few had memorized it thoroughly, some semblance of recognition lingered. When she heard her friend begin to curse, she was taken aback and swiftly covered her mouth again. Shoo, shoo, shoo. With a grim expression, the female staff member whispered urgently, Xiao Shi, this ruffian is the boss behind our commercial street. Stunned, Ning Qishi widened her eyes. seeking confirmation from her friend that this was no jest. The sight of her friend's exasperated expression confirmed her fears. Today was not April Fool's Day, and her friend was not joking. What if her friend lost her job because of her? Ning Qishi immediately rose and approached Ji Linxiao, donning a sycophantic smile. Oh, please, spare me. Your laughter is giving me goosebumps. Ji Linxiao recoiled slightly, unable to conceal his distaste for her insincere grin, which was so overly bright it nearly squinted her eyes shut. Though feeling somewhat embarrassed, Ning Qishi pressed on, not only to salvage her own image before Ji Linxiao and avoid incurring his wrath, but also to prevent her actions from adversely affecting her friend. Outside, Qian Kanan hurriedly approached with a bag of clothing, exclaiming, Mr. Ji, here are the clothes you requested. He had not noticed the commotion until he drew nearer, at which point he realized Ji Linxiao's shirt had been nearly torn asunder. The sight of Ji Linxiao's impressive physique made Qian Kanan momentarily envious. His own wife had often criticized him for lacking the same physique during their intimate moments. Perhaps he should find time to hit the gym downstairs? Mr. Ji, what's going on here? Qian Kanan stammered, his gaze shifting to Ji Linxiao's green hair and the clumsy eyeglasses, nearly causing him to stifle a laugh. With a resigned sigh, Ji Linxiao removed the wig and glasses, swiftly changing into a fresh shirt that replaced the tattered remnants. It's nothing serious, just a bit of roughhousing. Qian Kanan shot Ji Linxiao an understanding glance before tactfully excusing himself. Once he was out of earshot, the female staff member hurried over to express her gratitude. Mr. Ji, thank you. I was worried that I would inform him that you and your friend were idly chatting while allowing her to insult a customer? No. Ning Qishi stepped protectively in front of her friend, adopting a mother-hen demeanor. This was my doing. Please do not make things difficult for her. We are both customers, and it is inappropriate for her to show favoritism. With a hint of shyness, she added, I'll make amends. I'll make it up to you. The weather was still relatively warm, and many patrons donned light clothing layered with jackets, which did not surprise Ning Qishi. She wore a white V-neck top paired with a chic white jacket. As she closed her eyes and peeled off the jacket, she adjusted her top, revealing a deep neckline that was now laid bare before Ji Linxiao, a hint of lace peeking through. Ji Linxiao swallowed hard, his mind torn between two internal voices. The devil on his shoulder urged, go ahead, feel it. Such softness and springiness. Miss this chance, and it may be lost forever. The angel countered, you are a good man. You must not succumb to temptation. Preserve your integrity and virtue. Ji Linxiao shook his head slightly, dispelling the conflicting thoughts. As a man who had remained a virgin for over 20 years, he knew well enough to resist such temptations. Having persevered for so many years, there is no need to rush at this moment. It would be unwise to provide others with ammunition against oneself. Ji Linxiao cleared his throat a couple of times and remarked, Ahem, please put your clothes back on. I do not require any further theatrics from you. All I ask is for you to apologize for your recent behavior and assure me that such actions will not recur. After all, having just delivered her a slap as a momentary release, he feared that dwelling on the matter might provoke her into even more audacious conduct. Ning Qishi, upon hearing this, exhaled a sigh of relief and hurriedly donned her attire, exclaiming, Mr. Ji, I sincerely apologize for my earlier actions and words. I do not seek your forgiveness, but I promise to communicate more appropriately in the future. I hope you will. With a graceful bow of 90 degrees, she resembled a contrite child, lowering her head as she offered her apology, occasionally stealing glances at Ji Linxiao's expression. Congratulations, host. Task completed. You have earned 80,000 points. By the way, why didn't you take the opportunity? As you humans say, it was meat delivered right to your lips. Enough of that. Be gone. I am quite busy and do not need your commentary. Ji Linxiao silently conversed with the system in his mind, sensing that it had become increasingly cheeky of late. Since the task was accomplished and he had already delivered a reprimand, there was little reason to linger further. Very well. I hope you will express yourself more suitably in the future, without speaking as if you were merely passing gas. Yes, you are absolutely correct. Observing her demeanor, it was evident that she had faced considerable reprimands at work and had developed a certain resilience. Ji Linxiao shook his head and departed. Once he left, the atmosphere in the store shifted to one of relief. The staff felt as though they had finally seen off a formidable deity. The female employee hurried to her friend, cupping her face. Oh, your cheeks are all flushed. No need for blush now. You have such little strength. Why do you insist on stirring up trouble? This time, you have truly provoked a formidable opponent. Ning Qishi pouted, unwilling to concede, and brushed her hand away. I know. I'm already starting to learn Taekwondo. Rubbing her face, which had been reddened by Ji Linxiao's slap, she made a face in the direction he had departed. In the days that followed, Ji Linxiao frequented various shops in different disguises until he realized his cover had been blown and ceased his charades. Through his observations, He confirmed that Qian Kanan's training methods were indeed commendable. The employees and security personnel across the commercial street were all of sound character, exhibiting humility and courtesy, treating everyone consistently. Even those who attempted to cause disturbances were swiftly escorted away by the patrolling security. Ji Linxiao was quite pleased with this, thus deciding to grant Qian Kanan a substantial raise. Nevertheless, Ji Linxiao would occasionally take a stroll or send other employees to do so. Yet another leisurely day, he mused, reclining on the sofa in his office. With Wang Fujing supervising the bar renovations and no outsiders present, Ji Linxiao could lie as he pleased, even sprawled across his desk without fear of ridicule. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing a knock on his office door, Ji Linxiao quickly sat upright, grasping a nearby folder as though engrossed in paperwork. Come in. The door creaked open, and Gu Zhiran entered, followed by a small shadow. Upon seeing this little shadow, Ji Linxiao felt a wave of exasperation. It seemed they were inseparable now. He mused that perhaps they should simply rename him Yi Chenglong. Ahem, Miss Gu. Might I inquire what brings you here? Gu Zhiran felt her cheeks flush at Ji Linxiao's gaze, lightly twisting Yi Chenglong's arm while shooting him a glare. Originally, she intended to come alone, but Yi Chenglong insisted on accompanying her. Although outwardly she feigned annoyance, inwardly she felt a sweetness she could not articulate. Mr. Ji, do you recall the matter I mentioned previously? What matter? Ji Linxiao pondered for a moment before recollecting. You meant introducing potential hires, correct? Considering the time that had elapsed, even sending a letter via a tortoise should have yielded results by now, particularly in this era of advanced technology. Indeed, Mr. Ji. I have contacted several individuals, and 3 friends have expressed a willingness to work here. I wonder when you might be available to meet them? Ji Linxiao waved his hand dismissively. If you believe they are suitable, bring them along. Let old Qian assess their qualifications for employment. However, let me make this clear. Should any issues regarding their character arise, I will not hold you responsible, but you will bear some shared accountability. Gu Zhiran nodded in understanding. Without her intervention, her friends would likely find it difficult to gain entry into such a well-regarded company with high standards for interviews. Rest assured, Mr. Ji, my friends are of reputable character. I will vouch for them. Ji Linxiao propped his chin on his hand and scrutinized her closely. I hope your assertions are truthful. In the background, Yi Chenglong was frantically signaling Ji Linxiao, but he feigned ignorance. He understood Yi Chenglong's intentions, yet the security of the company took precedence. If any unsavory characters, akin to Wan Xinyu, were to infiltrate, Ji Linxiao would find himself overwhelmed with company matters. After Gu Zhiran reassured him repeatedly, she and Yi Chenglong departed the office. Shortly thereafter, Ji Linxiao received a call from his younger cousin. Xing, what is going on? Oh right, you started school. Haven to you? How is it there? Pretty good. ISNT today Friday. My mom wants you to come home for dinner. Ji Linxiao glanced at the clock. It was 4 in the afternoon. As the boss, he could afford to leave early. All right, I'll head back after work. Is there anything you'd like to eat? There was a brief silence on the other end before his cousin replied. Not really. There's plenty of food at home. If you go and buy more, my mom will probably scold you again. Very well, then I won't buy anything. I'll be home later. I'll hang up now. Ji Linxiao tidied up his things and prepared to leave. Upon descending the stairs, he spotted Wang Fujing flirting with a girl downstairs. Ahem. He coughed a couple of times in an attempt to get Wang Fujing's attention, but he was too engrossed in his pursuit to notice any external distractions. Ji Linxiao smiled silently, observing his retreating figure, and took out his phone to send Qian Kanan a message. Wang Fujing's salary for this month is halved. Not working during office hours? Off flirting? Humph. Let us see how he woos women without money. In high spirits, Ji Linxiao strolled towards the jewelry store he had visited previously, and upon entering, he was met with a familiar scene. Ning Qishi was seated inside, chatting with her friend. Upon noticing his arrival, they instinctively turned to the entrance. Ning Qishi's face paled, and she quickly turned her head, shielding her face with her hand, praying that Ji Linxiao had not seen her. Ji Linxiao, however, was disinclined to pursue the matter further. Walking to the display case and calling for the staff to retrieve the 3 pairs of earrings he had admired the previous day. I'll take all 3. The staff hurriedly packaged them and handed them over. This was Ji Linxiao's first experience purchasing items from such a store. He examined the bag and inquired. This bag is rather unattractive. Do you have a more appealing one? The staff, not daring to neglect him, quickly responded affirmatively while signaling to others to procure a more aesthetically pleasing bag, simultaneously calling over another employee to assist Ji Linxiao with his selections. Mr. Ji, are you purchasing this for your girlfriend? No, it's for my aunt. May I inquire about your aunt's age? Ji Linxiao pondered for a moment, stroking his chin. She should be in her 40s. Allow me to recommend a few more options, then. We just received some new arrivals that a woman of her age would surely appreciate. The shop assistant eagerly began to introduce the latest styles as she animatedly spoke, her mouth moving rapidly. Eventually, just as her throat grew parched, another staff member returned from outside after scouring the entire shopping street for various bags. She presented over 30 types of packaging before Ji Linxiao, allowing him to choose freely. I'll take this pink one, along with those you just introduced, he decided. All wrapped up? Why are you just standing there? I'm not refusing to pay. The assistant hurriedly packaged the selected items with great reverence, handing them over to Ji Linxiao, who was blissfully unaware of the envy brewing in the hearts of the staff members. They couldn't help but marvel at how many exquisite pieces of jewelry his aunt possessed, speculating that she could wear something different every week. They wished they had a nephew like him. Ji Linxiao, however, thought little of the assistant's opinions, leaving cheerfully with gifts in hand, eager to surprise his aunt. Upon reaching home, he was greeted by Chu Yixing, who opened the door. Cousin, you're back. As Ji Linxiao stepped inside, he noticed a bruise on Chu Yixing's face. Frowning, he asked, what happened to your face? Oh, this bruise. I wasn't paying attention while walking at school and tripped. It doesn't hurt anymore. Ji Linxiao prodded the bruise lightly, causing Chu Yixing to yelp in pain. Ouch, that hurts. Bro. As Chu Yixing cried out, Ji Linxiao swiftly changed his shoes and dashed into the house, eager to escape the scene of the crime. Chu Yixing sighed in resignation. Watching Ji Linxiao's retreating figure, he gently touched his bruise, standing at the door lost in thought, seemingly trapped in a memory. It wasn't until Ji Kaiwa called him for help that he snapped back to reality and hurriedly closed the door behind him. At the dining table, Ji Kaiwa seriously addressed the two of them. You both have such busy schedules, one with school and the other with work, that I rarely get to see you. I miss you both. You should come back at least twice a month to share a dinner together. Even though they lived in the same neighborhood, Ji Kaiwa had precious little time to spend with Ji Linxiao, as this busy individual often embarked on spontaneous trips. Ji Linxiao nodded, saying, Aunt, as long as I'm in city, I will come back for dinner every week. Mom, I will too, unless there's something happening at school. Ji Kaiwa beamed with joy and urged, then let us eat before the food gets cold. Ji Linxiao was acutely aware that he spent rather limited time with this sole elder in his life. Perhaps what elders truly desire is not the extravagant gifts one brings, but simply the company and conversation of loved ones. After dinner, both Chu Yixing and Ji Linxiao competed to wash the dishes, causing Ji Kaiwa to reminisce about their childhood. Back then, these two little ones were also prone to squabbling over toys. However, Ji Linxiao, being the older brother, would ultimately yield to his younger sibling, waiting patiently until Chu Yixing had finished playing before taking his turn. As they continued to bicker over the dishes, Ji Linxiao eventually withdrew his hand from the struggle, saying, You take it. This left Chu Yixing gaping in disbelief, questioning himself, which only delighted Ji Kaiwa further. Since Ji Linxiao had come home for dinner, he decided not to return that night and instead stayed at Ji Tsayue's house, knowing his aunt would always make space for him to sleep, regardless of where they lived. After returning to his room, Ji Linxiao opened his system to check his belongings when suddenly, there was a knock on his door followed by it slowly creaking open. His hand, which had been swiping the screen, found nowhere to rest, so he casually placed it on his face, feigning an act of nose-picking. Bro. It was Chu Yixing, who stood by the bed, hesitating to speak while fidgeting with his fingers. Noticing that Chu Yixing was oblivious to him, Ji Linxiao quickly lowered his hand, as even the most handsome man would appear unseemly while picking his nose. What's the matter? Why are you acting like this when you want to talk to me? Spit it out. Chu Yixing awkwardly scratched his head and asked, Bro, do you have abs? Ji Linxiao proudly lifted the hem of his shirt, patting his muscles. 8-pack. Jealous? Chu Yixing nodded and inquired further, Bro, are you really good at fighting? Ji Linxiao's playful demeanor vanished instantly as he regarded Chu Yixing with seriousness. Xing, tell me the truth. Did you really get that bruise from falling? Upon seeing the bruise earlier, Ji Linxiao had felt a twinge of doubt. But upon hearing Chu Yixing's explanation, he brushed it off. However, something about it seemed amiss. The position of the bruise didn't seem consistent with the fall. Just then, his little system chimed in. Dear, do you need some red flower oil for bruises? Shut up. Alrighty, host. Cursing at the system will deduct 500 points. By the way, normal people don't get bruised like that from a fall, unless it's caused by someone else. This sudden reminder made Ji Linxiao recall that the bruises he had sustained in a fight bore a striking resemblance to Chu Yixing's, located just above the cheekbone and near the corner of the eye. Typically, a fall would result in bruises on the cheekbone, so why would it appear in that spot? His thoughts raced as he considered the implications. But he sensed that Chu Yixing was hiding something and decided to wait until their aunt was not around to inquire further. Now, with the two of them alone in the room and Ji Kaiwa downstairs engrossed in a television drama, it was the perfect opportunity for questioning. Chu Yixing scratched his nose, then his neck, causing Ji Linxiao to feel an itch himself. What's wrong? Did a swarm of mosquitoes attack you? Why are you itching all over? Well, I'm just at a loss for words, trying to organize my thoughts. Ji Linxiao cast a helpless glance at him and patted his bed, signaling for him to sit down and take his time. After a considerable pause, Chu Yixing finally spoke up. The truth is, this injury isn't from a fall. I said that to avoid worrying my mom. At the start of the school year, I saw a really pretty girl during the opening ceremony. As he spoke, Chu Yixing appeared somewhat bashful, scratching his head. Maybe because she's exceptional, she got bullied. Yesterday, I saw her cornered in the storage room behind the school while delivering something for the PE teacher, so I intervened. Ji Linxiao sat up straight, intrigued, his gaze fixed on him. Did you win? Chu Yixing remained silent, merely gesturing toward his bruise. Wow, you really couldn't handle it? Do you want me to help you teach them a lesson? Chu Yixing grew flustered at the suggestion, quickly interjecting. No, it's all in the past. I just want to learn how to fight better. Is it true that you need abs to be good at it? As Chu Yixing spoke, he absent-mindedly caressed his well-defined abdomen, eliciting a hearty laugh from Ji Linxiao. Ha ha ha, who told you that having muscles merely signifies strength? It does not necessarily imply prowess in combat. Chu Yixing, bewildered, gazed at him and asked, oh, then what should I do? Do I want to learn? Indeed. If this were a comic, Ji Linxiao would surely witness the sparkle of stars igniting in Chu Yixing's eyes. Ji Linxiao extended his hand, gently approaching Chu Yixing's head, and then playfully delivered a light smack to his crown. Why are you so fixated on fighting instead of focusing on your studies? One heroic rescue is more than sufficient. In a brawl, regardless of victory or defeat, it is you who ultimately suffers. Whether you win or lose, the teacher will reprimand you, and you cannot avoid injury. After all, it is you who endures the pain. After saying this, Ji Linxiao prodded the bruise on Chu Yixing's face, causing him to yelp in discomfort.